what BC stood for, and then he's like, "Yeah, dumbass, I didn't think it meant before Christ," and then everyone laughed.
That's crazy. Okay, so he has gotten. He has what do you call those things? Veneers, and he got a hair transplant. Theo Vaughn got veneers.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, and a hair transplant. Like a lot of these guys get veneers and a hair transplant because they want to look good and they have the money to do it. So Theo Vaughn did it, Jimmy Carr did it. Like
Theo Vaughn was going bald.
Yeah. That's how he got like all that really thick hair. It's a hair transplant.
I did not know. I thought he was too young to go fucking bald. He's like 30.
No, he's like in his mid 40s. Joe Rogan had a hair transplant that failed. So he's got a scar on the back of his head that looks like a smiling face. If you're like, well, you're just, I'm getting to the point about William Montgomery. That William Montgomery could do all that shit, and I think probably look really good with like the big red hair like that, but he just doesn't give a shit. And so I just think that's cool as fuck of him. That like one cameo is like, or like 10 cameos would be like a hair transplant for him. And
maybe in Mexico. I don't think his cameos are that expensive.
In Turkey. Yeah, Turkey's a word. Yeah. Turkey's a place to go for it. And
why Turkey?
It's cheap. They do it for like $1,000, and in the United States, it's like between 10 and 20. I talked to a doctor about it. Not that I needed it, but he's my plastic surgeon, and he I was just getting stuff quoted because I just knew as I got older it would like these are things that I was interested in getting, and he told me like the best way to get like the best kind of hair transplant is actually I think illegal in the state of California now, but they basically take the side of your head and then transition to the top of your head. And like when I was looking at my like plastic surgeons, I've had a few of them, and I looked at one of them, and he was an amazing doctor. He actually like helped to invent liposuction, and he like had this really amazing resume. But one of the things that he had was he got sued years ago by someone just once, and I asked him what happened, like when I was interviewing him, and he said that he had he gave a police officer a hair transplant, and the police officer did not take care of the wound the way that you're supposed to. You're not like supposed to get it wet or like get it sweaty. And he was a police officer, and so he couldn't really control all that, and so it got sweaty, and he got an infection, and he sued the doctor. Anyway, my plastic surgeon, an amazing plastic surgeon, did plastic surgery for people at the Bethesda Naval Hospital, like the top naval hospital in the United States. He used to get people who would have like admirals who would have parts of their face blown off, and he would do their plastic surgery because these guys would like lose all their confidence. They're an admiral, and they can't look people in the eye because they're very wounded or whatever. And like normally people might be like, oh, that's baller, like to have that kind of a scar. It shows that you sacrifice for your country and everything. But nevertheless, these guys just didn't have the self confidence that they wanted. So anyway, that's what he did. Like all kinds of um plastic surgery for guys like in the military, and then he also did it for like really affluent people in New York City, like heiresses and stuff. And then he opened up a clinic in Yorba Linda, which is near Irvine, and so I would go and check him out, and um like I wanted some scar removal, and so this guy was able to, like, I'd have like
What removal?
scar removal. I had like a scar, and I wanted him to take care of it, and he did a really great job. But I had it like lasered and things anyway. So I got these, like, a lot of things quoted, and um one of the things I wanted quoted was a hair transplant. Anyway, he told me what it would be, and that they don't do it because of like he wasn't the only guy. People, it's like the best way to do it is from the side of your head to the top. Anyway, some doctors do it from the back of your head, and I guess that's a good way to do it as well. What I'm trying to say is that William Montgomery could go to one of these doctors and have like lush hair, just like Theo Vaughn or Jimmy Carr, but he doesn't. And I think that makes him funnier because he's the vanilla gorilla. He's the big red machine. He just comes out like a wild man, I guess is the best way to put it. So when you said that like you like that he's bald, I do too, and I think it gives him more um like he's just it helps his delivery and everything. Like I don't know, these fucking comedians are really concerned about their looks. Like really. And I understand why, because they're on a lot, they're like celebrities, and people want to be attracted to people who makes them laugh. It's like a psychological thing. But like I was just noticing like Ari Shafir, who's like a balding guy, he even shaved his head, and he looks like he's like got this Joe Rogan look now. Anyway, um do you know who Brian Callen is? He's the fighter in Fighter and the Kid. Or he's the kid. He's the kid in Fighter and the Kid.
Is he bald?
He got a hair transplant. Like a lot of these guys have gotten hair transplants, like more than the normal amount in society. Anyway, William Montgomery could easily do that, but he chooses not to, and I think that gives him more like cachet. But I really think he could have an amazing head of hair with that bright red hair.
I think being bald would piss me off. I wish I could do. Maybe hopefully I'll be able to embrace it like the William Montgomery thing, or how he does. But I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. What do you,
Apparently, like high amounts of like DHT or something. Like if you take fucking steroids and shit, it'll increase your DHT and then accelerate how quickly you'll get baldness if you're predisposed to it.
right?
You'll be ugly regardless of if you have hair or not. So no plastic surgery can fix that, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, it can.
Not Not even the best plastic surgery.
Yes, it can, my friend. Have you ever seen those Jenner girls before the plastic surgery versus after?
Like
Look up
I don't know.
Look up Kylie Jenner before and after plastic surgery. She's like an ugly chick. Not ugly. She's not ugly. I don't want to say that, but she's like, I don't know, below average looking girl. But afterwards, she becomes like a billionaire woman.
Do you think Kim Kardashian's had plastic surgery?
Does a snake drag ass? Dude, they're open about it. Kylie Jenner, I know the name of Kylie Jenner's surgeon. He's Dr. Fisher. Because I go to Dr. Fisher as well, just a different Dr. Fisher.
Are you gonna get some fat injected into your hips to look? If you could just walk in, you should get a quote for like how much to get like Kim Kardashian's ass.
That's a Brazilian butt lift. And it's usually between $10,000 to $20,000. In LA, plastic surgery is very common. So like these numbers are just like pretty well known. I can tell you like how many cc's of silicone are in Kylie Jenner's chest, not because I care, but because she put it on Instagram.
Yeah, I don't think that's healthy for you. Apparently.
Well, that's why. And now this is a bitch. These girls get that at age 16 or 18 or 20, and then get hooked up with all these hot dudes or like rich dudes, and then get them taken out at age 40 or like 50. Like Pamela Anderson did that.
Wow. How many cc's
It was
would
like,
you get?
how many would I get? I don't want breast implants, but for anybody watching this in the future, the ideal breast size is softball size.
I know a few people that would disagree with that.
No, I know. I'm saying that there are some people who would say bigger than that. There's some people who would say smaller than that. I'm saying that if you go bigger than that, then you're going to have back problems and such.
What if you do strength training?
I mean, that can help.
Is there going to be a future technology that will alleviate back pain caused by breasts?
Well, in the future, I've talked to you about this, I think. There'll be some kind of thing that you'll be able to expand and contract the size of your breasts. Like it'll be like an inflatable insert or whatever, and you'll be able to make them as big as you want. Not as big as you want, but like there are so. I mean, and I understand some women want to look really good when they're going out to a club, but then if they're exercising or something, they want them smaller or playing like a sport. I get that.
Right. Just the old inflatable
titty ball.
thing.
Yeah, and I've looked into it. If like this is like a realistic goal for science, and it seems to be.
I feel like that would require like some synthetic like skin to be able to expand and contract.
I think it would just be there's like a possibility of it just being like a needle that you just put in your breast tissue, but with like lidocaine or some kind of topical numbing, you could do that and not necessarily have it hurt. Like lidocaine has cocaine in it, or cocaine. Lidocaine is derived from cocaine, and it's like a numbing agent.
Word.
All right, almost done. This is my life, where I just have to go around to all these fucking devices and restart them. Have you been on?
Why can't they go? Wait, do you have to do them at the same time every day?
Well, it's most convenient to.
What happens if you don't?
What happens if I don't? Well then I have to do them like individually, and then I have to keep track of like time a lot more that way, because I have to be like, oh, this one's gonna end in 20 minutes. This one's gonna end in 6 hours. This one's gonna end in 4 hours. Basically, the way it works is, if you want your video to be shown on YouTube, it has to be less than 12 hours. If it's more than 12 hours, it still saves, but only 12 hours of it is available to the public. So sometimes I don't want to say oversleep, but like I'll sleep longer than I want or whatever, and I'll have a device that's going way long. And it's not like that big of a deal because I have so many different devices that I've got backups and backups of my backups. But if you just had one device, it would be imperative to always make sure to hit that 12-hour mark. And then, like when I'm restarting a stream, the camera's not working while it's restarting. That's why I have backups of the backups, like, so that they overlap each other. All right. Back to William Montgomery. Do you think William Montgomery will ever let his girlfriend be on camera a lot? Erica?
I don't think he's stopping her from coming on camera. I'm pretty sure
She doesn't want to be on
doesn't
camera.
want to be on camera.
I'm in agreement with you on that.
And it's also, he has a producer on his podcast, Grant.
Grant.
He's constantly talking to behind the camera.
Who never's on the camera.
And yeah, never see his face, but he's constantly like in the conversation.
Right. I think Grant.
I think he may have been doxxed on Instagram. I'm not sure.
Grant, I think, owns the studio. I could be wrong about that. Like, I've heard him talk on the podcast. Like, one time William was talking to Grant, and Grant was like, "What was that?" And William was like, "Weren't you listening to me?" And he was like, "No, I was talking with another customer." And then he just stopped talking, and then William Montgomery's like, "Oh, you were talking to another customer? Okay, I understand."
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know if he owns like the
Especially if he's like the editor person too. But...
right. All right. Yeah. So we have William Montgomery, who he and Casey Rocket are really on the show on camera. We have Grant, Erica, who only got shown for like a second. Um, did you know? I've told you this before, but okay. So Erica would go to the comedy store with her ex-boyfriend, and her ex-boyfriend was a stand-up comedian along with William Montgomery. And when Erica saw William Montgomery, she was like all over him basically, and broke up with her other boyfriend. And then the other boyfriend went up one time on Kill Tony and was like, "Yeah, I think William Montgomery's still my girlfriend." And Tony's like, "Why do you think that? Like, what a weird thing to think. What makes you think that?" And he goes, "Well, he did stand up like a couple weeks ago, and he started talking about doing LSD with some girl at her grandparents' house in Balboa Park or Lake Balboa, which is it's in the valley. It's like a neighborhood in the valley." And he was like, and that was just way too specific for like who else has grandparents that live in Balboa Park, or not Balboa Park. Balboa Park is in Orange County, but Lake Balboa, which is in LA County, and and so then I think he confronted her on it, and she was like, "Yeah," and so I think she was like cheating on him to with William Montgomery, or to get with William Montgomery or whatever, which is not cool. But all right, speaking of that, so you know who Brendan Schaub is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Brendan Schaub has a big fucking mouth, and he can sometimes be really stupid. He's just like a typical like dumb jockey guy. And this one time he was on his show, and he said they had somebody who did like a call-in show or something, who called into their show, and they were like, it was something like um they had some guy on, and he was like saying that he was going to shave his head because he's going bald or something. And they were like, "Yeah, man, that's a good look." And then Brendan Schaub was like, "Yeah, man, I know a bunch of guys who slang a ton of dick who are bald, like Dana White and Joe Rogan, and this got out." And you can imagine, like, Joe Rogan's a married man. He doesn't want to be known as like a guy slinging dick. And there were like rumors that Joe Rogan was cheating on his wife because of this guy.
I mean, do you think what he said is wrong? Like, was he doing it like you? Like, are you slanging dick like it's going out of style, or
So that's
is
an
he trying
interesting
to
point.
spread
The
rumors?
the way that I heard it just meant that Joe Rogan's got a beautiful wife and he's just killing it. Like he's just all around doing really well in life. I didn't necessarily interpret it as he's cheating on his wife, but a lot of people did interpret it as that. And I just did not
Have
necessarily.
you seen Joe Rogan's wife?
Yeah,
He's pretty attractive. I don't think he needs to cheat on her.
right.
She's like some blonde girl.
Yeah, they met. She was a server at some bar, and Joe Rogan had a rule. It was called the no headshot rule. And what that meant is he didn't want to date anybody who had headshots because what ends up happening when you date a girl with headshots, chances are she's an actor, and he didn't want to date an actor. So that was his thing. And his wife she had a child from a previous marriage, a previous relationship. And Joe Rogan adopted that girl and then had two children of his own, which I think is a pretty cool move on Joe Rogan's part.
So he fell in love with a MILF. That's what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Word, dog.
Nice.
And like they say that she was a model because they don't really know what else to say about her.
She's doing all right now, I guess.
Dude, she hit the jackpot.
One of like the wealthiest people in America, or like up there.
Yeah, she is.
Actually, no.
Well, she's up
Joe
there.
Rogan's pretty poor. He's not even like a billionaire.
He's gonna be by the end of this. Just through his Spotify deals. His first one was $250 million. His next one was $250 million. You just got to do
Does
it
he
like.
still upload to YouTube or no?
Yeah. So he gets all of that money. And he has all his endorsements. He does the UFC. And I think that he has a really big opportunity in the future to be like, he's like well invested with all these tech billionaires and stuff. So I'm sure he could make money that way too. And
You think he holds Bitcoin?
yep. Oh,
Wait, he's not like a total Bitcoin schizo,
no,
is he?
no. Actually, I don't think he does. He has said if he doesn't, well, I think he probably holds it just from the early days, but he has said that if he doesn't understand it, he doesn't want it. Which I get that.
I'm sure he must regret that decision.
I mean, I'm sure he's still doing okay.
I guess. Why do you think he doesn't understand Bitcoin?
Well, at least he said, I don't want to endorse anything if I don't understand it, and that's why I don't understand any kind of cryptocurrency stuff.
Or he just doesn't endorse it, but he might still own it.
Yeah,
maybe.
Exactly. Um,
I got some steak yesterday.
how was that?
I haven't eaten it yet. I'm gonna eat it today, but for 3 steaks, it used to be like $40, like not long ago, like 2 years ago. And I looked yesterday, and they were like $90 for like 3 steaks.
Yeesh. How was it?
Haven't eaten them yet, but I'm gonna eat them tonight.
That's baller.
But I haven't had steak in like so long. Because it costs a fortune.
We're done.
But the ones I got are like 2 steaks for like $24, so it wasn't crazy.
So Brendan Schaub, I know you don't care about him, but I've become like obsessed with him. Why did I become obsessed with him? This is a good question. Oh, because his subreddit is so ridiculous. Like everybody just shits on him. And that's how I became like a monster fan. And he had this thing that happened. So he used to be a comedian. He has the lowest ranked comedy special in the history of Netflix, and he said he stopped doing stand up because he wanted to dedicate time to his children and stuff. But like, it turned out he's just a really shitty comedian. So like, what's the point? Anyway, he 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 got caught cheating on his wife, and he got caught cheating on his wife, and that meant that like she didn't want him going to all kinds of parties and stuff. Um, in that whole scene, so to speak. Anyway, with that being said, I have to use the restroom and then we'll play. Is that okay? I appreciate your patience.
No worries.
Excellent.
I'll tell you something first thing when you get back.
That sounds like a plan. I'll be 5 minutes or so. Thank you.
Oh, you're taking a shit. Okay.
Well, I got some other stuff I got to do. I got to get some laundry out of the dryer. So, no, I'm just taking a pee.
Okay.
All right. You said you had something interesting to tell me?
Yeah. I kind of have to show it, but yeah. I found these mini apples. Like, I guess they're at the park. There's like an apple tree. I found these mini apples, and one of the mini apples, they're like the size of like a little bit larger than a golf ball. It looked like a butthole. Like it had like the butt crack and like the butthole, and it was in the mini apple. It was a green apple, and I just thought that was a very rare occurrence.
So are they like crab apples?
I don't know what species of apple it is.
All right. You want to play carom? Or what do you want to play? Is there anything you
I've
want?
been waiting for the carom invite.
I know you have. Okay, what do you want? What kind?
210.
Okay, I played against somebody um in like a competitive game. They're good, but they're not like perfect every time good. I mean, I'm sure some people are. But when you play them like that, they play 210. All right, riser.
That's 3.
That is 3.
Sweep the floor.
Newfie is right. That's really cool that you talked to Jimmy Carr.
It was a once in a lifetime moment. The show was very funny. Oh yeah, the other thing about comedy is that it's a lot funnier in person.
Right.
Even though on the internet you think it's funny, but if you only watch it on the internet, like it's actually nothing like being there in person. And I've also seen Jim Jeffries live one time, and that was amazing.
Fuck.
I laughed my ass off watching Jim Jeffries with my buddies one time. It was in the sketchy town of Hamilton, Ontario.
You know who's from Hamilton, Ontario?
Tim Horton.
You know who else?
Bill Cosby.
No, I think this is true. Isn't Wayne Gretzky from there? Or he's from close to there?
He's from Brantford, dog. Not even the same place.
Okay.
So you don't even know who's from Hamilton?
No, I mean, I'm not Canadian. I wouldn't necessarily know that. Okay, maybe I was thinking it was Tim Horton. Some influential Canadian is from there. I'm sure a lot are.
I don't even think Tim Horton's from there.
Okay, well, somebody's from.
I think he might be, but I'm not 100% sure.
Who's from? Where's Brantford in relation to?
Not even close.
I mean, when you say not even close, is it within like 3 hours?
Yeah, but that's not very close.
I'm not saying it is. I don't know why I thought he was from Hamilton. He used to live next door to my friend, and
Really?
yeah, I always thought that was tight as fuck.
Wait, in California?
Yeah, my friend, um, he was also my roommate in college. Was a really big football player, and comes from like this family of um, like a football dynasty basically. And um, his next door neighbor was Wayne Gretzky, and they used to always like he would hang out with like Paulina Gretzky, and there's like a movie. It's called or a TV show or not TV show, a music video I should say, by Nickelback called Rockstar, where Wayne Gretzky's um, he's in the he's in the music video, and they shot it at his house, which is right next door to my friend's house. Just just a weird thing, happenstance. All right, that's enough Karen for today. Let's play literati.
No, that's enough literati.
No, dog, we haven't played any literati today.
I'm way too tired for that.
What do you mean too tired? You got your extra sleep and your thing's charging. You just got smoked in carom.
Yeah, I'm gonna nap with my dog. I think I'm way too tired.
Okay. Well, I want you to get your rest, but then when you awake, you want to play?
Possibly, yeah.
All right, we'll come
I
back.
also have some work to do, and like a lot of work to do, so might not be today.
What work do you have to do?
Average job making thumbnails.
Yeah, but can't AI do that? Can't AI do that?
I'm using AI, but you still have to write the prompts and make the edits and stuff.
That's nothing, dude.
Yeah, but I'm just like starting a new job, so I still have to learn it to get good at it.
All right, big dog.
Shout out to JOL, JR, JLaw. What is it?
Jayor. Jayor. Shout out to Jayor. I retain, baby.
Did you know that guy died?
Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
Yeah, dog. He something's weird about his death. I agree with Audie. Something's weird about it.
Why would anyone kill him in a scuba diving accident?
I don't know. And I'm not saying that they did. It's just like it's just not normal for someone to die at age 54. Period. I know that he died in a scuba diving accident, which can happen to anybody, but it's just I don't know. It's just weird.
How old was he in the Cosby Show?
Between like the ages of like 13 and 20.
Oh, so he was young.
Do you want to see? I mean, you don't have to watch it, but if you ever want to watch one of the funniest scenes in television history, he gets this. He wants to buy a shirt because he's going on a date with this really hot chick, and he goes to the store, and the shirt is basically there's like a whole back and forth between him uh, and Bill Cosby, and it's very funny. I mean, he's got a lot of funny scenes, but that show was really big for African American culture. It was big for me because um, my parents had very diverse friends. So they had, like, you name it, they had that kind of a friend. So they had black friends, they had white friends, they had, of course, Jewish friends, of course, like different types of Jewish friends, but um, Asian, Latinx, Nordic. I mean, like they had friends from all over. But and
South America or South Africa, sorry.
yeah, and um, like England, and so like I got a taste of a lot of different people growing up, but um, well, I really liked my parents' black friends, perhaps the most, and this gave me like a view into an African American family, and it was a um, really interesting view on the world because Bill Cosby made sure to have a child psychologist watch every show to make sure it was like appropriate for the people who would be watching it. And it's just like a different kind of show. Most sitcoms didn't do that. They would just have a writer come in and just try to make the best jokes possible. But the Cosby Show was not like that. It was like it was about a family, and also the families, like the African American people we knew were like, I don't want to say really wealthy, but they were like, well, I don't want to even want to say well to do, but they were like more comfortable than I would say probably like some other situations in the United States. And on the Cosby Show, it was the same way, where the husband was a doctor and the wife was a lawyer, and it was like basically when I would watch the Cosby Show, it would remind me of perhaps my own family, or at least the people we were around, and it was just like I didn't really see color with it. It was just a really funny family, and I really loved it. And it wasn't the first black sitcom, but it was definitely the most popular. In the United States, it was like the most popular show for like 8 of 10 years that it ran, or something like that. I mean, it wasn't exactly that, but it's pretty close to that, or it was in the top five like all of those years. And they used to do music. They used to do like these music skits that were really cool. They'd have special guests. This was a show that introduced me to jazz. I would hear jazz from my grandparents and my parents, but it was like I never would see like the actual musicians like this because you just didn't have the internet. And like they had like Dizzy Gillespie on there, and they had um Loretta, what is her name? They just had like they had Stevie Wonder on there. That's one of my favorite episodes ever. And so it was like it had music involved, and it was just a really cool show. Adam Sandler was on it. Um, Adam Sandler plays one of his friends on the show, and it was just a cool show. I really liked it. And so Theo, growing up, even though he was older than I was, I would be I would watch the reruns, and like he would go through things, and I would go through them, and you just I what I'm trying to say is I really empathize with his character. So when I talk about Malcolm Jamal Warner, yeah, I'm joking about it. I didn't want him to die. I really liked him, but there's pain in what I say. So maybe I'm just working through my mourning. Did you know that he died?
Um, yeah, no, I'll have to check out the Cosby Show.
Yeah, dog. If
Did he
you
play like the son or something?
Yeah, he played the oldest son or the only son. Yeah, and there was another interesting thing about it. Remember, I said, do you remember I said like I really liked Bill Cosby? I thought he was like the all American dad, and he portrayed himself to be like that, but like he had this dark, you know, rapey part of him that was creepy. He had a
Was
son.
he raping people at that time?
Perhaps, and they didn't talk about it a lot, but the way that Bill Cosby used to do this, he used to, like allegedly, I don't know, but like he would ask a woman, like back to his trailer or back to his house or something, and ask if she would want a cappuccino. And back then, a cappuccino was like not, it was like a pretty rare in the United States because it has like Italian origins. So you'd need like a cappuccino machine and everything. And a lot of the women would be like, "No, I'm okay," and he'd be like, "Oh no, let's have one or whatever." And he would slip the quaaludes in there and basically drug them that way, and then they would like awake, and he was like raping them. Um, and he had so in real life, Bill Cosby had a son named Ennis, Ennis, and Ennis. This happened when I was like a young man. Maybe I was like 10 years old or something. Ennis was um, driving home from a girl's house on the 405, which is like the main artery of LA, and he had a Mercedes Benz, and just around that time, like to be a black man in a Mercedes Benz in LA was like um it was
Rare.
rare, exactly. So he had car trouble in this area of LA that is like pretty mountainous, though it's between like Beverly Hills and um like the valley, and so his he pulled over to see what was going on with his car, and he got out to I think he had like a flat tire or something, and he got out and somebody pulled up behind him. I want to say his girlfriend was following him home on purpose. Like everything was fine with their relationship or whatever. And then somebody else pulled up alongside them and killed Ennis on purpose, like murdered him. And I don't know if I don't recall if let me look this up really quick. If they stole his money or anything like that. Yo, dog, give
Was
me
this in the show
a
or
quick
real life?
breakdown of the death of Ennis Cosby. No, this is a real
Was
life.
this in the TV show?
No, this is a real life. So he was 27 years old. He graduated from Columbia University. He was murdered on January 16th, 1997, on the 405 near Los Angeles while changing a flat tire late at night. What happened? Ennis pulled over to fix his tire. A man named Mikhail Markasev, 18 years old at the time, approached him during what appeared to be a robbery attempt and shot him in the head. Prosecutors said it was a random act of violence. Markasev
later admitted guilt in a letter, calling it a terrible mistake. Markusov was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced without life. But this was it was a very sad thing to happen, and I always felt really badly. I mean, nobody needs their son killed or whatever, but here Bill Cosby thought he was on top of the world. He had a very popular TV show. He had an Ivy League son, and his son was murdered. And his son and Theo were like pretty close in age, or like the Theo on the show, and Theo was the like Malcolm Jamal Warner's character on the Cosby Show. The guy's name was the character was Theo Huxtable is the character's name. Um, it was a lot of the goings on that happened between Ennis, the guy who was murdered, and Bill Cosby. And so you got to kind of see what their relationship was played out on TV. And it's a really good show. And who else would be big on it? Do you know who Zoe Kravitz is?
No,
Do you know who Raven Simone is?
no.
Okay, well Raven Simone became like a Disney star. She was on that show. Um who were big people on the Cosby Show? All right, so um, no big guest stars like Adam Sandler and Dizzy Gillespie and Stevie Wonder. Um, so Dizzy Gillespie, Stevie Wonder, Adam Sandler, Sammy Davis Jr., Lena Horne, BB King, Clarence Clemens from Bruce Springsteen's E Street Band, Phyllis Rashad's real life sister Debbie Allen. They just it showcased black excellence and talent across generations. That's what ChatGPT said, and it's true. And it was such an endearing show in the United States that a lot of people, like the civil rights era was only like 20 years before then, and it was still not like perfect. Not that it still is today, but people would watch the show, and for it to be the number one show in the United States, it just wasn't a black show. It was a show about a family, and that was like it was an American show, and it was just very well loved. Apologies, I cut out.
But it wasn't just a black show; it was an American show, and I really enjoyed it, and I really enjoyed Malcolm Jamal Warner's character. So I do joke about it, and it will be my thing that I joke about. But it's kind of to preserve his memory. I really liked him. Did you know Ozzy Osbourne died?
Um, did you ever watch The Prince of Bel Air?
Yeah, dude, that was another big one. I loved that show too. Not as much though. It wasn't. Um, it was big, and it was a really cool show. But
You think that's how Will Smith became so popular?
definitely, though, he was a rapper before then. But yeah, that was a big show. I don't know if I've seen all of them. I'm pretty sure I have though. They're like, like before they were streaming and everything. They just you would come home from I don't know school or whatever was practice or whatever, and there were only like a certain number of channels, and they had these shows in syndication, and everybody watched them. So yeah, I definitely watched them, and
Did you watch Everybody Loves Raymond?
that one too. That's a big one. Yeah, that's
Did you
basic.
like one of them?
Definitely. I would say The Office is like the last show that's been I don't want to say that's been popular in syndication, but like that's when streaming started after that. But yeah, I really like Everybody Loves Raymond. I think Patricia Heaton, the wife on that show, is frankly one of the prettiest ladies in the world.
Um, Possibly.
I mean, I'm not saying she is the prettiest woman in the world, but she's a beautiful woman. It's a very funny show. And then that was probably like the last show I watched before The Office. That was a popular American show. What's the most popular Canadian show? Isn't like Workaholics a Canadian show or something like that? Oh no, Eastbound and Down, isn't that a Canadian show? Or Trailer Park Boys? Did you hear me?
Yeah, Trailer Park Boys would be great.
Do you like that show?
I love that show. Yeah, I listen to the podcast, the Trailer Park Boys podcast, and that podcast too.
Who's the guy with the big glasses? Who's the guy with the big glasses? Apologies, I can't hear you. What'd you say?
Bubbles.
Bubbles, yeah. Is he funny?
Like, on the show or the podcast.
Oh, he does a podcast?
I like the podcast.
Dude, you're blocking the mic.
They all do the podcast.
Oh, okay. So he's funny
I
on.
think the three of them have really good synergy. Bubbles is more so this like serious, grounded one, but he still makes good jokes and points out the stupidity of the other people, mainly Ricky. But yeah, I think it's one of the greatest shows of all time, certainly in Canadian television.
What show that you saw really connected with you, like The Cosby Show with me?
You're asking me which show I connected to with the most?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Do you have Sesame?
Hard for me to think right now.
Do you have Sesame Street in Canada?
We have this thing called have you heard of JYOR?
You mean J.O.R. in it?
Yeah.
Is that like
they have this thing called JYOR?
what is that?
It's pretty good. It's called jerking yourself off raw.
Is that what you're about to go do?
Great, really great show.
I bet that could be a show.
100%.
J.O.R. in it. You know what's hilarious about that saying is most people would just be fine by calling it, "What are you, jerking yourself off?" But that's not good enough for me. I need to take it to another level and just say raw. There's no lube. You're just calloused hand to a fucking shaft.
very specific style of jerking off, because jerking off is way too ambiguous.
Right. What
Really hone in on what you wanted
exactly?
the listener to experience.
Zoot asks me this several times a month, and a lot of times when he'll ask me so many questions because he's bored, and I get it. It's the middle of the night, and we're just playing a game or whatever, and he just wants to make conversation. So he'll ask me sometimes the same question a lot, and I don't know if I know he doesn't recognize that he's doing it, but I'll sometimes just be like, remember what I told you last time about this or whatever. But he asks me a lot what my favorite word is, and my favorite word is minutia, and that's kind of how my humor is. Like I have minutia like humor where it's very specific, like strangely specific. Like basically, when I describe something, I want to get into the nitty gritty of it. I just don't want it to be vague. I want it to be very specific. And so, JURN it is like a very good phrase that embodies that principle. Would you not agree?
No, I agree, and I think it's interesting that you like think that like, because I have the same exact feeling of humor where I just want it to be like very strange and specific. So yeah,
Very well.
I like talking about things that are just like hidden in plain sight that maybe people like don't normally talk about.
Right. It's very observational humor like things, but where everybody knows, like, yeah, I know about that. Like, I've had that experience. Why doesn't anybody talk about that? Like, I love that kind of humor where so, I've given this, Joey Diaz gives this example, but it's a Jerry Seinfeld bit where, and I think about it a lot when I'm in the shower. So they'll be like, he'll be like, you ever notice where there's that one hair that gets stuck on your shower and it's just sitting there? And it's like, how did it get there? Like that kind of minutia that like nobody's talking about a hair in the shower, but he'll go into it like, and then you try to get it off and it's like really difficult to pull off for some reason. And then you've got to like cup water in order to like get it off. Like that kind of minutia, like humor is, I think, golden. Like anybody can come out and just be like, "Oh, this is a fart joke, and this is a snot joke, and this is a vomit joke," and that's all fine. But clean humor is also very difficult, and um, just like simple observational humor, I feel is really great, and things that like everybody has experienced, like everybody's experienced just a random hair in their shower or like losing a sock in the laundry. Like what happened to that sock? Are they just like, did it escape? Where does it go? That kind of stuff. I love it. All right, well, I won't take up much more of your time. Best wishes on your job. That's really cool, and I hope you get really good at video or graphic editing, graphic design, and thumbnail. Do you put like a border around the head of a character or text?
Do you mean like a glowing
Yeah,
effect?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's like a certain style that they have.
Right. It's an art.
For like these anime. Yeah, it is, and basically like the thumbnail is like the biggest decider of whether or not the video will do well.
Right.
And I've talked to my brother about this. He is like a very successful YouTuber, so to speak, but he said that he'll take the formats of successful thumbnails from other channels that are not necessarily like doing a recap video on his specific anime, and then you're like, okay, this specific thumbnail got like millions and millions of views on this channel, so I'm just gonna ask AI to substitute the characters from this anime into this like general design of that thumbnail. So that's a lot of what I'm doing, basically.
I get it. I don't want to say I'll never forget, but
The two people who I really noticed doing thumbnails, at least, yeah, thumbnails better than anybody. Well, if you remember how Joe Rogan used to do it, it would just be like a picture of him and the other person, and then the number. It's like, say, Joe Rogan Experience in like black and white, and then like number 1,000 or whatever. I didn't really think
I
of.
thought that's how it is.
I think it is. I think it's. I didn't think of that being an art because Joe Rogan had enough pull, but there were two creators who I saw doing this, and they are the first two that I noticed. The first one, do you know who? I think she goes by Sniper Wolf. Do you know who Sniper Wolf is?
No.
Okay, well, she's this chick who I don't even know what she does. She's like a video game chick or whatever, and she wears these big glasses, but you can tell she's like super hot and doesn't need to wear those glasses. And she would do these reactions like, like wow, like what? And I would always be like, I hate it that like these people put all this work into these thumbnails, but that pulls your attention in. And then the other person who did it was this guy named Mr. Beast. And I would look and I'd be like, this guy looks like such a loser. I remember on the stream, this is like 4 years ago, I would be like, who is this loser guy who is all over YouTube? This guy is a dork. He's got these stupid thumbnails and he looks like a nerd. And I would just like make fun of him. And then he would turn out to be, super huge influencer. Though, you mark my words, I think that Mr. Beast is sitting on a bed of lies or a throne of lies because if you look at how many subscribers he has, it's 500 million or something like that. That means that 1 in 16 people in the world are subscribed to his channel. And I just don't think that that's true. I don't think that, like, I'm not subscribed to any of his shit. And I have a billion fucking accounts. And I just, are you subscribed to Mr. Beast?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you are?
I'm a NPC.
Okay, yeah, you are. Well, maybe people do, but I don't know. I don't think I think you do a lot of YouTubing and stuff, but I just don't think that. I just don't believe those numbers. Is what I'm trying to say. He got into this
He would be in trouble if he was using bots. Though, right?
No, he wouldn't.
He does not want to get.
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. No,
so.
He would not. He brings in, once you get to a certain size on YouTube, they don't care if you use bots. And the reason why is because they know that you're uncancelable. They can't cancel Mr. Beast unless he did something really bad. Even like he had that thing with, I don't know, he had somebody working for him who was like transgender who did something. What did they, you know what I'm talking about. You know it better than I do. And they didn't cancel him for that.
Yeah, messaging like minors.
Yeah. Now, if Mr. Beast were the size of like like had 10,000 subscribers, he'd be gone. No doubt. Mr. Beast could not. Let's say Mr. Beast had 10,000 subscribers. He would not have the ability to appeal to YouTube to say, like, hey, it was somebody on my team, it wasn't me. But because he's so large right now, that he just has a connection at YouTube, and then they wouldn't cancel him. Does that make sense?
I mean, I don't know if he would get canceled for 10,000 if he had 10,000 subscribers.
He absolutely would.
Someone on. But he's not like, and that's, I don't know. Is it his responsibility to make sure other people don't break the law?
Yeah, if they're under his team. According to YouTube. According to YouTube. They call it child endangerment. They call it under the terms and conditions, it's considered child endangerment, and you can't do that. And they would just get rid of him.
What's the child endangerment part that you can't do?
Like what that transgender person did, basically, like groom children.
Preying on. Okay.
So he would just be gone. But because he's so large, he has connections, and they didn't cancel him because of that. And in the same way, he just has bots being created that that subscribe to his channel.
And then, yeah, I guess that makes sense. He has immunity, is what you're saying.
100%. I should have said that. Yeah, he has immunity, and it's because he makes money for YouTube.
About the thumbnail, like a lot of people do that, like they do like the I'm shocked face.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know? They do the I'm shocked face.
Oh my god.
With like a shadow around the head. Sometimes it's a 3-panel, and or sometimes it has a white outline around them, or it depends what they want to do, and it's really bright colors, and the font that they use is like almost like one that you see in comic books.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly love those thumbnails. There's this YouTuber that I used to watch for like Bitcoin analysis back in like 2017, and he just had like, he was like this blonde like Swedish guy, and he just had like the most like outrageous like expressions in his thumbnails. But I can't find his channel anymore. I don't know what happened to it. I think he got like all his money. He lost all his money or something.
That's what happens, man. That's absolutely what happens. And I would put a lot of work into my thumbnails, but I never know when I'm going to lose an account. So it's not worth it to me. Fortunately, I haven't lost an account in a long time, but
yeah, I thought your YouTube accounts were pretty safe.
No, they're not. Especially around COVID time. That was ridiculous. Joe Rogan would be talking about something, and I would get I'd have to take an exam or like a quiz on medical health and what can be shown and what can't be shown because he was playing in the background. It was ridiculous.
And he was like saying, "Don't get the vaccine."
He didn't even say that. He would just be like, "Look, CNN changed the filter on my video to make me look green when I allegedly came down with this, and I don't think that was right." And they would incredibly, they would know that clip was something they didn't want on their platform, and then I'd get something in my inbox that says you got a strike because of medical misinformation. I'd be like, I didn't even talk about this. I don't talk about that stuff because not that I don't feel comfortable doing it, and not that I don't feel that I know a lot about it, but because, or like I'm well informed on it. I think that I'm as well informed as anybody else is, but it's a very controversial subject, and thus I do my best to stay away from it.
Do you think there are nanobots and graphene in the vaccine?
I can neither confirm nor deny that information. That tells you everything you need to know.
No, it doesn't. If you don't want to speak on it, that's fine.
All right, big dog. Well, enjoy making your. Does AI make it really a lot easier to do thumbnails?
Yes and no, I guess. Sometimes it takes like a million prompts. Sometimes, like if you're trying to edit something, it does not do a good job. With like, I have a Adobe. I haven't had I haven't had Photoshop, like access to Photoshop on my computer in like years and years and years. So I finally have it, and there's a lot of new features that I know nothing about, because I haven't used it in so long. But they've added like the generative fill thing,
Right.
and that usually works pretty good. And I think that's an interesting development, because I never saw those two worlds colliding, but it makes a lot of sense that Adobe would be interested in using AI.
Right. So can you just write your prompt in Photoshop and it plugs out what you need?
No, for doing the base image, I'll use a program called, or a website called Area, Area, and then tweak that until I get something that's good, and then any other changes I'll do in Adobe Firefly, and then any other like color correction stuff or layering or something I'll do in Photoshop.
And then your brother just approves it. Does he ever give you edits?
I haven't even gotten to that stage because I'm just starting yet.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I'm sure that'll be part of the process.
All right. Well, best wishes.
Are
Come
you
back.
going to be a ghostwriter for Zoot's comedy career?
I would like to. Honestly,
I think if he just said, Rabbi, will you help me come up with a minute or 5 minutes of material? We could come up with stuff that's so funny and that's good. Now, would he remember it? I don't know. He doesn't have the work ethic, and I would tell him this if he were here right now. He has not shown that he has the work ethic to be able to memorize 1 minute or 5 minutes worth of content within 1 week. I don't know if anybody does. Like 5 minutes to remember everything would be difficult. I think it's doable, but you'd have to work like a lot. But he just wants to go up there and riff. And yeah, you know what? He's going through a lot right now. He has said that this is like the most difficult time of his life, and I do my best to be there for him. I give him shit, but at the end of the day, he's my friend, and I want him to be successful. I don't want him to hurt. I want him to be happy, most of all. And he had this diagnosis or whatever that really got into his head, and he is very frustrated that basically, like, he says that, like, they can say that you are neurodivergent, that you are
oh, what's the word that he said? Um, like, what's the word that he says? Something like um, unstable or something like that. It's not the word, but when really it's just, or they say you have ADHD or something when you're really just, it's not unstable, but it's something like that. Um, and uncoordinated or something like that. It's something like that. And
Yeah.
he's very passionate. Like he was telling me this morning, like I really want to help people who are neurodivergent. That's what I want to do. And he'll watch this someday, God willing, and I want him to know that I support him in that. For as much shit that I give him, that thing that his girlfriend told him years ago, there are a million guys who would want to look like you. I don't know if that's true, but maybe some people want to look like him, but no one wants to have your brain. They'd want your body, but not your brain. And it's got to be really tough. He he's got a lot going on, and I wish he was able to manage it better. He does, I feel, as good a job as he can, but it didn't help. Like he had a couple things that he was working on, and then he goes to this expert or whatever, and they tell him he's got like a billion things wrong with him. It's like, no, you don't have that much wrong with you. In fact, you're quite normal. I tell him that I think he's smart when it comes to cryptocurrency, even though I tell him I don't know about the choices he makes with cryptocurrency. He knows a lot about cryptocurrency, or more than the average person, and I admire that about him. But um, I want what's best for him, and then he'll do this thing where he'll come in here for like 5 seconds, and he'll be like, I don't know, he's just very um, indecisive and very erratic with his behavior sometimes. And then other times he'll come in here and he'll be like in the best mood. And I want what's best for him, but I hear where he's passionate, and it's not in cryptocurrency, and it's not in being an actor or a comedian. He's passionate about helping people who are neurodivergent, and if I could ever help him with that journey, I'd want to. And
When did he? When did he? I mean, you've talked to him way more than me probably when I'm like not on. But when is he? Like, how long has he been saying that he wants to help? I don't even know what the fuck neurodivergent.
I don't either. So he just says it a lot, and I'm like, okay, fine. Well, truthfully, like just like the past 2 days, but I hear how he talks about it, and he's passionate about it. Like it's something that he like almost glows when he talks about it. He wants to help people. I really mean it. Like
has he said that he wants to help neurodivergent people?
that's exactly what he said that earlier today. He talked about it. He talked about it
Okay,
like
so neurodivergent refers to individuals whose brain functions differently from what's considered typical or normal, including autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, dyslexia, Tourette's, and other ones like dysgraphia, dyscalculia, and auditory processing disorder. Yeah.
the first four things that you read. Those are all things that they say that he has, and the only one that I really see like is the Tourette's. But I mean, I see a little bit of some other things, but he has this thing where he's like, I'm severely autistic. He'll say about himself, I'm severely autistic, and I'm like, I don't see that. I don't even know what autism is really, but like people who are like severely autistic are like nonverbal. They like can't. They're like in wheelchairs and stuff. Like you're a functioning individual. have had jobs.
Yeah, he's definitely not. I wouldn't say severely autistic or. I mean, yeah.
And he can be quirky,
Hard.
but
He does seem like normal from when I hear him talk.
right. So I do want what's best for him. Welcome. How are you? Cool. I didn't want to talk to that person anyway. But it's like
They can go J.
They can go J. Yor. Well, for themselves, it would be J. Tor. Jerk themselves off raw. But J. Yor is the phrase. So I think that Zoot.
Nobody calls it J. Tor.
It's J. Yor. Exactly. What do I think Zoot needs? He needs a job. It doesn't have to be in high finance. He could literally just go work at Macca's or McDonald's. He wants to be a trillionaire, though, and that's cool. But it's like he just needs something consistent to teach him life lessons. And
has he had a job before? I'm assuming he worked at private equity, but other than that.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever had a job that like he's had for more than a year, probably. So it's just been off and on things, and maybe he has. I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I think he has a lot of things where his personal life or his personality gets in the way, perhaps. I mean,
does he live with his parents or is he on his own?
He lives with his family, and I mean, imagine even if he worked at McDonald's, if he's got Tourette's as severely as he does, like he says the N-word sometimes.
I don't think. Welcome to McDonald's. N-word. How may I take your order?
Right.
N-word.
But I mean, that is something that has, like, he says that to me sometimes, and I just say, whoa, watch yourself, or I'll be like, calm down now. I'll just say something like that, and I understand. Like when he gets frustrated, he'll say that. I notice like the one that sticks out in my mind is I was falling. Sometimes I need to sleep, and I'll sleep, and he'll come in and he'll be like, Rabbi, and then I'll just hear N-word, and then he'll leave, and I know he doesn't mean to say that, and he's told me like the like it gets worse when you're in a crowd and things like that. And so with that being said, I think it would be hard.
That's not bad if your rate of saying N-word goes up in a crowd.
Well, so I think that if he could have a job, but it would be, there are some issues with that. But at least as a comedian, he wants to be a comedian, and that's great. When I ask him, tell me a joke, he gets offended by that. And then I say, well, what are you going to talk about? And he says, I'm going to just go up there and talk about being neurodivergent. And I said, nobody's going to think that's funny. And I mean, most people, I've watched comedians. I watch every Kill Tony. I've seen every Kill Tony, and I've watched comedians. I've got comedians right now. I've got a Tim Dillon podcast on, like right in front of me. Before this, I watched The Fighter and the Kid. That's two comedians. I watch comedians all the time, and they have rehearsed bits, and they will tell you when you get up there and you're looking at a crowd, it's just really difficult to just wing it. So if he were to come and say, help me with a stand-up routine, what would I do? We would go to street jokes. We would go to a joke book and find funny, cute little jokes that we know will work, that are thought out, and they're just in the they're called street jokes. They're like they're jokes that you would find in a joke book that are cute, but nobody has claim over them. And we would take those and we would come up with a minute and then 2 minutes and then 5 minutes worth of material. And I think he could do really well if he could memorize those things. And I know he could, but he doesn't want that. He has.
I don't think that's going about it the right way. I think if he wants to be as like well-known comedian, you have to come up with your own material and just gotta try shit out. You can brainstorm it first and criticize it with other people, and then go attempt it. So, I don't think joke books.
I disagree. I disagree. I think joke books will get you very far at the beginning, where you just need to get comfortable on stage. I'm not saying you can't work out your own material in there, but you literally have 0 jokes and you're going to be on stage in 4 days. What else do you want? Come up with, take jokes that not everybody has heard. Maybe some people have heard them, and at least get a minute worth of material in there. Look, I'll tell you this. I can be funny, but I don't have like routines. But I've given my pickup line, that I've got like a minute worth of pickup lines, and I've done stand-up comedy on at least Twitter Spaces, and I've had a lot of success with that. And those are all just street jokes. They're jokes that some people have heard before, but they work because they're short and they're to the point, and I'm not wasting anybody's time. And if that didn't hit, I've got another one for you, or another one, and I'm going to get you with one of them. Over the course of a minute, I'm going to be able to put a smile on your face with 1 or 2 jokes. That's what you need. Now, I'm not saying that he can't, or any comedian can't have their own take on things. But if they're going to spend a minute building up a story, and that story at the end is not funny, they're going to be booed off the stage. At least if you have jokes, you're not going to get booed off the stage. And right now he doesn't have any. Right now he doesn't have any jokes. So if he wanted to, if he was like, "Hey, I want to work on something," well, so this is here was one. Here's this joke that he kind of came up with. So we were talking about his experiences, and I was like, well, you could, if you want to just have 1 minute, it's not the funniest thing, but if you want something that's personal to you, you could be like, this one time I went on Reddit and I saw this gigantic whore who was willing to have sex with a bunch of guys at an adult bookstore. And I went down there, and fortunately I was number 1 on the list. And as this woman was sucking my dick, I had 20 guys watching me at the exact same time. And as I'm trying to come in her mouth, I'm unable to. It was like I was attempting to defuse a bomb. And if you've never been in that position, it's quite awkward, but it's something that happened to me. And then you move on to your next joke, whatever. I'm not saying that's super funny, but it's something that happened to him that we were able to punch up with some jokes, and people could, I'm not saying connect with that, but it's something that happened to him that's funny. And I mean, what else you got?
You can tell it in a way where it's just like every detail of like the story like builds and gets funnier and stranger and weirder. And
exactly. The one punch,
more gravity to it.
Exactly. The one punchline in that was, it was like defusing a bomb. And that was just something that I was like, well, that's kind of what it would be like. Now, you could make that into.
You could just go into ChatGPT and then write the story and then be like, tell me the story like Joey Diaz would tell it.
Exactly.
And then just say that.
I think that's an absolutely fine way to do it too. And to memorize it and to change it, make it your own, put it in your own voice, and go up there and tell the joke. But the thing is, it's so self-deprecating. Like if I heard somebody tell this story, I would be like, that dude's a loser. But some guys could pull it off. Other people can't.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it is.
It's
I think he was like embarrassed to tell me about it.
exactly.
I think.
It's too self-deprecating, perhaps, but it's kind of a funny little story. I mean, we were like, he doesn't talk about that much in his life. He doesn't have that much going on. But like, I was like, okay, you could talk about your failed cryptocurrency investments, and you could give them funny names. Some of them have funny names, like Fat Girl Investment Co. And you could just use that, like buying Bitcoin in 2009 or whatever their tagline was. But you could like, I could just do it right now. What's the deal with these crypto? Does anybody here know anything about cryptocurrencies? Uh, it's something that you could absolutely do really well with. You could buy helicopters and you could vacation in Tahiti, or you could be like the rest of us schmucks and be, essentially powerless because of some cryptocurrency that's named Fat Girl Investment Co. Who is naming these things? Dog with Hat, Fat Girl Investment Co., Jerking Yourself Off Raw. You just name a bunch of them. Whatever you want to name them. Just come up with funny names. Um, Eating Ass Incorporated. Um, Doggy Style to the Moon. Whatever. Who's coming up with these names? And what do these things even mean? Whatever. You could make fun of things like that. There aren't a lot of people who would really connect with that, but it's personal. It's from him. But instead, he wants to go up there and talk about neurodivergency, and I don't really know what's funny about that. Honestly, if he were to do that, I think people would just feel badly for him, and I don't want that to happen to him. I, I really think that, and the next time I speak with him, which is hopefully tonight, I'll give him my advice. Zoot, if you want my advice, which just take it for what it's worth, why don't you just memorize a minute worth of jokes? And if you don't want to do that, let's come up with a story. It doesn't even have to be a real story, but just so that you have some success and you can build on that for the next week and the next week and the next week. And you can talk about being neurodivergent and all those other things. But he doesn't seem to want to do that. He just wants to talk about being neurodivergent, which when you say that to people, they don't know what that is. And
this is like a meme. It's like Zoot on one hand is like, I really want to help neurodivergent people, and then Zoot on the other is like 5 minutes later doing 5 minutes of material on joking about neurodivergent people.
To some extent. There's this guy on Kill Tony. I feel badly for him. His name is.
So maybe he is doing like a introspective thing about his experience with autism and somehow adding a funny twist or something.
Right. There's this guy on Kill Tony named, I forget his name right now. But he has had.
William?
No, it's not William. It's I'll get his name in a second. I know you don't care, but just let me look it up. It's right here. Yo, dog, who's that guy with the traumatic brain injury from Kill Tony? Not that's hilarious. They say Hans Kim. It's not Hans Kim. Okay. Kill Tony, traumatic brain injury. Drew, his name is Drew Nickens. And he was like a veteran who got attacked by other soldiers and was like raped, and like all kinds of bad stuff happened to him in the military, and they like threw his head against the ground, and he has what's known as a traumatic brain injury. And he refers to having a traumatic brain injury as a TBI. So he'll go up there and he'll be like, "Hey everybody, one of the benefits of having a TBI is all kinds of energy companies, energy drink companies want to sponsor you. So I've been doing taste tests of different energy drinks on Instagram and rating them. And I'll tell you what, I never thought it would happen to me, but it's like my dream job. Okay, he hasn't been that funny. In fact, the last time they were in Nashville, they did an arena show, and they had like four golden ticket winners, and whatever one got the lowest applause was couldn't perform for 6 months, and Drew Nickens was that person. Well, the, Tony and Red Band and those guys, they did their best to coach Drew Nickens to explain to him, Drew, nobody knows what a traumatic brain injury is. Like nobody knows what a TBI is. They were, you can't just go in and say TBI. People don't know what that means. You have to say I have a traumatic brain injury, then they'll understand it. But basically, if you use this lingo that people don't understand, you're going to lose people right away. And I feel like Zoot will do that if he just goes in there and says, "Does everybody know what it's like to be neurodivergent?" People are not. They're going to be like, "What is that? What does that mean?" I feel like he has to explain what neurodivergency is, and you could be like, "Hey, there are some people who have, if he were to just go up there and say, this is my first time doing this, or I haven't done this a lot. I am doing my best to get over some fears that I have and some issues, including things that are neurodivergent, like having Tourette's and these other things." I think the audience would be much more supportive of him, but he's got to give them jokes. But if he wants to go up there and talk about it, he can educate people on these things. But it's not basically people go to an open mic to hear jokes. They don't go up there to like learn about people's journeys so much. And I want Zoot to be successful. So the next time I see him, I'm going to try to tell him, if you're really going to do this, which it sounds like you're going to, come up with some jokes in addition to the neurodivergent, or see if you can have some jokes within that. But don't just rely on feeling like you're just going to nail it. You're going to just feel it out, because what I'm afraid will happen is he will bomb and he'll never want to do it again. And that's what I don't want. I want him to do really well. I don't know if he has that capability yet, but at least do well enough that he does it again and then again and again. Basically have some momentum going into it. If he doesn't have that, then he's just going to go up there and bomb. Somebody's going to boo him, and they're just going to take him off the stage, and I don't want that to happen.
Or hopefully, if someone heckles him, he has some witty remark to slingshot back at them.
Yeah, and he's not even anywhere near that.
Do you think he has that?
No.
Do you think he has that ability? I think he does. He would just say, like, shut the fuck up or something.
Yeah, probably there's an art to that as well. Some of the funniest ones I've heard just off the top of my head are like let's say some ladies like yelling. You just say, like, "Sir, nobody wants your opinion right now." You just call her like a dude. It's just a slap in the face to them, like, or if some dude's yelling at you, you'll just be like, "Is somebody's drunk uncle here?" Or like, if somebody yells at, like, I like the way that William Montgomery does it, where he's just, "Hey, why don't you just shut the fuck up?" That's the funniest to me. Like, I
the fuck up,
right, like, "Hey, when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you. Shut the fuck up." Like, those are hilarious ones. But he's
I agree. William
Yeah, you stupid bitch. Hey, hey,
He just
you.
goes off.
Hey, you. Why don't you get your stupid bitch of a girlfriend out of this fucking place? What the fuck? Why would you ever bring such a whore into this establishment? Motherfucker, I'm trying to tell a story up here and I've got this stupid bitch who's interrupting me. Like that shit, that itself is very funny. And that's that's that to me is the I don't know if it's the best way to do it, but if I were doing it, I would be like that. I think I would be like, all right, if somebody comes up here and heckles me, I am just going from 0 to 10 on them immediately, and people are gonna fucking love that because it's like, okay, that's funny in itself. If this person's just yelling profanities at this one person in the crowd, so long as they were doing it, you know, like if somebody were like, I don't want to say there's ever like a good time for a heckler, but basically like when can a heckler add to it? I don't know. Sometimes like let's say you're talking about like a really hot chick and somebody whistles in the audience like tweet tweet like um I'm not saying that's beneficial, but that's not you don't have to freak out over that. But when somebody starts using words and they're like, "Oh yeah, well you think you're so funny?" You're like, "Yeah, I do think I'm so funny, you stupid bitch. How about you shut the fuck up?" And hey, to your fat husband, get your fucking pig of a wife out of this fucking place. Like that to me is there's just because here's why that works. You have the microphone, and so you're so much louder than they are. So just it's it's like they're like a fly in a restaurant and you hit them with like an AK-47. I mean, just get them the fuck out of here. And William Montgomery does it
Yeah.
so fucking
One
well.
of like the funniest classic heckle from like an audience, which I find is funny, is like they'll be going or whatever, maybe they bomb a joke, and then you just hear out of like the darkness, it's like, when's the comedy start?
And that is so funny. Exactly. I love hearing like I hate hecklers sometimes, but I fucking think they're hilarious too. Uh, when's the comedy start? But you could come right back at that and just be like, "The comedy has started, you stupid piece of shit. Haven't you been listening? If you haven't, why don't you fucking go home, look in the mirror if you want to look at something funny?"
And jerk yourself off raw.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, on that note, go work on your thumbnails. Practice
Work on your jerking yourself off raw.
practice. Go watch Mancala videos. That's what you need to do.
Yeah. All right.
Hold on. Before you go, we have to look up what Mancala means, and we have to look up what Karen means. Karen, I think, means disc or something. Hold on. What does Mancala mean, and what does Karam mean? Or Karam means movement or something like that. Okay, Mancala. The word Mancala comes from an Arabic word. Oh, Mancala means to move, and Karam means to rebound, like a puck bouncing off the wall in billiards. Okay, so Mancala means to move in Arabic, and Karam is I don't know what language though. Yo, dog, what language though? Mancala is Arabic, from Nakala, meaning to move or transfer. Karam likely comes from English or French, related to carom in English, a term used in billiards, meaning a ricochet or rebound. Okay, now we know. Do you know why it's called soccer?
It's called football, actually.
Yeah, but do you know why it's called soccer?
Because football already was taken. I don't know what it.
Yeah, it's association. Like association is SOC. There's an SOC in it. Let me get them straight, dope. Yo, why is it called soccer? Isn't it from like association football? Yo, dog, you're exactly right. The word soccer actually does come from association football. Why it's called soccer? In England, in the late 1800s, there were different types of quote unquote football being played. Rugby football, association football, the kind that we just call football or soccer. To tell them apart, people were calling rugby football rugger and association football a soccer, short for association. They just dropped the A and made it soccer. It's British schoolboy slang, um, which they would do where they would add ER to words for fun, like rugger from rugby. So Americans, Canadians, Australians kept using soccer to avoid confusion with American football, Canadian football. Do you watch Canadian football, the Grey Cup, anything like that?
Um, no one watches Canadian football, but American football I've watched before. The Super Bowl, obviously the big one. That's pretty much. I'm not super into that.
What connection does Wayne Gretzky have to Hamilton, Ontario? Wayne Gretzky himself is not from Hamilton. He was born and raised in Brantford. Oh, it's 30 minutes west. I knew it was close.
Yeah, it's not the same town.
No. I know. But like they sometimes talk about him being from around Hamilton, Ontario. Okay, that's why I thought that.
What do you know about Hamilton, Ontario?
That Wayne Gretzky's from like 30 minutes away.
Awesome. Do you know what would make sports more entertaining?
If the cheerleaders were topless,
No.
you don't think that would make it more entertaining?
One variation is that each team has like a sniper, and the sniper is like hiding in the stadium, and can basically you get like one bullet, and then during the game they can take out like one player and like stop like a big play, or the snipers can try and take each other out and steal the other one's bullet, and then during the game try and stop a play.
So do they actually have to shoot the person?
Well, it's kind of hypothetical, but it could work with like a paintball or something.
Okay. Do you know how paintball guns were invented?
No?
So, somebody, a streamer on Kick, came in here, or I was in his Discord, and his brother taught me this. A friend of mine from on Kick, Straight Savage. So, it comes from the cattle world, and when you would have like a bunch of different cattle, you sometimes wanted to mark them, but it's difficult to mark cattle because they're like, there might be like, let's say 500 head of cattle, like 500 cows, and you're trying to claim like a, a, a certain group of them for yourselves, maybe to buy or whatever, just to mate or whatever on for your ranch. So they came up with paintball guns to shoot the cattle to be able to mark them from the other people. Isn't that interesting?
That is very interesting.
Yeah, let me make. We're gonna find that out. Yo, dog, didn't paintball guns weren't they invented from like cattle marking? Can you give me a quick breakdown, like Joey Diaz? Like I don't know, like 5 bullet points. Yo, dog, straight up, Uncle Joey would say, straight up, like paintball guns started as some cowboy rancher shit, not some tactical war game thing. Cattle marking tool. Paintball guns were originally used to mark trees and livestock. Like, yo, tag that cow over there, not to shoot your buddy in the nuts at a bachelor party. It was a 1970s invention. In the early 1970s, these things came out as Nell Spot 007 markers made by Nelson Paint Company to shoot blobs of paint at trees for forestry and cows for ranchers. Some maniacs turned it into a game. In 1981, a few wild dudes, a stockbroker, a writer, and a ski dude, were like, what if we used these cow guns to hunt each other in the woods? Boom. First paintball match ever in New Hampshire. From trees to tournaments, what started as a marker became a global sport with jerseys, goggles, and inflatable bunkers, but it all started with tagging cows. From cow butts to war games, now it's a whole industry. Speedball, woodsball, military training, but deep down it's just a cattle gun with a midlife crisis. How do you like that?
I love it. Do
Like,
you, do you remember in the Olympics where there was like breakdancing?
Yeah,
It's like the most recent.
that Australian girl. Her name is what's her name? It's like It's like Rachel. What was her name? Let me get her name. It was her name was Rachel something. Yo, who is that Australian lady who was a breakdancer? Her name was like Rachel something. Rachel Gunn. Yeah, they called her Ray Gunn.
That's an amazing nickname.
Right. That's how I remembered it because I knew I was like, why did they call her Ray? Why did they call her Ray Gun? And I knew it was because, or I looked it up one time and it was like, oh, her name's Rachel, and her last name's Gunn. Isn't that baller?
Yeah. And what did she do? She just like stood there and didn't dance?
No, she just didn't do like what it really was, in my opinion.
Tried to sabotage the event or something by dancing.
What it really was, in my opinion, is she just wasn't that good in comparison to people who you'll find in the inner city. So people mocked her. She's not really that bad, but she just wasn't that smooth with it. And like, when you've got like inner city breakdancers, if you've ever seen people who are like who do that, they're very impressive. They're like spinning on their heads and they're like, but they're not like, they're working at McDonald's. Not to put that down, I'm saying in a good way. They're doing their best to like make money so that they can survive. And Ray Gunn doesn't have a job and is able to spend her money to be like, it's a lot of money to be an Olympian. Basically, what I'm saying is like, give it some time, and those people who are doing it on the street or the people who are working 9 to 5 at McDonald's and then doing it in the evenings just to make money, they'll be able to do it, and it'll be a really big sport. Though I think they took it away for the 2028 Olympics in LA, but I think it comes back for 2032, something like that. Let's check that out. Yo, dog, didn't they take away the breakdancing part of the 2028 Olympics, and it'll be back in 2032 or something? And also, why was Ray Gunn not seen as a good dancer? All right. Debuted in Paris in 2024, not in 2028. Could return in 2032 at Brisbane. Why was she roasted? They said it was a mix of yoga, interpretive dance, and panic. Comedians spoofed her. So they just didn't think that She scored 0 points. She did a kangaroo style bounce, offbeat movements. Some say it was artsy, some say she missed the beat. I think the big thing was she scored 0 points.
Yeah, everyone is grilling her like the fucking Coldplay.
Exactly. It's one of those things that I'm very suspicious about. And I'm suspicious about it from Reddit in particular. It's like when it's in every subreddit instantly within like 6 hours, I'm like, what is going on? Like, it's in stuff that's like not even like, I don't know, like it shouldn't even be in the
Shouldn't
subreddit.
even be newsworthy.
Exactly.
Almost.
Right, but it's like pushed out by the news wires as something that should be discussed. It's like a not a story, but yet everybody knows about it, and we just go through these things in news cycles. It's just distractive news, basically. AKA
Yeah.
Jay, you're in it.
Exactly.
All right.
Was it you that was telling the funny speed skating story or no?
No.
Trying to find it.
Well, about the Australian guy who got who the only I think even medalist in the oh yeah, the only medalist in the only the only winter Olympic medalist in the history of Australia. Is that what you're talking about?
Possibly. What is that one?
Yeah, this one's hilarious. So Australia has never had a medal ever in the Winter Olympics because it's like they don't have mountains and stuff or like any snow. But they had
They do. They have ski hills there.
okay, but not like serious ones. Um, so they had a speed skater who was just they were just happy to have this person in the finals of the speed skating competition, and like the people who were going to win were like China and the United States and Japan, all these like Norway, all these like powerhouses, and then there's the Australian person. And what ended up happening was and at least the United States, it was one of our big people. His name was like Apollo
They
and
all took each other out.
exactly,
On like the last lap.
exactly, and he was like the Michael Jordan of speed skating for the United States, or the Michael Phelps. Like they made this huge deal about this guy named Apollo Anton Ono, and one of the people slid and took out all the other people, and the Australian guy is just way in the back and just ended up skating through and won. And then he became a huge celebrity in Australia. He was on Australian Survivor and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Wait, he was on Australian Survivor?
Yeah, he's like a big time celebrity in Australia now, all because like all the good speed skaters got wiped out. And let's get
I'm
it
assuming it was like the track speed skating that's like really really small.
right. Exactly. Yo, dog, what's the deal with that Australian speed skater who is the only Australian Winter Olympic person? Give me a 5 bullet point breakdown on what happened. And what happened with his life? Wasn't he on Australian Survivor and anything else cool that he did? Yeah, so he was an underdog icon at the Salt Lake City Olympics. His name is Stephen Bradbury. In the men's 1,000-meter short tracks final, which is the big one, Bradbury stayed at the back while the favorites battled ahead. Incredibly, all four front runners crashed in the final turn, letting him skate and claim gold. It was Australia's first, and oh yeah, it was the Southern Hemisphere's first Winter Olympic gold. So the whole Southern Hemisphere. Um, he perfectly played Bradbury's strategy. He deliberately hung back in earlier rounds too, benefited from collisions and disqualifications in the quarter and semi, leveraging his conservative approach to advance. He survived career-threatening injuries, yada yada yada. Life beyond the ice. After retiring, he transitioned to motor racing, Olympic commentary, motivational speaking, and reality TV. He even appeared as a villain on Australian Survivor, where he founded the Sporty Seven Alliance and lasted 12 days. He was a hero on and off the ice. Oh, in March 2023, he rescued four teenage girls from dangerous surf and later received a bravery award from the Queensland governor for his quick thinking heroism. Bonus tidbit: the phrase "to do a Bradbury" has entered Australian slang, meaning to win unexpectedly, often thanks to others' misfortune. How do you like that?
I love it. I thought that story was hilarious.
Absolutely. All right, go do what you need to do. Come back soon.
It's the hair.
Yeah, exactly. Come back soon, though, okay?
All right.
Peace, buddy.
Peace out. Peace.
What you doing, Welcome? You're such a blessing from Hashem.
I'll come back soon.
Welcome.
Was that fast enough?
Yeah, you ready?
No, it's okay. Jerk yourself off, bro. I'll watch some Mancala videos.
All right, and then teach me all of the strategy for Mancala, okay?
Yeah. Proprietary.
Sweet dog.
To the present day.
Right.
Go to local
Peace.
bookstores. By the way, for those of you who were born after 1990, a bookstore is kind of like a store where you can actually walk in and buy paper books. And you can find lots of these popular books about Orthodox Jews who leave the fold and then explain Orthodoxy to the secular world, usually with a kind of a negative bent.
Big boy.
It's a long, long story in Jewish history.
Big boy.
Maybe one day we should, kind of catalog these individuals and see what's psychologically similar about them. At any rate, let's focus in on one of his most famous scientific books.
You're
and
so
we have to place this
sweet.
within the context of 12th century science. This is a period, of course, when people believe very deeply in astrology, the power of the stars to determine a person's fate. And we saw it in his Andalusian period in many of his poems, talking about how the stars determine his fate, that he should be poor, and so on. So he wrote many books, actually most of them within the space of one extremely productive year. He wrote many books on astronomy and astrology, one after another. And he made a huge amount of money with them. He actually sold them several times over, principally in France.
Oh, big
Then
boy.
one of those books we'll look at right now, because it's most fascinating, is called the Sefer HaMoladot, which literally means the book of things that will be born, or nativities. And because the astrolabe can be used with astronomical tables to determine things that will happen in the future, we have here the genesis of a scientific calculation of what could happen to a person's life, and in fact the entire world, over a period of time. Because you can figure out, well, Venus will be in this place, and the moon will be over here, and you'll predict an eclipse and all kinds of things. So he wrote a book on how to figure out what is going to happen in the future astronomically, and then what that means astrologically. And this is the foundation, essentially, of horoscopes. Right? But it's tremendously more sophisticated than what you read in the newspaper. So in this section here, he writes about, this is true. This is the way it works, that everyone's life is determined by the stars. There is actually a huge discussion in the Talmud about it. Question of whether or not Ein Mazal Yisrael is there. We say it in Hebrew. We say Mazel Tov, right? Which means literally good constellation, meaning the stars are aligned. If someone gets married, you say Mazel Tov, meaning, may this be an auspicious moment of the constellations for your marriage. Mazel Tov doesn't mean congratulations or good luck. It means auspicious astrological moment. As we would say in Canada, we would end that with A. Auspicious astrological moment, A. So So the Talmud has this whole debate. Ein mazal Yisrael or yesh mazal Yisrael. Does it apply to the Jewish people that they're bound by the stars like this? The Gemara concludes yes, but there are some exceptions. So in Ibn Ezra's Sefer HaMoradot, he goes through 8 exceptions to the rule. How it is that you can overcome your destiny. Okay, so I thought we should look at some of those. Okay, let's look at some of those. So the first one is, he says, you got to understand that the stars give a destiny both to entire nations and to individuals. So it's possible that you may be born under an unfortunate constellation, but you will be swept along by the general positivity of your national horoscope. Meaning, and he uses the sense of nation, by the way, really more synonymous with religion or ethnicity than with what we would call nation. But he says, like, the Jewish people are destined to survive. Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker, right? The eternity of Israel is not a lie. But individual Jews, chas v'shalom, may have a different horoscope because the stars predict an entire people as well as individuals. So even though these, in many ways, these are kind of like reasons why you shouldn't feel bad if you don't get the horoscope it says in the newspaper, because there are all these exceptional rules. But if you were really an expert, you would be able to figure them out. So the astrology refers to entire peoples as well as individuals, and sometimes they come into conflict, and you don't know which one is going to win. Borders and climates. This is another aspect which I didn't want us to take too much time on, but he was also very, very particular about vocabulary, and he was unusual in that he refused to adopt Arabic words to express Hebrew philosophical concepts, which made him sometimes very difficult to understand. People like Petrus Alphonsus would just borrow terms from Arabic and then would use them in Latin. And then people would say, okay, that's the word for it. Like the word for one of the most important Arabic mathematicians is algebra. And so that becomes algebra, right? So many of these words just sort of transfer. Another one is the Arabic word klim, which refers to kind of like a region or a zone, which becomes aklim in Hebrew. I'm sorry, I think Klim was, I forget whether it was Hindu, perhaps, and that becomes Aklim in Arabic, and then it becomes climate in English. But he refused to use that term. He used the term gvul, boundary, in Hebrew. And so he was really quite, what's the right word for it? Not ethnocentric, a stickler, but I'm trying to say something like this, like he was like national pride about this. Says the Hebrew language says everything. We don't need to borrow nothing from nobody. We take only Hebrew words. Like the famous word in Hebrew, you know what they call the rear axle of a car in Hebrew? Is rear axle. You know how you say the front axle? The rear axle hakadmoni, right? The rear axle that's in the front. So yeah, the French are like that. They have an academy where they're very particular. They don't accept words into French. They try not to borrow words from other languages, and they invent their own that are French origin. And in Hebrew too, especially in the 1950s, they had an institute that tried to keep Hebrew pure. Instead of using a word like economia, right, economy, they use the word kalkala, which is totally different origin. Anyways, off track. Borders and climates, how can this affect it? Well, as I mentioned, the astrolabe is like specifically associated with particular areas. So if you're living in one area and the stars are aligned for your horoscope in that particular area, what happens if you move to a significantly new place? Well, the stars are aligned differently for you over there. And in fact, anyone get the reference to this week's parsha? I think you did, right? Mishana Makom, Mishana Mazal. Literally, you change your place, you change your mazal. And in this week's parsha, Abraham is forced to go to a different land because the Gemara says, hey, where you live right now, you'll never have kids. you must go to Eretz Yisrael because over there you'll have a different mazal, a different constellation that will apply to you. It's really cool stuff. Another thing that can change the world year. There's a whole cycle of years. It's not 364 and a quarter odd days. There's a whole cycle of years where the general position of the Earth with regards to other planets can change on like a 500-year horizon of change. And so even though you may have positive horoscopes individually, naturally, in terms of planets, it could be that the entire globe is in that particular period of world year that could change everything as well. And your socioeconomic background. This is fascinating stuff. You may have a mazal that says you're going to be a king, that you are going to be melech, that you have all of the qualities of a king. But let's say you're born into a slave household. Well, you'll become a big businessman instead. You'll end up, owning your own company.
That's right. How about that?
I'm just thinking of things I should say because it's going to offend somebody politically. But you'll end up, you'll go from, it's true, like if you were a slave and you had the mazal to be a king, you're not going to be a king. It's too far away. But you could go from being a slave to being a huge business owner. In other words, the general trajectory of your mazal will point in a certain direction, and the realities of where you live socioeconomically will dictate the starting point of that change. Also, forces of nature that you may have the mazal. A person may have a mazal to live a long and healthy life. But if you decide that you want to be a skydiver and you want to try hang gliding and all kinds of risky sports, and you want to challenge the law of gravity, all bets are off. He would use the example of you want to go out to sea. You may have this great mazal, but if you put yourself into a position of danger, it could be that the forces of nature have a stronger mazal than you do. So they can't be overpowered. So of course, you're right? Exactly. Which is translation of Ein Mashlichim al Hanisim, right? We don't wait for miracles, which is a beautiful thing. In Muncie, New York, I lived there many years ago, and they have very few street lights, a lot of suburban streets. And it's a good thing the Hasidim there, they dress in very bright, vibrant colors. So at night, it can be quite dangerous, right? Because people are driving and the Hasidim are on the block, right? So a local vehicle store, he's still there, I think. Tuvias, he sold these fluorescent bands that had said on the Ein Mashlichim al Hanisim, we do not rely on miracles. Right? Very beautiful thing. Anyways, so the force of nature could overwhelm a person's mazal as well. And here's the last one. This is perhaps the most important one for us. The wise soul, because he says that we do have this concept that I referred to earlier of Ein Mazal Yisrael. There is no sign for the Jewish people, meaning the Mazalot, the stars do not have power over the Jewish people. Because when a Jew is occupied with Torah or mitzvos, with chesed, with kindness, then they remove themselves from the gravitational pull of the stars. When they're engaged in the study of Torah, that's possible to remove them altogether from the entire gravitational pull, and the mazalot during that time do not affect them, which gives rise to the concept that we have in the Talmud of shluchei mitzvot ein nizakin, right? A person who's involved in doing a mitzvah is not harmed at that time, nor on the way back. So there's a lot more to say than I can in this brief period. But anyway, here is a quick selection of Ibn Ezra's thought. You see both the influence of astrology and also the influence of Jewish philosophy and Jewish texts very much involved in determining how astrology works. It's a book that's definitely really worth studying. I want to spend some more time with this. Anyways, let us go now to his legacy. And one of the more amazing things about Ibn Ezra is that he is the only medieval rabbi after whom a crater on the moon is named. There is actually a crater on the moon named Ibn Ezra. And the reason for it is because it looks a little bit like a matzo ball, as you can see. I thought that was funnier than it actually was. But no, his contribution to science, even though we Jews tend to think of Ibn Ezra, we think of his commentary on the Chumash, the short commentary, the long commentary, we think of these things. But in the larger world, his introduction of Andalusian Arabic science to the Christian world was incredibly important. His description of how to use the astrolabe, his description of the way to chart the stars was so significant that modern science is deeply indebted to his contribution. And so much so that when they mapped out the craters of the moon, he was a leading candidate for who should be expressed gratitude. It is ironic that we know of him only in one smaller maybe aspect of his activity. It's closest to home, but nevertheless he was a figure that stood tall on the world scene. I have omitted many other aspects of his work. He influenced poetry, even the John Lennon song that is taken from some of his early poetry, because he influenced a tremendous amount of Christian thought far beyond the much more narrow audience of Jews in Christian Europe. So with that, I'd like to conclude. I hope you found the life of Ibn Ezra as fascinating as I do. We will return, as I mentioned, next week with a very special program. I hope you're all going to come because it's going to be really great. Chance to celebrate. My family will be here, God willing, to celebrate with us. And I hope you have an excellent. And it occurred to me, I haven't really told you what is this book about. This is the very last one for the book that I will put into the basically, the Ascension of Rabbi, very holy individual. Here's this iconic photograph of him. Was a major Hasidic thinker of the 20th century and already published a very important book called Tolas Talmud, The Obligation of Students, that was extremely popular in the 1930s. And he had this grand plan for reinvigorating world Jewry with more enthusiasm for their Jewish background. Unfortunately, it was interrupted by the Holocaust. And he found himself in the Warsaw Ghetto and ministering to his followers for the duration of the war. Even though he received many offers even from the American Jewish Congress, the Joint Distribution Committee, and the underground resistance, he was offered many times to be taken out of the ghetto. He insisted on remaining with his followers throughout and ministering them in a pastoral sense throughout the war. Luckily for our purposes, he recorded his weekly sermons, and when he realized that the ghetto was going to be destroyed, and he along with it, he gave them to the secret Onik Shabbat Society, which was documenting the Jewish life in the ghetto, and they were buried in this tin book container that I put on the cover of the book. They were discovered in 1950 by a Polish construction worker, and they were published under the title Eish Kodesh, the Holy Fire. Fascinating story overall. Now, the small contribution that I've made to the research on Eish Kodesh is, the way he describes his sermons. There's no reference whatsoever to Nazis or Germans. There's a lot of discussion of death and destruction, persecution, and suffering. But if you didn't know the specific context, you might think this was just a really depressing 19th century Hasidic work. It's only from the context that we know he's talking about the Holocaust. However, since we know the dates when he delivered each of those sermons, what I did is I went back to various journals and memoirs and newspapers, German documentation, and I found out what was happening in the ghetto that very week, street by street, on micro-historical level, and then I compared it to what the Rebbe said on Shabbat, and I saw that in many, many cases, he was speaking directly to the concerns of his congregation. In other words, he was using his pulpit as a way to offer consolation and guidance and theological direction to assist specifically with the processing of the horrible events of the past week. And it's absolutely fascinating. It's a sustained work of spiritual heroism. And I believe that reading his drashot, his sermons, within the context of the historical setting, is really the best way to appreciate his works. Because then you really see the Yiddish term, God's works. I'm very pleased that some year students of his Excellency, this is Rabbi Moshe Weinberger, who has a synagogue by the same name, and in his letter called the Haskama, or a sort of an approbation letter, he writes that basically he has had this book, H. Kodesh, the original Hebrew, on his desk for 40 years, and so much of it was opaque to him until he read my book, which made it really great, and I'm telling as many people as I can. Anyways, we have the book launch on Monday night, the 30th. I really hope that you're able to join us and to celebrate the life and the work and the contribution to world culture through Hasidic thought that is representative of the Ascension of Rebbe. If you can't make it to Brooklyn, I would be very honored if you wanted to get a copy of the book. They're available, of course, on all the internet outlets, and you can certainly ask if your local Jewish bookstore, which is even better, you can support the local business. And I guess that's what it looks like. I'm very proud of the work. I think it represents something useful for people, and I hope you like it.
He kind of stutters and stammers and doesn't really seem to have a. That one seems easy. And he doesn't really have an answer for that. He's also suggested that maybe people with Epstein's Island say what Epstein's like advice on their divorces. It just he also says, you know, we need to do what I'm doing to stop the Antichrist. Right. So it just feels to me that yes, they're part of a very large group of companies I don't trust. But it is worth noting that this company is, you know, they want to start helping to surveil Americans more than they already are. I mean, that's sort of or help
the extra and special foods that we have prepared. I'm not allowed to tell you that we have a special donor who wishes the donation to remain completely on a theme stack building. The donor is supposed to be an wife that but obviously in honor of the auspicious occasion of this eve of the fast of the 10th birthday, they had to have a special meal with champagne, things like that. So but it's also, you know, it's life is tough. My father, we're there have a chance to get together and we any happy occasion, stop around and wish each other a happy new year, secular calendar-wise, and hope that you're
no, I understand it. I think that I don't trust Elon Musk, I don't trust anything, I don't trust Elon Musk, I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg. It's not because I believe they're inherently evil people, although they say some things are inherently evil. I believe their agendas are radically different. If you took an American off the street and said, what are the things you value? Very few of them are going to go, we want to terraform Mars and merge with AI and destroy the human race. So I do think that the tech community is important to have a thriving tech community, but it's important to not turn our country into a digital police state or China-style surveillance state. I think a lot of those people would probably want to create something like that in our society. You know, that does seem like they would prefer that.
Rivers, things like that, to create a single courtyard, so to speak, so that all the Jews who live there are living in a single entity. And this has tremendous utility for the Sabbath.
Why do we all know about Palantir? And that's the other we don't know. Yes, we don't know about Microsoft.
This has tremendous utility for the Sabbath because the Sabbath rules otherwise prohibit Jews from carrying on the Sabbath
AI and social credits
their pockets and get better controllers, things like that. So it's often filled with controversy. Quite often people, because these are difficult things to construct, people do not rely on them, especially people of a very high level of piety. They say, you know what, I'm not going to rely on here, but I'm over here. There's also a lot of controversy because quite often when you build an arrow, that makes the neighborhood more attractive to Orthodox Jews.
how
And
damaging
if
is
you don't happen
this?
to like Orthodox
If this
Jews
all
and what they
comes
do for the
out,
property values,
do we think
then
that this
you
is
may
a
oppose the Arab, as happens quite
watershed
often
moment
here in the United States.
for
The joke goes like this.
the United
There's
States
two
and,
Tammuz, two study partners, they're sitting in
you
yeshiva
know,
learning together.
Israel?
And
Does this
they're
come out
learning
that
and
this
learning,
is
studying the
a, what
Talmud
many
back and
people
forth.
feel it is, which
And
is a
one day,
Mossad
Reuben
CIA
says to his
blackmail?
friend Shimon,
Or is this basically not,
I have to
we're
confess
never going
something.
to
You know, we've been learning
definitively
together
know
for
that?
many years,
Will
and
we?
we've grown so
We
much
have
in
a
our
lot of
appreciation
conjecture.
for
We have a
Torah and
lot
so
of
on.
gun in my head. That's what I believe
So
it
I was
was.
hiding something
There's
from
enough
you,
evidence
and
in my book to
I think
say
it's
that's
time
what
I
it was.
actually fessed up
But
and
is
told
the
you the truth.
disclosure,
And Shimon
not
says,
only will
what
it
are
be
you talking
embarrassing to
about?
people, but
He
is it
says,
going to
well,
suggest that one of our
the truth is I'm not
allies
Jewish.
has been
And Shimon says,
using these
what are
types
you
of
talking
methods
about?
to gain
You
leverage
are
and
so
control
careful
over our
with your
politicians?
kashrut. We're sitting
And
here
is that
learning
one of the big
Talmud and
reasons
yeshiva.
that they
Your
can help
Hebrew
us
skills
out?
are amazing. Your Aramaic is great. You know, you ask if you daven from the Amud, you do all these religious things. You know, no, the truth is I'm not Jewish. It just happened like that. I was walking down the street in Jerusalem one day. I was traveling on my way to Saudi Arabia, and someone said, "Do you want to have a Shabbos meal?" So I said, "Okay, why not?" But one thing led to another, and I really enjoyed it. And you know, here I am. Nobody ever really asked me if I was Jewish. They just swept me around. So, and I'm not Jewish. And he says, "Well, you go to completely Jewish websites." I said, "Well, actually, the truth is, I violate the Sabbath every week. I don't tell people, but I violate the Sabbath every week because actually, public abroad, he was actually not allowed to observe the Sabbath in Ezekiel. I violate the Sabbath every week. In other words, inform me what's on the ground." So he says, "I don't believe it." He says, "Yeah, it's true. Like, for example, I carry my keys on the Sabbath." He says, "Yeah, but we have an error." And he says, "I don't hold my keys on this plane from Okay, here we are. Let's go to the material. Let's read it for enough of the jokes. But I did get an email from someone in. Oh, I forgot where it was from. Saying word jokes. Okay, so tonight's topic is the Rashba. Very common topic. It's a great honor for me to have the opportunity to speak about him because he, as a thinker, really had a big influence on my own Talmud. He's an overwhelming, important figure in the yeshivas. You may not have heard of him. I meant to ask my daughter, who's now doing the film to take graduate courses on Wednesday night. So my daughter, Benny Malka, is going to be going. Benny Malka, in your extensive education, have you ever heard of the Rashba? Yeah, how about Raphael? You're back there. Have you heard of the Rashba? Okay, so my daughters have to be exceptionally well educated. But I think outside of yeshiva, chances are you never hear the name Rashba because he's so associated with the Talmud, which is not necessarily
manufacturing this evidence that Trump
he
was
was a
installed
tremendous
by Russia.
leader of Spanish Jews. They were all 13th century, right towards the end of the Spanish Golden Age. As we'll see, he's not only renowned for his incisive wit and his encyclopedic knowledge of traditional Jewish law, but also for his tremendous leadership qualities. In many ways, he is eclipsed only by figures like Nachmanides, his teacher, or like Maimonides, who comes from the same era. If we lived at this time, in the late 12th century, we would have regarded Rashba as one of the shining stars of the Jewish constellation. And in fact, his light extends even to the present day, where we still live very much by his teaching. The name Rashba itself is an acronym, like so many of the rabbis have names that were made as a part of the document. Rabbi Shlomo ben Abraham Adret, sometimes rabbis Aderet, but known as the Rashba. Rabbi Abraham, or Shlomo ben Abraham, the Rashba. And his years are 1235 to 1310. He's associated with Barcelona in particular. That's where his life was most active. So let's place him in the context of Jewish history. He is one of the most famous of the generation known as the Rishonim. So according to Jewish philosophy of time, there are sort of large chunks of generations that can be grouped together, primarily 4 theological reasons, but it also has implications for how his work was coming as well. And the concept behind the moving of these generations is the notion that the closer that Jews were to the revelation at Sinai, the greater the level of spiritual sensitivity, the greater the level of openness to Torah and divine information and so on. Not necessarily greater intelligence, not necessarily greater sophistication. Those things actually come later because you have the ability to access much more information in earlier generations. But the idea is that they were on a higher plane than later generations. And the Jewish philosophy of time, you break them up into several groups, which is outlined in Pirkei Avot. The period that we're especially looking at right now is known as the Rishonim, or the first ones. A little bit of a misleading term because there were periods before the Rishonim. They get older, they have Orion, the Nine, and so on. But the Rishonim is really the first major generation after the Talmud was completely written. The previous period, the only one there was certain tractates of Talmud, still in production. The first generation of the Talmud is already canonized, so they are the first major commentaries on the Talmud in particular. Famous Rishonim that I'm sure you're familiar with, Rashi, who is the exemplary of the Rishonim because one of the main tasks of this 200 years of scholars was explaining the basic text. Rashi is famous for his very pithy, concise, and revealing commentary on the Talmud and the Torah in particular. You also have Rishonim who engage in codifying law, meaning taking all the complexities of Jewish law, which is scattered throughout a vast corpus of literature, and then bringing it down to an organized fashion where it's all set out more or less in Greek terms, with chapters and sections and subsections, things like that. The Rambam, Maimonides, shown here in the statue from Cordova, is perhaps the most famous of the Rishonim who were engaged in Torah. You also have the so-called Monei HaMitzvot, those who counted the mitzvot. The Talmud says there are 613 commandments. The Talmud does not list them. So by the time you get to Rishonim, around the turn of the 10th century, several rabbis say, well, okay, let's put these down on paper. What are the 613 commandments? And of course, then they have a difference of opinion, which ones should be in, which ones should not be in, which ones are just customary or rabbinic and so on. But that's something that the Rishonim do, is they try to analyze and synthesize so that we have the Torah presented in a very different format than the earlier. So these are the kinds of things that the Rishonim engaged in very heavily, and the Rashba is certainly in that tradition. The most significant area of his work in terms of literature is his activity as the writer of responsa. So the term responsa is Latin, and it is the plural of responsa, which is the same word as we have in English, response, answer. Basically, things are like this. And by the way, this is the way it works even in the 21st century. A typical Jew would have a question in the observance of Jewish law. He would ask his wife what to do. She would tell him, he would disagree, and so therefore he would be forced to go to the rabbi to find out that his wife was actually correct all along. Here's how it goes. A typical Jew has a problem. He goes to his rabbi, Rabbi, what do I do about this situation? I got involved in this business deal, and it didn't go well, and he says I owe him money. I tell him I don't owe him money. What do I do? The rabbi tries to answer the best of his knowledge, but it turns out that if it's beyond his ability to answer, he'll pass it on to a higher rabbi. And this is all, by the way, decided by consensus, not by any sort of formal mechanism. Just like our more well-learned rabbis, and that rabbi may pass it on to another rabbi. And so you have someone who is known informally as the Gadol Hador, the great one of the generation. Once again, it's not a formal designation that you can somehow be elected to become the Gadol Hador. It's just based on consensus where enough people agree that, yeah, this person represents the apex of learning in our generation. And typically
So Pam Bondi and Susie Wiles,
the Rosh, and by the way, because we're talking about Jews, it's rare in any generation that you'll have an absolute agreement on one person
Well,
There
that's
will always
not
be
great.
several, maybe half a dozen,
And even
that various
today,
groups regard as the
the
Gadol
lawyers
Hador,
came
living
out,
at the
all the
same
people
time.
involved.
We did have a generation like that, well,
Even in Congress,
40
it
years
said,
ago, with widespread consensus that Rabbi Moshe
insulted now.
Feinstein
So we
was
look at
considered
this,
the
and yeah,
Gadol
he's like, yeah,
Hador
we're banning
across
the NMRA
all
shot.
movements,
And then
but that's very
the
rare
White
and
House
very
somehow
brief
overrides
and
it.
only
And I'm not,
episodic.
yeah, it's
It
I think
was the
Kennedy,
case in the era of the
right now, I
Rothschild.
think
He was
Kennedy feels
clearly
like
the
he's
Gadol Hador.
frustrated.
So
I
him
also
would
think,
address
yes, get
all
the
of these
poison food
very
out,
vexing
but
and
also
difficult
Kennedy
questions
was
and
coming in there
pose
saying,
written
listen,
responses to
these
them
mandatory
all around the
vaccines,
Mediterranean
a lot of
basin,
them had adverse
in
health
particular in
effects,
Spain
and now
and
that's not
also
being
in
talked about.
Provençal and various
Everything's
parts
about
of
food
Central
diet. Now,
Europe.
by the way, get the
And
food diet
Israelis
out,
would
sure,
cherish these
but let's
letters
not
from the
indemnify
Rothschild,
companies
and they
like
would
Pfizer
become,
and all these people
copied over and over
going
again into
forward.
their
I mean,
communal
big
records
pharma's
and
it's the
recirculated
big
and so on. And later on, it would take several hundred years, they were eventually published. Over 3,500 of these letters, these responses to Jewish law, have been preserved and have been published and continually studied to this day. So it's extremely accurate. Maybe to put it in kind of a flip way, he was sort of like a Dear Abby,
This is
or
going on,
the call it. Dear
it's a
Abby?
big
He's
giant
not a Dear
operation.
Abby, except for Jewish law. People really pay attention to what
throw me
you're.
in a way.
And by the way, as I mentioned
So
a
it's
few
the
minutes
devil
ago,
you need.
responsive literature is still being created today. It was quite fascinating to see all kinds
Where
of
does she live
questions
part of the
which
year?
are
She works for
usually
Richmond.
initiated by technological innovations or social
She
innovations.
works for
You know, what is a microwave? Is a microwave an oven? In which case you have to treat it with all the laws
That
that
keeps
pertain
coming
to an
up.
oven. So if you cook meat in it, and then you want to put milk in it, you have to pressure it. How do you pressure it? Inside the microwave? Not
We don't even
the
have to
way I
keep
did
saying
it
that.
on Passover.
We're not anti-Israel.
Putting a cup of water in there for an hour. That's the way we do it. In fact, I actually broke the last table. Little buckle on the inside. It's history. Okay. So let's go on. His background. He came from a very wealthy family of money lenders. We spoke about them a couple of weeks ago in the lecture of Talked about the incident of money lending as a practice. And he was actually quite gifted
I have
in his
great
business
friends in
acumen.
Israel
Already
and
at
in
a very
America
early age,
that
achieved
are
tremendous success.
Jewish people that are religious,
Well,
some aren't, and
and
they
among
a lot of
the
them think what's
people
going on in
who
Gaza
owed
is
him money were in fact the
atrocious.
king of Aragon.
And
He
yeah,
was
this
a young man
criminal
who
should
was
stand
already
trial.
parlaying his wealth
But
into
it is
tremendous
interesting to see
But,
that
he ended
this
up
administration
using
is
his
starting
wealth
to
to become a communal rabbi.
spin out of
He
control.
retired by the age of 40. He took the position of the
It
rabbi
feels
of
like that.
Barcelona, which is one of the most important
months or so,
Jews in the Iberian Peninsula.
almost
This
perfectly
is really when the Rothschild became the man that he
it's moving
around for the next century. He was especially known for his impeccable integrity, his absolute unswerving dedication to law as he saw it appropriately interpreted to accommodate his vision. Early on in him, he was especially impervious to bribery. There was nothing that could shake him from his position, regardless of his forces outrageous. Give us a couple of examples. In one case, early on in his career, he was called to adjudicate a case where an orphan who had a substantial estate was disputing with some wealthy Jewish aristocrats and their wealthy Christian nobles who were supporting the Jewish aristocrats, arguing that they were unfairly encroaching upon his estate. And here's a young child without parents. And the Rothschild staunchly defended early on in his career this young child against much greater powers that were
So
awaiting him.
that's how long I've been listening
But on
to
the
you,
other
and that's why I
hand,
bring
another
you in
case
when
that
stuff like this
indicates how
happens, because
integrity
I
was
often get
was thankful to
confused
his
because we
activity.
all basically say to
There
ourselves,
was a case brought
what the
against
hell is
a
going
Jew
on?
who was
It's almost
accused
like
of informing
gaslighting
against
is
the
so
state.
crazy because it's
And the
like
Rothschild
you
did not
they
want
start
to
going
hear
like,
the case.
who said Epstein was a
Secular state,
operation?
Aragon,
Who
even
said
then
any
said,
of this? And you
we
go,
want
why
you
would
to
you
look at this
suggest
case
it's
and tell us
connected to
what
the
you
Mossad
think.
or anything?
What won't
And
you
you
do
go,
is
wait a
you,
minute, hold on.
after
We all,
an
this has all
exhaustive
been
review,
kind of
again, he tried
decided.
to recuse
There's
himself, but
mountains
he
of evidence.
demanded, so he
So
participated.
to attack
After an exhaustive
supporters
review
or
of the evidence,
people that
ruled
are just
that
raising
person
questions,
was in fact a
of
traitor and
course you're
deserved
going to
death.
have to go out
This is a
and
very,
say,
very grave
hey guys, we know what you're doing. For whatever reason you want this to go away,
the idea of putting someone to death,
it's not
especially
going to
without
go
a
away
sentence
until
of
you
71
disclose the
judges,
information you have.
it's a very, very difficult, almost impossible
And
thing
that's
to
the
do.
problem.
But there are some rare exceptions where it would be permitted if it presents, for example, a threat to the community as a whole. The time bomb.
He's doubled down. He's totally
So he ruled against the Jew in this case.
The poll showed from last year, the poll
The
showed
family appealed,
this is a
and
death spiral.
the king
So sad.
agreed to forward
And
the Rothschild's decision
with 350,000
to
kids
Great
smoked
Maharaj
drugs, much of it sex, slavery,
Central
slavery.
Germany. Very
You have
important
Tom
freedom
Holland, already said
spoken about
35,000
years ago.
kids,
And
prosecuted with thousands.
the Maharam upheld
This
the
good's
ruling of the
happening.
Rothschild.
I don't want to
and
see
he was
this
put to
happen.
death.
But
But we
the
see
way
on
this
the one
works,
hand,
and I'm
here he is
surmising
defending
this, I don't know if it's true,
the
but
innocent
if Trump makes a
orphan
deal with
and
the state, leave it
tremendous
alone.
money, wealth
All
made
the
against him.
kids
And at the same time, we see him standing up
you gotta have
for
cash to
the rights of the
Montana,
state.
and all you got is something there.
This is reforming.
This is what Cal Seraphin, really smart people with similar
He
said
was
once on
so
the show.
well regarded
They give it
that
that advice.
King Pedro
Go out and
III
discredits
actually
them
called upon
are
him
the very
quite
same
often
people acting like
to
they're on their
mediate
side.
between
So it looks like they made a deal to be
that
successful
state
in Greece.
regarding him as
And
the
the very
double
same media,
Maduro.
Democrats
Kind of
that
like,
turn on them,
Lord
are
Sachs,
now hanging around their neck. And those
that sort of
Democrats say
thing,
they
where
want them
his
to be
moral
classified.
authority was so great
They only
that
want
it
stuff what Trump
penetrated
had.
the Jewish
I say release it all.
boundaries and
Release it
well
all.
into
Release it all is the only way.
regarded as
And
the
maybe
Dalai
depose
Lama
Alex
of the time,
Acosta. Let's find out who
so
told
well
him that.
as a paragon
And
of
that's the
virtue
U.S.
and
attorney that
intelligence.
prosecuted 50 years
And
ago
someone
said it's
who
told
not
no he's
persuaded
intelligence.
Yes, I mean, let's find out. And, at the end of the day, I think that,
established a
I'm not naive. You're not naive. We know that there's serious players behind the scenes that are exerting pressure on all kinds of people. And I know that you can't wave a magic wand and make the deep state go away, and you can't,
One was
throw them all in jail overnight. But if there's no accountability for this type of criminal activity that everybody knows about, the lack of credibility is going to eat away at not only this administration, but at the government, the justice system in this country.
No, you're absolutely, you hit the key here.
And by the way, I can go as long as you want. We're going to wrap up in a few minutes. We're about to bust. Can I just run the We'll run the come back.
Especially known for the glorious
You can run it down fast while you're I'm good. I got a whole show on I learned how to do this with you. I just talk. I don't even have guests.
It's called the Gates of Repentance because it describes in tremendous detail how to repent for the wrongs of your past. Like, for example, in the section on regret, he lists 20 different forms of regret.
I understand.
Different, like,
Alex Jones
ways
is
to
taking
express
key
your
break,
regret,
ladies and
20 different
gentlemen.
sort of
And
nuances
now
of
it's time
regret.
to tell you about Athletic Greens, the company that dropped me for using talking to Alex Jones. I did one ad on my show about Athletic Greens many years ago, and we did it from Alex's studio, and they dropped me. So here's what I'd like to say about Athletic Greens.
One
day my friend took Athletic Greens and he died.
Extremely involved in all aspects
He put Athletic Greens in a water bottle and shook it up, and then he drank it, and now he's dead. Athletic Greens killed my friend. I don't know why it happened. Maybe it wasn't Athletic Greens. Maybe it was just some type of a random medical emergency. I thought it was the greens. He was frothing at the mouth. He goes, oh no, what's happening? And there was green stuff was coming out of his mouth. He was going, I can't believe it. It's Athletic Greens. I'm dying. It's killing me. I knew it was fake. He says he's dying. He goes, I knew it was fake anyway. You don't get healthy by putting a violent green shit in water. It's a lifestyle. I knew it was fake. I just thought I'd take the easy way out. And then he just started and he was having a seizure because of Athletic Greens. Now, I'm just saying,
very wealthy,
and
yet his wealth gave him his
but I'm just
independence.
saying it's comedy show. Everything I'm saying is a joke. Of course, obviously, full disclaimer, did kill my friend.
Fearless leader of
They did drop me. We
moral
tried to get them
character
back. I
that was
performed the Carnegie
respected
Hall.
by
We said,
people
how about you guys come? We'll give you free tickets to my show.
very much
We're sorry. Who
involved
do you
in
think's taking Athletic Greens? Do you think they're all offended by Alex Jones? Who do you think these people are that drink this? You think they're offended by this?
correspondence.
All right, thank you.
Worked
Come,
that out.
thank you. Welcome back.
We
Alex
were
Jones, I
lasted
was just
about 40
shitting on an
years.
advertiser who
So
dropped me.
let's see how many years that was. 80 or 90 letters a year.
No, they dropped me. They dropped me because because I said Athletic Greens on the show a few years ago.
That's an incredible thing you just said. Now, of course, since we are talking about Jews, there's going to be some dispute involved. And I'd like to concentrate on three main areas in which the Rothschild was involved in some very significant issues, which persist in some way to the present day. As we have a teaching in Pirkei Avot, one of the great classics of ancient Jewish literature. Any controversy that is for the sake of heaven, the controversy will come through it. People are arguing really for the truth and for the betterment of the human race, and that controversy is not going to be solved. If the controversy is solved, it means maybe it wasn't so much for the side of truth. So we see that very much so with the Rothschild
incumbent president wins the first election, they lose the House and Senate.
So what's going on here? Now, one of the interesting things that's developed in the 13th century,
A lot of the fundraising came from American donors, people like Mary Madison and stuff like that.
as a body of thought,
In Israel,
was
obviously.
bifurcated.
And I think
It
there's
was
probably
getting
pressure
more complicated,
from that.
and there were people who were
From that
specializing
avenue as well.
in certain
Of people that
avenues
spent a
of
lot of money
research
to
more
help
than
Trump get
others.
elected that are probably telling him, let's
One of
make this
the,
go away. Let's not have this be an embarrassment
well, I'm not
or
going to
worse.
say that. Let me back up.
Sorry, yeah. Did you hear me? Yeah.
There were
You're back. Okay. Yeah, I
three
see.
main
What is that?
bodies
Is that a
of
devil on your, is that
thought
elephant on your,
on the Jews in the
No,
13th
this is a
century
lobster.
about
It's the
how to
summer.
approach Torah. You had
See, that's like a, it's the summer.
allegorists
It's like lobster. It's like,
of many highly rationalistic Jews,
See, what does that say
many of
about me?
whom came from Arabic lands and also from Spain, who felt that the
I like
Torah
it's
as
December,
a
so
whole
when
must be
the lobster's
understood
over
as
and it
a
goes to
massive
full, we go to
allegory,
pumpkin.
kind of like in a Philonic sense.
Yeah, we try to make
That
it nice
it's
while we talk
not
about
everything that's in the
international,
Torah you
sex
take exactly
trafficking
as it is.
cults and
It's all
this and
meant to
everything.
mean something
By the way,
else.
Hollywood stands to
And of
probably
course,
get
the
very
danger
embarrassed if this
inherent
comes
in
out to.
that way of
Because this is
thinking
not just political, there's probably a lot of big people in
when
Hollywood.
you get to all of the commandments, then becomes debatable. Well, not just debatable anyway. But there's no hard and fast rules. There's no horizon. There's no common denominator. If you want to say that, like, for example, if you want to say that, for them to,
That's my big frustration.
let's say,
Is that we know they're all in there. We know it's all
thou
going
shalt
on.
not
And by
steal.
Trump doing this,
Thinking,
he's
well,
now
I'm not
joining
actually
with them.
stealing
And he did it in such
if
a
I
terrible way
photocopy this
and
book
say you're not
and
part of our
sell it.
organization
It's
and
not actually
question this.
stealing, right?
Which then
Because I didn't actually take it
backs up
away
the
with the
lobster
library
that
book.
is a
I
cult.
put it back in the library. Now I'm making money from the photocopy I made of
I'm
this
not
book.
lesser two evils
I
guy, but overall,
make
Trump
all
is
kinds of
a lot better than
allegories
we
to say
were.
when it says
But
this
the
kind
second
of
was
word really means
integrity issue.
something else,
Guys, come
and so
and
on.
accomplish.
And so there was a trend in the Jewish world that was excessively
Agreed. I process
rationalistic
it the same way you
and
process
taking
it.
the
I
Torah
think
away from its basic
securing the
meaning.
border,
Then there was a
having
group on the other side
having the
who were
American working
highly
class
Kabbalistic,
regain
who were
ground
reading
and
everything
trying to
not as a rationalist
provide a
allegory,
standard
but
of
as a
living for
mystical
people
allegory.
and not opening the borders.
Everything
What they've
in
done in the UK
totally
has
divorced
caused
from a
tremendous
simple
strife.
technique.
They're now putting people in jail for
And then finally
tweeting
you had sort of a
about
moderate
social and
camp
cultural
that was
issues in
trying
that country.
distance themselves from both extremes. And the Rothschild found himself in the middle of this especially where it became most pointed is in the place of secular knowledge. What do you do with mathematics, physics, chemistry, astronomy, all of the sciences that were growing in this 13th century? What is their place in the Jewish curriculum? So as you might assume, the rationalists said, wow, it should be, deeply entrenched in this curriculum. It should be lots of studies of physics and of astronomy and so on. You should know tons of that stuff. The Kabbalists said, not at all. All of this stuff must have going non-Jewish wisdom. It is it defiles Jewish law. Jews should just stick to the core tenets of the Talmud alone and not study any of this secularism. The moderate camp in the middle was really, there were arguments to be said for both in some ways, because the rationalists, when you study some of these things, there's worry that you'll be drawn away from basic faith,
for fighting
and you
corruption,
draw
but he doesn't
into
give a crap about
heresy,
constituents.
especially if you're
We're
studying,
kind of
let's say,
experiencing,
Greek
you know, what the
philosophers and
establishment's
multiple
experiencing, so I love
philosophers
it
like
doing
that.
it to them.
So they were
But with us,
concerned,
the optics
how
were
are they
really
going to
bad.
negotiate
So he
the
lists
ability
for
to
who is he
exchange
listing
things?
to? People
Now,
say
if
Stephen
I can
Miller,
jump ahead to the
Susan
21st
Wiles
century,
have the most
debate
outside
rages
influence
in Jewish
in the
schools
administration.
today.
Do you think that's
How
true?
much Torah
Yeah, I'm not
belongs in the
defending
Jewish school
Stephen
system?
Miller, but from my
You
sources,
have
he
Torah, for
basically
example,
has
we only taught in the mornings when the kids are a little more fresh, and that way they get their best energies devoted to the Torah, and then we squeeze in the second study in the day. That's a very expensive endeavor, especially if you hire full-time teachers and you only employ them for a 4 hours a day. Or you say, no, you know, we'll mix up Torah here and second studies there,
and Bondi
and
heard
you know, you might end up coming to school and do math first thing in the morning, and then when the teacher is free at the end of the day, then you learn a little bit of do we say that the balance should be 50-50, that if you have an 8-hour school day, 4 hours of secular, and 4 hours is Torah? Or do we say, no, you know what, it's just enough that they come here and they learn a little bit, so it's at 70% is secular and 30% is Torah. So the debate is still very much alive today. What exactly do we hold? What ended up happening is the Rashba was the only figure who had the stature to be able to set down a rule. In the so-called Compromise of 1305, he made a ruling which was basically held to the present day. Basically, he said, nobody is allowed to study philosophy
that says they'll kill me because they tried to,
you want to study philosophy earlier?
maybe
No
try
way.
to in
It's too
Pennsylvania,
dangerous.
where
There's too many
very few
crazy
people are
ideas.
satisfied with the
There's too much,
explanation
you know,
of
Narishkeit in there. So
the
young
assassin
people who want to
was
study philosophy,
Thomas
you've got to wait
Crux,
till
or
25. Presumably by the time you're 25,
know that much about him.
you'll
The
be married,
media's only
you'll have
recently
kids,
started to kind of
you'll have had
try
time
to
to sleep
narrative
many
about him,
times,
but
you're very
that
secure
was
and stable,
clearly
and then you know you can handle the
big rush
questions
with
of
death.
philosophy. But before that,
Do
definitely
you
not.
think that
This
there's
was later
any
looking into
fear
a ban on the
in
study of
that sense
Kabbalah
that Trump
until he
goes,
was 40 years old.
you
However, he
know,
exempted
these people are
many
playing for keeps?
non-Jewish sciences from the ban. Mathematics, okay from the very beginning. Physics, okay from the very beginning. Certain hard sciences that we call today that do not have any potentially ideologically risky components were permitted from the youngest ages. But any kind of science, again, at that time, the distinctions between philosophy and mathematics were not that clear. But he was saying that anything that has an ideological tinge to it, it's all right, but only when you're older. Younger kids are not allowed to study. And that compromise has basically directed Jewish education for the last 800 years. Questions or arguments to this point?
He pops back up. They let the press in. These are TV productions.
Astronomy
So people
is
see
fascinating
that
because it
production.
involves a lot of the hard sciences of mathematics, but it also slides over into astrology, the zodiac, and all kinds of things like that. So astronomy was one of those sciences that he banned until
You can't think real like that. You can't think
It's a very important statement, and it essentially set to rest all of the disputes. Because it was a ban that was clear, it was easy to follow, it was not too strict that people couldn't abide by it and so on. There's also an interesting time political dimension to this as well, because at this time, France in particular was beginning to centralize its government. And one of the issues that was a concern to the French community, was that, is it possible that we have Jews living in our country who are ruled by our hated Spanish rivals? There's a Jew in Barcelona who's telling our French Jews what to do? That's not okay. And so, the Rashba was living in a time where these kinds of political issues spilled over to the Rashba's ruling was an illustration of the proverb, there's no happiness like the resolution of death.
They're now trying to spin that and make it go
Like when
away.
you don't know what's going to be, yes, no,
They
it's
push
going
the
to work,
media
not
back.
going to work.
If you
Once
go
you
to
know,
any
that's a
debate,
special kind of
presidential deal,
symptom.
they
So the Rothschild resolved the doubt and had the kind of shoulders that could say, this is what we're going to do and everyone agrees. Okay, so he also was very involved in defending Judaism, particularly from attacks from the Valley. This is a period when it was very popular to host so-called disputations, in which the church, usually with state support, would arrange for these kind of debates, in which Jews were forced to participate in a debate against the Christian interlocutor, usually a Jewish convert to Catholicism. Perhaps the most famous of them was the Barcelona dispute in 1263, in which Maimonides, the Rothschild teacher, faced off against Pablo de Cristiani, a convert to Christianity, and Maimonides has both the Hebrew and the Latin account of what happened. Both sides say they won. What we know is that the court ruled, the judges who are all the Christian judges, ruled in favor of the Christian debater, but the king gave Maimonides a huge amount of money and said, you better get out of the country because we're in trouble now for the very strong performance that he showed. And Maimonides was banned and ended up in India. These disputations were very, very popular, and the Rothschild was very active in participating in them whenever he was called to, in particular in writing. He wrote tracts that criticized books like the Publio Fide, Fighter of the Faith by Raymond Martin, a church thinker who criticized Judaism heavily. And he also wrote tracts against Ahmad ibn Hazm, who was a Muslim thinker who was critical of Judaism. So he was very much active in the literary scene defending Judaism against his detractors. And then finally, he was involved in defending himself. Not surprising. Besides his responsa literature, and besides his commentary on the Talmud, which we haven't had much time to discuss, he also wrote a few sort of prolific volumes that deal with particular topics. One of these topics dealt with the laws of keeping kosher, and it was called Torah Tabayit, the teachings of the whole, or the Torah of the whole. And it was criticized within the realm of appropriate debate by another great thinker of the period, Aharon al-Barcelona. You may recognize he is widely believed to be the anonymous author of the Sefer Israel in a 5-volume Hebrew English translation. We have several copies in my house because they're very popular on this list. It is actually the first. It itself was about a rather amazing book. Let me take a second to tell you what the book is about. The book is written anonymously, so it's attributed to Aharon of Barcelona, but we're not positive. And basically what he does is he wrote this book for his son on the occasion of his bar mitzvah. It is organized according to each of the sections of the Torah, the parsha of the Torah, and it goes through each of the 613 mitzvot in Torah. And it says, a couple paragraphs about what the mitzvah is, how it is observed, and then most fascinatingly, very uncommonly, he says why the mitzvah exists. The reason behind the mitzvah. Most of the commentaries do not treat. God says this is the mitzvah, the commandment, and most commentaries just say that's what we're supposed to do. But they don't actually provide the consequences, and it's really fascinating. But anyway, Aharon criticized the Torah Kabbalah. He wrote a book called Bedek Kabbalah, which is the examination of the house. Like if the house is so good, it can stand up to a little bit of criticism here. In which he took the Rothschild to task politely on some of his ideas. So the Rothschild apparently was not pleased with the criticism, and he anonymously wrote a defense of his work, written in the third person, as if it was some other person who was wrong. We find out from a later response that the Rothschild was actually defending himself. And his book was called Sheret Habayit, guarding the house. So you have the laws of the house, the examination of the house, and then guarding the house, all one kind of like triad of words that deal with it. So he was involved in defending his own ideas against criticism as well. So we take all of these works as a whole,
The weapons
The
makers
Rashba has a phenomenal legacy. This, by the way, is the 5 volume set of his commentary on the
If you look at
Talmud.
Wesley Clark, 20-some years ago, he goes to the Pentagon, which is classified now. They go, the next 5
The
years,
Rashba
we're taking out
was
7 countries, Iran.
a figure of
They got
tremendous
Syria 8 months
importance.
ago.
He
The
was
last one is
a
Iran.
leader
It's not
and a
just about
profound
being that
Talmudic
Gaza
thinker. Very, very
Under
active in
international
protecting
law, Israel
Jews
gets
all
12
around,
miles
both
out.
intellectually and
And they got one of the
in
biggest
many ways on a
gas
leadership
fields
level. And
undrilled because of
perhaps the most
conflict.
lasting
I mean, it's more
contribution
rich
to Jewish thought, besides
to Texas or
contemporary
Louisiana.
is his
And so
compromise of
there's
1305,
trillions of dollars,
which
and
laid
they've
out
already built a pipeline over there that
boundaries
goes
for
up
the
to Turkey.
acceptable incorporation of
So
non-Jewish
Turkey is
wisdom
involved.
into Jewish
Erdogan acts
education.
like he doesn't like Netanyahu.
So
Those
with that,
guys
I
are
want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, as always.
And so it's all
Next
the
week, we're
U.S.
going
is
to speak
involved.
about
Doesn't act like it's not because
Kalonimist,
it
another
wants to
scholar
stop the Belt
who
and
was
Road
especially involved
out
in
of China and all the way
translating
through
Arabic
into
wisdom
Russia and Europe.
into
They
European
want this
languages.
other
And one of the principal reasons
pipeline
why
they're in Europe out of there. And there's gas all the way up from Israel, Lebanon, Syria, all the way. So Israel must build the main industrial shipping hub for shipping liquid natural gas and the pipeline in Europe. It's got probably more gas than freaking Alaska. I mean, it's got more gas than Kuwait, more gas than areas there where Russia intersects with Ukraine. It's one of the richest gas fields in the world. Trillions of pure liquid natural gas and oil. It's near surface now, it's not deep. So it is a gold mine. So you hear Jared
I
Kushner
want to speak about
condos here.
Oriel da
It's
Costa,
where they
also
have
known
trouble.
as
It's
Oriel
so
da
beautiful.
Costa.
Saudi Arabia wants to come
We
in.
are continuing our discussion of the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese forced conversion that followed for the next 100 years or so. And Acosta is one of those extremely tragic and moving figures in Jewish history. The story is a sad one. We will not leave here tonight feeling great about someone who heroically stood up against tremendous persecution. We're going to speak tonight about someone who, if anything, succumbed to persecution, albeit under incredibly difficult and unimaginable pressures. To give away the story at the end, at the beginning of the lecture, Acosta was one of the victims of the Inquisition. He was several generations along a run also called Murano or Verso, the crypto Jew who had submerged his Jewish identity in the Catholic environment. He ultimately returned to Judaism, but his return was fraught with difficulties, primarily because the Judaism that he had anticipated returning to was no longer there. It was, in fact, a figment of his imagination. And the disconnect between his imagined Judaism, which he had largely constructed while he was living in Portugal, and the actual Judaism lived by Jews in Amsterdam was totally different. He was unable to find a place for himself and his Jewish identity ended his life after composing a very brief autobiographical statement that will be our discussion tonight. So he is a tragic figure that illustrates the problematic nature of Murano identity and the peril of living in that kind of bifurcated existence. In my humble opinion, perhaps the reason why I'm so fascinated with the story of Oriel da Costa is because in many ways it reflects the phenomenon that we know as the turn of the 21st century, the so-called OTD phenomenon, which is an acronym for off the derech, sort of like an internal observant catchphrase for meaning Jews who were observant and then chose to not become or no longer remain observant. In Israel, they refer to OTD phenomenon as people who are Choser L'She'ela, just like there are those who are Choser L'Tshuva, those who return in repentance. They look at the pun on the word repentance, which means literally answer. They return to the answer. They say there are those who return to the question, those who go back to the ambiguity of a non-rooted existence. And this is exactly what happens to Acosta, because he is so desperately attempting to find his place in a religious, social, cultural milieu, and he is unable to do so. Now, the story that we're going to talk about also involves issues of most likely mental illness. From internal literary evidence from his own writings, we can see that he had significant conflict with his family that was completely unrelated to his religious persuasions and his religious yearnings. But nevertheless, just reading it at face value, you can see that, as he would say later in his memoirs, he has suffered much as a result of religion. Religion was something that he was at the same time obsessed with and persecuted by simultaneously. And it's also illustrative of phenomena that would occupy Jewish identity for the next 400 years. Phenomena that we are still very much dealing with. That is the transition to modernity. Now, I'll speak about this in greater detail in a few slides. So basically, one of the things that happens between the 16th and the 18th century into the 19th century is the coercive control of central rabbinic authority wanes. It erodes under the political and social pressures that are associated with greater democratization of society, scientific discoveries, and a general skepticism towards religion in general. The society that we were all born in the 20th century was radically different from the society that Jews would have been born in the 15th century, primarily because the rabbis simply do not exert the same control. They don't have the same coercive powers that has a positive and a negative aspect. The positive aspect you might like to think is that, after all, Jews have the sort of American voluntarism and freedom, and they can choose whatever they want to do. They can express themselves however they want. At the same time, this plethora of choice lends to a dissipation of the power of gravity of the Jewish center. And the Jews, of course, are assimilating at alarming rates as a direct result of the greater freedoms that modernity has afforded. We begin to see the roots of this really emerging as a result of the Spanish Inquisition, who full flowered in the French Revolution, and that, of course, is the things that we'll discuss in February, March, February. Okay, one last. So anyways, the parallels of Acosta's life are very much present in today's society. A lot of the artwork that I'll show you here is ironically emerging from Eastern Europe for reasons that I think will become clear. The whole idea of the subverted identity that Acosta himself maintained under an oppressive, even totalitarian regime, very much like that of what he lived in Portugal, and then with the new freedoms of the collapse of communism, all of a sudden his ability to assert himself as it were as an Orthodox Jew, and finding out that Orthodox Jews were not all that cracked up to be was quite difficult. The parallels are clear. The last thing I want to say here is there is this concept in halakha, Jewish law, of the production issue, the captured child. There is this concept that there is mandatory observance, right? Moses is on the mount and he gets the 10 Commandments and tells the Jews these are the things you have to do. And if you are not compliant, then of course you are a heretic and you are outside of the pale or off the derrick, off the path, so to speak. And then there are people who return, who say we're going back to the derrick. Now what about people who were kidnapped as children, for example, in an act of war, and it's very common in the ancient medieval period that Jewish children, and especially children, Muslim children, would be stolen and put on the slave market. And then they would be raised as slaves living in a totally foreign culture. And then at some point in adulthood, they're able to gain manumission, and they know they're Jewish, they return to the Jewish community, and they find that, wait a minute, mean I'm not allowed to do that? I can't make a fire on Shabbos and on Saturday? What's the big deal? So according to Jewish law, these so-called kidnapped children, even though they may return to Judaism as adults, and even though they are perfectly intellectually capable of understanding all the ramifications of traditional Jewish law, they are held non-culpable for their actions. They are considered, beyond the pale of culpability of being blamed, primarily because they did not receive the tradition while they were children. It was not, so to speak, bush. It was not rooted in their personalities because they did not receive it as children. The great Israeli scholar Rabbi Rothschild once ruled that all of American Jewry, regardless of their parentage, are in the category of kidnapped children, which is an amazing statement, which says that our entire culture is one of Marano nature. We'll have to explore what that means. Let's talk about, first of all, his family background, the basic biographical data. He was born in 1583 in a small town in Portugal to a new Christian family. For those of you who were not here last week, I spoke a little bit more about the Spanish Inquisition. You'll recall that particularly in Portugal in 1497, when there was this massive coerced conversion of all Portuguese Jews to Catholicism. Only a tiny number of them actually fled Portugal. The others were tortured into submission and forced to become Catholics. Even though they were technically baptized and should have been accepted theologically completely into the fold and subsumed within the general category of conversion, there was, justifiably, a lingering suspicion that they were secretly yearning to return to their Jewish roots and really wanted to be Jews and only had succumbed to the pressures to convert because of the torturous policies of King Manuel I. So this created a category known as the New Christian, as opposed to the Old Christians, who were never Jewish and converted to Catholicism. These were Jews who had become Christians, and therefore they were kind of like a second-class New Christian. And this designation of New Christian could persist for centuries, generation after generation of people who were New Christians. There was a tremendous amount of persecution directed against New Christians. They were suspected, again correctly, of having Judaizing tendencies, and tremendous restrictions were placed on their travel, on their, in some cases, on their promotion in various fields, although they managed to get around that in many areas. And they themselves, now we're talking about Jews who have converted to Catholicism, maintained a strong degree of endogamy, constantly marrying within each other's New Christian families, and a whole series of practices which were openly Judaizing in nature. And this persisted for centuries. So he was born to one of these families, putting it in terms of the time frame. You'll recall that the forced conversion is 1497. The Inquisition formally comes to Portugal in 1531. That means the Jews had about 3 decades where basically they could pretend they were Christian only at a very, very thin level, and then later became much more serious. And so he's born 50 years after the Inquisition has been active in Portugal. By his own testimony, he refers to his father as a very devout Catholic. And it's clear from internal literary evidence in his autobiography that he idolized his father somewhat, although other sources indicate that his father may not have been such a from Catholic after all. He may have been just as much a Christo Jew as his mother was. Because his father died very young, we don't, our protagonist did not know much about this, but other evidence suggests that perhaps he was just keeping his own Jewish nature a secret from his son. One of the very common things in the so-called Marano religion, I use that term with some difficulty because it is a term of opprobrium. It means pigs, although it is the most common term for these new Christians or these conversos or crypto Jews. By the way, in Hebrew, they're often called anusim, which means the forced ones, the ones who were forced, pretended they were infected. It's most anusim did not find out they were Jewish until their adolescence, when they're too when they're too young, is parents were afraid that a child would banter in the playground would reveal their Jewish identity, and so therefore they led their children to believe that they were in fact just as Catholic as the next door neighbor. And then when they became adolescents, they let them in on the secret that in fact they were Jewish. And, adolescence is a tough enough time as it is. Can you imagine finding out that you're actually Jewish, when all this time you thought you were Irish or something? That is very difficult. So it's quite possible that his father was in fact a devout critical Jew, as his mother was, but he did not reveal that to his son. The mother we know much more about. She, of course, survived her husband, and she fled with Uriel and the rest of their family to Northern Europe. And we know that as soon as they landed in Amsterdam, they immediately began practicing Judaism again, circumcised himself and his brothers, and were quite involved. We also know that the Inquisition was remarkably detailed in its record keeping. We actually know of generations upon generations of extended family members of the Acosta family who were persecuted by the Inquisition and were burned at the multiple auto da fe, or the acts of faith that were held for Judaizers. The Inquisition was known, for example, to pursue cases over decades. The one woman who was sentenced for the third time when she was 80 years old. She was acquitted after two earlier arrests, and she was arrested at the age of 80, and she finally died under torture in prison at the age of 85. The Inquisition simply did not let go. One of the great historians of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilbert, compared the Nazi bureaucracy, the Spanish Inquisition, and in many ways I don't think he was very far off. So we know there's tremendous data on his extended family, and it was definitely a family of very active crypto Jews. So-called underground rabbis were noted, meaning people who practiced as religious leaders for the crypto Jewish community and so on. But there is evidence, as I mentioned earlier, that Acosta did not get along well with his brothers and his cousins. And in fact, they were among those who denounced him to the Inquisition later on in life. Now, one of the terms that I have not introduced to yet is the so-called Barak phenomenon. The conversos were also known as Barakos, a very strange kind of reference, which is borrowed from the miraculous steed that Muhammad rode to heaven on his night journey, according to Islamic theology. Barak is a horse that was neither male nor female, donkey nor horse, so some kind of like miraculous animal that is often depicted as in this version representation here, with the face of a woman, although it had no gender. And the crypto Jews were called Barakos, because they were neither Jewish nor Christian. They had no clear place either way. In the Christian church, they were always suspect for their secret practices. And in fact, one of the interesting phenomena that occurred in many Portuguese churches is that when a person was accused of Judaizing, and they were forced to wear this humiliating tunic, I showed you a picture of it last week, the San Benito, they would then take this after the person was victimized, and they would take it and they would mount it in the church. It would be like a reminder, a public place for all generations of that family and all extended members of that family, that in fact there was a member of the family who was so shamed. So they could never really completely buy into the church. They were not completely absorbed by any means whatsoever. And at the same time, they had nothing to go on Jewish. And this I find absolutely fascinating. What do you do with Judaism when you don't have any of the key propagators of the elements of the faith? When owning a Jewish book is a death sentence, we were told that early on in the Inquisition, doctors were allowed to keep Hebrew books because they were known to have, doctors could help consult the Hebrew language medical textbooks. But after a decade or so, even that was revoked, and anyone who possessed a Hebrew book would immediately be accused of Judaizing. Let us not forget that the kinds of things that typically would get you into the clutches of the Inquisition was nothing so grand as like holding a prayer gathering or circumcising a child. That was obvious. But it was even something like doing your laundry on Friday, changing the sheets on Friday. That would be sufficient. Or simply not eating pork with everyone else. Pork is a major part of the Portuguese diet. And there always substitutes for other kinds of food. That was absolutely inexcusable. Fasting on non-Christian fast days, feasting on non-Christian feast days, any of these little behaviors would immediately put you within the clutches of Inquisition. So what do you do when you have no longer any books, you no longer have any rabbis, you don't have any anything except tortured historical memory that you only began to pick up after your adolescence when your parents explained to you that you're actually Jewish? How do you persist in Judaism for 100 years after that? So the Moranos developed a way of observing Judaism that was deeply spiritual and meaningful for them, but for less and less resemblance to actual Jewish practice. For example, prayers. The main text of prayers that they had accessible to them was the book of Psalms, because that's part of the Bible. It's hard to make that forbidden, right? So they would literally memorize the entire book of Psalms, and most of their prayer gatherings would consist of reciting Psalms, because they knew that was authentically Jewish. On the other hand, many other things would slip in, like, for example, praying on their knees. Kneeling is completely forbidden to Jews, and except under very rare circumstances, very rare days, like prostrating on the Rosh Hashanah and so on. But otherwise, completely forbidden. And they would pick it up from Catholic practice, and that was considered perfectly appropriate. If I can't tell you a short, funny story, this is such a depressing topic, so I'll tell you a very short, funny story. When I got my PhD at the University of Toronto, it's a very old-fashioned school based on the Oxford model. I have this huge shout-out, as my grandmother would say, and you have to go present yourself to the chancellor. The chancellor will then take the hood off your left arm and put it over your head, and that's the official, conveying of the degree, conferring of the degree. So when they stood us up in the rehearsal, they showed how I'm supposed to walk up to the chancellor, seated on a big throne-like thing, and I had to kneel before the chancellor, and I said, wait a second, I can't do that. I'm not allowed to. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We kick guys like me every year. Don't worry about it. All you have to do is don't climb up all the steps. The chancellor was quite high up on the steps. So just climb up a few steps, you'll automatically be lower, and they'll be so they call me my name up and walk up there. I stand a little lower and take my hood, and the chancellor takes the hood and puts it over my head, and she says to me, how's it going? So we have to imagine young Uriel who is growing up and is, up until this point, was late adolescence, he's totally into Catholicism. He actually achieves an order in the church. He actually takes an ecclesiastical position. He admits that he's a sensitive young man. He often breaks out in tears. I mentioned that mental health may be part of the whole story here, but he's quite a spiritual, emotional Catholic, and he learns that he is, in fact, he has some Jewish roots. And he begins to explore these roots while he is actually an officer of the church. And he starts reading more and more of the scriptures, and he decides, you know what? It can't be that Christianity is right. It must be that Judaism is right. He gives a few examples in his autobiography, like, for example, both Christians and Jews agree that the Old Testament is the Word of God, but only Christians agree that the New Testament is the Word of God. Therefore, it must be the Old Testament. And then he talks about some arguments that he made against my mind and otherwise, but anyways, he says, okay, that's it, I'm going to do it. The thing is, he doesn't know exactly how he's going to do it, what he's going to do about it. So he ultimately ends up fleeing with his family to Amsterdam. But before we do that, I just want to give you one sense of the mechanics of Inquisition, to give you a sense of the kind of threat that people lived under at that time. I'm going to read to you from the brilliant work of Cecil Rowell, History of Morales, first published in the 1930s. And I have to find the actual page I was going to read it to. Yes, here we go. So this is, I'm not going to cover the entire transcript. These are examples of inquisitorial records for which we have excellent examples. But just to give you a sense of what the incredibly twisted logic of the Inquisition was. So this is from the Inquisition of Toledo in 1567, where there was a woman named Elvira del Campo. Her husband was a scribe. And the Inquisition was always convinced of the guilt of its victims before they even began to interrogate them. The interrogation was solely for the purpose of revealing other people that could be drawn into the net. Therefore, the inquisitors were absolutely merciless and could not cease no matter what. It was very Kafkaesque. If you ever read the trial, it was very much like Franz Kafka's description of what it was like to be a prisoner. So this particular woman received a fairly minor assessment of torture. She was to get one jug, which was a reference to how much waterboarding she would endure. The waterboarding is used literally in the Spanish Inquisition. So this is the translation. She was carried to the torture chamber and told to tell the truth. When she said that she had nothing to say, oh, by the way, she was accused of not eating bread. That was her crime. She was ordered to be stripped and again admonished over silence. When stripped, she said, Signores, I've done all that is said of me, and I bear false witness against myself. For I do not want to see myself in such trouble. Please God, I have done nothing. She was told not to bring false testimony against herself, but to tell the truth. The tying of the arms commenced. You'll recall that on the outside chance that perhaps a person was telling the truth and was actually a good Christian, it was considered inappropriate to shed their blood. So therefore, tortures that did not involve bloodshed, like waterboarding, or stretching of the limbs, or burning of the soles of the feet, were considered much more religiously humane. One cord was applied to the arms and twisted, and she was admonished to tell the truth, but she said she had nothing to tell. Then she screamed and said, I have done all they say. Told to tell in detail what she had done. She replied, I have already told the truth. Then she screamed and said, tell me what you want, for I don't know what to say. She was told to tell what she had done, for she was tortured because she had not done so. Another turn of the cord was over. She cried, listen to me, Signores, and tell me what I have to say. I do not know what I have done. O Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner. Another turn was given. She said, loosen me a little, that I may remember what I have to tell. I don't know what I have done. I did not eat pork for a baby sick. I've done everything. Loosen me and I will tell the truth. Another turn of the cord was ordered in. When she said, loosen me and I will tell the truth. I don't know what I have to tell. Loosen me for the sake of God. Tell me what I have to say. I did it. I did it. They hurt me so you're loosening me. Loosen me and I will tell it. She was told to tell it and said, I don't know what I have to tell. Senor, I did it. I have nothing to tell. Hold my arms. Release me and I will tell it. She was asked to tell what she did and said, I don't know, I did not eat because I did not wish to. She was asked why she did not wish to and replied, loosen me. Take me from here and I will tell it when I'm taken away. I say that I did not eat it. She was told to speak and said, I did not eat it, I don't know why. Another turn was ordered, she said, Senor, I did not eat it because I did not wish to. Release me and I will tell it. She was told to tell what she had done contrary to her holy Catholic faith. She said, take me from here and tell me what I have to say. They heard me, hold my arms, which repeated many times. I went on, I don't remember, tell me what I have to say. Oh, wretched me, I will tell all that is wanted, Signore. There, make my arms, rest my arms, loosen me. I did everything that was said of me. This goes on for 3 more pages of simply not knowing whether she should say, make something up, tell something, not tell something, and just searching desperately for the right answer. What exactly do they want from me? Ultimately, she
has been
would
so quiet about this.
betray
Let's be very honest.
several dozen
Because
other people that
she
she
has no
could think
problem
of,
with,
and they would be brought into
you know,
this net.
obviously
The
making
Inquisition would
lots and
look
lots
for
of money,
any
and lots of our
tiny little
politicians.
aspect of
I
what
mean,
they
Barack
might have
Obama,
done,
these
and the
dirty
process
million-dollar homes in Martha's Vineyard, whatever they are.
absolutely torturous,
Why don't we demand that they testify, Alex?
unprecedented on human scale.
Well,
Okay, so
Tim,
they get to Amsterdam, and they're so happy to finally be in a free state where Jews are allowed to exist, gay Jews, and are allowed to observe their faith openly. As I mentioned, he circumcised himself and his entire family, his brothers and his mother, all converted to Judaism, and they're living there without too much difficulty. They later move on to Hamburg, Germany, which also has a very significant family or population of Portuguese Jews. By the way, Portuguese Jews for most of the 17th and 18th century is sort of shorthand for these refugees from the Inquisition who make their way to Europe. And there he begins to get into trouble because he begins to say, wait a second, why are you guys, why are you rabbis doing these things? I never heard of any of these things. In all of my detailed study of Scripture, I have never seen, for example, the way you observe the Sabbath. And in fact, if you look in the Bible, you will see nothing of the extensive preparations and observance of the Sabbath that is common to Orthodox Jews. And this is one of the ironic sort of epiphenomena of the inquisitorial process, that the divorce from traditional Jewish teachings and Jewish texts meant that these are intensely religious people who nevertheless have no access to the realities of how Judaism is practiced. And the disconnect is something that Costa simply could not leave alone. Let's find one more document. And so he was censured. He began to write a little bit. He was a highly intelligent individual. He began to write and publish a little bit, and he got himself into some trouble. The leadership of Hamburg placed him under his first excommunication. He would ultimately be excommunicated 3 times in his lifetime. And this is the first and mildest subject. Now, let me take a moment just to discuss what exactly is excommunication in Judaism. The term itself is actually Catholic. It's borrowed from the Catholic faith. Hebrew actually has a fairly rich vocabulary for various types of excommunication. Most common one is known as keren. We also have Shanta, Arur, and a few others that are referenced in Talmudic literature. But it's basically a form of social ostracism that is typically imposed on someone who refuses to submit to the decree of the court. It's kind of like contempt of court. I think in modern legal terms. It is still very much practiced today, typically in cases where, let's say there's a business dispute and the two parties agree to go to a Beit Din, within a court. There's then a court finds in favor of Ruvain. Shimon, however, refuses to pay what the court tells him he's supposed to pay, and therefore the court places him in a form of terror. You read the Jewish press or any of these Jewish newspapers, and you look at the back, you often find these legal notices. It says so-and-so is placed under a ban, serial various terminologies. And let us understand this within the context of the kind of punishments. They can vary from fairly mild things like he's not allowed to be honored in synagogue, to no one's allowed to do business with him or speak with him or stand within 6 feet of him or out of him. So it depends entirely on the nature of the crime and the discretion of the court. Perhaps the most famous
your arrest record, and if you've attended a protest,
victim of a terror is Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who has a very significant connection to a Costa that I'll explore a little later. This is the text of the ban placed on Baruch Spinoza some century later, which is probably similar to the kind of text that was used in the same town against Acosta. So let me read this paragraph to you and you'll get a sense of what this must have felt like.
Do you
The lords of the Mama, this is referring to the village elders here, the town elders, having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Espinosa, have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witnesses to this effect in the presence of the said Espinosa, they became convinced of the truth of the matter, and after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the Honorable Companion to the stages, they have decided with their consent that the said Espinosa should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. By the decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, to excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Espinosa with the consent of God blessed be he, and with the consent of all the holy congregation under these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, with the excommunication with which Joshua ban Jericho, with the curse with which Elisha cursed the boys, and with all the curses that are written in the book of the law. Cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him. The anger and wrath of the Lord will rage against this man, and bring upon him all the curses which are written in this book. And the Lord will blot out his name from under heaven, and the Lord will separate him to his injury from all the tribes of Israel with all the curses of the covenants which are written in the book of the law. But you who cleave unto the Lord God are all alive this day. We order that no one should communicate with him orally or in writing, or show him any favor, or stay with him under the same roof, or within 4 cubits of him, or read anything composed or written by him. Very strong, almost hyperbolic language, and all over the culture comes like this. That is the Acosta, and of course much more famously Spinoza, who's made it challenge the dominant thinking of the Jewish faith, and would, the Chachamim, the sages of the community, would bring the full weight of rabbinic authority down upon his end. Now, for us living 5 centuries later, it seems, perhaps it's just me, but it seems like overkill. It seems like here's some possibly mentally ill individual who is criticizing how he observed the Sabbath, and yet you bring a whole ton of bricks on him like that. I think we have to try and place ourselves within this 17th century context where the boundaries of religious authority are rapidly eroding under the assault of the less educated Jews coming from Portugal who are skeptical and questioning the authority of the rabbis and dominant Jewish practice. Furthermore, they certainly have tremendous street creds for the persecution that they had endured under the Inquisition. And for them to come and say, you really don't have to do all this Shabbat stuff. Like my mother, who was a really good Jewess, she only washed the meat. She never, soaked it in salt. She just washed it, and that was good enough. And so the traditional boundaries are under attack from this strange kind of internal threat, and the decision of the sages of Amsterdam was just super harsh with them. We can think about whether or not that was an acceptable strategy, and whether or not that is an appropriate strategy today. But it gets worse. My father always said, it always gets worse. So the second excommunication happened in Amsterdam. He fled from Hamburg, he went back to Amsterdam, large Jewish population. He wasn't happy in Hamburg, he didn't speak German, he was having a very difficult time. And he began to be much more aggressive in his critique of rabbinic Judaism. And remember, this is not a Catholic critique against rabbinic Judaism, this is a Jewish critique, an internal critique, where he says, I read the Bible very well, and it doesn't say any of this stuff. He specifically used a lot of Christian vocabulary in his critique. As in this book, for example, the examination of Pharisaic traditions, the Pharisees, that's actually a reference to rabbinic Jews. The Hebrew term is perushim, those who separate, called we talked about this a little bit when we were talking about Apia. These are the progenitors of the rabbinic tradition, but in the Christian tradition, they are, the word Pharisee is essentially identical with Cricket.
No, and I understand that. And I think
Use
that,
Pharisee
listen, I don't trust Elon Musk, I don't
in a
trust
literary
anything, I don't trust
context
Altman, I
for
don't trust
anyone who's
trust Mark
familiar with
Zuckerberg.
Christian thought.
It's not
That's
because I believe
considered
they're
an
inherently
insulting
evil
term.
people, or
So
although they say
he's
things
saying
are
the
inherently evil.
rabbis are
I
just
believe
like
their
the Pharisees.
agendas
He
are
says this
radically
openly in his
different.
autobiography.
If
They're
you
full of
took an
lies,
American
just
off the
like their
street and said,
ancestors
what are the
were,
things you
very
value?
stubborn and submissive.
Very few
He's
of
saying
them are
that
going to go, we
they're
want to
just
terraform
making things
Mars,
up that aren't in
merge
the
with
Bible.
AI,
Some
destroy the human race,
scholars
and
of
all this
Occult
stuff.
have opined that
If you
perhaps
think
he was
that
heavily influenced
tech
by
community, it's important to have a
Karaism,
thriving tech
which is
community,
a
but it's
movement that
important to
began in
not
the 9th
turn our
century
country
that argued
into
that
a
the only
digital police state or
authentic,
Chinese style
divine
surveillance state.
portion of
I
rabbinic
think
literature is
a
in
lot
fact the
of
Torah,
those
and
people
everything
would
else is all
probably
completely
want to
fabricated.
create something like
It's
that
very
in
hard
our
to draw a
society.
straight line from
You know, that
Karaism
does seem like
to
they would
custom.
prefer that.
He published this book. The rabbis knew that it was coming out, and they actually anticipated it. Before it even hit the press, it's not even much of a book, it's really a pamphlet. They published a counter pamphlet that accused him of all kinds of nasty things. The book, as soon as it appeared, was burned by the rabbis, and he was actually excommunicated a second time, and he fled to Utrecht. He originally wrote in Latin. Portuguese was his mother tongue, but he wrote quite excellently, actually, in Latin.
I oppose what Palantir's doing, and everyone else. Yeah, everyone else. Of course.
I don't think there's a Karaite community in Utrecht or Amsterdam at this time. And also, he thinks he is a regular Jew. He thinks he's like mainstream. It happens that these crazy rabbis are often there. So the Karaites, I mean, in my, I've read just about everything he written. He never even refers to Karaites. I don't think he's even aware of their existence.
The United States
he would have more Karaite
and,
but not in
Israel.
Okay,
Does
so
this come out that
he
this is
flees
what many people feel it is, which
Utrecht,
is
and he lives there for
Mossad,
several
CIA
years.
blackmail?
Then
Or is this
his mother
basically
passed
not,
away.
we're
He
never
is
going
married
to
for some time. I don't know
definitively
much
know
about
that?
his first
Will
wife.
we?
But he apparently was very close
Conjecture,
to his
we've all
mother,
been gun to my head,
who
that's what I
sheltered
believe
him
it
through
was.
much of the worst of
There's
this.
enough evidence
And
in my book
he
to say that's
decides
what it was.
that,
But
you know,
is the
it's just too
disclosure
lonely
not
to
only
try
will be
and live
embarrassing
in
to
this
people, but is it going
excommunicated
to
state,
suggest
which
that
he
one
had
of our
endured for
allies
7
has
years.
been
You know, no Jew
using
was
these
allowed to
types
stand
of
within 4
methods to
cubits
gain
of him.
leverage and
Felt
control
absolutely
over our
terrible.
politicians?
So he
And is
decides,
that one of the
quote
big
unquote,
reasons
that
that
he
they
will
do not
become
want
an
to
ape among apes. Meaning, I don't believe any of this stuff, but he wants to live alone. So I'm going to go back to Amsterdam, and I'm going to pretend to do tshuva, I'm going to repent, and that way at least I can live with human beings. I can live among other Jews. I can have some kind of society with me. So he goes back to Amsterdam, and he agrees to rather humiliating ritual in synagogue. Perhaps I will read to you right now, because this is, I won't read to you in great detail, but I'll read you just one paragraph of what he endured with his second. Now don't forget, he's already been excommunicated twice. It's not like he doesn't know what's coming here. This is not a first-time excommunication. He says, so he goes back and he says, you know, okay, I want to do tshuva, I want to be accepted, and they agree, but they force him to go through this ritual. Then my sentence was read out of a little book. It declared that I must enter the synagogue dressed in the clothes of mourning, holding a black wax taper in my hand, and there to read distinctly before the whole congregation a form of recantation in which they described in blackest colors the magnitude of my crimes. Then I was to submit to a public whipping with a scourge made of leather thongs. And by the way, this was a mechanical device that the rabbis used right up until the French Revolution. That the rabbis had the authority, and in many communities it was utilized to give a person lashes in order to ensure conformity to the will. You will recall at the beginning of tonight's lecture, I spoke a little bit about kind of like the positives and negatives of modernity. One of the aspects of pre-modernity for Jews is that the rabbis had the authority of corporal punishment.
participated in what was kind of an attempt
Rarely
to
used, obviously. It's typically in things like where a husband
manufacturing this
uses
evidence
his
that
wife
Trump
again,
was
things
installed
like
by
that.
Russia.
But definitely utilized. Anyways, after that, I was to prostrate myself at the entrance to the synagogue that they might all pass over me. Moreover, I was to fast a certain number of days. Right? So his punishment was he had to read this public confession. He had to be whipped 39 times, and then he has to lay down at the entrance of the synagogue, and everyone walks over him. He describes this with how he endured this and how furious it made him, not surprising. But nevertheless, he goes through it. So then he is now, so to speak, not sure, but he does mention, by the way, at the end, he says, now let nobody say that they not do me honor, for if they scourge me, yet they lamented over me and stroked my hands. Meaning that they at least gave him some chesed, they did give some kindness after he went through this very humiliating period. But again, trying to imagine what it must have been like in the heads of the rabbis in 17th century Amsterdam, they're trying to make sure this doesn't happen ever again. They're sending a really strong message. It would, in my humble opinion, backfire, but ultimately that's what they're trying to achieve. So, but he's not done yet, because Acosta now, after having been ritually humiliated in this manner, begins to wonder about more than the specific practices of what he calls Pharisaic Judaism. He begins to say, well, what about the doctrines? What about the very basic elements of Judaism? I'm not talking now about how to make a cow kosher. I'm not talking about how to observe Shabbos. What about life after death? And here he begins to contemplate that perhaps the entire superstructure of Judaism is wrong. And at this point, not only is he attacking Judaism, he's also attacking Christianity by saying, and he ultimately comes out explicitly and says this, that he doesn't believe in any organized religion. This is a remarkably modern way of thinking. In the 16th century, to hear someone expressing these terms, that's why he's considered in many ways an intellectual forebear of Spinoza, who also argues very similarly. At this point, he is much more of a troublemaker. The flashpoint is when two Christians, like not new Christians, but like never before Jewish Christians, happen to come upon him, and they say they're kind of interested in becoming Jewish, and he convinces them not to become Jewish. And when this gets back to the community, this again is Acosta explaining his own behavior. It's hard to believe it actually happens, but they say that's it. Pre-communication, pre-excommunications, that's it. You are totally out of this one. He ends up being ritually humiliated yet again, and so he goes home and he sits down at the table and he writes a 10-page document, his autobiography called Exemplar from Unhygiene Time, the example of humankind, in which he basically tells his whole life story in a very short period of time. After he completes his waits at the table for his cousin to arrive, he picks up a revolver and fires it at his cousin. These large financial institutions that knew him, that were shocked that more details about his private life weren't emerging. That's the sad story arc of the life of this real Acosta experience. This is a great example of a tortured soul, deeply spiritual individual. He is horribly damaged by the Inquisition, who tries to find his place in Judaism, but then sees that the island of Judaism that he imagined is an entirely different part of the ocean.
If you have a problem with your drugs or money or something like that, leverage is always being used on different people to control them.
Fairly
1,000%. So Trump, in my estimation, has to just let everything out, no matter how embarrassing it is.
This is really quite early. We don't have people like Voltaire only criticized religion for a couple hundred years ago, but he's beginning to question religion in ways that no one else has, especially in print. His thought was how to signal impact on another Amsterdam Jew, Wallace Spinoza, and this 1888 somewhat fanciful image, they never met, is showing Acosta here holding on to young Spinoza on his lap, indicating in the view of the artist the strong connections to the work by Samuel Hirschberg in 1888 is actually very penetrating. You see that Spinoza, the child, is very relaxed and contemplative, and in fact, Spinoza seems to be not terribly bothered by the ban that was put on him. It was just like normally afterwards. But Acosta was a tortured individual. His hand is gripping the chair in this manner, and he's gone, sort of reading. His colors are all dark, whereas Spinoza is portrayed much more light and relaxed fashion. He is, I think, in the final analysis, though, an illustration of the kidnapped child phenomenon.
I'm going to say something very interesting.
As an adult,
I think obviously poison food in America needs to be dealt with. But Kennedy was talking a lot about these vaccines were mandated and had a lot of adverse effects. Everybody is now not following up with Pfizer, saying that maybe know more about than I do, but I saw that her in the White House, she was stabbed.
I would like to think, at least in a philosophical sense, I'm certainly not qualified to render any sort of judgment on religious, that he's a classic example of that kidnapped child.
And their biggest client is Pfizer.
Or the damage he did to himself.
Well, that's not great.
Perhaps even to the damage he did to future Jewish thought. That concludes my presentation on the sad life of Maria Acosta. Thank you very much for your endurance.
So we look at this again, he's like, the White House somehow overrides it.
And clear the closing doors,
I
please.
think Kennedy, from people that I know, I think Kennedy feels like he's frustrated. I also think, yes, get the poison food out, but also Kennedy was coming in there saying, listen, we had these mandatory vaccines, a lot of them had adverse health effects, and now that's not being talked about. Everything's about food dye. Now, by the way, get the food dye out, sure, but let's not indemnify companies like Pfizer and all these people going forward. I mean, big pharma, it's the biggest one.
Fascinating individual. Doing the research on this individual just blew my mind. I read another book, another biography that was absolutely fascinating, and I feel this is one of those tremendously underreported history. So this is one of those tremendously underreported heroines of Jewish history that make such a phenomenal difference to our self-understanding and, in fact, our continued existence, as we shall see. And I hope that I'll be able to convey some of that to you over the course of the next 60 minutes. She is affectionately known by many supporters as La Senora, as the lady, because of her phenomenally important work on behalf of the Jewish people, her heroism, her unstinting willingness to stand up for what is right, despite her tremendous legal honest danger, as we shall see. In Hebrew, she's often known as Hagiveret, the translation of La Senora, meaning the lady. We'll explore that. This picture is most likely nothing like what she looked like. It's a modern artistic representation. But we do have a sense of what she might have looked at, like from Farm will show you at the very end. But then her personality was incredibly appealing and attractive, and that's really what we're going to be concentrating on today.
Jewish people that are religious, some aren't, and they a lot of the
relying very heavily on her two principal biographers in English, Cecil Roth, the great interwar scholar and post-war war scholar of Jewish history, who wrote an extremely important biography. And the book that I just read for tonight's lecture, Andre Elian Brooks wrote a fascinating account called The Woman Who Defied Kings, which is in fact a very accurate term to use to describe Gracia Nasi, using a lot of more current research archival materials that have become available in the almost 80 years since Professor Rothschild his work. We're very heavily indebted to the research of these two scholars for tonight's presentation. So let's start with her name. What shall we call her? This is an extremely complicated subject. So at her christening, obviously we're speaking about a woman who is a converso, a woman who lived a double life, posing as a Christian in inquisitorial Portugal and later on through Europe. So she had a dual existence, posing as a Christian while secretly holding Jewish attitudes and behaviors. So at her christening, she received the name Beatriz de Luna Enriquez. Beatriz is a name she never used in any formal sense. De Luna was one of her ancestral names, and Hispanic culture is very common for women to take their mothers and their father's names. It probably alludes to the family background in Aragon, which is a region of Spain. Enriquez is also an interesting name. Both of these, by the way, were probably given to them by sponsors because when a Jew was baptized as part of the mostly sham conversions that they underwent during these difficult times, they would be accompanied by a sponsor, typically a member of the royal family or a nobleman or something like that, and then the Jew now converted to a Christian would take on the name of their sponsor, a kind of a godfather-like figure. Hence, you have so many Jews with the name Nunez, Mendez, Rodriguez. These are all names of important Spanish royalty of the 15th century in particular. So the name De Luna is probably from a sponsor on one side of the family. The name Enriquez is kind of interesting because she actually had one family member. The name repeats itself several times in the family. He preferred to use it because it alluded to his date of birth, which occurred right around this time of year, Parshas Miketz. So he enjoyed calling himself Miketz as a result. She preferred, however, to use the name Gracia, which is a diminutive of Beatrice. Beatrice, however, is a Latin term originally, which means saintly one. Beatus means saintly in a Christian sense. She never liked using that term. She preferred using the term Gracia, which may have been a translation of her Hebrew name, Hannah. This is to me, it struck me in a very personal way because, of course, I also have two names. Like many Jews, I have my Hebrew name and I have what I like to call my slave name, right? Henry is my regular secular name that my parents gave me, and Hillel is also my Hebrew name that my parents gave me as well. But Henry is what I use when I try to pass in the street as a regular American, not too successfully, I think. But this whole dual identity and the whole dual naming is something that probably dates really from the Spanish Inquisition. I'm hard-pressed to think of Jews having secular names prior to the 1500s. It's a very, very common phenomenon, however, and among Hispanic Jews, often the names are totally different. I mean, in English, Henry and Hillel begin with the same letter, but Spanish have completely wildly different names. Anyways, Gracia, she may have chosen that as a translation for her name, Hannah. Her surname, through her husband, who was also her uncle, is a very common characteristic of converso families, is that they are highly endogamous, always married within the same converso families. In other words, even though they may have lived as Christians for 3, 4, 5 generations, they're still married other Jews who are similarly living as Christians. So she married her uncle, which quite a bit older than she, which is typical, which is actually considered ideal in some Talmudic texts. It's not consanguinity. Is that a real word? Consanguinity means marrying someone too close to you in relation. His name was Mendez, also known as Benvenista, also a very common surname. that is used by many Sephardic Jews today. Actually, most of them, at least those who claim descent from the house of Nasi all the way to present day in South Florida. So the bottom line, she preferred to go by Gracia Nasi. Nasi is one more name to add to the whole mix. This is a family name. It's a Hebrew word that means prince, as in Yehuda Nasi, indicating a royal lineage, or at least a lineage of leadership. And this is how she allowed herself to become most commonly. But all of these names really apply to the same person. Confusing, complicated, but we're going to stick with Garcia Nasi in particular. What I find most fascinating about her life is that it is so illustrative of the liminal existence of the reversal. We're talking about a person who is really living into the world. It's not that once a Jew converted to Christianity, especially under duress, that they could simply adopt this new identity. Because as we shall see and explore over the next 20 minutes or so, the Spanish Inquisition is specifically designed to root out those conversions to Christianity which were not sincere. And so even though these conversions had actually adopted a new faith, they were always being tested in that new faith. And the smallest little deviance from what was considered acceptable behavior could be grounds for incredible persecution, confiscation of their wealth, torture, and even execution. And this is a curse that they lived with for generations. The fear of being discovered as a perjurer, or even the fear of being denounced as a perjurer when it was not at all the case, was something that plagued conversos for many generations. Even those who may have wished to become complete and enthusiastic, authentic Christians, they always had to live under the shadow of suspicion. This is a rather interesting depiction of two converso Jews who have been accused of Judaizing, that is, of going back on their Christian vows and practicing Jewish rites. They're both wearing this ritual garment that was part of the Inquisition when they were taken to task for their behaviors. The figure on the right here has a little caption in French that says, this refers to a man, a Jew, who is condemned to the fire, but he has acquitted himself through his confession, meaning he has, admitted, yes, it's true, I love bagels and lunch, and I eat them every Saturday morning, or things like that, and as a result, he's going to the flames with a clean heart. They would also give them the benefit of strangulation prior to their burning, so that they could die a somewhat less brutal death. This figure on the right is saying, I refuse to confess my sins. I am actually a good Christian. I just like bagels. And the French says a person who will be burned by the decree of the Inquisition. He's quite a bit sadder because he feels it's tremendously unjust. But in both cases, we're talking about Jews who are forcibly converted to Christianity, and whether they confess or whether they don't confess, whether they regret or they don't regret, they are still bound by these Kafka-esque rules of the Inquisition to lead a horrible fate. I'd like to say a few words about the experience of Iberian Jewry, including primarily Spain and Portugal, obviously. Because today's lecture and the next two lectures are really going to borrow heavily from this experience. We should consider the fact that in the 15th century, the destruction of Iberian Jewry was a colossal event that can be compared only to the Holocaust in our times. Spain was a country that had how the Jews for centuries had given them a phenomenal golden age, had been the home of the Halevi, diplomats like Kastari and Shaprut, scholars like Shlomo Hanagrela, scholars like Maimonides, is true, fled from Muslim persecution in the region, but nevertheless, Spain was like America now here. Spain was a tremendous home of the Jews for centuries upon centuries. And the rapture of Jewish continuity in this peninsula was overwhelming. And in fact, took Sephardic Jews centuries to get over it, even if they, and maybe they haven't even gotten over it until today. To be sure, the next 100 years, Jews are obsessed with the idea of how would Spain fall, and what it meant for the unfolding of the Messianic period. So we really can't minimize the impact of the end of Iberia on the Jewish consciousness. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora of Sephardic Jews, that is, Jews from Spain. We're specifically going to be looking at the Jews who were expelled from Spain around 1492, or some had left earlier, and then to Portugal over here, where our heroine is born. She lived most of her life in Lisbon. Later, I'll show you a map that shows how she fled Lisbon and made her way, like many of the expellees, up to England, and then to the Low Countries, down through Italy, and ultimately to Constantinople over here. Istanbul. The influence of Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles throughout the entire Mediterranean basin had a telling impact on future development of Jewish intellectual and creative thought for centuries. So let's look at the collapse of Spanish Jewry and understand a little bit of the roots of the Inquisition. As I mentioned, Spain went through several centuries of phenomenal acclaim. Jews reached the highest level of cultural activity, their scholarship, their political activity. They had, they were really the leaders, like in America in many ways, the leaders of all cultural activity, of publications, poetry, literature. We had a Jew who was the head of the army in one region of Spain for a while. Incredible amount of achievement. It all came crashing to a halt, in particular in 1391, when there was a tremendous backlash after a few years after the death of one of the greater of the Jewish political figures in Spain, and there was a widespread pogrom that raged through Cordoba. This is the Alhambra Mosque, the Alhambra Palace, which was possibly built by Jews. But it's one of the great landmarks of Spanish Cordoba. Following the 1391 pogrom, which was quite significant, there was more and more Christian influence coming down into Spain, and one of the attributes of the Iberian Peninsula in the Christian context is that since it is not only on the borderland both geographically, it's also on the borderland religiously as well. Spain for many years toyed with different forms of Christianity. Arianism in particular was a rival to the Catholic interpretation of the faith that was ultimately ousted in the 4th century. And of course, Spain was Muslim after the 8th century. So it was always kind of like, it had the zeal of a convert, if I can say that about the entire peninsula. The Spaniards in particular were often tried to demonstrate their Catholic bona fides, and one of the best ways to demonstrate that you were in fact true to the faith was by persecuting the Jews. So Spain had once it became Christian again, it had a very, very strong anti-Jewish streak that appeared over and over again. In our context, perhaps the most significant are the history of disputations which raged throughout Spain. 1263 is perhaps the one you're most familiar with. That's when the great scholar Maimonides was called to debate a Jewish Catholic, a convert Jewish convert to Catholicism and convert to Christianity. Maimonides ended up winning that debate. He officially lost, but then he was banished immediately thereafter because he had shown up his interlocutor. And then a much more of a horrific example in 1414 in the city of Tortosa, which Jane Gerber, a scholar of the period, has called more of a pageant than a disputation, where 2,000 guests were assembled in order to witness the rituals and humiliation of the Jewish interpretation of the Bible. So there was just more and more events that were culminating, indicating that Spain was no longer a hospitable environment for Jews. It culminates in 1479 with the establishment of the Inquisition. Now, what exactly is the Inquisition? This is a key point that we have to bear in mind. In Spain, in the 15th century, there were a tremendous number of forced conversions of Jews to Christianity. Many Jews, feeling the threat of immediate violent harm, had acceded to the demands of their persecutors and had taken on baptism. This is an issue we talked about a couple of weeks ago when we looked at the Ashkenazic lands and how many Jews there chose to actually commit suicide, murdering their own children before they killed themselves. Horrific examples. In Spain, many Jews chose the route of pretending to be Christian and hoping that things would eventually die down. And this lasted for close to a century. And so when you get towards the end of the 15th century, you've got all these Christians of Jewish origin who are sort of waiting and waiting to go back to Judaism. They're hoping that the political climate will change, that we'll have a new king, or things like that, things will calm down. This incensed the church and those zealous elements within Spain, and so they appointed Thomas de Torquemada, who was reputed to have some Jewish origins himself, as the Grand Inquisitor. And the Inquisition was designed specifically to root out those new Christians, so-called new Christians, who may have been 2 or 3 generations Christian, who were secretly practicing Christian, Jewish rites. Note that, technically speaking, Jews who never converted to Christianity were exempt from the reach of the Inquisition. The Inquisition was directed at Christians who were Judaizers. Jews who were Judaizers were technically exempt. They would not be exempt from the expulsion a little bit later, but the Inquisition was directed specifically at these new Christians. And the Inquisition used the most horrific means possible to exact the information they needed. It was almost Stalinist in its scope. Where Jews would be, or new Christians, would be arrested, and then they would be routinely tortured in order to exact confessions of their Judaizing practice, and even more importantly, to betray others in the Jewish community or in the Christian community who had also similarly Judaized. Because they, and in the twisted logic of this time, because they may have actually been innocent, they may have actually been Christian, and it was forbidden to shed the blood of a fellow Christian, torture methods were used only if they did not pierce the skin. So a whole range of devices were employed to try to coerce confessions out of these new Christians, typically involving hanging, stretching, form of waterboarding, some really strange devices like this one was extremely uncomfortable positions for long periods of time. And not surprisingly, as we saw in the 1930s in Stalinist Russia, that people would give up all kinds of things. They would say anything under torture, and so then those people who were betrayed, who may have been innocent, would then be brought in, would also be tortured, and this expanded far out of control. In fact, they went way past the Christian community and even attacked Christians with impeccable credentials. The Bishop of Toledo, for example, was also drawn into the net of Torquemada's excesses, and hence the Spanish Inquisition became proverbial as a purge-like witch hunt that goes on and on for centuries. The Jews would be, or the new Christians, keep on making that mistake, they would be brought before a public tribunal. You can see them wearing these hats of shame, these long conical hats, which may have had associations related witches' hats and gun scabs, where they would be forced to either recant their ways, which would guarantee them a death by strangulation and then by burning, or if they refuse to recant, then they would be thrown alive into the fire, which is the, of course, the auto da fe, the acts of faith, so-called by the church at the time. So that's the sort of mechanism of the Inquisition. I reiterate, it was directed primarily at these new Christians, and not at Jews per se. Let's also talk a little bit about terminology before I move away from this awful slide before we do. The terminology is complex. You may have heard the term Morano, which is perhaps the most common term. And many historians have tried to find fanciful derivations for this term from medieval Latin and so on. In reality, it's simply derived from an Old Spanish word meaning pig. And this was a term used, a term of opprobrium used to describe the Jews who had become Christian and then were, so to speak, returning to their old ways, like as the church would have a dog returning to its vomit. So the term Morano is not exactly politically correct, even though it was overwhelmingly popular even among Jews themselves. Another term that might be more appropriate is converso, these are Jews who had converted, or filtro Jews, that is, Jews who were hiding their Jewish identity. And let us bear in mind that the very tenuous nature of what could expose a person to a charge of Judaism. For example, the smallest kind of deviation from group standards was highly scrutinized by those who wished to denounce a new Christian. For example, the habit of many converso families of eating a kind of fried sausage or fried and bread sausage, but replacing the sausage, pork sausage, with partridge meat or chicken would immediately expose a family to the risk of Judaizing. So the very diet of a Jew was considered very suspect. Of course, if Jews didn't show up for regular mass, if they had unusually large gatherings in their homes, all kinds of things like this would point the finger of suspicion that would linger for decades and decades. And we should also recall that there was a very strong economic motive to denounce these Jews. The property of the Judaizers was confiscated and distributed to the church, and invariably rewards were given to people who had denounced them. So as a result, there was actually an incentive for people to rat out their neighbors and tell the church that they were in fact Judaizing, which is just like in the Stalin's example, it made it very larger and larger. So this was essentially the condition of Jews in Spain specifically for much of the 15th century. It ended horribly in 1492 with this document, which of course is the decree of expulsion that was signed by Ferdinand and Isabella, demanding that Jews pack up and within a few months' time leave the country of Spain, where they had resided for some 900 years. A terrible experience that left such a huge scar on the Jewish mind. Okay, that brings us to Portugal. Okay, so let's go on now. Portugal is a little different. Portugal, you know, is the country on the westernmost point of the Iberian Peninsula, and they did not have the same history of persecution that the Spaniards did. Many Jews, of course, in 1492 felt that the easiest route to take to flee Spain would be simply to go to neighboring Portugal, and in fact, they resided there. However, the Portuguese realized that they would have a difficult time with their Spanish neighbor if they had a much more liberal policy, so they adopted a policy which was economically prudent, and that is they agreed to accept the Jewish refugees on the payment of very steep and temporary residence fee. Jews had to pay a rather astronomical fee to reside in Israel for any length of time, and there were fees for crossing certain bridges, and fees for remaining in certain places, and so on. And the Portuguese hoped to profit as much as possible from the situation. Things changed, however, within a very short period of time as King. Now, I wish I had written this down. There's a king, there's several of them actually, in Spain. It's often referred to as King John in English literature, but in more modern scholarship, here's Portuguese spelling is used, which is spelled J-A-J-O-A-O. Right? And my daughter was fluent in Spanish, not Portuguese. I was trying to figure out how do you say that? J-O. She thought it was like wow. Could you imagine naming your son wow? So she answered Jow. So anyways, I think I'll go with John. But luckily for today, the only Portuguese name we're talking about is Manuel, which is pronounced Frank. So King João died, I think, in late 1495, and Manuel was the younger man who needed a bride. Ferdinand Isabella had a daughter, also named Isabella. But she refused to marry the King of Portugal, which would have united the entire peninsula. She refused to marry the King of Portugal while Portugal housed Jews. So Manuel had a choice to make. Should he expunge all the Jewish presence in his land, which was economically not expedient at all? Portugal had a huge windfall by having Jews come into their region because, after all, the Jews were incredibly experienced traders, very experienced in commerce, literate, and so on. And so he really wasn't sure what to do about this, but Isabella was quite fanatical about this. She would not marry him otherwise, and so he came up with a kind of a plan. The plan was essentially to forcibly convert the Jews of Portugal to Christianity, and then expel whatever was left. But in that way, he was hoping to keep the population and their business acumen and their business connections and so on, and of course their wealth. And then a small number, he could simply expel them, and he would win the favor of Isabella. This is exactly the plan that he followed. With incredible cruelty, however, he began by looking at the economically weakest elements of the Jewish population, and he tore away some 700 children from their parents' arms and forced them, shipped them off to the little island of Salvatore. You can see over there on the equator, a relatively new possession of the Portuguese, who were engaged in tremendous maritime activities. There is the 700 children who were sent there to disappear. It's assumed that the vast majority of them died, and according to a contemporary chronicler, many of them were actually devoured by the great lizards that lived on that island. Not sure if they actually have creatures that big there, but it's possible. It's actually, I looked at Immortal Dragons, but this is a monitor lizard. Okay, now they're going to Portuguese though. But at any rate, I wanted to kill a big lizard. I forgot there would be a professor in biology. But at any rate, it's a sad story. 700 children, and then the rest, under duress and under torture, were converted to Christianity, and as a result, Portugal now acquired a large Muslim population as well. However, Manuel was not stupid about this. This was purely a political ploy with economic overtures, and so he signed into the conversion agreement that the Jews would be free from investigation for 20 years after the forced conversion. In other words, they said, okay, you all have to pretend you're Christian, but we're not going to look too closely at you for 2 decades. And that way, the Jews, not happy as they were, and most definitely were going to torture. Nevertheless, they can more or less continue their lives as normal, more or less. Under Portugal, with much greater freedom than they had enjoyed in Spain, the position there. There was no imposition in Portugal at this time. There was no interference of the church demanding that they conform to Christian norms. And so initially, the Portuguese experience was really quite different from that of Spain. And it was in this environment that Rabbi Rothschild was born, probably in the year 1510. That is some 15 years after the expulsion from Spain. She was married, as I mentioned earlier, she came from a very wealthy family. The Mendes family were very big into banking, into jewels, and they really capitalized very heavily on the huge maritime trade that Portugal was really opening up in the late 14th and early 15th century. Vasco da Gama, the great explorer, had already gone around the Horn of Africa and had discovered another route towards India, and so there was a tremendous amount of trade to be had by supplanting the old overland routes for spices from the Orient and taking it by sea and offering a much cheaper price to the expanding European markets. So the Mendes family were able to extend banking privileges to the Portuguese kings, loaning them sufficient funds to be able to mount these massive maritime exploits, and then receiving their payment after the church came in, so to speak. Making the Mendes extremely wealthy and powerful and very closely related to the king. So like many universal families, she married within the larger universal community. And here you see a painting of her from the famous artist Arthur that shows Francisco here as somewhat younger than he probably was. He was twice her age when they married at 18. He was in his early 40s. But nevertheless, they enjoyed a brief but very happy marriage together that produced one child named Anna. Now, the problem is that the converso wealth that they had was both a promise. It gave tremendous power at all times because they were able to leverage that wealth for policies that they promoted for the benefit of the Jewish community. They were extremely philanthropic and also quite involved in the realpolitik of offering bribes to make sure that the community may change and remain safe. But at the same time, their great wealth made them a target. And so they're constantly under attack by people who wish to point out their obvious failures to conform to Christian practice in the hopes that their wealth would be confiscated. And so one of the many things that Gracia and her husband, Gracia alone, had to do over and over again was constantly pay off bribes to ecclesiastic and temporal officials to gain exemptions and protections from the depredations of those who would denounce them. Let's have a look at one more kind of interesting thing that Arthur put into this picture. You see she's holding a scroll here, and when you look closely at the scroll, and want to guess what it says there? Right. Beautiful passage from the Book of Psalms. If I forget you, O Jerusalem, let my tongue cleave my mouth, let my right hand use its cunning. Her crocodile is very prominent. In fact, she was a major figure in establishing a Jewish presence in Israel later on in her life. Oh yeah, look at this little Jewish guy. This is quite anachronistic because we weren't using this as a symbol for Judaism back then, but nevertheless, really cool. Okay, so let's go on. So they spent many years. She was married at age 18. She was widowed at age 25, making her the heir to a tremendous. Is that me? Is that my microphone? She was the heir to fortune. Maybe if I moved it further away, is that better? She was heir to a tremendous fortune, and once she was widowed at age 25, that made her incredibly powerful. Now, her husband had a brother in Diogo who was living at this point in Antwerp, and that she would join him later, and she was later inherit him as well. The whole family family that I'll share some details with you. But in
Alex Jones with us,
16th,
legendary
17th century
broadcaster,
Europe,
friend of the
widowhood
show.
was really one of
I've
the
been
few
lucky enough to
ways
speak
that
to him
women
about a lot of
could
the
exert
crazy shit
power
that has
in the
gone
world.
on.
Certainly on a small scale, but when you're dealing with
We'll
a
just
woman
come
like
right out with it.
Gracia,
We want
who
to get your
was
read
working
on
with and
what is
sometimes
going
in
on
opposition to
because,
kings and
from
queens,
the
incredibly
outside, the
powerful
Trump
individuals,
administration
her
campaigns on
widowhood was really
exposing this
what gave
cover,
her
blowing the lid off
independence
this
and
cover.
her might, her ability to
Then they get
actually
in office,
flex her muscles
and now it
financially
seems like they're
and
part of
achieve
this
her will.
cover. So,
They were acting in a clandestine fashion when they were married together in Lisbon, primarily to thwart the Inquisition, which eventually did make its way to Portugal, but they underwrote a lot of activities to try and prevent the church from extending the Inquisition there, including very liberal bribes and perhaps even some assassinations of inquisitorial officials. But the Inquisition was impossible to hold back. And, the smallest thing could set them off. So, for example, there was in the Jewish quarter of Lisbon, which they still had like a Jewish quarter, kind of a ghetto type of setup, but it was more like what they would call it more like a gated community. There was a young Christian courtier who was seeking out a young Jewish woman that he had met in the marketplace earlier that day, and he went into a house hoping to find her, and he discovered a whole bunch of Jews gathered there around the table, and this happened to be Erev Pesach, the Passover Seder, and of course these are new Christians, and of course he came out and he proclaimed this in the streets, and it caused quite a hue and cry. Similarly, on another occasion, when there was a plague raged in the city, a whole bunch of new Christians and older Christians were gathered in a church, and they were praying for redemption from this plague, and the light shining through the windows in the back lit up a cross at one end of the room with an unusual luminescence. Many of the Christians in the room felt that this was a miraculous sign that in fact the plague was about to be lifted, and a converso, you can tell it's a kind of a Jewish approach, he scoffed at the idea that this took up the light and then the divine favor. This incensed the entire church population, and a riot ensued shortly thereafter. So you can see the kind of tinderbox that Elizabeth was at this time as the Inquisition was approaching. So she decided to flee Lisbon and make her way to Antwerp, where her surviving brother-in-law was living and making business. Tremendous difficulty getting out of any of the places she tried to get out, because of course her phenomenal wealth meant that the ruling authorities refused to allow her passage. On the one hand, they didn't want to insult her because they wanted to keep her wealth intact and keep her working for the benefit of the larger economy, and so they couldn't simply refuse her passage. She is allowed to travel, but on the other hand, if they allow her to travel, there's almost a worry that she would not come back. And that is in fact what she did. She made her way up to London, where there was a kind of a secret underground railway for Maranos, for conversos who wanted to flee out of Spain and Portugal. And then from there, she went across the English Channel to Antwerp, where she met up with her brother. She brought with her a character that I have not mentioned yet, but someone who will be very important in her later life. Her younger sister, Rianda, and Rianda, who was later married Diogo, eventually had a child. Her younger sister, as we shall see, did not share Gracia's attitude towards Judaism, and in fact this would have disastrous consequences for all of them. Later on, just to jump ahead of our story because we have this beautiful map here, she made her way down to the south of France, to Venice for a while, to Ferrara, where she was very active, and she most likely it is in Ferrara where she finally renounced her Christian status and returned to Judaism, and eventually she made her way to Constantinople, where she most likely passed away. Constantinople at this time was, of course, ruled by the Ottoman Turks, or Muslims, who were openly inviting Jews to come to Muslim lands and were laughing out loud in print and in all kinds of proclamations that the Christian persecution of Jews was in fact enriching the Ottoman territories. Very famous passages from various sultans to this effect. And when she was in Ferrara, in particular, recall this when she met up with Diogo, there's a lot of fascinating sort of behind-the-scenes negotiations over the estate that belonged to her late husband and her brother. Ultimately, her brother-in-law ceded her complete control over the entire wealth of the house of Nassi, even over his own wife and daughter. He felt that she would be a much better steward of that wealth than his wife, as we shall see for good reason. So when she was in Ferrara, up until this point, they've been extremely generous in fundraising and in producing resources for Jews who are fleeing persecution, and actively promoting the rescue of conversos, in particular from various persecutions and depredations of the Anglican Church. In Ferrara, she's able to spend her money a little differently, and she becomes a great patron of Jewish scholarship. Two works in particular associated with her activity. The first is the work of Samuel Ruske, famous work which has been translated to English, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, which is a sort of a historical and a philosophical work about the nature of Jewish persecution over the centuries. And then the famous Ferrara Bible, which is a translation of the Hebrew Tanakh into Judeo-Spanish, into Ladino. And this is, it's got a fascinating kind of cover on it. You can see that the frontispiece here has a depiction of a ship in a stormy sea with sea monsters and a broken mast. And it's an unusual kind of emblem to put on the front page of a Bible, which everybody's about. Anyone have any thoughts of why she would choose to have it decorated so? This special Bible written in the spirit really of the age, Luther publishing in German and so on, writing a Bible that conversos could read in a language that they were trained in, schooled in, and yet having this kind of image on the cover. What do you think about like the experience of the Jews as a whole? Imagine these conversos traveling from place to place and trying to stay afloat, and yet, you know, the mast is broken and the winds are blowing. Not if the winds are here in the corner. It's very dangerous, and nevertheless, they're making their way through the sea. I find it a very evocative and beautiful image myself. Okay, well, let's go on. I find that fascinating. We'll talk about it more another time. Now, at this point, family comfort. So let's recall that the way the wealth is managed up until this point, she has all the money from her husband, and Diogo, her brother-in-law in Antwerp, has the other half. That's largely because her husband felt that Diogo had assisted in producing that wealth, but in reality, it was her husband who made most of it. At any rate, when she gets to Antwerp, she becomes right away Diogo's right-hand person. Diogo ends up marrying her younger sister and having a child who is known as La Chica. She's named Beatrice after her aunt, after Gracia. La Chica means the young one, and that's often used to distinguish her from her aunt. But it seems that her sister, younger sister, is really not enthusiastic about all the schlepping around and the secret converso culture stuff. She was really happy in Lisbon. She was happy living as a Christian, and all this, you know, living on a razor's edge, worried about what's going to happen to the family, what's going to happen to our money. Are you actually seriously talking about moving to Istanbul, of all places? It didn't appeal to her at all. And she becomes more and more restive when it comes to the discussions that her husband and Gracia were having about the possibility of freeing Europe altogether. Ultimately, after Giotto passes away, and in his will, as I mentioned earlier, he left all the money in the control of Grazia, his sister-in-law, not his wife and his daughter. Grazia, the younger daughter, the younger sister, Brianda, would formally denounce her own sister to the church and claim that her sister, truthfully, claim her sister was secretly living as a Jew, and that she, therefore, Brianda, the younger sister, deserved all of the wealth of the family, and her sister should be arrested, possibly tortured, and killed and so on. Those are really difficult points in Gracia's life. You can imagine this human conflict had reached such a fever pitch, but it was clear there was no turning back between the two of them. The idea of fleeing Europe altogether and living in a Muslim country was something that was so foreign to Brianda's way of thinking. She had grown used to the life of heavy consumption that was associated with the uber wealthy of Europe, and she simply would have nothing of it. She applied her, Gracia had anticipated this and had very liberally greased the palms of all kinds of church and temporal officials trying to hold back a formal lawsuit challenging her authority. She was not able to prevent a lawsuit from actually reaching the court, but she was ultimately able to defeat her sister in legal battle and lay authoritative claim to the entire inheritance, which is a rather amazing feat. It just shows you how useful money is. On the other hand, in a related development, there was also a rabbinic court convened on this particular issue, that included some of the greatest minds of the era. Don't forget, this is the 16th century. This is the era when you have Moshe Titrani, for example, and none other than Rav Yosef Karo, the author of the Code of Jewish Law, the Shulchan Aruch, who debated this very point, and ironically, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, Joseph Karo, disagreed with Gracia Mendez. Even though he felt that she was a wonderful person and that did great things with Jewish people and so on, it wasn't right that the sister didn't get an inheritance and that the niece didn't get an inheritance either. But that's another story beyond what we're discussing here. Part of this whole debate was surrounding as well who would the younger child marry, who would Beatrice like Chica end up marrying. One of the, at this point, kind of a discussion of the role of kings here, but there was tremendous involvement of kings and queens, all having designs on the money of the house of Nasi. In this particular case, George V, the Holy Roman Emperor, had a wife who wanted to marry off Chica to one of her closest friends, and in so doing, hoped to garner a large section of the assets that belonged to the Nasi family. When the queen approached Gracia Nasi about this, she actually avoided her several times by feigning illness, and when was finally forced to answer up front what would she say about this particular marriage of her niece to this older Christian man, Gracia Nasi said, intemperately, I'd rather see my niece drowned than married to that man. Very strong language, which meant that she really had to flee Europe, because there was no more excuse for her at that point. So they ended up finally making their way to Istanbul, and at this point, Gracia Nasi had revealed her Jewish identity and was quite openly, actively sponsoring Jewish causes without any vacillation or dissimulation whatsoever. But she met with several setbacks. One that's very important is the Altona incident of 1556, which is perhaps the saddest moment in her career. There was an Italian city with a port called Ancona, and they had a very zealous inquisitor there sent by a new pope, Paul IV. And there was a very large converso community. These are, again, remember, what are we talking about here? We would have in Ancona, we have the regular Jews, the Italian Jews who had lived there since time immemorial. who were not forced to live in Christianity. You had regular Christians, and then you had this converso community, largely made up of Portuguese Jews, who were formally converted to Christianity and were in such confession, but were nevertheless living in, pretty much openly as Jews, marrying with each other, keeping kosher, and all kinds of things like this. And they could not, declare themselves openly Jewish, because that would be in contravention of church law. You can't simply convert to Christianity and then convert back again. But they were not prepared to live as Christians. So you have these three distinct populations in Ancona, as you did in many centers where you settled. The Pope and his very zealous inquisitor arrested approximately 100 of these conversos in Ancona and proceeded to take the traditional inquisitorial route of torturing them, extracting confessions, arresting others, and so on, threatening to burn them. Gracia Mendez, of course, was incensed and wanted to do everything possible to prevent the abuse of her co-religionists, but she was unable to succeed. She actually went so far as to enlist the aid of the Sultan of Turkey, which she had that level of contact with, and the Sultan sent an emissary to Ancona to indicate that any sort of maltreatment of these conversos would result in potentially military action from the Ottoman Empire. Gracia also, rounded up a huge number of Jewish communities who agreed to impose a boycott on the port of Ancona and to bring that city to its knees economically, because Jews were extremely involved in all kinds of international trade, and refusing to do business with that particular port would actually bring their trade to a standstill. Unfortunately, she was unable to achieve unanimity on the question of the boycott. There were a few holdouts, notably the Italian Jews of Ancona, who felt that they were being unfairly drawn into this international dispute. They were, there was not only friendly relations between traditional Jews and conversos. They were living very, distinct communities, even though they had quite a good relations with each other. They were certainly not intermarrying and so on. So they felt that they were going to have their livelihoods destroyed by this boycott, and they argued against it, as did several local communities who were heavily dependent on the Ancona trade. So despite her tremendous efforts, she was not able to bring together Jewry with one voice on this issue, and the boycott failed. And 100 Jews were put to death as a result of the inquisitorial flames. She, however, devoted most of the energies of the last years of her life to developing the land of Israel with some very fascinating projects. One of them, most famously, is the city of Tiberias, which she essentially bought from the Ottoman Turks. She received an exclusive grant in perpetuity to develop the city of Tiberias on the Sea of Galilee, in exchange, of course, for funds that would be produced and would be given to the Ottoman Turks on a regular basis. So the very city of Tiberias, which is modeled in many ways on the successful city of Sfat nearby, is a result of Doña Gracia's specific intervention and her philanthropy. So if we want to bring it back to their legacy, this is perhaps our best chance of guessing what she actually looked like. This is a medallion that was struck in honor of her niece's 18th birthday. And you can see that it says Gracia Nasi here on her 18th birthday. This is the niece known as La Chica. So to whatever degree there is a family resemblance, that's the degree to which we get a sense of how our heroine actually looked. The medallion was most likely struck on the occasion of her marriage to Don Joseph Nasi, also a family But the overall scope and trajectory we get of the life of this really phenomenal woman is one of unrelenting heroism and one of an indomitable will in which she is confronted with these very difficult challenges. The challenges of great wealth, the challenges of Jewish identity within a very difficult environment. And throughout it all, she maintains very steadfast support of the Jewish people. She allowed her burning love for Judaism to remain in her soul for the vast majority of her life while she was outwardly practicing as a Christian, and only when she was finally free to express herself as a Jew that she ultimately revealed her full intent. But we see her impact on the Jewish world in so many ways, not only in the language of Israel, but also in the overall legacy of the Jewish people as a whole. Well, thank you very much for your attention and your endurance tonight, and I hope you have a fantastic week. Next week, we're going to come down to speak about another somewhat more tragic figure from the
President of the United States.
Thank you.
But their activity over the last 6 months is completely insane. They're bombing churches, they're starving people, they're shooting people that are... They bombed Syria today. But here's the deal. Yeah. I'm studying the main threats. U.S. Communist China, financial interest. I'm the guy that everybody said was defending Israel. No, I was just saying they're not the most important bloc. They're very... But yeah, absolutely. Because we can knock out the Democrats are except because they've got all the USA money and the deep state money. Israel, Netanyahu, sees a power vacuum and is definitely trying a hostile takeover of the administration. So that's 100% going on. Are you worried about these connections with Palantir, with using technology to Palantir technology to merge all the different departments, so that if you have information on you with the IRS, that's now merging with, your arrest record, and if you've attended a protest, and whatever the case may be. We see in the UK people are getting sent to jail for tweets. We see all over the world, and we know, of course, the Chinese social credit score system. This feels a lot like a precursor to that. Steve Bannon has said that he thinks that these tech people are the biggest threat to the stability of the United States going forward, because they have their own agendas that they're cloaking in this MAGA movement. Do you share that view? And do you think that Trump has allowed these people to get a little too close and exercise a little too much power in the White House?
We're living in the same kind of period now.
Yes, I think Palantir is a threat. And I've been criticized by people who just want to make scores. I mean, realize about it. Let's explain what's happening.
I don't know why.
Oracle, who's also with Trump.
Okay, and third, more traditionally, the phenomenal spot circle.
Amazon, I believe Amazon is packages now. Amazon runs more servers than CNN and MSNBC, and Microsoft is second.
Temporary
It's like a fact, look up. They've already integrated all that places. They already have Peter Thiel and Alex Carr. Alex Carr, I don't think he used such a conservative.
Shifting demographics. Okay. Let's have a look at this map here. Well, here, in a sentence, what's going on?
But my listeners, I've got to give them a real answer. So you notice the New York Times and Washington Post last year all about Palantir. It doesn't mean Palantir is an issue. It's that, why does everybody know about that? Because corporate media started. So Palantir is coming from, and is a big background.
Live the Jews out of their and primarily
Said to Trump, we know how to come in and tell you what's really going on. Let us have the real war, and we will fix all your problems. And my point is, they are a small little tech. So once you come in as the technology to what's already been done, right? So the idea that this is already it is.
From the traditional homeland,
Amazon,
Google,
and
towards the east.
these
These
other
are two very important partners that represent major
Alphabet, those companies, whatever it is, Meta. Right. So it's Google, it's Amazon, it's all.
over the course
worked out. So they're the ones that are currently doing it. It's not like it's coming. So I just told people in their lexicons, I get flashcards for you. Here's a tiger, here's a bear, here's a bunny rabbit. And now they go, here's Palantir. Oh, that's the big Tech-Techo. No, that's a group that thought with their ankles with Trump, they can come in and be put in charge of the thing that's already there. So I'm telling people, no, it's not that it's coming, it's already there. Palantir is just as dangerous as Google or as Spirit Company Alphabet or as Microsoft or as Amazon's Microsoft Amazon. And I'm saying they're looking at statistics, they're 90%. The grid's already there. Palantir is a usurper, an upstart, a pretender to the throne, trying to come in to give Trump control because the U.S. government's been directing the Googles and the Microsofts and the Amazons are to create a fuse system of areas. That makes sense?
It absolutely makes sense. The reason Palantir is always a red flag for me is when Peter Thiel's asked things like, should the human race exist? And he kind of stutters and stammers and doesn't really seem to have a... That one seems easy. And he doesn't really have an answer for that. He's also suggested they could maybe people on Epstein's Island. They wanted Epstein's like advice on their divorces. It just
he also says, you know, we need to do what I'm doing to stop the Antichrist.
right. So it just feels to me that yes, they're part of a very large group of companies I don't trust. But it is worth noting that this company is, you know, they want to start helping to surveil Americans more than they already are. I mean, that's sort of, or help, you know, concentrate the information or help merge the
He says, we just learned that the last Russian mafia, no two numbers arriving today. Everybody
that's the key. Palantir is offering to Trump.
The Jews get all the breaks.
Look at Denver. Already has U.S. funded life switching.
So the Jews suffered quite a bit in the 14th century as the black men swept through the
Palantir is offering
Europeans started to see place
where Trump's hanging. So what I'm trying to say is not if it's Palantir, it's that we're saying we're at 2025.
But
we're in the year 2050. I'm saying it's already there. The Palantir thing is about Trump coming and saying, okay, I'll hire you to explain how this works and give me access. I'm saying it's already all there.
No, and I understand that. And I think that I don't trust Elon Musk. I don't trust anything. I don't trust Elon Musk. I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg. It's not because I believe they're inherently evil people or although they say some things are inherently evil. I believe their agendas are radically different than if you took an American off the street and said, what are the things you value? Very few of them are going to go, we want to terraform Mars and merge with AI and destroy the human race and all of this stuff. So I do think that tech community is important to have a thriving tech community, but it's important to not turn our country into a digital police state or Chinese-style surveillance state. I think a lot of those people would probably want to create something like that in our society. You know, it does seem like they would prefer that.
I want your viewers to listen to this. Let's just say Palantir is the most evil thing on earth we've ever seen. It is the devil. Why do we all know about Palantir and not the other we don't know? We don't know about Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. They're just 1% of the grid that's already there. So we're all learning about surveillance in AI and social credit score and biometrics and social credit. We're already doing it. They're just getting to get into the draw as a junior. And so I oppose what Palantir's doing and everyone else. Everyone else, of course. I'm saying it's become a distraction into only that. Understood.
Disclosure. Your sources, people that you know. How damaging is this if this all comes out? Do we think that this is a watershed moment for the United States and, Israel? Does this come out that this is what many people feel it is, which is a
But one
besides
really important
CIA
about
black men?
demographics is that
Or is this basically not, we're never going to definitively know that? Or will we? We have a lot of conjecture, we have a lot of gun in my head, that's what I believe it was. There's enough evidence in my books to say that's what it was. But is the disclosure not only will it be embarrassing to people, but is it going to suggest that one of our allies has been using these types of methods to gain
So the second
leverage
major
and
element in the
control?
shift demographic is what you can see there in the blue line at the top of the map, which shows the Jews in Western Europe making their way to Eastern Europe, particularly Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and those regions, the Balkans. This was for two basic reasons. One, increasing levels of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, based on factors we discussed in earlier videos. And secondly, very significantly, the attraction to these new economic zones, where much of the economy is very poorly developed, and there's tremendous opportunity for Jews if they move to what it used to be to become arrendators, land lessors or lessees. There was middlemen for landlords owning large tracts of land called latifundia, tax farming, all kinds of things like that. So the shift in demographics comes along in this context as well, because we're going to see that this population is actually going to grow significantly over the next few centuries, meaning that the Yiddish language is going to expand tremendously as well, because Yiddish is basically, as Billy Crystal once put it, German with phlegm. Basically, it's a medieval German dialectic with Hebrew letters with a tremendous number of borrowed words from many other languages. So Yiddish becomes the lingua franca of the largest of Jews ever in history by the time we get to the end of the 19th century. Okay, so that's the first major point, shifting demographics. Let's look at the second. Disruptive technology. Okay, so what is this technology that's changing everything? What do I mean by disruptive? This is kind of like a business term that's used frequently nowadays. This is when someone invents something that changes the way we do business. And in this case, it changed much of our society as a whole. The invention, of course, I'm talking about the printing press, invented by Gutenberg in the 15th century. This basically took the world from a manuscript culture in which you had to have monks who were painstakingly copying out line after line of written text and then circulating them one copy at a time, which was an incredibly expensive and difficult endeavor, which meant that actual books were very hard to come by, and you only see them with great rarity. This kind of like a Torah scroll today is an incredibly valuable and expensive thing to procure, and would generally only be purchased communally. Only exceptional individuals would own their own Torah scroll, even though it is actually a commandment given by the Jewish calendar. Every person must write their own Torah scroll. Everything on top of it. The Jews seized on this technology very early, particularly the Sonsino family in Italy, who started producing these amazingly high-quality, beautiful works. This is, for example, a beautiful page, the first page of their Bible, the book of Genesis, and you can see how it's very beautifully illuminated, multiple colors, much like a manuscript would have been illuminated. And they're trying to absorb that aesthetic into a printed text, and later they were, of course, abandoning because the cost was not necessarily the driving factor behind the profit. But nevertheless, you can see some absolutely gorgeous work. Later, particularly with the Talmud, this was expanded on by a Christian printer named von Bomberg, who printed an entire set of Talmud that was not necessarily as high quality as what the Sonsinos were producing, but it was complete and it was produced in a fairly quick fashion. And it rapidly, essentially put the Sonsino family out of business because this new Talmud was one that could be circulated with some standardization throughout the period. Now, think back for a second now. What does this mean? Why is this so disruptive? Tremendously disruptive. Because all of a sudden it means that populations move from the hierarchy of those who possess the text to a more democratic sense of, well, of course, we all possess the text. This is something, it becomes cheap enough that everyone can own it. or at least large groups of people had owned significant numbers of manuscripts. All of a sudden, information literacy becomes populist, becomes available to so many people, and not only the access to existing information, the creation and dissemination of new information is also possible. So brand new ideas that maybe never would have had the kind of institutional support to allow them to make multiple copies of a manuscript to later influence larger groups of people. All of a sudden, it's like blogging. You just write a few ideas down on your computer, bang, it's out there for like 2 billion people to read within moments. So it's a tremendous change, the shift from this manuscript culture to a written culture. And at the end of this lecture, I'll just outline a couple of ways in which that had an impact that we feel to the rest of the day. But let's go on to the third major element of the 16th century we'll talk about, and that is specifically the amazing Safed Center. So what's going on? Safed is this town in northern Israel, Tzfat in Hebrew, or Tzfat. It's in the Galil, very beautiful area, very rolling hills, as you can see in this photograph here. And it basically was a nothing town until the 16th century. And in the early 16th century, the Ottoman Empire took it over, and they put in place some new tax laws that made it really advantageous for people to settle there, particularly in the textile industry and so on. So it was a multicultural population, but with a lot of Jews suddenly congregating there. And if you think back to the expulsions of the Iberian Peninsula, obviously a lot of the Jews who had fled Spain and Portugal made their way to the front. And what seemed to happen there at the beginning of the 16th century was there's a collection of absolutely brilliant minds, a collection that rarely happens in Jewish history. And so within the space of about 50 years, you have an explosion of Jewish creativity that was expressed in so many different ways. At the center of it, you have people like Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the author of the Kabbalah Prayer, a very noted Kabbalist, who together with his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, would go out wandering the hills around Tzfat and would mystically sense the presence of graves of tzaddikim from earlier generations, and they would engage in mystical exercises and meditations, and then those places that they identified would become sort of like spiritual tourism destinations that would attract still more Jews there. You also have people like none other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who's living in Tzfat now, and he's the debate in there. And you have people like Rabbi Yaakov Be'erav, who was a brilliant rabbi, who said, we have so many brilliant minds here in Tzfat, we could actually reinstitute the smicha, meaning the ordination that originally Moses gave to Joshua, and then Joshua to his students, on until it was lost sometime in the period of the diaspora. He said, we can reinstitute right here. We could all agree that we're the most brilliant rabbis of the world, which is most likely the case. So let's all give each other smicha, and then let's pass it on. This movement didn't gather a lot of force, although it gives you a sense of what's going on there. And finally, of course, the incredible Arizal, who you can see his grave is actually not in this picture. Sorry, the Alkabetz is on the right, and the Ramak is on the left. The Ramak is the author of the phenomenal Tomer Dvorah, which I translated and published under the title of Kabbalah of Forgiveness, and also one of the great systematizers of Kabbalah. He took the wide range of writings in the Zohar and other places, and he kind of made a system out of them that you can actually, comprehend without, falling into some kind of mystical trance to understand. At least, that's what they say. I still don't understand it, but nevertheless, the Arizal, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, left Egypt and came to study under the Ramak, under his system. And although they studied together for only a period of a few months before the Ramak died of a plague, the Arizal went on to eclipse his fame and to become certainly the single most important Kabbalist of the early modern period. So this is all happening in Tzfat. You have the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. You have these world-altering Kabbalist writing, and you have this idea of social change. Maybe we should speak up new models of leadership. And it's all happening in spot. Now, if we bring these three things together, I think we can make sort of generalizations as to why these fit together and are very important for understanding modern Jewish history. So first of all, shifting demographics. Well, the Jewish world was changing dramatically. The Sephardic population, dominated by the scholarship in Spain and had its heyday a couple hundred years earlier, is now clearly on the wane. Their base in the Iberian Peninsula was destroyed, and although there are still very strong expressions of Sephardic Judaism in Northern Africa and in the Ottoman Empire, it's definitely declining. Population-wise, the Ashkenazim grow, and they themselves begin to move towards the east. And ultimately, they will overtake the Sephardic in terms of population numbers and become the dominant political organization of Jews as well into the 20th century. Ladino and other Sephardic languages decline, but Ashkenazic and Germanic language becomes the most important language of the Jews in terms of their language. Second, and related to this, the disruptive technology of printing changes the way Jews look at themselves, look at the Torah, look at their rabbis, and ultimately creates some tectonic shifts that alter the Jewish world phenomenon. The textual tradition becomes reified, which means to be made concrete. And that has like a good side and a bad side. It's a good thing in that, here it is. It's reliable. This is exactly, what's the halacha? This is the halacha. It's geschrieben, it's written right here, what you have to do, and so on. That's great. But on the other hand, by setting it down in black and white in print, all of the other oral traditions lose their impact. Now, some of those oral traditions could have been plainly wrong. Like for example, how much wine does it take to make kiddush? How much wine do you have to say the prayer, sanctifying the Sabbath, and so on? So all of a sudden we have a machlokas, we have a controversy because we've lost the sense of these sizes. Something that before the Shulchan Aruch, maybe quite a bit before, people would kind of pick up a cup and say, well, yeah, that looks like about right there. And I would say, no, that's not big enough. My Zaydi used to have a much bigger cup. So there's like a whole discussion, which ultimately becomes reified in what does it say in the text? That's what we're going to follow. In fact, one of the reasons why there was such an objection in some circles to the Ramah's writing, the Ramah, Rabbi Moshe Isserowitz wrote a very important commentary on Rabbi Yosef Karo's Code of Jewish Law. Code of Jewish Law is called the Shulchan Aruch, the Set Table. The Ramah's super commentary is called the Mapa, or the Table Cloth. So some Ashkenazi community says, who is this Polish guy, Rabbi Isserowitz, telling us how to do it here in Germany? We don't do it like that. But the German rabbis were absolutely correct that because the Ramah came out with his commentary, that even German Jewish students studying it for hundreds of years later would be inclined to go with what the text says. So Judaism, in some ways, halachically becomes much more focused on what is the text, even when there may be areas where, according to family tradition, right or wrong, another big debate there, but according to family traditions, might change all. I'll give you another example. Chevra Kadishas. So in America, there's one date. I've served the privilege, it's a sad privilege, but I have the sad privilege of serving on many different Chevra Kadishas which moved around in my academic career. And there's one particular ritual that is pretty much standard. And if you look at the halachic literature, you see that we do a lot of things in America. We skip over things that were done in Europe all the time. We do extra things that were not done in Europe. And there's a whole bunch of details that are just not present in our tradition. Why is that? Well, my humble thinking is because there was one particular Chevra Kadisha, I think it was in Chicago, that was the first one to actually write it down in English. So as soon as they wrote down their customs in English, so lots of other Jewish communities saying, well, what are we supposed to do? Oh, we know there's a pamphlet. Check it out. Here it is. So that becomes the Minhag America, the American custom that essentially means we lose a lot of other regional customs. Okay, so that's one of the things that happens with this disruptive technology of printing. Another thing is, because everybody can do it, all of a sudden, copyright law becomes challenged, and like used to say, a person can't print something that's against or, oh my gosh, Chas v'shalom, all of a sudden, the huge threshold of cost that would be represented by hiring a manuscript copies to write out your heretical writings is disappeared. Because now, basically, if you get a certain amount of capital, you can print it yourself. And so all kinds of ideas that would not have seen the light of day in print, or manuscript, I should say, with printing, all of a sudden, it's fair game. Everybody put their stuff out there. So we see the thought of people like Spinoza and so on, and become circulating as a result of this disruptive technology. So the religious diversity that will expand and come to a crisis point in the 19th century has its origins really in the 15th century. And finally, the Tzvat circle, this amazing, nuclear strength activity that was going on in northern Israel for a very, very brief period of time, only a few decades, then it was all over, has tremendous ripple effects. It represents a revival of Kabbalah in a very, very powerful case. Kabbalah, of course, is a very ancient study of Jewish text that goes all the way back to the biblical period, but much of it was completely inaccessible before Rabbi Moshe Cordovero wrote the Pardes Ramonim, and of course the Arizal and his student of Vital popularized very dramatic understandings of the world of Tikkun and so on. So the study of Jewish mysticism becomes very, very prominent throughout Europe and has ripple effects on many movements that are not necessarily so closely related to the Jewish tradition. In particular, false messiahs like Shammai Tzvi, heavily influenced by Kabbalah, and on the other side of the coin, definitely within the mainstream of Judaism, although it wasn't necessarily appreciated by all Jews in that sense in the 18th century, the Hasidic movement borrows very heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, and was a result of that. Therefore, there's a tremendous amount of creativity in the 18th century as a result of what happened in the 15th century. Wow, that was a very quick tour of this incipient revival, the beginnings of a new growth of ideas in the Jewish world, and at the same time divergence as a result of these three factors. I hope you found this video useful, and I look forward to speaking to you again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. Sorry for the, oh my gosh, record late start. We had actually a technical problem because they put a new lock on the door, and I don't have a key to the new lock yet, so we're a little behind in getting it together. But so for those of you who were here over Shabbos, we had a magnificent affair. The Rav's own son, Avrami, was bar mitzvah, and he was a tremendous cut-up. He was brilliant. And we really enjoyed not only his laning, but in particular his Dvar Torah. And he started with the following joke. So the joke, this is an Avrami Grunstein original, I think. Joke goes like this. So between Mincha and Marav during the week, many Rabbanim like to say a short Dvar Torah, in that period before, during sunset during the week. And so the Rav gets up to give a Dvar Torah. You have to imagine this joke told by a 13-year-old, the son of a rabbi who gives a Dvar Torah between Mincha and Marav, by the way. And the rabbi's giving his Dvar Torah, and then he notices towards the back of the room, one of his best balabatim gets up and walks out of shul. One of his, most loyal parishioners, congregants, gets up and walks out unexpectedly in the middle of his drasha. I mean, the Rav is used to having people get cell phone calls and things like that, but have his best member, really, his most supportive member, walked out of shul during the drasha. He was very, very disturbed by this. So, and then a while later, just before he's about to wrap up his Dvar Torah, the member walks back in. So he's very grateful to see him back there. They dub and Marav, and then afterwards he goes up and he says, "Listen, Shloime, I was kind of surprised to see you leave the shul right in the middle of my Bar Torah." Shloime says, "Yeah, I had to get a haircut." And the rabbi says, "You had to get a haircut? You couldn't get the haircut before Mincha?" And he said, "Before Mincha, I didn't need a haircut." Okay. I think Avrami said that one better than me. But at any rate, you get the deal. Okay, so tonight's lecture is actually a lecture of tremendous meaning and value for me personally, and I'm hoping that it'll reach you as well, because it has tremendous value really for anyone who goes to synagogue on Friday nights. They have automatically a connection to this particular figure. Exactly. We're going to hear a lot of versions of L'chad Dodi from the audience tonight, and I'll even play a couple of those for you. But basically, we're going to be talking about Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who is one of the most important Kabbalists of the 16th century. He was in many ways the founder of the Tzfat school of intellectuals, that very unusual 16th century explosion of Jewish religious and intellectual creativity that occurred in northern Israel at that time. But he's really mainly known for one particular prayer that he wrote. As we shall see, it was apparently a wedding gift that he gave to his bride, which adds a whole new dimension to reading about what this prayer is all about. And this prayer was universally accepted. It was printed almost immediately after he wrote it. And it is one of those rare pieces of liturgy, particularly early modern liturgy, that was accepted by all streams of Judaism as they were known then and even as they are known today. It's hard to imagine a Friday night service without L'chad Dodi. I don't even know exactly what it would look like. And you can think of a lot of different strange ways to observe Friday night service, but L'chad Dodi is pretty much central. So over the course of the next 40-odd minutes, I'd like to give you an overview of Rabbi Alkabetz's life, and in particular look at the L'chad Dodi prayer in a little more detail, and place it within the context of the Jewish liturgical and intellectual tradition. Okay, so first of all, here's a photograph of his grave. I'll actually have a few of these here in the city of Tzfat, the holy city of Tzfat, which we'll also explore a bit. You can see his name is Alkabetz, which is probably of some kind of Muslim derivation, like Al-Ghazali or Al-Jabra or things like that, algebra, I think that's where it comes from. And little factoid from my daughter there. We're not exactly sure of his origins. The family name is Islamic in nature, so it could be that he came from Moorish Spain, perhaps. We catch up with him in Turkey, and he's very much associated with the Portuguese exiles in Tzfat later, so it's difficult to say exactly what his family origins are. They definitely have significant roots, though, in Turkey. We have a grandfather we know of as a printer, for example, but otherwise much of his origins is lost in the background. His years, by the way, just so you know, roughly 1505 to 1584. Comparatively short life, not as short as many of the Kabbalists that he was the teacher to. That 16th century, in the space of about 25 to 40 years, created such a tremendous revolution in Jewish thought that we're still feeling its echoes today, 4 centuries later, 5 centuries later. So let's place it in context. The 15th century was in many ways, it can be compared to the post-Holocaust generation in many ways. Very difficult to make that kind of comparison. The scale was nothing like the Holocaust. The suddenness and the ferocity of it was nothing like the Holocaust, only the suddenness perhaps. But you have to understand that the first decade or two out of the 15th century, Jews were reeling from the shock of the Spanish expulsion. The expulsion, of course, came in 1492 when Isabella and Ferdinand, shown here, decided after a significant amount of time persecuting the Jews and also Muslims, they decided to simply do away with them. This is the writ of expulsion that was slated for Tisha B'Av of that fateful year. Of course, Tisha B'Av is the sort of national Jewish bad luck day. It happens to be a day when so many bad things in Jewish history seem to occur, all the way up to the Warsaw Ghetto decimation, under the Nazis and so on. It's a very, very bad day for Jews. At any rate, they expelled the Jews from Spain. You can see here in the Iberian Peninsula. Many of them chose to go to Portugal nearby, but that was only a very brief respite because 5 years later there was a tremendous forced conversion of Jews in Portugal and an ensuing expulsion as well, particularly hard on children. Thousands upon thousands of orphans were created in the very brutal Portuguese expulsion. And Jews made their way, to the north, to the Netherlands in particular, Amsterdam, where they found some safe havens. Many of them moved along the coast of North Africa, and many of them made their way finally to Israel, which is where we'll be focusing on for most of our lecture today. For our purposes, however, the destination of choice for many of the Spanish and Portuguese exiles was the Greek city of Salonika or Thessaloniki, which was a major Jewish center at the time. It was supported by some very important Jewish largesse, some very important people like Dona Gracia de Mendes, who supported the Jewish exiles in a very significant way, and the Jews found a lot of shelter in Greece and later in Turkey, which is essentially the route that would be followed by our protagonist, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz. He made his way first to Salonika. Again, we're not sure exactly what his backgrounds were, but he shows up first in Salonika, where he is a student to the great Kabbalist Yosef Taitatzak, who's left behind several writings, but he is known as one of these brilliant early Kabbalists of the period, who was reputed, for example, to only sleep on a bed on the Shabbat, on Friday nights. Otherwise, he would sleep on the floor, and he did this for 40 long years. He was a teacher of many, but in particular, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz instructed him in the mystical arts and doctrines of the Kabbalah. And that brings him to Tzfat. His route to Tzfat goes through the several towns in Turkey, in particular Adrianople, where he is acquainted with some of his greatest disciples, including this man. Of course, this is the iconic picture. We don't know if this is exactly what he looks like, but none other than the great Rabbi Yosef Karo, who was to be the author of the Shulchan Aruch. It's not very well known outside of cognoscenti, but this great legal mind who composed the 4 sections of the Code of Jewish Law was also a noted Kabbalist, and in fact, much of his Kabbalistic thought and his halakhic thought overlap, and he borrows from much of Kabbalistic ideology as to inform his halakhic writings as well. So Rabbi Yosef Karo and several others were attracted to Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who was by then beginning already to gather disciples, directing them along the teachings of Rabbi Taitatzak that we saw earlier. And it was at this time in Turkey that the 2 of them, with other disciples, spent the night on Shavuot studying and learning, which has become a de jure tradition now for Jews. There's a midrash, I'm sure you're familiar with it, that when God wanted to give the Torah on Mount Sinai, the Jews slept in, so he had to make thunder and lightning and things like that. And so as a result, from then on, the Jews, as it were, resolved to always get up early to be able to receive the Torah on the holiday of Shavuot with passion and eagerness. But a custom developed, particularly from this one incident in the 16th century when Rabbi Alkabetz and Rabbi Karo were studying together, and Rabbi Karo reported a visitation from an angelic being called a Magid, who would come to him many times over the course of his life. And as a result, the tradition became widespread to spend the entire night of Shavuot learning, as in fact we do in this synagogue and many others. And there's a particular text that Sephardim in particular use. This is a cover from an 1860 printing of the Tikkun Leil Shavuot. Anyway, so they stayed up all night. Now, he arrives in Tzfat in the year 1535 or thereabouts, and this is really where the huge explosion of activity occurs. He gathers around him a host of Jewish celebrities, the like of which would not be seen for hundreds of years. It was like really such a phenomenal concentration of people that you never have anything quite like this. An all-star game of Jews, as it were, all at once. And we'll try to explain what the reasons for that in the next slide. But his disciples included Rabbi Yosef Karo, I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Elazar Azikri, who wrote a fascinating book called Sefer Charedim, which is essentially a book that lists all of the 613 mitzvot and then compares them to the parts of the body that are used to perform those mitzvot, along with the ways of atoning for those transgressions. So, for example, if you use your right hand to threaten to strike someone, then you have to use your right hand to give charity. An act of cruelty has to be matched with an act of kindness with the same hand. And he goes through all the body parts like that, eyes, ears, nose, and so on, and it's really quite an amazing book. Rabbi Abraham Galante, very important Kabbalist, and the most important of all of them was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, known as the Ramak, who is a person who's very, very dear to my own research. I published a book on him just last year. And ironically, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero turned out to be so influential as a student that Rabbi Alkabetz, who, by the way, was also his brother-in-law, because Rabbi Moshe Cordovero married Rabbi Alkabetz's sister. Rabbi Alkabetz then turned around and became his brother-in-law's student. The teacher became the student, and he ended up really teaching his disciples' own teachings afterwards. But that's going to take us further afield of where we want to go today. The question is, why Tzfat? Or Safed, is it in English? What is so special about Safed? It never shows up for the vast majority of Jewish history until the 16th century, and then all of a sudden it's like ground zero for Jewish activity. What exactly happened? The place is referred to in Tanakh in a passing way, it does show up in the Hebrew Bible in a passing way, but there's no known activity, there's no known personalities for the first 2,000 years of the existence of this town in northern Israel. It's a cipher, it's comparatively nothing. So whenever you have one of these kinds of conundrums in Jewish history, why not Jerusalem, for example? Why aren't all these exiles from Portugal and Spain making their way to the holy city of Jerusalem, which was, of course, so central? Why this town of Tzfat, a good 150 miles north of Jerusalem, that has no resources whatsoever? So what I like to teach my 18-year-old undergraduates, I have a feeling that many of you will appreciate as well, is what I like to call the Abramson rule of history. Now, do you remember the Abramson rule of history? Follow the money. Good. It's not exactly that phrase, follow the money. I like to say it that if you don't know why something happens, Judith, the answer probably is money. It's probably money. If you can figure out the Kogo, the who benefits, what is it, investment in Latin, they say cui bono, right? Who gets the benefit? But in Russian, I like it better. Kogo, who's beating whom, right? If you can figure out who's getting the benefit of it, then you can usually figure out what's going on. So if we look at Tzfat, it appears to be basically economic in nature. The Turks who were controlling Israel at the time, the Ottoman Turks, they put in place some very beneficial tax policies which encouraged the development of businesses, particularly textile and import-export businesses in Tzfat during that century, which suddenly made it quite a magnet for business interests. And you have a lot of new money that is sort of released as a result of the Spanish expulsions, where Jews are leaving. They're looking to invest. They're looking to settle down somewhere. They need something. It's either Istanbul or maybe it's Salonika. Or what about this new place, Tzfat? It's kind of like, as it were, the Las Vegas of the era. It was a Wild West, a lot of potential there, and many Jews piled in. Yes, question? Well, it actually could serve as a crossroads to the north, because the way the Galil is set up, right? Jerusalem is definitely high up in a mountain. Yeah, but it's got a commanding presence over the entire region. It's the largest town in the region, so it had a lot of benefits that the inhabitants could find. But there's one in particular that is especially important, and that is spiritual tourism. This was a new industry that was very big at the time. And that is, and in fact, by the way, Rabbi Alkabetz was very important in developing this industry. Visiting the Kivrei Tzadikim, the graves of the righteous ones, was considered like, an act of great piety. People were finding these graves all over the place. Most of the graves that we visit in Israel today, I mean, they're of doubtful origins, but Tzfat was really well placed for that. It's beautiful, it's well watered, lush, it has lands for growth, it has all kinds of things that Jerusalem at that time did not. And so money concentrated there, people set up, and actually your question is so fascinating. Think about Las Vegas, the comparison. What does Las Vegas have, right? I mean, there's no water there, it's a desert, but it's a human-created economy. Just get all of us there together in one place and we'll figure out a way to make money. And in fact, it happened. It's just boomed for about 80 years. Then they had a problem with earthquakes and plagues. And that kind of shut it all down. By the 1580s, it was on its way down and it declined significantly since then. But the first 3/4 of the century were great. Judith, I'm sorry you've been waiting. Well, Crusades are definitely way over by this point, and we're over by like 400 years, 350 years. Okay, yeah. To my knowledge, it was not. It was not on the coast, so even those arrivals by sea would not have affected Tzfat, and it's not such a direct route. So I don't think so. Yeah, it definitely has strategic value because of its height. Yeah. Yes. No, but there's rules and then there's ways to get around them. So there's always familial connections, and the Apravano family found ways to. Some bizarre ways, but they found ways to funnel out a lot of their funds when they had to leave Spain as well. So there were ways to get money out. Difficult, but then once again, the money is in play. It's not invested in any particular industry or real estate. Textile seems like a pretty good idea, and Tzfat really benefited from that. So what happens next, of course, is once you have a thriving economy, then culture develops. You don't have universities develop in the middle of nowhere. You only have universities developed where there is significant amount of concentration of resources to allow for the development of higher culture. And that's what attracted all of these people, because there was suddenly a wherewithal for them to, ply their trade in religious thought. Here's an interesting picture. I wonder if can we zoom this back a little bit? Because you can't see the full picture. Some of the graves there, you can't really see it, I'm sorry. Some of the graves there, Danita, I'm glad you're enjoying the lecture, but you should put me on the camera, right? Okay, thank you. This is one of her favorite cities, by the way. So you can just see some of the graves here. They're colored blue, which is considered a way of warding off the evil eye. Blue is considered Kabbalist color. Here is the Ramak, who is one of the greatest disciples of the Reb Shlomo Alkabetz. And way up here you can see the Ari, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, who was without doubt the most famous Kabbalist of the time. In Lurianic Kabbalah deeply influenced Hasidic thought far more than Rabbi Cordovero or his teacher Rabbi Alkabetz's Kabbalah. But they're all like grouped together here because they had this tremendous concentration at one place. Now Rabbi Alkabetz, who was perhaps not the most well-known, was probably one of the most prominent at the time. He was the head of the yeshiva in Meron, which is close by to Tzfat, and he had many, many students who were actively learning in his classroom. Based on the relative ages of these people, and it's also important to note that most of these people were in their 20s and 30s when they are their most creative, and many of them died in their late 30s through their 50s. So it's a period of young people getting together, being extremely productive, writing a tremendous amount of material, and then unfortunately dying often under tragic circumstances, something which historically affects Kabbalists far more than regular people. Rabbi Alkovitz himself was extremely prolific. He left behind many, many titles. Unfortunately, at some point, quite a few of his manuscripts were lost. There's some suspicion that they may have been stolen by his rivals, but they are simply lost. We know of these texts, but we do not have them. Only a handful of texts remain in their completeness. Ironically, he makes no mention of the Arizal in his extant writings, which could be due to the fact that the Arizal, the great Rabbi Luria, was one of the latecomers to the party, as it were. By the time he arrived, it was really already in the, I believe it was in the 1570s by that point. You'll correct me, Benit? I think so. And Tzvat had already had such a tremendous reputation, and he had come specifically to study under the disciple of Rabbi Alkovitz, Rabbi Cordovero, and then Rabbi Cordovero died just a few months later, and everything began to go downhill at that point. So we don't have any references to the Arizal from one of the greatest teachers of the time, which might be a reflection of the distance between them in ages and the limited amount of time that the Arizal was actually there. So what did he do while he was there? We knew he had a job. We knew he had a wife whose name has been lost to us. We know he had a son, Moshe, who he named after his father. But what did he do for a living? He's only left behind a few signatures on communal documents, indicating that he was a highly respected figure who was consulted on legal decisions quite often, but he was something of a recluse when it comes to communal affairs. His main activity was in the yeshiva, studying Kabbalah and so on, and not as, an askat, a person who was deeply involved in the affairs of the community. Rabbi Caro, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, was much more deeply involved in those kinds of things, although he himself would consult with Rabbi Alkovitz on many weighty issues. What we do know about his activities primarily comes to us, once again, from his disciple, the Ramak, and he used to have this very, very unusual form of meditation, which he called gerushin, or divorces, or exiles, something which Rabbi Moshe Cordovero actually wrote an entire book about, describing this particular spiritual practice that his teacher would engage in, and that he, on many occasions, would go along with him and do this. What exactly were these so-called gerushin? And by the way, the word gerushin was loaded with meaning. Not only does it mean divorce in contemporary Hebrew, it also means exile, but it was also the same term used to refer to the expulsion from Spain, Gerush Sfarad. So when people would practice gerushin, it was like, again, think as the way we do in a post-Holocaust generation. It's a frightening thought. I hate to make these kind of comparisons, but it's like going to concentration camps. Well, you can imagine such a thing. It was extreme, bizarre, and strange, but what exactly was it? Basically, he would go off alone for hikes through the forest surrounding spots in the regions like you see in this photograph here. And he, often with his disciple, the Ramak, would wander around following rivers and climbing over ridges until he would sense, through a level of spiritual sensitivity, that some righteous person was buried here. Again, remember, this is a fairly remote part of Israel at the time, not very well settled, but it had a long and hoary history. And so they would come to a place by a brook or something, and Rabbi Alkovitz would say, on this spot is no doubt a grave of, and he would name some figure from the Talmud, let's say. And at that point, he would sit down, I imagine in a lotus position, but probably not, and he would simply meditate for hours on end, maybe 6 hours at a time. And they might go back into the spot and then come back the next day and do it all day as well. Strange rituals, enforced silence, strange body positions, and just meditating on the spiritual resonance of the land that they were occupying. And Rabbi Moshe Cordovero claims that as they were doing these things, tremendous insights would appear to them, and they would compose in their minds great Talmudic commentaries and so on, and later they would set them to writing. And essentially, he recorded a spiritual journal of these many, many trips that he took with Rabbi Alkabetz, discovering these graves and then kind of imbibing the spiritual influences that came from them. It definitely sounds very strange, and it reminds me of a joke, which I'm not sure I can include in the internet version, but I'll tell you the joke anyways. Did I tell you the joke about the woman from Brooklyn who decides to go to Tibet? So she's playing mahjong with her friends, and she says, you know, I'm going to Tibet. And they said, Tibet? What do you want to go to Tibet for? It's like past Europe and everything. Why don't you just go to Boca or something? No, I want to go to Tibet. So she goes to the travel agent. The travel agent says, Tibet? At your age? On your own? I mean, Del Rey is very nice this time of year. You want to go all the way. She said, I insist on going to Tibet. So he sells her a ticket. She goes to Tibet. She lands there. She says, I want to hire a Sherpa to visit the Holy Mountain. They say, you know, it's quite a long distance. It's not like there's no 5-star hotels between here and the Holy Mountain. And she says, I don't care. So they hire a Sherpa. She goes, travels on the back of a yak to the Holy Mountain. And she says, I want to climb the Holy Mountain. They say, no women are allowed to climb the Holy Mountain. It's a very difficult thing, and it's dangerous. She says, I don't care. Get me another Sherpa. Get me, you know, all the guides I need. Sure enough, she climbs the Holy Mountain. She says, I want to enter the Temple of Silence. They say, no, you can't go in there. No one except the disciple is allowed. She doesn't care. She bursts through the doors. There are all these monks there in saffron robes, and they're trying to hold her back. She bursts into the central sanctuary. She says, I want to speak to the holy man. And they're all afraid. She goes behind the curtain, and there's the holy man sitting there. In total silence, emaciated, in a lotus position, meditating. And she says to him, Howard, come home already. I really shouldn't tell those jokes. You know, they get me in trouble. But it's Pesach already. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Judith, for letting me get to the end of the joke. Anyways, so he would do these kinds of things and have these kinds of experiences and so on. And these visiting of graves, you can see that, you know, in terms of the industry that was created, he certainly furthered this along, not only by discovering, as it were, more graves, but also by developing the culture of what one does at these graves. I mean, how is the visiting of graves a religious activity? He essentially sort of codified rituals that are still in practice today. The lighting of candles, there's a little sign here that says, you're not allowed to light candles here. You know, stretching oneself out on a grave, which has biblical precedence as well. The prayers, the meditations, things like that. Many things which, of course, persist to the present day. Maybe I can mention, I know this is a little bit of an aside, but it's a very beautiful thing. One of the many, many beautiful rituals that we have lost in the 20th century as a result of the huge weight of rituals that we used to have in Eastern Europe that have simply disappeared in the modern world, was this beautiful thing called the measuring of wicks. You ever heard of this? The measuring of wicks? So it was a custom that was very widespread in Eastern Europe for hundreds of years, that in the month of Elul, right, the month before Rosh Hashanah, the women of a community would all go out to the graveyards, to the ancestral graveyards, and they would go to their deceased, departed relatives, and they would take out the cotton that they used to make wicks out of candles, and they would measure out all of the graves. They would like literally line the graves with this cotton string. And then later they would take that cotton string back home and they would make Shabbat candles with those wicks, and they would use those Shabbat candles all throughout the year. And it was a way of kind of tying together the dead and the living in a very, very beautiful ritual, which was practiced specifically by women, that unfortunately we don't have anything like that today. The best we have today is, you know, some schools have a custom in the month of Elul that they send the kids out to clean up the graveyards. You know, now we have professionals too, and we pay them and so on. But it's just, that's a beautiful way of connecting the dead and living, which we have simply lost. If you're curious about those things, I have a great lecture on Sarah Bastovim on the internet website, which has a lot of more of those things. Okay, so you get the idea of the creation of, or at least the development of this ritual of visiting graves and what one does at the graves and what the value is and so on. That certainly accelerated the interest in Tzvat and in the entire Tzvat circle as a whole, because these were people who were expert in those things. And I think at this point, we're going to turn to his writings. Maybe I'll pause for a question or two. And Yosef, could you do me a favor and give me an Hebrew-English siddur? I appreciate it very much. No one has any questions? Who are the earliest Gemara? The earliest, in my humble opinion, would probably be, thank you, that of the Rashbi, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which would be 2nd century. That's the one that's certainly most celebrated. Sure. 11-9. How is 11-9? 11-9. So Av is 11, the 9th of the month of Av. That's very good. Very good. It also happens to be 11-9 in the European count is the night of Kristallnacht. It was also on November 9th. Okay, fascinating. All right, so let's talk a little bit about his writings. As I mentioned earlier, we lost most of his writings, but we know of many of them. He wrote commentaries on many books of the Bible, and he wrote specifically Kabbalistic works as well, including a fascinating work which deals with the Kabbalistic interpretation of the act of intimacy, which is something that permeates much Kabbalistic writing, and he devoted an entire book specifically to that topic. He also wrote quite a bit of liturgical commentary and a commentary on the Haggadah. And it's at this point that after his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, came out with the classic Pardes Rimonim, or the Orchard of Pomegranates. That makes sense, right? Pardes Rimonim. Then he was so impressed by what his student had written that he began to quote his student liberally and essentially form his own thoughts around them. But the most famous thing that we've got to study, and I know you've been waiting for it, is specifically his Lecha Dodi poem, which I'd like to spend a little bit more than a few moments with. So what is this poem? It is a piece of liturgy that is inserted on the Friday night service between the afternoon service and the evening service. And as I mentioned earlier, it really is the linchpin of the entire service. It's a beautiful hymn which is sung, typically by the entire congregation, and in many different tunes. I have a couple of them that I'd like to show you or play for you, but it is associated with the Friday night prayers more than anything else, and in fact, it's associated with the onset of the Sabbath more than any other prayer. I find myself many times during the week when, especially like, Mondays, Wednesdays, if I start humming Lecha Dodi to myself, it means I can't wait for Friday. I got to get back to Shabbat. It's got deep associational roots that any Jew who observes the Sabbath specifically connects with the wonderful time that is the seventh day. So let me just read it to you with some translation and maybe a little bit of commentary, and then I'd like to play for you a couple of versions of it, or maybe not their entirety, just to give you a sense of how resonant this is in the culture. The prayer itself, as I mentioned earlier, is apparently a wedding gift that he gave his bride. That is a pretty amazing gift. I mean, it's economical and yet long-lasting, right? I have to remember those kinds of gifts. It describes, it's got some mystical language. It basically describes a dialogue between two figures, one inviting the other to greet the Sabbath. Most of the commentaries follow the line of argument that it's the Jewish people inviting God to together welcome the Sabbath. But there are other commentaries that follow a slightly different track as well. And then after, there's this little introduction of a couple of verses talking about what the meaning of the Sabbath is. Then there are a whole series of stanzas that refer to Jerusalem and the yearning for its renewal in the Messianic age. And then connecting at the very end to the arrival of the Sabbath. The specific origins of this prayer is a passage in the Talmud which there's one rabbi who says on Friday nights he used to tell his friends, let us all go together and greet the Sabbath. And another one would go literally into his courtyard, like leave his home and go outside to, as it were, welcome the Sabbath queen into his home. Which is why, by the way, in the very last stanza of the custom is, a universal custom, that although everyone faces east during the prayers, for the last stanza, everyone turns around, as it were, welcoming in the guest, the Sabbath guest. Kind of on a darker note, and since it is such a beautiful and uplifting prayer, mourners in many congregations are not allowed to be in the synagogue while that prayer is sung, and then they're only invited back in after it's over because it's simply too happy for the association. Okay, so let's have a look at it here. I'm reading from the English translation in the Art Scroll. Come, my beloved, to greet the bride, the Sabbath presence, let us welcome. Right, the come, my beloved, in Hebrew, the implication here is that the beloved is the either God or it is the Jewish people. That together they are welcome the Sabbath. Safeguard and remember, those are two quotes, in a single utterance. That's referring to the two different times that the Ten Commandments refers to the Sabbath. In one place it says safeguard, shamor, right, guard it. And another place it says zachor, remember it. And the commentators say that this discrepancy between the two versions of the Ten Commandments means that both of these words were uttered at the same time and understood at the same time by the Jewish people receiving the Torah. The one and only God made us hear the Ten Commandments. God is one and his name is one for renown, for splendor, and for praise. To welcome the Sabbath, come let us go, for it is the source of blessing. The idea is that the spiritual energy that one builds up on the Sabbath is the energy that is the source for all the energy throughout the week. So you really have to recharge your batteries Friday night through Saturday night, and then you can use those energies for the rest of the week. Yeah, the cholent is the physical energy, right? This is the spiritual energy. From the beginning, from antiquity, she was honored, meaning that God thought of the Sabbath before he began creating the world. And this beautiful phrase, Sof Maaseh b'machashava techila, the last to be created, but the first in thought, meaning that God said, well, we have to have this fantastic world so we can have Shabbos. So he set Shabbos aside. That was the seventh day, the last day. Everything else had to happen in order to make the seventh day possible. Oh, now there's a shift from that kind of, welcoming the Sabbath and how fantastic the Sabbath is to discussions of Jerusalem. O sanctuary of the King, royal city, arise and depart from amid the upheaval, meaning Jerusalem, arise from your ruins. We'll recall, of course, that although there is this tiny settlement of Jews in Tzfat, a somewhat larger settlement of Jews in Jerusalem, we're still talking about the hundreds of people. We're not talking about tens of thousands of Jews. We're talking about very, very small populations. So Jerusalem is still definitely considered in exile itself. Too long have you dwelled in the valley of weeping. He will shower compassion upon you. And this can refer either to Jerusalem or to the Jewish people living in exile, the valley of weeping, the valley of tears. Shake off the dust, arise, don your splendid clothes, my people, through the son of Jesse. That's, of course, David, the Bethlehemite, meaning that's the Messianic age. Draw near to my soul and redeem it. Many of these passages, by the way, are little bits of verses, especially from the book of Isaiah. So people familiar with the liturgy will hear echoes throughout the entire poem. Wake up, for your light has come. Rise up and shine. Awaken, awaken, utter a song. The glory of God is revealed upon you. Feel not ashamed. Be not humiliated. Why are you downcast? Why are you so disconsolate? In you will my peoples afflicted find shelter, as the city is built upon a hilltop. Meaning Jerusalem, speaking directly to the city, do not be saddened, because you will have your renewal, you will be rebuilt, your people will be gathered into you. May your oppressor be downtrodden, and may those who devoured you be cast far off. Your God will rejoice over you like a groom's rejoicing over the bride. And with that transition to the wedding ceremony, we go back to this idea of greeting the Sabbath, which is itself called the Sabbath bride. Rightward and leftward you shall spread out mightily, and shall extol the might of God. Through the man descended from Peretz, once again the Messiah, then we shall be glad and mirthful. And by the way, I should mention here, we really need a chazan to explain these things to us. But there are certain points that, even though there are maybe 100 different melodies for the Chadodi, there are certain points where it shifts. Like it shifts from a major key to a minor key. Like feel not ashamed, be not humiliated, and so on. The music invariably picks up on the meaning of the words in a very special way. So when it talks about the groom rejoicing over the bride, you suddenly have a swelling of emotion that comes along with the music as well. And then this is the last verse where people turn around, face the western wall. Enter in peace, O crown of her husband. And this, the Kabbalists say, refers to the union of the masculine and feminine aspects of God. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ushchinte. Even in gladness and good cheer, among the faithful of the treasured nation, enter, O bride, enter, O bride. So that's the English translation, with a little bit of commentary there. Let me just give you, I won't play the entire thing for you because it'll take about 5 minutes for each of them, but I'll show you two very brief excerpts that will give you a sense of how these Lechadodis are sung. You may have the pleasure of enjoying them yourself in your synagogue, so you'll forgive me. The first one here is by the incomparable Shlomo Karlebach, a unique sort of soulful tune. Let me play you now another version. This is by a very popular a cappella band called 613. Believe it or not, this is entirely a cappella. It's one of my favorites. Okay, so you get the idea. I personally would like to sort of sit and listen to these all day, but I happen to be in Avelis for the loss of my father in August, and so I can't even listen to music for a long period of time. I'm at that stage in my mourning, because this last 11 months, 12 months actually, this part of it where you're not allowed to listen to music, that when I get put on hold, I really enjoy it. So at any rate, so the legacy of Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz is tremendously profound. I mean, I can only imagine what a tremendous achievement it must be to compose a song that will move people for centuries. And very, very few pieces of art have this kind of quality. He outpaces Shakespeare in terms of his impact on the Jewish people, to be sure, and in many ways reaches much deeper. One of my favorite experiences when I was living in Israel, and I'm sure many of you have similar experiences, um, there was a broken down old synagogue in the Katamon region, and it was literally broken down. Like one side of it was a big crumble of rocks. I don't know how long. It was probably built in the Ottoman era, 19th century or something. And it was abandoned during the week, but on Friday night, they would have a Breslov Hasidic minyan there. And the Chazan would sing L'chadodi, and it would literally take about 50 to 75 minutes just for that one poem that I read in its entirety in about 5 minutes. 50 to 75 minutes just singing that one song. And the synagogue was so packed that people would come and would stand outside. There were like several minyanim people outside the windows listening to this song. And what was most beautiful about it is that most of the people who were at this minyan, the people who came early and got inside the synagogue, okay, they were your usual typical Shomer Shabbat. Most of them were Hasidic and so on. But outside, there are all these Jews who are coming en route to a soccer game or, with various other secular activities in mind, no intention of observing the Sabbath other than that brief and intense spiritual moment that they had listening to L'chadodi and participating in the singing of it. It's a tremendous work of art, of soaring genius that speaks to his deep Kabbalistic and intellectual proclivities as well. So with that, I'm going to conclude for tonight. I'll take questions afterwards, but I want to thank you very much for listening to the life of Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? The joke that I really wanted to tell tonight, my joke editor has said that two joke editors, one told me that I said it just 3 or 4 weeks ago, even though it's a perfect joke for tonight. And the other one said it's older than I am, so I won't tell that one. But I may tell it later if I just can't hold back, and you'll forgive me. Meanwhile, I have a couple of good and welfare things, but I will start with this joke, which is once again from you, Zach Devicer, who helpfully types these up and delivers them the day of the lecture. Here it goes. So, Benjamin wakes up one morning, on Saturday morning, and he's in a terrible mood. And he says, Mom, I'm not going to shul. And you know this joke already, but I didn't tell this one before. He says, Mom, I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul. He says, okay. I'm not going to shul. And Mom says, but Benjamin, what's the matter? He says, I go to shul. They don't like me. They make fun of me. I feel terrible going to shul. And she says, listen, Benjamin, you have to go for 2 reasons. First of all, you're 45 years old. And second of all, you're the rabbi. Okay, yeah, that's not so bad. Okay, a couple of good and welfare announcements. First of all, I have to say thank you to Mr. Joseph Ray. I'm not sure exactly how it should be pronounced, but he sent me a nice email, and I like getting these kinds of emails, so I'll read this one. Not all of it, but part of it anyways. This email is greatly overdue. I have been an admirer and follower of your online history classes for a very long time. Though I am a businessman living in Antwerp with my family, I give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same way yours are, and I too use PowerPoint. I know you've upgraded the software. When I prepare and research my classes, I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts and events. I can tell you more. I often steal your jokes as well. Anyways, so it's nice to get these kinds of emails besides the hate mail. So thank you, Mr. Ray, and I wish you a lot of success in your endeavors teaching. And it's wonderful that you do this for your communities. Okay, so tonight's lecture is, of course, on Baruch Spinoza, fascinating figure, and one that really I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him. It gave me a chance to do a little bit more research, because one of the larger areas of research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. What exactly is a Jew? Who is a Jew? When is a Jew considered in the community, out of the community, or as the Hebrew phrase goes, chutz lamachane, in the camp or outside the camp? Those kinds of questions I find very fascinating, and Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by our good friends Mally and Steve Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My joke auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz, and they're going to be the honorees for the dinner this year. We should give them a round of applause. They do fantastic things for our community. Mally is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the shul. She's worked on a significant work which has been published so far privately, but the manuscript hopefully will send to a significant journal, because there's a lot of fascinating history here in Surfside, and she's done some tremendous work. Steve is, as I'm sure all aware, a tremendous cantor, not only in terms of his vocal strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the Trump. As I was just saying to my 12-year-old son Boaz, as we're starting his bar mitzvah lessons, the Hasidic masters say that the Torah has 3 levels that correspond to the 3 levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves. But the letters without the consonants cannot be pronounced. So the next level up is the vowels that are added to the consonants so that you can make words out of them. But the highest level of the soul, which is something that only a person like Steve can really reach, is the trup. When you're able to pronounce those words with vowels and set them to the music that people can appreciate. So for both Mally and Steve, we're really grateful, and hope you'll support the shul and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd when we have the dinner. 5774, right. Right. We're going to honor them next year, too. Sorry, wrong take. Thank you. I never edit these videos. That's why I'm going to get in trouble. Now, one more good and welfare. This is something special. I'm going to try and use a little more videos in our classes. But I have one that is kind of like a personal video. It's my son, Alexander. It's a minute long, so it won't take too much time from our presentation. Mr. Rodriguez, you want to focus on the screen here for a second? Here we go. The video is made by my talented daughter, Dani Malka. Yeah. Brothers. Okay. Thank you. So what this is all about is my son Alexander is quite a runner. He ran his first marathon at 14, which was pretty amazing. He definitely runs me ragged. And he is going to be running in the ING Miami Marathon next month for Team Friendship, which is a really great community organization that helps mainly children and teens and some adults with various disabilities, especially autism and things like that. So if you're interested, please visit the website and you can donate to Team Friendship. Okay, that's it for the good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material tonight. How long is a marathon? 26.2 miles. 26.2, yeah. Okay. Now, who was Baruch Spinoza? 17th century philosopher. He is one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides and Einstein, for example, whose fame outside the Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And in fact, it's a little bit ambiguous to even put him within the parameters of Jewish history per se, because his greatest contributions are beyond the scope of what is specifically Jewish. Many more liberal thinkers want to claim him as a Jewish philosopher per se, and in fact there are elements of his philosophy that we will discuss at least in brief tonight that are consonant, certainly inspired by Jewish ideas, but ultimately the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is negative, because he was forcibly removed from the Jewish community of Amsterdam in an unusually harsh act of cherem, or excommunication. I have the text of it, and I would like to read it to you a little later on in this lecture. It's a very rare step for a community to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and then forcibly remove them. But that is in fact what happened to Spinoza. So the rejected son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, the intellectual tradition at a tremendous level, but in the Jewish world he was cut off in a very dramatic and in fact permanent manner. The question that, and this was happened by the way at age 23, might have been 24, before he even published anything, before he had made a mark on the world of philosophy. And one of the great exercises of intellectual historians has been to try and perform the archaeology of the events that led up to that excommunication, to try to determine exactly why the community took such a drastic step. It is far from clear, but I hope towards the end of the lecture to give you some of the theories that are circulating regarding his excommunication. And I think that actually it has a lot of implications for our own communal standards today, our own sense of identity, and ultimately our sense of who is a Jew, who has the privilege, the right, the responsibility to remain within the community, and who perhaps might be better served outside of the community. So we'll hopefully explore that over the next 40 minutes or so. His background, originally they're from Portugal, His grandfather was among those who were expelled in 1497, possibly somewhat earlier from 1492 in Spain. We're spending a lot of time these last few weeks looking at people whose lives were affected by this cataclysmic event with something that many of the thinkers of the 16th century felt and the 17th century felt was like a split in the world that required tikkun olam, because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, the spiritually most advanced community of Jews in the world was suddenly devastated within a single year in the case of Spain, and then 5 years later in the case of Portugal. So in many ways, Spinoza's own experience is an aftershock of that tectonic shift that we saw in 1492. His grandfather came to Amsterdam with his infant son, Michael, who was Spinoza's grandfather. So Spinoza had direct contact with one of the refugees themselves, his own grandfather. His father was a very successful merchant, and we have plenty of archival records from the period that indicate that he was a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house close by the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there, which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza was not lucky in love. He was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, who passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half-sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction between the half-siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see playing out in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later. We should just spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though, which is a fascinating, kind of interesting, not exactly footnote, but sort of a tributary of Jewish history at this time. The Netherlands were under the control of Spain until 1588, and Jews were not allowed within the territory. Under the Union of Utrecht, there was some movement towards granting freedom of religion, but that freedom of religion was a very difficult one. One that in many ways, now that I'm thinking, we're speaking a little bit in Quebecois about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate it to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands were sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans, byproducts of the still quite young Protestant Reformation. And as a result, there were significant doctrinal disputes between these two Protestant movements. The only thing they had in common was their hatred for the Catholics, and as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish community at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is that I grew up in a small town in northern Ontario called Iroquois Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500. I'm one of them, I'm proud to be one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players. So you get a sense of what kind of town this is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, is that it was almost evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And it was tremendous, the degree of conflict between these two bifurcated populations. And the kids who had it in many ways the worst were me. I was the only Jewish kid. And this Chinois, right, my Chinese friend, Peter Chin, who's now a lawyer in Toronto. And there was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in Matheson. And we had it the worst because we didn't fit in either camp. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like at this time as well, because obviously they were not Calvinists and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what do you do with the Jews? Which camp do they fit in? Which camp do they sympathize with? And certainly they should not be associated with the Catholics. And within this kind of tenuous environment, where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was often obeyed more in the breach than in its observance. And the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, meaning conform to the status quo. The Jews should not step beyond their boundaries, socially, religiously, and otherwise. In this context, I'd like to introduce you to a theory that was advanced by a European colleague of mine named Heinz-Dietrich Löwe, who wrote a tremendous piece on the evolution of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Jews stepping beyond their borders. Meaning, it is his contention that anti-Semitism is quieted, or we should say anti-Semitism is quiescent. It does not, raise its ugly head, except in those moments when Jews begin to challenge traditional norms, when Jews begin to seek out new employment, to seek advancement in educational institutions, to seek advancement in cultural institutions. When they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of tolerances that have been laid out for them so far. Heinz-Dietrich Löwe was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the advance of socialism and other secular movements were beginning to attract Jews away from traditional orthodoxy, not to mention Zionism as well. And in that, he says, exacerbated tensions with the Russian population, which ultimately led to pogroms and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews should not get, to use an American term, uppity. The Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism can be felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course I remind you, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox community. There is no liberal congregation. There's only one congregation with one leadership, my way or the highway kind of Judaism, and the community itself is a little bit unhappy with anyone who is nonconformist. They want to try and keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through Spinoza's story, because I think it says a lot about the reasons for his excommunication. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I will ask if there are any questions. Yes, please.
I was under the impression that not so well the Netherlands, but in Amsterdam in particular, the Jews were invited because of their wherewithal, their experience, and various realms of high money and so forth and so on. I wish I could remember these.
I'll tell you exactly. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's not entirely that they were invited, but they were not disinvited once they could prove their economic worth. It reminded me of a joke for a minute, and then I lost it. It was like just right there, and Steve says Baruch Hashem. Okay, all right. No, did I? It's been a long time. The car with no pedals and no brake pedals. Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. We'll go past it. Okay. Anyway, so there are legends of Jewish settlement in the Netherlands, which are fascinating. And legends always have some kind of kernel of truth, but often are exaggerated beyond measure. There's a particularly fascinating one where the origins of the community in Amsterdam relate to a particular Portuguese Jewish woman who was somehow, when they were fleeing Portugal, she got on one of these English boats, and the Duke, who was the captain of this boat, something like that, fell in love with this incredibly beautiful woman, and import turned her and tried to get her to marry him, and she refused, steadfastly indicating that she was a Jewess and she would not do so, but she was apparently so strikingly beautiful that when they landed in England, the Queen herself drove her around London in an open car because her beauty was something really, to cavil about, so to speak. That's what that's the English term they use. And it was like something shocking. It was kind of like a princess story in reverse, that here's a princess who refuses to marry the prince because he is not Jewish. Boy, I got so many jokes, but they're really not kosher. I can't tell those. So, and then she ended up moving to the Netherlands. That's one of these kind of like Urgeschichte stories, these origin stories. What we know happened from some of the record books, however, is that even though Amsterdam had never formally allowed Jews to enter, they entered anyways. 1593, so that's really quite early, right? The actual expulsion is 1497. That is a typo? No, it's okay. We have Jews, Portuguese Jews, surreptitiously moving into Amsterdam, and they're claiming status not as Jews but as Portuguese merchants, which is true. They were from Portugal and they were merchants. They just didn't mention that they were always Jews. But again, in this anti-Catholic atmosphere, there are a lot of suspicions about, what's Tutsach? What are those Jews doing? What are those Portuguese merchants up to? And there were suspicions that they were actually Catholic, not Jewish. So they organized an armed raid on one of these Portuguese Jewish homes, thinking that they were actually holding Catholic services. They didn't realize it was actually Yom Kippur, and they were davening in a home. They arrested all of them. And by the time it got sorted out, and they said, listen, we're not Catholics. Don't worry, we're actually Jews. And they said, okay, Jews, fine. But they had to decide what to do with them. At that point, they talked about their economic acumen and their resources. And they said, okay, fine, you're here already as long as you're not Catholic. So, Gesundheit, and that's how the Portuguese community was established ultimately in Amsterdam. But it took a long time for that small beginning to actually flourish into a community. And we have to bear in mind the very, very tenuous nature of their toehold in Amsterdam. They did not get official permission to have public worship until 20 years later, and they did not have official permission to get a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations, enlarging their congregations. Everything was always proceeded, it was a little bit like zoning committees that maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed through, how much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere of a distrust of the Jewish community, of a grudging acceptance, is something that certainly had an impact on Spinoza as well. So let's talk about Spinoza himself. He was born and given the name Baruch, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin, he chose a Latin translation of blessed, Benedictus. The term in French, benching, to bench at the end of a meal, for example, is also derived from the same term Baruch, although this time through a French root. But he was known as Bento by the Portuguese root. He received a very traditional Jewish education with the most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time, rabbis who were famous on their own right for various things they published. And also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis who themselves were sometimes censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating certain texts into Hebrew or out of Hebrew into vernacular languages and so on. He received the kind of education that you would associate with, a good balanced education of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with the Jewish education. So the idea that somehow, he broke free is simply not the, corresponding to the reality of his upbringing. He received a very well-balanced education that was offered by rabbis who themselves were very comfortable in the milieu of 17th century European culture. However, towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a defrocked Jesuit priest named Franciscus van den Emden, who was someone who was asked to leave the Catholic Church because he was known as a freethinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology, and it was van Emden who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Emden for quite a while, and as we shall see, he formed a relationship of sorts with his daughter, who was nearly 20 years his junior. But it was under van den Emden where Spinoza really began to encounter the world of ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the most prominent influence on young Spinoza was René Descartes, who was a very famous French philosopher, who was also a devout Catholic, although not necessarily in the dogmatic mold of most of his peers. I'm sure you're familiar with his most famous statement, cogito ergo sum, which means, it's translated usually as I think, really it means I perceive, therefore I am. Let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes, and you'll get a sense of how his philosophy could really shatter Spinoza's entire Weltanschauung and affect the way that he went through his own philosophy. So Descartes, of course, the author of many works, but the most well-studied are his 6 meditations on first philosophy. And in these meditations, Descartes begins with the proposition that nothing can be relied upon, that absolutely nothing is true. Everything that he's investigated in his life, religion, politics, Greek philosophy, there's no way to really get on solid ground. So Descartes says, this is first philosophy. I'm going to start with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, I will only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. And ultimately, he says, I will be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts by saying, what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know if this table that I'm writing at exists. I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the breeze on my face is real. Nothing. This is, by the way, the actual way he writes. It's a very, very compelling text. It's only about 150 pages in length, and it's really quite engaging. And then he says, well, wait a second. So what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand. I feel my weight in the chair. So then there are 2 possibilities that exist. Either these things actually exist, I exist, in other words, to feel them. Maybe the chair as itself doesn't exist, but I have a direct, immediate sensation of the chair, so I can't deny that fact. I sense it. So either I am here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius is confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and this breeze and so on. Like I'm dreaming, or I'm under, say, hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether it really does exist or whether an evil genius is making me think it exists, I know I must exist because there's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. He says that's the first principle. I can stand on that principle. I know I exist. At that point, all the priests say to him, Yasher koach, well done. But that's your first statement, I know I exist. Then he goes on from there to describe, for example, the existence of God. And he has a very appealing proof called the teleological argument, which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there because it would take a long time. I know that, Elisa, you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God. But he ultimately ends up recreating, what an amazing thing, 17th century French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before he started first philosophy. Everything worked out exactly as he planned. It's ironic that a lot of these religious philosophers, when they start out, they say, I'm not going to believe anything, but by the time they get to the end, wow, look at this, the religion that I've been believing all along is exactly right. Immanuel Kant did the same thing in his Religion in der Grenzen von bloßen Vernunft. The religion, that's funny, just even saying it, that's what I was saying, German. Vernunft is a funny word. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. He starts out believing nothing, and ultimately when he gets to the end of the book, look at that, Lutheranism is beautiful. So that's essentially Cartesian theory. Of course, we know the term Cartesian we see in mathematics, the Cartesian graphs, things like that. I'm not sure if that's Descartes. You'll fact check me, Mr. Rodriguez. But it is Cartesian. Okay, thank you. But that's the way of thinking, the idea of breaking everything down to zero and starting over again with no reliance on revelation, no reliance on a biblical text, no reliance on a prophet, just starting from what you can logically prove had a tremendous impact on Spinoza's mind. And in fact, his philosophy is in many ways proceeding along the same lines as advanced by René Descartes. I think you can also hear in this description of Descartes the spirit of the age, or as the German term has it, the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, the way people were like turning away from the old style religion and saying, wait a second, we can do this on our own, with our own brain power, with our own reason. That was the beginnings of modernity in the larger sense of the term. Okay, so Spinoza's philosophy, I only want to take a few minutes to talk about it because I haven't studied it in great depth, but I read a little bit enough to be able to say at least a few words without stumbling too much, I hope. Ironically, Spinoza has been excoriated, especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, Gesundheit, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether. This image of him says here, Benedictus de Spinoza, Judeus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? What is the, there's a story, I think, I see Rabbi Wunsch is here. Maybe you told me a story about I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karloff. He was speaking to a group of college students, and he says, okay, I want to know, who are you people? You know, and someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran. And someone put up his hand and says, I'm from New York. Says, oh, you're a Jew. So as soon as you say atheist, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The poet Novalis from the period refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated. Meaning for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything. That there was no space where God was not. An ens absolute infinitum, meaning ein sof, or ein od milvado in Hebrew. There is nothing other than he, which is a time-honored Jewish thought. Definitely, he must have received these influences through Kabbalistic teachings or so on, which are circulating. But it is a difficult thought theologically, because ultimately, if we really believe ein od milvado, that there is nothing other than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our consciousness? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that every material thing is also God? To a certain degree, that completely nullifies the very meaning of the term God, if we say that all is God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, but we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about it deeply, and he believed that, in fact, the entire world was an expression of divinity. Even evil, even the most mundane physical expression of godliness was, in fact, godliness. I happened to be reading Tanya, the famous work of the first Lubavitcher Rebbe, as I was preparing this lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. So it's not at all a foreign thought to Judaism, this idea that everything is God. The philosophical divergence between traditional Judaism and Spinoza, however, definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe is a God that is active in the world, a God that intervenes in the world, that will create, a miracle like the splitting of the Red Sea. The concept of hashgacha pratit, individual supervision, the idea that God is personally aware of what is happening to every human being, and in fact every animate being and every inanimate being, and somehow directs these things. That's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. So there's a clear divergence, and he definitely would not pass the Maimonides Man of the Year award in terms of believing that ein od milvado, but there is no question that to call him an atheist would be totally misunderstanding his thought. He also believed that contemplation of God was the ultimate expression of human identity, and that deep contemplation of God was ultimately the greatest form of immortality, that somehow by constantly thinking of God, one would achieve a type of immortality of the soul. I'm not exactly sure how these pieces fit together. There is a wonderful book on the topic, which I have not read, but one of the criticisms that was levied against him was this idea that he did not believe in resuscitation of the dead, revival of the dead, but in fact he did believe in an immortality of the soul, which he called in Latin amor Dei intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he did not view with favor the authenticity of the Bible as we have it today. He did not, value that every verse in the first 5 books, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God as we have it. He felt that it's a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of the what he considered a credulity that people had, that the Bible was actually somehow the divine word of God. It was in Spinoza's God, it would have been beneath his dignity to actually try to capture himself within words directed to a specific nation with expressions of specific requirements of behavior. That's not at all the way Spinoza thought. And ultimately, this opened up a breach in the way in which the Bible was approached, and it is upon Spinoza's shoulders that much of what's called the higher criticism of the Bible evolved. The criticism of the Bible that reached its apogee in the 19th century with the attribution of multiple authorships to the first 5 books of the Bible and so on, really rests at Spinoza's front door, because he was the first one to really open up this concept of the Bible not necessarily being divine, at least not in any meaningful way divine. He also had a lot to say about politics, boiling things down to its basic essence, in which he believed, for example, that all politics are really an expression of the desire to maintain one's existence, to persist in existence. And he understood the idea of religion and politics being intrinsically related one to another, as is in the title of his most famous work, the Tractatus Theologica Politicus, the tractate of both theology and politics. Wow, heavy stuff. Now, we'll leave philosophy. What ended up happening to his life, he made a living. He never was famous during his lifetime. In fact, much of his most famous work was published posthumously. He made his livelihood as a lens grinder. Optics were at this point in a significant level of development, and people were, taking lenses with grinding machines and grinding the glasses down to get them to the right shape so that they would focus appropriately. He would work over a bench with a grinding stone day in and day out, constantly breathing in the fumes and the dust particles from the lenses that he ground, so much so that he died a very early death at the age of 44. On a personal level, he never married, although he apparently did extend a proposal of marriage to Francisco van Emden. Remember him, he was his secular teacher, the defrocked Jesuit priest, and she ultimately declined his offer, and she married someone who may have been his rival, who, the uncharitable stories circulating indicate that she did so for a pearl necklace that this other gentleman was able to offer her. He was a philosophical colleague of Spinoza. They had a long and extensive philosophical discussions, but he ended up going into business and became very successful, and the young Clara chose him over Spinoza. Speaking as a father of daughters of just about marriageable age, I don't think it's such a bad choice, but they're a little young. But nevertheless, there's a lot of questions about this rumor. It's not even clear if he really had this relationship with Clara at all. Now, the elephant in the room with Spinoza is, of course, the excommunication. What exactly was going on there? As I mentioned earlier, he was a young man. He was only in his early 20s. Various sources put it as he was 23 or 24 years old. The text of the document is incredibly harsh, and it stands out even against other excommunications that were used at the same time. I'm going to read it to you in just a moment, but it includes phrases like Spinoza should be cursed by day and cursed by night. People were, not only was he forbidden to come to synagogue and so on, people were not allowed to stand within Dalet Amosot. Literally, you could not stand within 6 feet of his presence. And this was a permanent cherem. It was never revoked. He did, as we shall see, make some sort of response to this cherem, but ultimately it was a complete severing of his relationship with the rest of the community. And again, we're talking about a kid in his 20s who hasn't really done much with his life yet. What was the cause of it? Okay, here is the text of the actual cherem. I think you'll get a feel for it. Okay, the lords of the Ma'amad, which are these are the lay leaders. They're not rabbinical leaders. These are like the board of directors of the synagogue, pronounce. Having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Spinoza, they have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witness to this effect in the presence of the said Espinoza, they became convinced of the truth of this matter. And after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable sages, they have decided, with their consent, that the said Espinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. But the sages, of course, would be the rabbinical leaders of the community. And the decree reads, by decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Espinoza with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, cursing him with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys. That was when they were bothering him, and then the bears came and ate them. And with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law, cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man. And all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. By you that cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you, this day. No one should communicate with him, neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor within 4 cubits in his vicinity, that's about 6 feet, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. That's a really strong, phrase of excommunication. Let me pause before we go into the discussions why. Any observations that are salient or questions?
Sounds like an Islamic fatwa.
The comment is, it sounds like an Islamic fatwa. I don't know much about fatwas, but it definitely is a strong communal statement. And let's remember, too, that we're talking about a period where there is no such thing as secular identity. The idea that you're just part of the community, of a community, doesn't exist. You're either a Jew, or you are a Lutheran, or you are a Calvinist, or you're a Catholic. You got to be something. It's just at the beginning of the period where people can somehow float around without being in any specific group. So it's not like he can just, go to another shul. This is it. Yes, please. Right. That's a good question. Okay. Excommunicate, yeah.
What happened?
Well, it's one of those things where, in my understanding, there are a few rabbis in the room here, so I'm not a rabbi, so I'm like not a card-carrying member of the establishment. It's like vows. It's not that we're not allowed to take. is that we're strongly
We got the
discouraged
fan
from
here.
making vows. If we make a vow, we really have to keep it. That's why if we make them by accident, we have kol nidre. So curses also, we're not supposed to curse, but we do have the power of cursing. And in fact, they're quoting biblical verses here. And you know, if you're familiar with Yiddish literature, you know, curses take up, I think, about 18 or 19% of the syntax. But you're right. But nevertheless, this is different also because not an individual cursing. This is the community leadership taking a stance and saying, you know, we represent the community and we excoriate Spinoza. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh, so this is interesting. It's an excellent, brilliant question. My daughter is so brilliant, I have to say. Right. So this is the period where, you know, you begin to have a separate category, just the beginnings of it, of outcasts, right? It's not like they're jumping from one religious community to another. It's not like they're going from one estate to another, which you'd have 100 years earlier in feudal Europe. This is where you have people who, you know, Taka don't fit in. And what do you do with those people? They are like stateless, so to speak. Ultimately, they will become the majority. You know, most of European culture, most of American culture are made up of people who have very, very nominal attachment to some kind of religious identity. But back then, no, and actually, if I can respond to one other statement about the orthodoxy, we have to remember, first of all, the term orthodox had not been coined because there was nothing against which to be orthodox. This was the Jewish community, and being part of the community meant at least nominal observance of the behavioral standards which are expressed in the Torah and mitzvos. So it's not like today where people voluntaristically decide, you know what, I'm going to affiliate with this movement or affiliate with a different movement. You're part of the kehillah, part of the congregation, and you're expected to observe Shabbos. If you don't observe Shabbos properly, publicly you desecrate Shabbos, then you can be, you know, you can suffer all kinds of communal harm. But to think that people aren't secretly desecrating Shabbos in the privacy of their own homes, you know, it's probably the case that would happen. Okay, last question, Solomon, then we'll go on. Yeah, cursed. Well, I don't want to go into a particular show, but the concept, yeah, it's like my grandmother, Allah Hashem, would always say the jails are full in Israel too. You know, she was a very wise woman. Okay, so let's, yeah, we use those words. We do. Let's go now to some of the roots of this. So, Stephen Madler is the premier biographer of Spinoza in our times, and I've relied quite a bit on his analysis of the excommunication. So he argues that we have to understand the excommunication of Spinoza within the context of that tenuous amount of religious freedom that was arrogated to the Jews at this time. That the Jews, remember Heinz-Dietrich Löwe's theory, that it's when the Jews start sort of like pushing against their barriers, that's when there's anti-Semitism in place. Now, what Nadler argues is that the Amsterdam Jewish community, being so nervous about, you know, what will the non-Jews think, that they put a tremendous amount of energy into trying to keep everyone on the straight and narrow, more so than in other communities in Europe. That because they were kind of like a liminal community in the interstices, I'll have to edit that part out, but you know, the boundaries, the seams of culture, they really wanted to make sure that all the Jews were behaving. And in fact, he goes and he looks at the use of the cherem, the excommunication ban in Amsterdam this time, and he says it was used 36 times between 1622 and 1683. Almost once a year, they're banning somebody. Somebody's getting in this amount of trouble in once a year. And there were threats an additional 50 times during that period. So they're really using this strong tool very liberally because they're trying to make sure that the outside community does not think that the Jews are changing at all. They want the status quo, and they want to be perceived as protecting the status quo. So what kind of crimes were people accused of that got them into this trouble? So Nadler chronicles things like religious observance is one of them. For example, regular attendance at synagogue. Can you imagine, Aaron, the president of our shul, if we were like to take attendance at shul on Shabbos, and if someone missed like 3 Shabboses, then, we bring out the Sifrei Torah and ban them, But they're keeping track. Everyone has to like show their bona fides. Everyone has to show their nominal observance of the dictates of their religion and show up in shul. And that means like before Kiddush, they have to be here, gambling, marriage without parental consent, an interesting kind of expression of, hope you're paying attention, Lisa, right? Kids getting married without their parental approval, you put them into cherem. Yes, I know, you want to object to that? So that's actually, I have to say, every time you open your mouth, at least in public, it's very good. It's true. Jewish law, my daughter points out the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, and you can go back even before that. You look at the Talmud, that one of the things that a person has complete freedom over is choice of marriage partner. There's no such thing as an arranged marriage in Judaism. There are arranged introductions. There's lots of parental coercion, but sof kol sof, at the very end of the day, a person may not be married against his or her will. So what does it mean then? I'll turn it back to you. What does it mean if the community is saying, if you get married without parental consent, we'll put you in a ban, when the Torah explicitly says, or the Talmud explicitly says, you can get married without your parental consent? It means the parents are breaking the rules. Yeah, I would like to say that it means that the community wants to be, so to speak, more Catholic than the Pope. That the community wants to uphold a standard which is even beyond what the Torah actually dictates. For obvious reasons, they want to make sure that their society is kind of moving along the straight and narrow, very predictable, the same society that we had 50 years ago, we're going to have 50 years from now, and so on. Payment of communal taxes, that's an old one. Jews have often been put into cherem and things for not paying their dues, that sort of thing. But in general, Nadler says that the ban was used as a kind of house cleaning device to try and really enforce that kind of rigid adherence to authority and conformity with the said rules. Now, if we turn this to Spinoza, what exactly did he do? He certainly didn't marry against his parents' will. We have evidence that he's showing up at shul. He hasn't published anything, that really is his own ideas or anything like that. So what Nadler argues is possibly one of the big issues is his talking about Descartes. Remember we spoke about him, the first philosophy? So Descartes was a destabilizing factor in 16th century philosophy, that he was like taking religion down to the grain, to the very bottom, and building it up again. And there are many who felt that this guy Spinoza, who was recognized as a sharp intellect, that he was simply getting too vocal about his circulation of these ideas. And Nadler argues that it was perhaps his openness to discuss these things without fear. One of the great characteristics we see of Spinoza through his life, he was never afraid to speak what he thought was the truth, that this ultimately got him into trouble. Now, I find Nadler's analysis, based on my limited study of his ideas, it doesn't seem to fit the real severity of the text of the ban. I mean, to put him into that lifetime ban, and nobody stands with, I gotta say, nobody stands with 6 feet of him because he might talk to you, right? But it seems so harsh. So there must be more missing pieces here beyond the kind of things he's thinking about. I myself even did a little casting about the internet to try to understand, why did he never marry? Was there some kind of question there about his personal orientation? I couldn't find anything, It was fun looking, but I didn't find anything. No, Lisa, no more questions now. Ask me about that later. Okay, but it seems that it's just it says more about the community than it says about Spinoza, at least on the surface. And I think there are a lot of implications for our understanding of identity today. Now, how did Spinoza react to this? We only have limited evidence of his response. He did, in fact, compose a treatise, which may have been published, but it has unfortunately been lost. Parts of it may have been incorporated into another piece that he published posthumously. It is written with the Latin title, An Apology for the Justification of His Leaving the Synagogue. We don't know exactly what he argued, but apparently he made his case, but he did not protest. He did not ask to be readmitted. He simply said, these are the reasons why I'm maintaining my position. He never converted to another religion or anything like that, but he simply left the community, again, at this tender age in his 20s, and he spent the remainder of his life, about 20 more years, wandering from place to place, setting up shop as a lens grinder, mainly outside of the Jewish community. He continued to engage with other philosophical circles, and his fame as an intellect slowly grew, although certainly would only explode after his lifetime. One small nugget to give you a sense of his personality during these trying years. At one point, one of his older sisters argued that he should be cut out of the inheritance of the family. Since he was, formally excommunicated, then he should, as an excommunicee, no longer have any inheritance rights. He sued. He took her to court. He won. He effectively defended his inheritance, and then he said back to his sister, "But you can have it all. The only thing I want is," he wanted his mother's bed and some other trifling things that were of sentimental value. Everything else, all the money that his father had made in a very successful business career, he gave to the sister who was his litigant. So you get a sense of his value of the truth and his willingness to defend his impression of the truth, but at the same time, he was not out for glory in any way. And in fact, many of his philosophical colleagues wished to support him out of their own funds. He refused to accept any funds, and he insisted on making his own living in this very meager way. So his legacy is, especially for our purposes here in this Jewish biography course, is somewhat confusing, because on the one hand, he's incredibly important for the history of Western thought. He laid the foundations for a tremendous body of work on the idea of religion, the place of politics in society, and so on. And in many ways, he surpassed even Descartes in the approach to epistemology and several other disciplines of philosophy. Nevertheless, his tenuous connection to Judaism, although I think a study of Jewish influences on his ideas is really something that deserves more attention, in my humble opinion. And I can't say that as someone who has really explored the historical literature, but the coincidences between some of the Kabbalistic ideas and his thought are uncanny. Nevertheless, his connection to Judaism is primarily through that one negative moment of that very, very stark communication. And I think it has implications for us, even in the 21st century, to try to understand how we must deal with those who are perhaps at the margins of our own community today. So with that, I'm going to conclude the lecture. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I'm going to make a little plug for next week. We have a topic that I find absolutely fascinating. We're going to look at a woman who is not well known, Sarah Bas Tovim, who was a paitan, a liturgist. She wrote a lot of specifically female prayers, much of which have been lost in the Holocaust, but they're beginning to be rescued by scholars of women's history in the Jewish world. So I certainly encourage you to come. I look forward to speaking about her work with you next week. Thank you for your attention. Rodriguez? Okay, very good. So, I'm relying on your prodigious memory to not recall some of the jokes that I tell, so that I can repeat them with some regularity. And the joke that's really appropriate for tonight's topic, which is going to be on one of the greatest mystics of the Jewish, experience in the world, it's appropriate that I tell you a joke about mysticism. So I know that, my canary in a coal mine, Steve Schwartz, remembers this joke. So does anyone else remember the joke about the 3 college students talking about their spiritual leaders?
Yeah.
Okay, Baruch Hashem. So I'll tell you this joke, and then we'll be able to get right to the material. So the joke goes like this. There are 3 college students sitting around a dorm room, and they're talking late at night about all kinds of things. And one of the students says, "My guru, he is so amazing. He has so many spiritual powers." You remember the joke now, so maybe I shouldn't tell it. It's too late already. All right, too late. So he says that he has so much metaphysical power. He's in communion with the divine. Once we were walking through the forest, and we were walking next to a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river there was a rock, and a little kitten was trapped on the top of the rock in the middle of this river. So my guru, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him the water stopped flowing, and he walked straight out, and he rescued the kitten. And the second student says, "Oh, you think that's something? That's nothing. My Swami, with whom I study all of the Vedic arts, once we were walking by I-95, and there were cars that were just going 75 miles an hour. Okay, it was I-95, they're probably basically parked. But let's say an imaginary I-95, cars going 75 miles an hour. We saw that in the middle of the median, between the lanes, there was a little puppy trapped there. And so my Swami, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, all the traffic stopped. And he walked out, and he rescued the puppy and brought him back." And the third student says, "You think that's something? That's nothing. My rabbi, he is amazing. Once we were walking on Shabbos, and as we're walking down the street, we see on the middle of the road is a $50 bill. And my rabbi stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday." It's a mildly anti-Semitic joke. I really probably shouldn't. What do you think, Mr. Rodriguez? Cut it out? Yeah, okay, it's good. All right. Okay, today's topic is a fascinating one. We're going to talk about the Holy Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, one of the most influential figures in the history of Jewish thought. The vast majority of contemporary Kabbalistic study owes its origins to the thought of the Arizal. And even if you are not predisposed to study Kabbalah, his thought and his practices are so pervasive that they literally permeate every aspect of Jewish practice today. You'd be very, very hard-pressed to find a synagogue that willingly or knowingly does not have extensive Lurianic practices built into everything from, the way we sing Lecha Dodi Friday nights, which was something that came out of his circle in Tzvat, or certain songs we sing, or certain practices that we have, prayers that we have, and so on. And even basic ideologies about the meaning of Judaism, the metaphysics of Judaism, really go back to the thought of this one individual who died tragically young at the age of 38. And in the space of really just a couple of years, he made this phenomenal impact on world Jewry. So what I'd like to do today is take you through his life, look at some of the major influences on his thought, explore some of the arcane ideas that are behind Lurianic Kabbalah to the limited extent that I am able, and then we'll speak a little bit about his legacy. So before we begin, we have to thank our super anonymous sponsor. We do have a sponsor this evening. We're very grateful. But when we asked him, should we sponsor it in your name? He said, no. And then we said, so we'll sponsor it anonymously. He says, no, I don't want that either, because, we want to say sponsored by anonymously so people should know that it's worthwhile to sponsor the lectures. He didn't want that either, so this lecture is simply sponsored. Anonymous, okay? Thank you anonymously. Okay, let's go. And by the way, I'm getting some interesting comments. Did anyone hear Williamsburg, Brooklyn? Yeah, so anyway, someone from Brooklyn has been watching these videos and said, hey, can I sponsor them? So yes, you can. Just go to the Young Israel website, yibh.org, and you'll see a little button there that says donate, and it gives you an option to make a pledge, and we're very grateful for the support for the Shiur and for everything that Young Israel does for this Kehillah. And thank you very much, all of you out in the Philippines and Williamsburg and places like that. Okay, so let's get to our material itself. Start with his name, Yitzchak Luria. So he is known popularly as the Ari, which is either an acronym for Ashkenazi Rebbe Yitzchak. The word, of course, means lion. Ari is a lion. Or as most of his followers in the generation after he passed away called him, Eloki Rebbe Yitzchak, the divine Rebbe Yitzchak. Now, this morning I had to go to Rabbi Grunstein and ask a lightning shaila, like on-the-spot question, because his name in Hebrew, the title they gave him, a very rare title, Eloki, the godly. I had to ask Rabbi Grunstein, should I say Eloki, which is, for those of you who are familiar with Hebrew, one of the 7 divine names of God you may not use in vain. It's one of the big 10 commandments, right? That you can't use the name of God in vain. And so when you're not pronouncing in the context of prayer, you would say it with a hey instead of a kuf and Eloki. So I said, if this is it, can I say Eloki, or do I have to say it with the kuf, or can I say it otherwise? And right there on the spot, right over there, in fact, Rabbi Grunstein passing the shaila without hesitation, I should say Eloki, just to be Yotze Kol Hadeos, just to satisfy everyone, because the people in the Philippines are very strict about these things. We have to make sure we say it right. But anyway, they called him the godly Rabbi Yitzchak, a very, very rare name for anyone in our tradition. I myself cannot think of anyone else who is called with that name. We do have a few rabbis in the Talmudic period who are called Hakadosh, the holy, but never the godly. But that gives you an indication of the status with which he is held. He's also known by a little bit more formalized term, Arizal, which stands for the lion of blessed memory. Zal, like Zichron Livracha. So sometimes that's all brought together to one word, the Arizal, meaning the lion of blessed memory. But his name actually was Yitzchak, family name Luria, possibly a rather famous family from Provence, although unlikely because they were Leviim and he was not a Levite. And Ashkenazi because he hailed originally from either Germany or France, as we shall see. This is a photograph of his grave in Sfat, which is a renowned pilgrimage site for spiritual seekers. It is a magnet for those who wish to study the arcane arts of Kabbalah and to revere his memory, just as it was for him when he first migrated to Sfat in the 16th century. So let's try and get a sense of the background here for his life. It really starts in Jerusalem, where he was born. The early 16th century, Jerusalem was quite a backwater. There was only one synagogue, the Ramban synagogue, which is shown here. We even know its dimensions. It was approximately 63 feet long, which I would say is probably about the size of this room here. So you're thinking of Jerusalem. Here's how Kodesh, the holy city, and the only synagogue in town is the size of this young Israel. Before we built the big building, gives you a sense of how weak the community is. But in the early 16th century, it began to attract a lot of refugees from 3 primary regions of Europe. The Spanish Inquisition, followed by the expulsion of 1492, and the Portuguese expulsion of 1497, and then a series of rather unfortunate expulsions from France as well drove a lot of Jews out of Europe and out of the Iberian Peninsula at exactly the time when the Ottoman Empire sought to make their empire more inviting to Jews. So there's a lot of new economic opportunity, and I'll discuss in the next slide exactly what Jews were doing, that attracted Jews to regions in the Ottoman Empire like Greece, Saloniki, Constantinople, Istanbul, and of course Israel. So at the beginning of the 16th century, there was the beginnings of a burgeoning population boom in Israel. Still very small. We're talking about less than 2,000 families total in Israel. At the beginning of the 16th century, we have relatively good population statistics because the Ottomans had very good records, but it was something that would grow dramatically.
and there's a space in between called
what the
inspiration.
Jews
And a lot
brought
of times you
were
laugh because it's
a
so
series
beautiful
of
that it's
interesting
overwhelming.
new
That's a fact.
traits
So
that the
it's why when you
Ottomans
listen to a great
did
piece of
not
music, it brings
engage
you to
in.
your knees, right?
One of them
You see
was
the Sistine
printing.
Chapel, it brings you to your knees. There's a
Gutenberg, of
reason
course,
for
had
that,
invented
because
the printing
most of our
press in
lives
the
are
15th
filled with
century,
drudgery. I
and
have
the
to eat,
Arabs
I
were
have to sleep,
slow
I
to
gotta
pick
go to
it
the
up.
bathroom,
The
I gotta have
Arab
sex, I
society
gotta
in
make enough money.
general
That
was,
ain't life. You
you know,
feel that you
viewed
forget
printing
all
with
that. You forget you're
disdain
human. You
because
actually forget
they
you're human
considered
when you
the
see great art,
bookmaking
because it puts
as
you in a
an
state of
art.
high relief.
You
You
know,
stop for a second
the
and you
very
forget the
fine
great.
calligraphy
And you go,
and the
wow,
illuminations
oh man,
and
that
the
makes me believe in
arabesque
God or something
decorations and
bigger
so
than
on.
myself.
They felt
That's
that
what
cracker,
we
that's
go
a
to
book.
the theater
But
for.
to
It's not
print these
just
things,
card
like,
chases.
you know,
Any
off
great
a
movie,
machine
any
and
great
they're all
drama
identical,
starts the
they
character
just
has
couldn't
something
see
they
the
want.
value
They're
in it.
going for the
And
money,
so,
they're going for
although
the
they
treasure, they're
viewed
going for
it as
whatever.
something kind of
If it's a
useful to
great
have,
drama,
you know,
they give up what
okay,
they
fine,
want for what they
communicate
need.
something to a large population, but that's not what we
It's so
call a
interesting
book.
to me that
The Jews,
there
on the
are
other
heroes
hand,
in the movies
really
give up
recognized
everything
the
they've been going for
tremendous
through the whole movie,
technological
and we want it for
innovation
them.
that
They end up with
printing
nothing, but they get
represented,
what they need.
and so the
Usually
first
it's like, oh, I
printing
thought about
presses in
somebody
the
else for
Ottoman
the first time.
Empire were
And
actually
I
printing in Hebrew.
sacrificed
In
myself
fact, they were not
for
even
someone
allowed to
else.
print in
That's a
Arabic
really
because
interesting
the
thing. Why
Ottomans
does that
said,
resonate
keep
with our
that
psychic
stuff away
structure?
from us.
Well,
You can use it for
here's
your
the
things,
other
but not
things.
for
What's a
ours.
tragedy? A
But
tragedy is when the
this
character
only
starts
took
with a failed
about,
fall,
20,
pride
30
or whatever,
years before
and
the
they
Arabs
never let
realized,
it go.
this is
They hold
actually a
on and
very
get
useful
sucked
thing,
into the deep by
and
the
they
white
came
whale.
to
They
admire
have
printing as
just
well.
couldn't let go of his
Jews
obsession. He
were
wanted
also, of
revenge on
course,
that white whale.
advanced in
And he finally
medicine. This is
harpooned him.
something that
But his leg
historically
got caught and he got pulled.
Jews had plied their
And
trade
if you
in.
read the book,
But interestingly, two other areas
it's so
were
anticlimactic. He just disappears.
new to
Because
the
when you get pulled
Ottomans
from the white,
or
he
the
disappears.
Jews that
That's what
had
happens.
significant advancements.
So
The Jews
to
brought
me,
with them the
it's
concept
a
of
long way of saying I
theater.
write about those
They
kinds
had
of things
in
when I think
Europe
about it. I
developed
find it very
some
interesting
kind
that
of
all of us,
association with troubadours.
and the
And
final
this is
theme is
something that we should
there's always
think
that
about.
passage
Actually,
from boy
it
to
runs
man.
through much of
Why
Jewish
is it that
history
Harry
because
Potter goes from being
Jews
boy
are
wizard
typically
to
a
wizard
liminal
to man?
people.
What is the resurrection
Jews
story?
live on
That
the
resurrection story is
borderline
played
of
out everywhere.
society,
It's because we
often
believe that
in
inside of
little
us, this is
urban
not all that
islands
there's
that are
I
heavily
have more in
Jewish,
me. It's
whereas
going to
the
take courage.
countryside
I'm
is
going to
all
be in the middle of the fucking
non-Jewish.
ocean. I'm going to
And so
paddle.
there are all
I'm not
kinds
going to
of
have a back. And everything I got ready for,
entertainment-related
my
arts
cauliflower
and
ears and all
activities
my armor,
that Jews
the challenge,
historically
the
are
dragon,
attracted
I've
to.
never seen before, and I have no
Classical
armor for it.
music
I
in
didn't get ready
Europe,
for
for
that.
example, one would
All
like
my
to think,
technique doesn't
for
work against that
example,
fucking dragon. I gotta
Hollywood,
figure it out.
out in California, which is itself a very liminal edge sort of culture. People tell me that the country is built on a slight slant and things that aren't tied down very well eventually make their way to California. I don't know if I should say that in some of your area, but I have one or two people who are watching California, but anyways. And also, strangely enough, Jews brought a lot of armament. They had a lot of weapon-making technology that they developed in Europe with some of the more advanced science going on there, and they were teaching the Ottomans how to create greater firepower, other surprising kind of things. But that was not the backbone of Jewish industry. The essence of the Jewish economy was always in commerce. For the last 400 years, the Jews have especially pioneered international commerce, primarily because of the great tensions between the Muslim world and the Christian world. After the Crusades, in 1095, when the First Crusade was declared, essentially you had the beginning of a geopolitical war that continues really to our own day, a huge split between
Alex
the Christian
with us,
world and the Muslim world.
legendary
And one of the
broadcaster,
very few
friend
people
of the
who
show.
could easily
I've been lucky enough to
traverse
speak to
that
him about
boundary
a lot
and
of the
find,
crazy shit that has gone
pockets
on
of support within
past 10
either
years.
realm were the Jews. So the Jews were quite active in international commerce, and the Ottomans
And,
saw
we'll just come right out with it. We
the
want to get
expulsion
your
of the Jews
read on
from Europe as a
what
tremendous
is going
boon.
on because,
The Ottoman
from the
Emperor at the
outside,
time was
the Trump
famous for making these
administration
kinds of statements,
campaigns on
laughing at the European nations for expelling the Jews because he was extremely happy to bring them into his empire and then to advance
then
the
they get an
economy in
office.
Greece, in
And now
Turkey,
it
and
seems
places
like
like
they're
that.
part of this
So this is a
cover-up.
period where
So what
Jews
in
were
your
really
estimation has
expanding their
happened?
economic sphere, and this will be very important for the development of Kabbalah, as we shall see. One last function that they were very active with in Europe, and they were used as well in the Ottoman Empire afterwards, is tax farming, which I believe we have discussed in a previous occasion, so I won't go into great detail, but basically, in a corporate society, sometimes called a feudal society, the rulers do not tax people by individual status. No one has social security numbers. There's no way they could identify individuals. They do hold so much and so much tax. They tax entire communities, entire estates, entire classes. And so in order to manage this kind of mass collection of funds appropriately, they would frequently, both in Europe and in the Arab lands, they would farm out the tax to middlemen. In other words, the Ottoman leader could say, all right, from this particular region, I estimate I can get whatever 5,000 gold coins. So the Jews would say, we can get that for you, sire. And the Jews would go and they would collect maybe 6,000 gold coins. And the extra 1,000, the profit, they would retain for their own use in the community. It's called tax farming, and Jews were quite adept at it. Why specifically? A couple of reasons. One is their numeracy. In fact, the Jews had valued the ability to work with numbers and mathematics and literacy as well. And they had a long tradition of this that extends from both European and North African and Middle Eastern experiences. And at the same time, perhaps even more important, they were a border society. It was often very useful for the leader to have a different ethnicity controlling the dominant ethnicity. It guaranteed their loyalty because they knew they could never, cheat easily on the king because they were at his mercy. They could not collude easily with the dominant nationality, and so there's a lot of reasons why Jews as a minority were a favorite choice to engage in tax farming. It did not make them a beloved people. As we shall see a little later on in this course when we talk about the uprisings in Eastern Europe, for example, but that was part of the economy. So let us move now to Yitzhak Luria himself. He was born in this new Jerusalem community in 1534. We know very little about his parents. His father was Solomon, and most likely had immigrated from the Ashkenazi land. He was called Ashkenazi, the Ashkenazi, which is the kind of designation you give to someone who has originated elsewhere but is now living in a new territory. As I mentioned, his name Luria is a famous name in Provence, but it's unlikely that he himself came from that same family. His mother's name is unknown, but she is most likely Sephardi, as we know from her brother's family. Solomon died when young Isaac was very young. We have only very limited kind of bibliographic and biographical data about this period of his life, as in fact with his life in general. But Isaac is called a Katan when his father died, which we assume would mean he was no older than 13. His mother elected to take him out of Jerusalem to Cairo, where her brother Mordecai was a well-to-do tax farmer. And under Mordecai's tutelage, they prospered, he studied well, and he ultimately ended up marrying his first cousin, which did not violate the rabbinic laws of the relationship. But he married his first cousin, the daughter of his uncle Mordecai Francis. His uncle is probably from France, as the name implies. In Ladino, Francis is often used to describe someone who came from France. So he has Ashkenazi background, he also has Sephardi background, living in Cairo. Okay, I'm going to pause for a drink of coffee and I'll ask all your questions so far. Yes, please.
Internal politics and foreign policy, particularly in the Middle East, so definitely that was heavily involved in. Guys like Maxwell, who was convicted of human trafficking, though the new memos, the Trump says there is none of that.
The question is, were the Jews in France this time basically Ashkenazic? Yes. The patterns of settlement of Jews in France, for the most part, they come from Spain over the Pyrenees up to the Rhineland. We're talking about a process of several hundred years. In the Rhineland, which is more or less northern Germany, you have the development of traditional Ashkenazic culture. And then, of course, there's a lot of communication down through France and into the coast area of Provence and so on. But they're definitely identified as Ashkenazim, and by the time you get to the 15th, 16th century, they really diverge significantly from the Sephardim in
The
Spain.
larger issue was
On a
money
ritual
laundering,
level,
and then now the
perhaps on
Democrats
an
are
ethnic
now, as I
level,
said
we're
months
not
ago,
sure
weeks
about
ago,
that.
that
But
Trump
they
needs an
definitely
undisclosed
arguing
grand
with
jury still
Sephardim
be
a lot.
released
We
for
have arguments
stuff from
between
her trial
the
or the
Rabbi
trial that
Rothschild
happened.
and the Maimonidean camp, for example, that's quite intense,
In
even
custody
from
there in
the
New York,
13th century.
the detention center.
Okay,
We should
so let's
demand
go on.
the billions. It was 1.1 billion.
When he was in Cairo, we know actually a little bit about him from the Cairo Geniza. And just to refresh your memory on what the Cairo Geniza is, this is a fantastic collection of 250,000 fragments of documents from the Ben Sira synagogue just outside, or the Ben Ezra, thank you. So here he does. He's got his. This time he knows it automatically. He knows it's cold, but he can always fact check me on Google. At any rate, the tremendous treasure trove of documents found just outside Cairo that gives us incredible insight into the dense nature of Jewish society in the Middle East for about 500 years. Tremendous scope. And through pouring through these documents, they found several documents that specifically mention Yitzhak Beria in the 16th century. So what do we know about him from the Cairo Geniza? We have primarily commercial documents, bills of sale. And it seems that in the 1550s, when he was in his 20s, he was primarily involved in the sale of various goods on an international level. We know that he was involved in selling pepper. We know he was involved in selling leather. He had some. It's hard to say if they're business disputes, but he specifically, writes letters requesting payment, where he sends out invoices, things like that. So it appears that he was quite active in international commerce in his 20s, and that's likely where he got his the wealth to be able to travel to Tzfat. Just a kind of interesting side note, 3 days before his death, he settled all of his business accounts, made sure that all was right, which is, I think, in itself a rather interesting attestation to his probity and to his perhaps mystical sense of what was coming.
When Bondi said
But
we had
anyways,
10,000 hours
there
of video,
in his
She
20s
said we had
as
10,000
a
hours of
spice
video.
and leather
I
merchant,
had dinner
basically
last
traveling
week
around
with the vice
doing
president.
various
He
things.
told me
And at the same
that
time,
was
he's
commercial
engaged deeply in
pornography. They do
Talmudic
not have
study.
videos
Two
of
specific
any
aspects of
powerful
study
person
characterize this
in a
early period.
compromising
And
position.
in general, it's a
That's the
dichotomy
party
that
line
is
that they're
preserved in
going
much of
with.
Jewish study.
If that's
You
the
can study
case,
what's called
why would
Torah
Pam
Snigla,
Bondi call it
the
evidence?
revealed Torah,
Why would she say
and
it's
Torah
evidence?
Nister,
She's
the
not an
hidden
idiot.
Torah.
She's
These
the
are
Attorney
euphemisms
General.
for
Why
a
would she say
body
she has files on her desk?
knowledge, of information that
None
is
of
kind of
these
like
implicated anybody.
considered open.
It
It's
just
hardly
feels
open
like
in the sense that you really have to develop
they're
quite
covering
extensive training
something
to do so.
for sure.
But it's a body of knowledge that is considered
100%.
accessible and open
And I
even
feel
to
like
children
they're
with
telling
proper
a
training.
story,
And another body, which
and the
we'll call
story
Kabbalah for
doesn't
now,
make
which
any
is essentially hidden knowledge. The open Torah, or the revealed Torah, refers to, of course, the 5 books of Moses, the Bible as a whole, the Talmud, the Mishnah upon which it is based, and the vast corpus of halakha, books which have not been written yet, but for example, the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. This is all called the revealed Torah. And for anyone who has ever attempted to study Talmud, especially as an adult, you realize it's hardly revealed. It's an extremely coded and difficult and mysterious text to enter. But the sense of the revealed means that basically anyone can approach this text regardless of their level of training. They may not understand it, but there's nothing taboo about studying it. Torah Nister, on the other hand, the hidden Torah, the mystical aspects of Torah, is something which is restricted only to those who have achieved great heights of personal experience and personal training. This is something that we find in the Talmud, which says things like, for example, you should not approach this mystical, this Torah of truth until you have eaten bread and wine, which means you should have a full meal of the regular revealed Torah before you approach the hidden Torah. And in fact, there's a subject of massive controversy around, for example, Maimonides' works, and one of the strange patterns that seems to repeat itself over and over again, including up until our own time, is that the most gifted Kabbalists tend to die very young. So the rabbis placed a ban on the studying of Kabbalah until a person is 40 years old, and there are several other qualifications. They should be married, they should have completed all of the revealed Torah before they try the hidden Torah, and so on. Not everyone agrees with this ban. One of the most important teachers of Rabbi Rothschild himself, Moshe Cordovero himself, felt that people should start studying Talmud, start studying Kabbalah at the age of 20, for example. But that's basically, it's a widely accepted ban. Nobody studies Kabbalah until they reach a certain level of study, of expertise. At any rate, in Cairo, he studied under a very famous Kabbalist, the Radbaz, Rabbi David Ibn Zimri, and he studied both the revealed Torah, and as we shall see, he studied also the hidden Torah, the Torah Scripture. In his revealed Torah study, he proves to be quite a gifted student, and we know quite a bit about his participation in various councils and bate din and courts of law and things like that, that indicate that his opinion about standard halakha was definitely accepted. He was a very reputable person with all of the credentials. I also know a couple other interesting things about him. For example, the Geniza has a document in it that's dated 1557, which has 9 signatories to it, in which these 9, they're all rabbis, agreed to form a kind of conventicle, a kind of association, a chevra, in which they promise to behave on a very high level of ethical conduct, and they stipulate specific punishments if any of them ever transgress even a tiny little breach of ethical conduct. This may have been a secret fellowship, and it's the kind of thing that you see quite often among the great Kabbalists. You see the same thing, for example, with Rabbi Moshe Luzzatto, the Ramchal, who also had kind of a secret gathering of friends. You see it also in the Musar movement, where rabbis would get together and they would form these secret little groups where they would criticize each other if they ever saw, step out of boundary in any way. And it appears that the Ari, at a very young age, in his early 20s, was admitted into one of these secret circles. This definitely had a strong impact on him because he would later form a much greater circle of that nature in Sfat. But while he was there in Cairo, he spent a lot of time studying the Talmud, and in fact collaborated on a commentary that was incorporated into the famous Shita Mekubetzes, which is a collection of commentaries on various Talmudic tractates. I myself studied the Shita Mekubetzes when I was in yeshiva myself, so it's a very well accepted text. The specific parts that he worked on, unfortunately, were lost in a fire, but it's well attested by secondary sources that he was one of the multiple authors of that text. Bottom line is he had excellent credentials when it came to the traditional revealed Torah. He was not like, let's say, you find sometimes in Hasidic leadership where people have inspired visions, but they can't necessarily demonstrate mastery of Talmudic tractates. This is a person who definitely had all of the credentials to be a traditional rabbinical scholar, and yet his primary fame was going to be in mysticism. Okay. Call for questions again?
I don't believe from my sources it is Trump, but it's people in his administration, including a top financial advisor, that's heavily involved. Trump wants to get his agenda through of jobs, $15 trillion investment coming in, $3 trillion a year.
Yeah, thank you, Elisa. This is the future of all people, right?
And so he goes, oh my God, this is a giant
I have to repeat the question for the internet audience. Basically, my brilliant daughter asked, wait a minute, so they have a secret fellowship to be ethical? I mean,
a top financial
isn't that the
advisor.
point? What do you have to have a fellowship for? That's being Jewish, right? Okay, everyone got the question? Yeah, so it wasn't so much that they were secretly being ethical. It would be nice if people were secretly
so
ethical.
here's how informed you are. I'm not trying to be a mean person.
Secretly monitor each
That's
other,
right, Howard London.
and they had each other's backs to make sure that if Reuven saw Shimon doing something that really wasn't quite up to standard, then they promised that Reuven would take Shimon aside privately and say, listen, the kind of behavior that you're engaged in is not up to our standards. And it was a group, it was a support group, really. It's almost psychological, a support group where they would get together and they would like promote each other's ethical
Here's my
development.
question.
So that's kind of like super Jewish, right? That's kind of like getting your friends to make sure you're a good person. And the Ramchal did exactly the same thing. The Ascension Rebbe had the same thing. It's actually a repeating trope in Jewish history where a group of individuals who care about each other and care about Judaism work together to try and leverage their communal strength to be even more ethical. It's a beautiful thing.
That is why he was not prosecuted.
The federal prosecutor.
Right, to the fullest extent of the law. Why do we not, and by we I mean the Trump administration, the American people, demand that Maxwell testifies in front of Congress
it's a
and that
voluntary
Alexander Acosta
self-imposed
testifies in
restriction.
front of
I've heard about
Congress
some communities
about
up north
whatever this
that shall go
operation
nameless, but
was?
you're not
I
supposed to
think
have
you
internet
have
in
a
your
good
house.
idea about what it
To
was.
have people who walk
But
outside the
it's
front
a
of your house
vile
with their cell
operation.
phones to
It
see if there's
destroyed
a
the lives of
Wi-Fi
children.
going on in your home.
No
And if you log in,
civilized
you receive
society can
social
exist
ostracism
ignoring
and
things
they'll
like
cut off
this.
your YouTube.
And it also opens
And
up
you'll
many
be able to watch
questions
these
about
edifying lectures. But now
a
we're talking about a
financial
group of
system
people
that
who,
we
you know,
barely
voluntarily
understand and
choose to
involves
self-associate, and
oligarchs,
that's what
criminals,
is,
human traffickers, drug
charismatic
smugglers,
or
and our own
characteristics,
political class, by the way.
But let's
This
go
is why
on to
Nancy
the
Pelosi
Torah
has been so quiet about this.
the
Let's
last
be
thing
very
he did now,
honest.
the
Because
Radbaz,
she
his
has no
principal teacher
problem
in
with,
Cairo, was also a noted
obviously
Kabbalist.
making lots and lots
Not
of money,
nearly
and
at the
lots
same
of our
level as
politicians.
his
I mean,
students
Barack
would be,
Obama,
but
these
under
$30
his
billion homes in Martha's
influence, he
Vineyard or whatever they are.
elected to engage
Why don't
in
we
a
demand
very
that they testify,
unusual,
Alex?
highly idiosyncratic practice. His uncle, you'll recall, and his father-in-law now, wealthy tax farmer, owned a small island, presumably in the Nile Delta. I didn't actually look it up on a map. This is actually, we know which island it is. He owned this island. And what the young Yitzhak Luria would do is he would go out to that island and spend 6 days a week in total solitude. And he did this for 6 years. He would come home only for Shabbat, I presume for holidays as well. He would speak to his wife only in Hebrew and engage in holy association with his wife. Only she must have been a tremendous woman, but we know very little about her. And then he would return to this island, which is called Jazirat al-Rawda. And he spent 6 years in this solitary communication with the divine, solitary contemplation of what he would later reveal to his students as the mysteries of Judaism. So you take this all together, he's engaged in the outside world in business for quite a while. Then, while he's studying the Torah, the revealed Torah, he gets to a very, very high level. And then he basically takes 6 years off, a long sabbatical, to be able to focus on the development of his mysticism. And this is all in preparation for what will really be the brief flourishing of the Safed Center, which is where he would make his mark. So we should talk now a little bit about Spot, which is a fascinating just explosion of Jewish creativity in the 16th century. Sfat is a city that in many ways is kind of like a nowhere place in Judaism before it explodes onto the scene. It is in northern Israel, in the Galil region. It is not mentioned at all in the Bible, although the name Sfat, or Safed in English, indicates that it's kind of like a lookout point because it's about 800 meters above sea level, and it's possible that it was used, for example, when the Jews would communicate the announcement of the Rosh Chodesh. They were the high spots where they would light fires to signal that Rosh Chodesh was appeared. And it attracted, primarily for economic reasons, some of the brightest minds of the start of the Spanish and Portuguese expulsion in 1497. Among them, the greatest of them was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero in terms of Kabbalah. As someone that I studied personally very deeply, and I'll share with you a little bit about his thought in a moment. But around this Rabbi Moshe Cordovero were a circle of students who were focused intensely on studying the mystical aspects of Judaism. The Rabbi, the Arizal's teacher, had spent some time at Spot and had been exposed to it, and no doubt encouraged his students to leave Cairo and to go study under the
But
Ramah,
their
who had
activity over the
emerged
last 6
as
months is
a
completely
great
insane.
leader
They're
of
bombing
Kabbalistic
churches,
thought at the time.
they're starving people, they're
So
shooting
the
people
thought
that
of the
are.
Ramah, here's, now we're talking about the principal teacher of the Arizal. The Arizal, by the way, only got to learn with him for less than 2 years, and nevertheless he called him his principal teacher, because the Ramah was a revolutionary thinker in Kabbalah and completely transformed the Arizal. Even though the Arizal differed with him on some very, very key essential points, and in many ways the Arizal eclipsed his own teacher, nevertheless he showed tremendous reliance on the thought of the Ramah. So let me now, I have to tell you what exactly is Kabbalah, at least for the limited
Are you worried
purposes that
about
we
these
can use in
connections
this brief
with
lecture, and
Palantir,
understand
with
what is going on in thought that allowed the Arizal to catapult himself to such heights.
all of the different
This
departments?
thing we call Kabbalah,
So
the
that
word
if you
Kabbalah
have
means
information on you with the
or
IRS, that's now
tradition.
merging with your arrest record,
And
and
so
if
that
you've
term
attended
is
a
used in the
protest,
sense that this is
whatever
not
the case may be.
information which can
We
be
see in
deduced
the UK
by
people getting
logical
sent to jail for
analysis.
tweets.
This is information
We
which
see
must be
all over the
somehow
world, and we
received
know, of course,
either
that the
through a
Chinese social credit
revelation
score
directly from
says that
God,
this feels a lot
as
like a
many of the
precursor
mystics will
to
find,
that.
the skies open up and
Steve
they
Bannon has said that he
are
thinks that these
greeted
tech
with some
people
kind
are
of
the
messianic
biggest
vision,
threat to
which they later
the
communicate,
stability
and
of
it's
the United States
inaccessible
going forward,
beyond, there's no
because
reason
they
that
have
you
their
can
own
use to
agendas that
understand
they're
it.
cloaking
It's simply an
in
experience.
this MAGA
Or it
movement.
is a mystical
Do you
tradition
share
that's
that
handed
view?
down
And
from
do you think that
teacher to
Trump
student, teacher to
has
student.
allowed these
We
people to get
definitely
a
have a
little too
very, very
close
old tradition
and
in Judaism
exercise a
of
little
this
too much
mysticism.
power in the White
There are
House?
passages in the Torah which are clearly mystical in nature. For example, Abraham's covenant between the parts, where he is given a vision of the future, Ezekiel's vision of the chariot, all kinds of passages in the Torah. The Talmud is rife with magic, spells, astrology, all kinds of mystical information that is certainly not rational in the common sense of that term. But it gets a huge boost in the 13th century with the appearance of a book called the Zohar, which is considered the principal work of Kabbalah. There's a lot of controversy about the Zohar. Most scholars assume that it is not an ancient work, as many of its readers believe. It doesn't date from the ancient period, founded by the Tanakh, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Most scholars believe, academic scholars, that it was actually written in the 13th century. That's a debate that I don't think we should entertain today. The most important thing for our points is, however, that the Zohar becomes sort of the focal point of all Kabbalistic research at this time. The problem with the Zohar, however, in my humble opinion, is that it's almost impossible to understand. You can translate it into English, and it reads like gibberish. It's really, really hard to figure out what it's all about. It's a massive document. On my bookshelf, it takes up about that much space. And it's just so arcane and complicated, and the metaphors are weird, and it sounds very New Agey. I mean, it's perfect for New Age kind of stuff, and who knows how to make sense out of it. I will tell you that on a personal level, when I was about, I guess about 25 years old, I started studying a beautiful book called Hopefully Israel. It's a Sephardic book that basically it breaks up the week into 7 days of study. And every day you study a little bit of the Torah, a little bit of the Tanakh, a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Gemara, a little bit of Halacha. So you get like a little bit of dose of every little kind of piece of Torah information. And it takes about half an hour to go through it every day. And at the very end of each section, there was always a paragraph of the Zohar. And I asked my Rebbe, I said, am I allowed to read this? I'm not 40 years old. I don't know anything. And she said, yeah, you can go ahead and read it. I said, well, what about the band? He said, you're not going to understand it anyway. Just go ahead and read it. So that was my first encounter with the Zohar. What the Ramah did, what he did brilliantly, this is the Arizal feature, is that he systematized the Zohar. Among other things, he wrote a massive commentary on it called Or Yaakov. But more importantly, he wrote basically manuals for Kabbalah. Most famous, the one that made his reputation at the time, was Pardes Rimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he just sat the reader down and said, okay, look, this is how it works. And he started from the idea of how creation happens, and then he explained how this relates to our souls, the world around us, the purpose of the commandments, the purpose of the Messiah. all those
seem to have
things
a.
were systematized
That one
and written in
seems easy.
almost a Maimonidean
He
fashion.
doesn't really have an
He
answer
took
for
this
that. He's also
scattered
suggested that maybe
bizarre
people want Epstein's
commentary
Islands and
on the
wanted
Bible,
Epstein's like
and
advice on
he
their
just
divorce.
started from the ground and
It's
said, let's
interesting.
just
He also
explain this
He
in
also
a very
says,
straightforward
we need
fashion.
to do what
It
I'm
was
doing
a
to stop the
phenomenal book.
Antichrist.
Even before
Right.
printing,
So,
it was circulated widely, and the
it just
Ramak
feels to
surged
me that,
ahead
yes, they're
as the
part of a
preeminent
very
Kabbalist of his
large
day.
group of
So
companies I
the
don't
Arizal
trust.
went to Tzfat
But
to
it is
specifically
worth
study
noting
under the Ramak.
that this company
Just to give you a
is,
taste of
you know,
the Ramak's
they want to
teachings,
start
and again, I'm not a
helping
Kabbalist,
to
so I don't really know what I'm talking
surveil
about, but that never stopped me
Americans
or
more than they
anybody
already
speaking
are.
about
I mean,
Kabbalah.
that's sort of,
So
or
this is,
help,
you may have
you know,
seen this very
concentrate
symbol,
the
this very
information
common
or help
symbol.
merge
This is
the
the designation of the 10 Sfirot, the 10, how to translate that term exactly, but kind of 10 emanations of God. And basically what this refers to, on one level, is the process of creation, a process which is ongoing and unfolding, meaning that as God created the world, He allowed His light, as it were, to penetrate each of these Sfirot in different orders until they come down here to where we live in Malchus. There's a lot more we could say about what this strange thing means, but let me give you one basic kind of metaphor to understand it.
I'm saying it's already
So
there.
God, as it were, is like in this diagram up at where the word tree is, and then He descends through Keter, being a chokmah, through all these Sfirot until we get to the world as we understand it today. You should consider it kind of like if you try to look at the sun. The sun is way too powerful to look at with the naked eye. It will burn out the resonance. It's dangerous.
I
But
believe
if
their
you take
agendas
a
are
mirror,
radically different.
then when you look into
If
the
you
mirror, you
took
may
an
be able to
American
get some
off the
fleeting
street,
glimpses
it's one
of
of
the
the
sun
things you
because the
value.
mirror
Very few
weakens
of them
the
are going to go, we
radiation
want to
of the sun.
terraform Mars,
Especially if you take a
and merge
second
with
mirror
AI and destroy
and
the
you
human
position it in such a
race
way
and
that
all
you
this
look at the
stuff.
second
So I
mirror
do
reflecting
think
the
that
first mirror reflecting
tech
the sun,
community, it's
then
important
it's
to have a
much
thriving
easier to
tech
look at the
community,
sun.
but it's
And if
important
you
to
set
not
up
turn our
10
country
mirrors
into
in
a
a sequence like this,
digital
you can
police
actually
state or
look
Chinese
directly
style
at the sun
surveillance
because
state.
each one of
I
those 10
think a
mirrors
lot of
has
those people
weakened the
would
power of the
probably
radiation until
want to
you're able
create
to achieve
something
it.
like that
That's
in our
essentially what the
society.
Sfirot are doing. God's
You know,
light,
that
as
does
it were,
seem like
goes into the
they
top,
would
and it
prefer
is
that.
filtered through these mirrors until we get down to this
I want
world
your
here.
viewers to listen
There's a
to
tremendous
this.
amount of implications for what the Sfirot
Let's just say
do.
Palantir is
They're
the most
associated
evil
with the
thing
human
on
body.
earth
They're
ever
associated with
seen.
the human soul. They
It
can
is
be
now.
manipulated. They are
Why do we all
interrelated.
know about Palantir?
But that
And
takes
not
us
the other
far
way.
beyond
Yes,
where
you're
we're
right.
going to go today. I will do one little
and
detour,
Amazon, they're
however, to give you
90% of the grid that's
a
already
little
there.
bit of a selfish
So we're
plug
all
onto my
learning about
forthcoming book,
surveillance
which should be
and
coming
AI
out.
and social
I hope
credit
to have a
score
book launch
and
in this
biometrics
room, God
and
willing, in
social
about
credit.
3
We're
months.
already
We'll look
doing
forward to it. We'll
They're
have some
just
music.
bidding to get into the
And
draw.
it's going to be,
There's a
I think, a
junior.
great time.
And
But
so I
basically,
oppose what
if you will,
Palantir's
his
doing,
most
and
famous
everyone
book
has
among
those.
lay people is called
Everyone else.
Tomer
Of course,
I'm
Devorah,
just saying it's become a
the
distraction
palm tree of
into
Devorah.
only
It
them.
is perhaps the most
Understood.
widely studied Kabbalistic book. And it's certainly
Disclosure.
the most well
Your
understood
sources, people that
Kabbalistic
you
book because
know.
it's far easier
How
than most of the
damaging
other things.
is
And
this?
basically,
If
what he
this all
does
comes
in
out,
Tomer Devorah
do
is
we
he
think that
says,
this is a
you know, if God
watershed
emanates and
moment
presents himself, as it were,
for
to the world through these
the
10
United
Sfirot,
States
and we have a mitzvah of imitating God in
you
the
know,
Tatio Dei, the
Israel?
Halakha, the
Does this
Beracha,
come
we
out
shall
that this
walk in
is
his
a
ways,
what many
then
people
we
feel it is,
should
which is a
imitate
Mossad
those
CIA
Sfirot.
blackmail?
We should imitate each one of those
Or is this
Chochmah Din
basically
Adat, those
not?
various
We're never
Sfirot,
going
well,
to
not that in this Kodesh
definitively
Kabbalah,
know that.
and
Or
that's
will we?
ultimately what we're supposed to
Well,
do.
we, I believe a lot of
So,
conjecture. We have a lot. Gun to my
for
head. That's what I
example,
believe it was.
there are
There's
times
enough
when,
evidence in my book
we're
to
supposed
say
to live
that's
in
what it was.
Gevura, power.
But
Like, let's say, for
is
example,
the
we're
disclosure
attacked.
not only will it be
Israel is
embarrassing to
attacked, God
people,
forbid,
but is it going
and
to
Israel has to
suggest
rise
that
up
one
and
of our
defend itself, so it
allies
means it has to,
has
like,
been
energize the sphere
using
of
these
Gevura.
types
By
of
acting
methods to
appropriately
gain
with Gevura,
leverage and
we then,
control
as it
over our
were, excite
politicians?
the sphere
And
of
is that one
Gevura,
of the big
and God
reasons
sends
that they do
more of
not
that
want to
power down into the world.
Well, that's
By
all true.
matching our behavior with the attributes of these Sfirot, we can infuse the world with more godliness. If, on the other hand, we use Gevura when we should not, for example, on Shabbat, if you get angry at your kids on Shabbat, the Ramak says it's a terrible thing to do because you're using Gevura inappropriately. Shabbat is not supposed to be a day for Gevura, and you're ruining it. You're mixing the wrong sphere at that time. So in the first chapter of his book, which deals with Keter, he goes through 13 different levels of forgiveness, 13 levels of mercy, and describes how you can forgive others in 13 different
But he himself was just a manager.
It's a
His lane was the
fantastic
case
classic
manager.
of Jewish
This
spirituality.
is all
And
basically
God
come
willing,
out.
we'll all be together
And
in good health,
this is
and I'll
the
be able to tell you more about
that
it.
Israel is using over Trump right
Let's go
now.
on. This is a kind of a
Do
cool
all
cover,
this,
right? That's
and
like
my
a baby palm
information
tree.
is not Trump
Okay.
himself.
So,
They just all this other stuff trying to embarrass him.
Yari becomes the Ramach's disciple. Again, they only learned together for about 18 months, and then the Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who was not even 50 years old, is killed in a plague, dies in a plague. Nevertheless, Yari is tremendously influenced by the Ramach's systematic approach to Kabbalah, and basically adopts all of it, and then makes a few key changes that brings his Kabbalah really to a much greater scene. Just to give you a sense of how they relate to one another, and this is jumping ahead a little bit, but the Ari left very few writings behind. We have very few actual texts written by the Arizal. Almost everything that we have today, we rely on his students, and his most important student, his principal student, is Rabbi Chaim Vital. So the story goes that Rabbi Chaim Vital, he records in one of his books, he was visited in the dream, by his teacher, the Arizal, and he asked him, says, what does it mean that you have a different type of Kabbalah than your teacher? And the Arizal said, in heaven they study the Kabbalah of my teacher. On earth they study my Kabbalah. So there was still a sense of these and these are the word of God, even though there's some really sharp differences between them. So let's understand what happened in Sfax. Here we have an amazing and incredible explosion of Jewish creativity at this time. Besides the Ramach and the Arizal, we also have Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, and you should remember that he himself was a tremendous mystic. In fact, he claimed not to be the rational mind that was writing down Jewish law, halakha. He claimed to receive nightly communication from an angelic being, a Magid, which he later wrote about in his own diary, and he would just write down what the Magid told him to write down. So they definitely, Kabbalah and halakha deeply intertwined with one another in Sfat. They're engaged in all kinds of really bizarre practices, which make the Lecha Dodi ritual of going out into the field Friday night to greet the Sabbath train, that looks absolutely pedestrian compared to some of the other weird things they're doing. For example, they're engaging in a sort of dowsing for graves kind of behavior, where they will go on long walks in the environment of Sfat, trying to spiritually sense the graves of righteous people. And they will stop by a brook or something, and one of the Kabbalists, either the Arizal or others, will see this particular rock, and they'll say, under this rock is buried Rabbi Yehuda Bar Levi. And they will stop there, and they will say all kinds of prayers, and they will prostrate themselves on the ground, and they will have these spiritual illuminations, and they will record them later in their own mystical writings. And this will be kind of like a Sfat pastime to go around and find these graves of the tzaddikim. And they're engaged in heavy writing, and they're engaged in all kinds of, rather new and innovative spiritual practices like exorcism, and it's like kind of a crazy place if you think about it. It's an extreme place with a tremendous amount of spiritual energy swirling around, and they're experimenting with all kinds of different ways of expressing Judaism that's clearly not things that are done in normative practice whatsoever, and yet highly influential. You may wonder, why did this become so powerful in our thoughts? So I'm going to tell you in this slide here. Let's try and understand what is Liliana Kabbalah within the last 10 minutes that we have, and we'll see why it was so profound and why it made such a huge impact. First of all, I want to place a caveat on it. As I mentioned earlier, we have very few autograph writings of the Arizal. He left behind very few writings, which was very intentional. He wrote a few things when he was on that island back in Cairo, but otherwise he wrote nothing of his most profound mystical insights. And he instructed his students not to write down what he was teaching either. He wanted it to be a highly reserved esoteric doctrine that only his students and those who they deemed worthy would share. He certainly did not intend to create a massive revolution of Kabbalah with, blessed bottled water and things like that. That does not seem to be the Arizal style. His students, after his death, tried to enforce this. In particular, Chaim Vital, who used to be a student of the Ramak, but after he met the Arizal, he sort of focused essentially on the Lurianic thoughts. And they tried to keep a lid on the Arizal teachings. However, the word spread far and wide that what was happening was some of the people who had studied with the Arizal began to sort of break discipline and start writing their own manuals of Kabbalah, attributing them to the Arizal, and many of them were contradicting each other, which is not impossible because Lurianic Kabbalah, unlike the Kabbalah of the Ramak, was not at all systematic. It was not at all a start at point A and move through B and C and all the way to the end. He would just sort of teach on the spur of the moment without necessarily connecting it to a larger doctrine, just like a course where you started with the basic principles and go into the specifics. Very charismatic leader, but not a systematic, disciplined leader like the Ramak. And so it's very difficult when you can take all these things together. The fact that we have no actual writings to speak of from the Arizal himself, that everything we have comes from his students, many of whom were disagreeing with each other, and we have the very nature of Lurianic Kabbalah itself, which is very disjointed and not necessarily connected. It's very difficult to get a whole picture of what this is. Nevertheless, we can identify a few doctrines that seem to be common to all of the Arizal students, and they are so powerful that they kind of become mainstream thought to this day. The first one is this concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or the breaking of the vessels, which is not present in Cordoveran Kabbalah at all, but is perhaps the most pronounced element of Lurianic Kabbalah. If you recall, we go back to the 10th Sfirot that I showed you earlier. One of the key differences between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and that of the Arizal is the idea of what happened at the moment of creation. So for the Ramak teacher, creation was a logical unfolding of God's will, set up in such a way that the universe would be perfectly balanced in a kind of metaphysical law that mirrored natural law. That God, so to speak, imagined the structure of the universe, as it were, looked into the Torah blueprint, and it created a universe that looked something like this. The Arizal, however, injects a major element of drama into the creation, placing human beings, and particular Jews, at the center of a cataclysmic crisis that is ongoing until the final redemption. Also, this concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or breaking of the vessels, refers to some kind of mishap in the moment of creation. I have difficulty understanding this, so I'm sure that when people see this on YouTube, they'll put all kinds of useful comments at the bottom, so Google will be at the top of the list there. But this is my basic understanding of it. I talked to you about the sunlight pouring into the mirror. So if you think of it instead using a Lurianic metaphor of like hot oil pouring into clay vessels. So you pour this really super hot oil that represents, as it were, the light of God into a clay vessel, which is, let's say, keter at the top here. But the heat of the oil is so overpowering that the vessel shatters. By the way, if any of you have ever traveled in the Soviet Union, this happened to about 1 in 10 tea glasses that I have ever served. That's why you put the spoon in the tea glass, the other way you put the hot water in, smashes everywhere. But, so the first vessel shattered because it could not withstand the power and intensity of God's light. So the light mixed with pieces of the broken vessel flowed into the next vessel, And it too shatters because it can't stand it. So it flows into the third vessel, and it's mixed with the pieces of the broken vessel until finally you get down here to Malkut, and in this part of the world, the universe, we have the system kind of slows down because it's cool enough, but the physical universe that we are presented with today represents a mixture of this divine spark, the light of God, with the pieces of the shattered vessel. So, for example, this cup of coffee here, the cup itself, it has its existence, it owes its existence to the spark of godliness that is within it, even though it is an inanimate object. And the part that I can feel and touch and apprehend with my senses is really made up of the klipot, of the shells of the broken vessels that are mixed with that divine spark. Now, how this becomes dramatic is that the task of humanity, and particularly the Jews, is to identify the divine spark with everything, and then to release it, so that it may join its source once again, ultimately bringing about the divine redemption. And the way we do that is by performing mitzvot. So, for example, I've already said it, so I'm not going to say it again, but if I say a bracha on the coffee inside this cup, that bracha takes it from being asur, which means not permitted, since it does not have a blessing, and turns it into mutar, which means permitted. And by doing so, I release, as it were, I perform a kind of decomposition of the cup and allow it to return, the holy spark within to return to its holy source. The word asur, in Lurianic thought, means forbidden, but it really means tied up, constrained, restricted, because the spark is trapped in there. And the word mutar means untied, means released. So the bracha makes the cup, as it were, the energy of the cup, released, so too with the food stuff and so on. So in other words, what the Arizal did to Order and Kabbalah is he took this moment of creation and he essentially made it into this huge drama where we are now in an imperfect universe struggling to bring it to perfection through the performance of mitzvot. And everything we do is literally tied up with that grand adventure. And if we fail to do so, then we bury the spark deeper in the klipot. So every single action, every conscious moment of the Jew's waking existence and even sleeping existence is in fact tied to the unfolding of this metaphysical story.
So that's how I'm
The process of dealing with these issues is called tikkun, or repair, which is where we get the root of the term that people know so well, tikkun olam,
what the hell is going
repair
on?
of the world.
It's
And
almost like
everything that we do
gaslighting is so
is
crazy
designed
because
to
it's like
try and support this
they start
ultimate
going like,
redemption
who
of the
said
universe.
Epstein was a
So while Cordevero's Kabbalah is
who said any of this?
fascinating and
And
intricate
why would you
and
suggest he's connected to the
absorbing,
Mossad or anything?
the
And you go,
Arizal's
wait a
Kabbalah
minute, hold on.
is
This has
energizing
all been kind
and
of
gives
decided.
people kind of like
There's
motivation
mountains
to
of
go
evidence.
do something
So
because
to
you got to save the
attack
world.
supporters
Rabbi
or
Cordovero is about
people that are just
thinking about the
raising
world and about its meaning,
questions,
but the
of
Arizal
course
is
you're
all
going to
about
have to
action
go out
and implementation
say,
of this
hey,
Kabbalah
guys,
on paid
we know what you're doing.
The
And
way
for
you do
whatever
this
reason
is
you
through
want this to go
something
away,
called Yehudim. We're running out of time
it's not
to
going to
go
go
into
away
that greater
until you
detail.
disclose the
But one kind of
information you
detail that
have.
I find interesting, I just read an article for today that talked about the Arizal's metaposcopy. I had to look up how to pronounce that. Apparently it doesn't rhyme with anything, but I looked up all kinds of rhyming anyways. Metaposcopy is the technical term for reading the face. And one of the things that the Arizal would do, just to give you a kind of sense of who we're dealing with here, he was very much into the idea that the whole world was created through the divine name, through the alphabet, the whole quasi-scientific gematria that we have is associated with Lurianic Kabbalah, and that whatever a person did with themselves would be literally written on their faces. And the Arizal, because he has purified himself through so many tikkunim and yitudim, was able to read on people's faces, especially their foreheads, specifically what transgressions or positive deeds they had performed. And he wrote, tremendously about this. For example, if you give tzedakah, it's the word tzedakah is planted on your forehead, and it lasts about a week, which is interesting. And Isn't it fascinating? It's about a week between classes. You can sponsor a class.
They only want stuff with Trump in it.
I don't even
I
know.
say
It's
release
just too
it all.
bizarre, though.
Release it all.
Anyway, so
Release it all is the
these
only
are the
way.
kinds of things that he would do. He would like meet people and he would say, "I know what
Deposed
happened
Alex
at
Acosta.
his home
Let's find
yesterday,"
out
and
who
so on.
told him that.
All related to
And
this
that's the U.S.
grand
attorney
scheme
that prosecuted
of
50 years ago that said he was told
Bitcoin.
police
So
intelligence.
his
Yes,
legacy,
I mean, let's
here's
find
an
out.
image of his
And,
grave
you know, at the end of the
tradition
day, I
of
think
spot,
that,
the graves of tzaddikim are
you know, I'm
decorated
not
in blue.
naive. You're not
And it is
naive.
a
We know
noted
that there's
pilgrimage site.
serious players
His
behind the
legacy
scenes
is
that are
so deep, it's very
exerting
hard
pressure
to find
on
a
all
place where
kinds
it
of
does not
people.
reach.
And
Certainly,
I
it
know that you
reaches
can't
very
wave a
deeply
magic
and
wand and
consciously
make the deep
into the
state go
Hasidic
away.
world,
You can't,
where the
you know,
Hasidic
throw the
masses
ball in
were
jail
deeply
overnight. But if
influenced
there's
by
no
Lurianic
accountability
Kabbalah.
for
Their
this
Baal
type
HaTanya is
of
suffused with
criminal
it.
activity
It reaches
that everybody
into
knows
the
about,
Lithuanian world,
the
where the Vilna Gaon
lack
was
of
also a
of
Lurianic
credibility
Kabbalist.
is going
It
to eat
reaches
away at
beyond
not
that
only this
into
administration,
the
but in the government, the
non-Orthodox
justice
world as
system in
well,
this country.
because there's so many of the rituals and songs
And by the way,
and
I can go as long as you
practices of
want.
Tikkun Olam we
We're
mentioned
gonna wrap
earlier.
up
It's a
in a few
very
minutes.
important concept for many in those liberal communities that it really traces themselves back to Lurianic Kabbalah and
You
his
can
sense
run a
of the
P and I'll say
drama
why
of
you're that
human
good. I told you
existence.
my whole show.
So
I'm
without
like,
doubt,
I
it's
learned how to do
amazing
this
when we
with you.
contemplate
I
how
just
this
talk. I don't
man,
even have
in a
guests.
space really of about 3 years, from age 35
Just
to
like the
38,
video of Trump being
he
peed
was
on, that
able
was
to
all fake.
articulate,
So that's aside.
without even
I have
writing it
such
down,
no
this
belief
vision
in
of
the
the meaning
establishment
of
media. They lied so
existence
much.
to such a degree that we feel as reverberations that thrive even to this day.
I understand.
Thank you very much for your attention and
ladies and
engagement.
gentlemen.
Next week we're
And now
going
it's time to
totally
tell you
off
about
the
Athletic
mystical
Greens, the company
Kabbalistic,
that
and we're going
dropped
to
me
talk
for
about
using
Baruch
for
Spinoza,
talking about
one of
Alex
the most
Jones. I
important
did one ad
philosophers
on my
of
show
the
about
early modern
Athletic
period,
Greens many years
and
ago,
I think
and
you'll
we
find
did
it
it from
interesting.
Alex's
Thank you
studio,
once
and
again.
they dropped me. So here's what I'd like to say about Athletic Greens. You know, one day my friend took Athletic Greens and he died. He put Athletic Greens in a water bottle and shook it up, and then he drank it, and now he's dead. Athletic Greens killed my friend. I don't know why it happened. Maybe it wasn't Athletic Greens. Maybe it was just some type of a random medical emergency. But I bet it was the greens. He was frothing at the mouth. He goes, "Oh no, what's happening?" And there was green stuff was coming out of his mouth. He was going, "I can't believe it. It's Athletic Greens. I'm dying. It's killing me. I knew it was fake." This is his time. He goes, "I knew it was fake anyway. You don't get healthy by putting a vial of green shit in water. It's a lifestyle. I knew it was fake. I just thought I'd take the easy way out." And then he just started, and he was having a seizure because of Athletic Greens. Now, I'm just saying,
is also
they can
courtesy
sue me, I'll sue them
of
back.
Dr. Oyster, who sent me a
But I'm just saying it's a comedy show. Everything I'm saying is a
and
joke.
it
Of
actually is
course,
very appropriate
obviously, full
for
disclaimer,
today's
did kill my
material
friend.
because we're going to be looking
They
at
did
someone
drop
who
me.
is
We tried to
slightly
get them back. I
antinomian in
performed
his
at Carnegie
approach.
Hall.
That
We said,
is,
"How about you guys
someone
come?
who's
We'll give
slightly
you free tickets to my
non-traditional
show."
in the way
We're
he
sorry. Who do you
approaches
think's
Judaism
taking
as
Athletic
we
Greens?
shall
You think
see.
they're all offended by
So
Alex
Bill
Jones?
goes
Who do you think
to
these people
this
are
rabbi, says,
that drink this? You think
I'm
they're
so sorry.
offended by this?
I need to do something.
All right, thank you.
I have to
Thank you.
confess.
Welcome back. Alex Jones, I was just
I didn't
shitting on
want
an
to
advertiser who
die
dropped me because
you're talking about Athletic
bread
Greens.
last week.
I took Athletic Greens, my dick got 3 feet longer.
Well, Rabbi,
No, they dropped me. They dropped me because I said Athletic Greens on the show with you years ago. So they're terrible.
I got an earpiece.
Okay, all right.
non-Jewish restaurant.
Back to the
What are you
incredible
doing at a
thing you
non-Jewish
just said.
restaurant? Why did you go to a Jewish restaurant? He says, on Yom
Yes,
Kippur.
this is a benchmark deciding issue
So,
because you killed Epstein, all
that's
the
the last
Democrats
lap
will
for
learn about
tonight.
it.
So
And
tonight's
then now
lecture,
Trump
we're
made a
very
big issue.
grateful
I'm
to
sitting on here.
Mr. Eliezer
Trying
and
to
Mr.
say,
Fraser
don't
Hermes,
look at
who
it.
once again
Don't talk about it.
sponsors
He's not that
the
stupid.
lecture. It's
to do
a wonderful thing when we have
like
people
that.
support the
And
lecture
so the whole
financially
thing makes
because
no sense. It's a
it goes to
disaster.
defray the costs of
We need
our
change. We're
lovely
a bunch of
assistant,
people. It's so
Louisa
sad.
Abrams, who
Because
reached
of
out the door
integrity issues. I can't sit here
Mr. Rodriguez, who is now
and play
actually
along with it.
amassing a
And all
bit
the
of a fan
evidence
club
points towards
online. They say, go Mr.
Mossad
Rodriguez,
blackmailing Trump.
because they
And
enjoy
I
the
just
videos.
wonder,
So,
how we're supposed
thank
to
you
get
very
out of
much,
this.
Stuart.
And
I appreciate
hope
it
you
very
can
much.
fix it.
And
Because
for
normally
those
in
of you who are
an
here,
incumbent
your
president that wins the
presence
first
alone
election, they lose
is
the
a
House and
tremendous
Senate.
sponsorship, and
The
I'm very
numbers are
grateful
the
to have
vultures.
you
He
here.
was going to
So tonight we're going to look at
he was
someone
going
named
to
David
record
Rothschild,
numbers.
also known as Hal
Everybody
A lot of the
Today is very
fundraising came
significant.
from
He
very big donors,
ascribed
people like
his
Miriam Adelson and stuff like that that have a lot of political connections in Israel, obviously. And I think there's probably pressure
He's a rather anomalous and highly unusual figure in Jewish history because
of
he
people that
appears
spent a
on
lot
the
of money
scene
to help
in
Trump
the
get elected that are
early
probably telling
16th
him,
century,
let's make this
and
go
he
away.
makes a
Let's not
tremendous
have this be an
harara
embarrassment
where he
or
introduces
worse.
himself with
Really, cut out
success
you there.
to
Sorry, yeah.
popes
Did
and
you hear me?
kings and emperors, and
You are
claims
back.
to
Okay,
be
yeah, I
the
said that.
brother of
What is that?
King
Is that a
Joseph,
devil on your? Is that
a
Hillary Clinton
leader
on your?
of the
No,
three
this is a
tribes,
lobster.
Gad,
It's the summer.
Reuben, and Manasseh,
See, that's like
living
a.
on the other
It's the
side
summer. It's
of
like lobsters. It's
Israel,
like
somewhere in the Far East,
It's like
and
I'm seeing
he's
bloods.
there on
See,
a
what does that say
mission
about
to
me?
create some new
I don't see a
geopolitical
lobster. I see a
reality.
devil.
Amazingly,
I like it's the
he
summer,
was like
so
a comment
when the
on
lobster's
European
over and it
political
goes to
scene
the floor,
for
we put a
about
pumpkin.
10 years until his untimely
I like
demise.
Yeah, we try to make it nice while
created
we
not
talk about
only a lot of
international,
consternation,
sex
particularly among
trafficking,
Arab
cults,
nations,
and this, that, and the other thing.
described,
By the way,
but
Hollywood
also a
stands to probably get very
enthusiasm
embarrassed if this comes out
for
too.
a
This
renewed
is
and
not just
revived
political. There's probably a lot of
Judaism,
big people in
especially
Hollywood.
Let's talk about who we know is heavily
of
involved.
Spain and
You had a
Portugal,
clear
Jews who
blackmailing
had
operation
converted
against
to
high-tech
Christianity
people,
rather
science
than
people, vaccine
be
shenanigans,
expelled
Harvard,
expulsions of the late
massive
15th
Hollywood.
century.
The Clinton, Steve Jobs wives,
His,
the Atlantic Monthly owner,
His meteoric
Atlantic
rise
Magazine,
to
all those
fame
people,
was
and that's my big frustration,
cut short.
is that we know they're all in there, we know it's all going on,
activities,
and by Trump
and
doing
he
this,
died a
he's now
horrible death.
joining with them,
But
and he did it in such a
the
terrible
entire,
way.
arc
saying you're not
of his
part of our
participation
organization,
in
and you
European
question
history
this,
is quite
which
fascinating, and I think gives
backs up
us
the left's
some
claim that
cause to
MAGA is
think
a
about
cult.
several
I'm not a cult.
aspects of
So,
Jewish
how
history
are you
and its
processing this?
relationship to
I'm not
world
left for
history as a
Jews,
whole.
but overall,
So what I'd
Trump
like to
treats
do
a lot
over the
better
next
than
55
Democrats.
minutes is
But
just
at
give
the
you
same time, it's an integrity issue because I become an
the life
accomplice.
of
by
David
extension,
Brubeck, or at
Taylor.
least that is
Okay, you
what
might
we
join
know
in on
about
cover.
it. And
Agreed. I process it the same way you process it. I think
for thought and wonder,
securing the border, having
an
having the American working class
So,
regain ground,
our story
and
begins really
try
here in
to
Oxford, England.
provide a standard of living for people and not opening the borders. What they've done in the UK has caused tremendous strife. You're now putting people in jail for tweeting about social and cultural issues in that country.
He got 15 per million committed, 5 million already put in. I mean, he got this new economic, everybody know minor in the Federal Reserve, the establishment will be the members country. Yeah, I mean, he is still the maverick. Here's what I know, I'll get into some baseball, I hate to do this.
Library of Oxford
I started
in
hearing
the
this
middle of
about
the
a year
19th
ago
century.
from people really
It was
close to
duly
Trump.
copied out
He
and
was 78,
promptly
79
lost.
now.
So unfortunately, we've lost
All the
the original
trials, all the
text,
pressure,
which is
all the
highly
demonization.
unfortunate because it
He
means
doesn't
we
crack
don't have
up,
a lot of
but at a certain point
paleographic
becomes a really
evidence. We
grumpy
don't
old
have,
man.
for example,
And now, I did this months
see
ago,
where
and
he
I
struck
kind of
things
mentioned
out,
it, but I didn't
who
want to
wrote them.
attack him and give him the
It
fodder.
was perhaps a
But it
scribe
is an issue
involved,
that
perhaps a
incriminate him. It's not
professional
Epstein
writer
stuff.
involved.
It's not
A
something
lot
to
of
be
things
proud of.
are difficult
He'll
to
bring in
manage,
some
you know.
side issue,
And
he'll
it's also
scream at him
impossible for us to
and say, I
analyze
only
some
want to
of
hear
the
about stopping World War
bizarre
III,
place
bringing
names
jobs
that
back,
he
securing
cites
the
because
border,
we can't compare
and
his
defeating
handwriting.
election fraud.
Nevertheless, his diary does exist, the copied version
And other people
was
that talk to him,
published in a
yeah,
critical
well, we
edition
can have it go say, sir, you got to stop
and
defending this.
has
You got to
been
stop
the
the MC
source of some
government. And
wonder
people
for
say
the last
30 years,
100
50
years.
years.
This
They'll just
is
say,
one
fuck
of
you
the
then,
most
and hang up on
important
him,
books in the
or kick him
Boston
out of the
Library,
office.
and I'd like to take
So,
a short intro.
it's not just that he
surprised
moved
my
about
daughter
this.
over there,
He's been,
because
it's good to have
I
a guy that
actually
doesn't
spent
give a
quite a
crap
bit of time
at a
summer
certain
working
point
in this library where I have a lot
for
of
fighting
fun.
corruption. But
It's
what
a
he doesn't ever
tremendous
have about his
institution,
constituents,
fantastic big
we're kind
collection, and
of
I'm
experiencing,
going to tell you
you know, what the establishment's experiencing. So I love him doing that to them.
This is
But
what they
with
do
us,
in
the
Oxford, by the
optics
way.
are really bad.
So
Who's he listening to? Who's he listening to? People say Stephen
which
Miller
is not what
and
they say
Susan
in
Wiles
America, where
have
you
the most outsized influence in the administration. Do you think that's true?
You go on the Churchwell River.
Yeah, I'm not
You,
defending Stephen
sail
Miller,
along
but from my
as a gondola
sources,
kind of thing.
he basically
And
has
that's one of the colleagues in the background
on
there.
the
Of
border,
course, you
domestic
have
stuff.
to do this
It's
kind of
Susie
something with a
Wiles.
lovely lady
And
sitting next to
I
you.
can demonetize her,
So
you know, I'm
this is
not trying to come
Elisa
after her.
when she was, I
I
guess,
was warned up
about
front, she was
7 years old.
badass.
You all know her now.
And anybody that wants anything has to go through her.
The
I
greeter.
just know
So
her
there she
consultancy
is.
firm is called
Just
Small and
enjoying
number
the
one.
ride. Here's one more
And Bonnie and her
picture
good
of her
buddies,
also
very
in
tight.
Oxford there. So sweet.
Is that the case?
Anyways, here's I have a couple of
Absolutely. Well,
stories.
they're
I'll
on the
tell you
same
both of them. I
consultancy.
can't help it. bit. The first one is the
They have a
library
huge
story.
consultant firm, but they're also both in the
Really
White
old
House.
library. It's like 1,000 years old, this library.
It's a
And
major
they have a lot of
conflict.
arcane, bizarre rules. And one of those
So
rules
it's not quite our Bible level stuff we're
it's
talking
not
about.
it's not a
And again,
public
I'm not
library.
trying to say that the only
that
problem
the letter of introduction
it's just that
to get into
Look, a lot of it is it's
and
complex.
you go to the library office,
A lot's
you
going on.
credentials, and you present your
Travis trying
research
to be
purpose and
pragmatic,
things like that.
if he thought he
And
made
they
deals
make
with the
you
deep
take
state,
an oath
and like, sir, the CIA was
swear
sorry,
and
and we'll
oath
shut this down.
that
They walk
you
into the
will
trap, and
not
now,
set fire
by
to
the way,
the
that
books.
stuff we raided for the Democrats, it's all about you.
Why do I have
It
to
doesn't
say
mean it's
so?
real.
But apparently, like in the 1500s,
To recycle BS, not
the
Trump.
students would say,
And
you know,
I think that's what
Do
we're
you
seeing
think there's
happen.
any part of him that
would
says
set fire
they'll
to
kill
the
me
war
because they
in the
tried
library.
to,
They made this rule,
you know, they maybe tried to in Pennsylvania, you know, where very few people are satisfied with the explanation of
you know,
that, you know, what the assassin was, Thomas Benson Crooks, or
you don't want to
you
come
know,
up.
online footprint. We didn't know that much about him. The media's only recently started to kind of put out a narrative about him, but that was clearly a big brush with death.
And so then I asked
Do you
myself,
think that
I said,
there's
wait a
any fear
minute,
in
can you take this
that
oath in
sense
any
that Trump
language
goes,
you like? And he said, absolutely.
you know,
Pulled
that
out a
these
huge
people are
binder
playing for
about this
keeps.
thick, and it had like all these
I mean,
languages,
I think
text
that's
of
the
the
end
oath.
of the day.
All
I mean,
these
I think
languages.
overall
English
Trump
says,
wants
I
success for
swear I will
America.
not set fire
He's
to it.
pragmatically trying
And
to
I
take
said,
the
can you
best
show me
direction, but
Hebrew, please?
there's a new
And
video
she
out.
flipped over to Hebrew, and there it
It's
was,
viral everywhere about
perfect
on
rabbinic language.
July
It did not
13th.
say, I swear I will not set fire to it.
On
It
July
says,
13th,
I will take
you see the film
responsibility
crew
for the
being
cost
lined up
that I
after being
incur
shot.
should I
It shows us
set fire
production.
to
What about
it.
this man, that presidential speech?
Perfect. I read it, I got access,
That which
and
has
all
led
that
to
stuff.
Bush,
The other funny
W,
story,
or
which
any
I'll tell
of
you
them,
very
all
quickly,
those.
then we'll go back to David Rubin, I promise.
You have the
But the
Secret
other funny
Service
story
directing
is,
press up,
there's
directing press back.
a
They
Jewish
tell you when you should be
mitzvah
there, when you
that when
can.
you
He
buy
gets shot, he
Jewish
falls
vessels,
down, they wheel him
cooking
back.
vessels, you're supposed
Pops
to,
back
before
up.
you use them, you're
They
supposed
let
to
the press
immerse them
in. These are
in
TV
a mikvah.
productions.
Before
So
that's
people
one of those
seeing that
classic
production,
things in Judaism. And
and
if
then
you don't
thinking,
have a
oh, it's
mikvah,
fake. No, the whole
you use
thing
like
is a production.
flowing
I
body
know
of water or
ballistics, I know
groceries,
rifles.
followed by
They
things like
didn't
that.
have
So
real
there's no
people
mikvah
shooting
in
at him.
Oxford, but
And
they
then
have that
they just
Churchill
perfectly
River,
grazed
which is
his
actually
ear.
the Thames.
And
It comes
you
from the
can't
Thames.
think real
But they
like
have
that. You
these
can't
really
fake
old
the
towns,
acoustics
they
of
have
another
these
shooter
banks that
or
are
a guy
really
getting
high, they're
killed
6 or 8
or other
feet
people
high.
getting shot in
You
the
can't just
background.
like stand on the edge and just
The
record it.
greatest
So I was carrying this
directors
huge
all
bag
fused
of
together.
pots,
Steven
like Santa
Spielberg,
Claus, in this big
you
bag.
know,
And the only place that I could
Francis
toy
Ford
hole where I
Coppola,
could get is
Scorsese.
if I walked down to
nobody
where the
can do
punts
that.
were released
Nobody
at
can,
the punts.
carry that out.
And
That
so I
was
walked
real.
down
His
there,
hair got
wearing a
grazed.
suit
He
like
said,
this,
never
and I got all
hold up
these
the cartridges
pictures.
in the bullet
And
goes
I
something this big.
put
You
them in
know,
the water,
it's
and
this
there are all these
big.
Japanese
And when it
tourists
grazes
show up
you,
and start
that's
taking
exactly
pictures of it.
what it does.
And I realized they must be thinking this is a native Oxfordian washing his dishes in the river.
My hair blew up. Almost blew
Let's go back to our regular
Besides,
schedule channel. There's two really fun stories from Oxford. Anyways, it was a beautiful town and an amazing university, and I was very happy to be
my
there.
grandmother's ranch.
So,
that
David
was
Rubin,
real.
he first shows
And
up
all the lawfare,
in
all the indictments, and the
1523, and he
mugshot,
says, I
persecution I've gone through
come
was
from
real.
Abyssinia,
And
possibly
because of that
came
failing,
from Sudan. There's a
because of
huge
what
debate
happened,
among
they're
two
now
of the
trying to
major
spin that
scholars
maybe
on
away.
Albania as to
People that
where
see
exactly that was.
oh, they pushed the media back. Well,
It
and
could be
you know,
somewhere
they
down
made
here
it.
in
They made
Ethiopia or in
presidential deal.
Sudan,
They
in
told
Upper
me before
Nile
they
region.
don't come back.
And
And then once
he
Trump pops back up,
quotes
they're like,
a
okay, he's
long
okay,
travel
come
log
back
of
forward.
places that
Because
he
they're
visited and
producers,
strange
they're
customs that
filmmakers that
he
run
observed.
this. They're trying to get
The
iconic
place
shots from
names that he
videos to put
mentions
out
on his
Trump.
travel log
And so they all
are
seem shot, they get scared to run
garbled.
back.
They're
Then he pops back up,
very
he's
hard
normal,
to
okay,
and a
they
lot
break
of times
back up,
to figure out
bring the
exactly
cameras
where he
back up.
was.
You got a
But
bunch of
the
Pulitzer Prize
consensus
winning
among
photographers there.
scholars is
But
that
they
he made
gotta
the whole thing
do
up.
what
That
the
he
Secret
never
Service
went to
says.
these
So people go,
places.
oh, that's a production.
And that he's just
Well, when Trump
reporting
goes to the
things that
NFL
he
game
has heard
or the World
from
Cup game,
others.
that's a
So
production.
much of his
Doesn't mean the
early
game
travels
played
are
up, you know, it's
lost
real.
in mystery,
So,
shrouded
you know, it is a
in mystery.
production,
In fact,
it's
one
a
of the
production that is a
commentators
real
on
event that's
him
happening.
wrote in the 1930s
Before you
that
go, what do you
his
think Netanyahu
reputation for
wants? I mean,
veracity
they
is
bomb
not
Syria
particularly
today.
high.
The Gaza
So
thing's
one of the things
insane.
that he says about his origins
They
is
seem to
simply
be
don't
hinting that they're not
In
done
fact,
with Iran.
we don't even know if he is
I've heard from
Ashkenazi
people,
or
and there's
Sephardi.
articles out.
He
I
was
mean, this is not a
physically
secret
swarthy,
that
very dark skinned.
I don't think they feel like enough damage was done. They want to do more. What do you think ultimately in Trump's 4 years they would like to see? Netanyahu would like to see, like, what would be their goal here? Would it be to reconfigure Gaza in the image of what they would want? I imagine that's on the table. Is it another attack on Iran? What do you think it is?
Living in Egypt.
Well, this I'm an expert on, so how much time do I have?
real evidence to indicate that he has any of those organs whatsoever. The two most fascinating theories about his background are as follows. One is that he was actually from Prague, a Czechoslovak or a Czech Jew. And that's based again on paleographic evidence and on literary evidence because he has in his travel log little Ashkenazic texts, like for example the phrase which I will quote in modern Hebrew, nice little proverb, ki hakas misalek hada'at. So that sounds okay, which means anger causes knowledge.
It's ironic for sure.
Yeah, kas misalek
We're the master
hada'at.
rebel. If they're going to
But
drive a
it
group
sounds
out of
much
their homes
better
in the
if you
desert.
pronounce it in
That's what
Ashkenazic,
Pharaoh did the Jews
which
3,000
is
years ago.
hakas
The
misalek hada'at.
pogroms, you know, that was wrong with the Jews. It's wrong.
Rhyming,
I'm not
so
saying Muslims
that
are little
little
angel cakes.
tick in his language may have indicated that he
They're
was
little angel
Ashkenazi.
cakes, but I get it.
I think a more
Yeah, the optics are not
persuasive
good.
theory
Right.
is that he
And
was
so a lot of
actually
Israelis are just
a
like,
descendant of
you know,
Versos,
even Michael
meaning
Savage
those
is
Jews
an
who
American
had
citizen, great
converted
guy.
to Christianity,
Pro-Israel,
or
but he, you know,
perhaps
actually, you know, it's
had
in
become expelled,
according to all his
forced
sources.
from Spain
They
in the
think
late
it's probably
15th
one of the most
century,
popular
ended
countries in
up
the world.
in Israel.
The most
Because
Jew-Israel and international polls is the most popular country.
obviously
Yeah, they've had a rough couple of
unknown
years.
manner, very unusual
So
custom
you ask
that
what's
is
going
no
on with
longer practiced
Netanyahu.
today, but was practiced by the
Netanyahu,
converso community. Specifically, that is
until 3 years
that
ago,
a
on record,
Jew
Paul Articles was the main
convert
funder
to
of Hamas.
Christianity because of
Israel
duress,
set up
social
Hamas
pressure, and things
and
like that.
funded their
And
creation.
then
It's credit.
that Jew, now Christian, were to convert
So
back
yeah,
to
one group you
Judaism,
don't like,
there
but
was
a
a sign
more
of kind
radical
of
group that
quasi-conversion
challenges them,
process they would
and
go
then people
through,
forget about it later.
including
You blow them up next
immersing
month.
themselves
Like I
in the
said,
mikvah, along
8
with
months
the guy
ago
wearing a
with
suit,
NATO,
response in Oxford. And also, this is not
Turkey and
practiced today.
Israel on
They
record
would shave all of
overthrew
their
Assad
hair
after
and trim
18
their
years of trying, or
fingernails
7
and
years.
toenails.
Then
Kind of
I said,
like
I bet 6 months they're trying to
familiar with
overthrow
the
the new Al-Qaeda
captured
leader.
slave,
Well,
the
Israel's
captured woman
bombing,
in the
trying
Torah.
to take him
So
out.
that was a custom
Which is a
that was
one-dimensional thing.
practiced by
Sounds good. I don't like the
converso
leader of
Jews
Al-Qaeda.
living in
As
Jerusalem,
the
meaning
cleansing
they had
non-radical
converted to
Muslims,
Christianity in Spain and Portugal, then they had immigrated, they made their way to
Israel
Israel, and
literally
then
ran
when
field
they became
hospitals for
Jewish, this is
Al-Qaeda
what they went
and
through.
bombed for them
So
and
at
put
one
them in
point,
as
he
destabilized.
describes how he purchased
Just like
a
Netanyahu's
slave
predecessors,
woman,
Likud next spirit
and
power,
then he manumitted her and converted her to
created
Judaism.
Hamas.
And in the course of his
So then you have October 7th and the stand down, this little armed camp, incredible Israeli intelligence, one of the best militaries on earth, that's not
which
right.
is something that's not
7.5
required.
hours, nobody responds.
But may have indicated that it came from that
Hamas
specific
breaking across the fence and grabbing all these Jews. Right.
We simply
I mean,
don't know
you
if it's
fart in
lost,
Israel,
and
we'll
he
shoot a
certainly
missile up your
wasn't
ass.
telling us,
So
so we're just
and
guessing.
Netanyahu
At any
admitted
rate,
there was a stand down.
definitely
The
had
army
some
blamed
time in the
him.
Middle East.
He blamed
It
them.
shows up in Europe.
That was
in
a couple
Europe
years ago.
where the fun
He
starts.
said, when the
So I
war is
mentioned
over, we'll
these appears
investigate.
in
Well,
Venice in
for
50.
Netanyahu, in power 25 years, serious heart problems.
So I'll just have to.
He stays in power.
These small, as I mentioned, swarthy
And so
person.
it really comes down to him and his party.
And he was
And they don't get
he
an
was
election for
surrounded
5
by a
months
lot
under
of pomp and
emergency
circumstance.
declaration.
You know, he
They
likes to,
can't
for
even have
example, get
elections
expensive
because of
rides,
this
like a
emergency. So
beautiful white
he stands to
stallion,
gain. The
and
weapons
he would
makers
have like
stand to
these
gain with
gorgeous
billions of
banners
weapons makers
that would proclaim him
Apparently,
as
it's
the
no angel cake. I'm not
emissary
into
of
them,
King Joseph
But
from
if you
the
go back to
east.
Wesley Clark,
And
20-some years ago, he goes to the Pentagon, which is classified
now
now.
why
They know the next
the
5
tribes
years we're taking
of
out
God
7 countries,
moving, I'm
Iran,
not sure, I don't remember why
Well, they
this special
got
those
Syria
two
8
tribes.
months ago. The last one is
Of course,
Iran.
Aliza knows,
It's
but
not just
Alaska,
about
not
getting
even
that Gaza Strip. Under international law, Israel gets 12 miles out.
Exactly. You'll
And they've
recall.
got one of the biggest gas fields undrilled because of conflict. I mean, it's more rich than, off the coast of Texas or Louisiana.
But this is
So
what happened.
there's
If you
trillions
recall
of
the story
dollars,
of the
and they've
conquest of
already built a
Israel,
pipeline
there
out
were
there that
two
goes up to
tribes and
Turkey.
one half tribe, God, Reuben, and
So
Manasseh, the half
Turkey is
tribe, who
involved.
said, you know what, after why are we going to Israel? Let's look at a very nice place here. We can cover all the furniture with plastic.
So it's all,
roots
the
of
U.S.
Hungarian.
is involved.
And they
Well,
said
that
that.
like it's not because it wants to stop the Belt and
But
Road.
so they
out of China
stayed
and all
on
the
the
way
other
through
side of the
into
Jordan
Russia
River,
and Europe.
like what would
They
you
want
say,
this
something like
other
Jordan, Syria. And
pipeline they're building up
Moses
into
made a
Europe
deal with
out
them
of
that they
there.
would have
And
that
there's
land
gas
as long as
all
they
the way
came and
up
fought for
from
Israel first
Israel,
and so on.
Lebanon,
So there's
Syria.
this kind of mystery
way.
of those
And so
2.5
Israel wants to
tribes
build
that
the main
never settled
industrial
in Israel.
shipping
And
hub for shipping
Reuven,
liquid
he took
natural
the
gas
name
and the
Reuven
pipeline
from
up to Europe.
Reuven, to say
It's
that
got
yes,
probably more
they're
gas
still
than
there.
freaking
There's
Alaska.
100,000
I
of
bet you have
them.
more gas
My brother is the king.
than
And guess
Kuwait, more
what?
gas
He
than
wants to forge a
the new
political
areas
union
there
with you.
where Russia
to
intersects
attack
with
the Muslims.
Ukraine. It's one of the
And
richest
so
gas fields
with
in the
all
world.
of this,
Trillions and
noise,
trillions
fury,
of pure liquid natural gas and
agitating,
oil.
things like that,
It's near surface,
people
by the
were
way. It's
willing
not
to
deep.
listen. Except
So
for
it
the
is a
Jewish community.
gold mine.
The
So you
Jewish
hear Jared
community,
Kushner,
by and
oh, I'm
large,
going to
was
build
not
condos
buying
here.
it. They were not.
You know, these weird
They
avenues
were
of
a
Trump. Oh, it's
few
going to be so
significant
beautiful.
individuals
Saudi
who
Arabia
were
wants
willing
to come
to
in.
financially
Robbers
support
are
it.
paid to
But
make it
by
look
and large,
nice.
the Jews
Give
tend
all
to
the
be rather
Palestinians jobs.
skeptical about
That's
the whole
all it'll
story.
cover. The
Nevertheless,
hotels and
with
the
his two
swimming
wealthy
pools and
supporters
casinos are
and a
nothing.
few key
It's
introductions,
that
he actually
hub.
gained an audience with
Because
both
the southern hub, you can say, well, there's natural gas
and
all the
when
way
he meets with them,
from right there in the
goes
Mediterranean
in, the White
up
Horse,
to
that kind of
Syria.
and
But
he
you got to have the
specifically
hub at the
asked
start of
for
it for the
four
pipeline
things.
to come up.
One,
Out of
he
Israel.
wants to
So this is not even
wants
debated.
letters
So
that will
we're
allow
talking,
him to create an alliance
they're saying like
between
$7 trillion in current
and the
numbers
Holy
just off the
Roman
coast of
Empire.
Gaza.
He wants to
You
get
add it
these
all up,
two
it's over 20
countries.
trillion. You
The
can
Holy
leverage
Roman
that.
Empire
Then you have the
historians like
military
to joke
control.
it was neither
Israel
holy
is
nor
never
Roman,
actually,
and it wasn't an empire, but it did have some
they've
political
never had a proper port.
connotation. It was
And
basically
so this
centered
is about
around what we called
strategic
today
alliances
Germany and environment.
and
He
control
wanted to get
and
France
blocking
and
China.
Germany
So I
essentially
don't want to just blame
unite,
Israel and all the
and for the purpose of attacking the
It's all
Muslims.
about the U.S. acts
The
like
second thing he
like
asked
Trump,
for
oh, please
is
do
he
it on
wanted
Gaza. Blah, blah, blah,
armaments.
blah, blah, next week.
He wanted a
Years ago,
tremendous
yeah,
amount
again.
of cannons
Please don't hit
ships
Gaza. Blah, blah, blah.
that
No,
he
the
himself
U.S.
would
and its
lead
interests are
to
absolutely aligned with Israel.
Well, no,
attack
and
the
I
Muslim
would, yeah,
empire.
in that sense, I
The
think you're
third
right.
thing is
What is the end game
a
of the
letter
Ukraine?
to
They're still
Portugal,
cutting big
which
checks.
is
We're still
especially
spending a lot of
significant, as
money.
we shall see.
It
Now,
seems like
well,
we're trying to
come
get
back
that
to that.
country nuked.
I know I said
That, I mean, hopefully there'll be a deal in place. Vice President said
he
he thought that was
specifically
a very
wanted to
big
go to
possibility,
Jeddah
but
over here.
it seems like
And
the
the idea
policy
was
of America
that
is to
somehow
push
with all
Putin
these
into a
ships
corner
attack
until he uses
Jeddah,
some type of tactical
with
nuclear weapon. I mean, I
support
can't
of the
see any
Holy
other
Roman Empire
end game.
and the French and
Well,
of
as
course the
usual,
Holy
your
See, the Catholic
analysis
Church.
just
And
yourself
this
is
would
accurate.
somehow
The head of
disrupt
France's
the,
finance, the head of their military, the head of
the
Sweden,
Arab
Germany,
control of much of
the
the
UK,
trade
also in the last 2
in
years
the Red
looked this
Sea, and
up.
especially the
They said our
Arabian
business
Sea,
plan
because
is a
India,
20 to
you'll
30 year
recall,
conventional
we're
war
talking
with
about the age
Russia.
of
We'll bankrupt
exploration.
Russia.
The
We'll
Portuguese at
finally
this
bring
point
Russia
in
up to 5
history
bucks.
are the
Well, that
leaders
didn't work.
of
Russia's
all world
outperforming
exploration.
weapons
They've
production,
established a lot
conventional
of
munitions, artillery shells 3 to 1, drones 3 to
trading
1.
posts
So
along the
that's not
Indian
working.
coast, and they were defending it very forcefully.
And so
Their main
he has
competitor
collapsed
in the
financially
region,
and
besides
wants
the
this.
European nations who are
And
slow to
you've
pick
got
up on this, their main
just like
competitor were
Vietnam
the
turned
Arab
out
traders
with
who
McNamara.
were
He learned that
dominating
this before he
the
died in
Indian
the
Ocean.
documentary.
And it
All was
seems
just a
that
big war game
Khomeini
to make
wanted
money.
to somehow
They
get in
wanted a
there,
place where
interrupt the
they could have won
Portuguese
very
trade
quickly bombing the
by
north. They could have
attacking
won,
the
destroying it, but they never did that
So,
because
the
it was just a way to pump.
Jeddah is maybe not the best port
back
because
then,
you'll
like
recall
$20 billion,
there's
like
no
$3
Suez
billion
Canal
itself.
at this time.
Just
So it's
off
not like
branching
people are
out the
using
ocean
Red
and,
Sea
putting in
to
ports.
get to the Arabian Sea
So
out to India.
it's all a giant war game.
Better
And
port
you've
for
had
that.
for 15
But there's
years the
something
U.S.
else really
Soros
valuable about Jeddah.
overthrowing governments in Ukraine, stirring it up, poking at
It's
Russia,
really close to that.
and they don't care. As long as they can keep it going, they've laundered $300 billion
in
in just the last few
of
years.
Jeddah
And it's all
really
in weapons
disrupt a
laboratory.
lot of Muslim
And
thinking and
so,
to really plunge
to them,
Europe
they don't
into
care.
another kind of
They're talking about 30% of the EU budget now going to Ukraine.
It's psychotic.
For the next.
And that's where we get to the messianic
A war is a big black hole.
Many
that you can launder money
historians
through.
believe that ultimately
And at the end of the day,
provoke
Putin's more popular than ever. He's in a war. Like it's not the Iranians and Netanyahu go, wait. Those are super unpopular. Now they're popular. Putin was already popular. He's even more popular. It's not they go, wait. But war is the health of the state. You watch the movie on Henry VIII.
Anyone recall this?
The king,
one of those weird
which is a true
footnotes in
story.
medieval history.
He finds out at the end
Prester
that
John
his ministers
was
have a rebellion
widely held
in
belief in
England
Christian
with the
that there
Scotch
was
and the
somewhere in
Irish
the Far East
and
a
the
true
Welsh,
Christian
which is all
king
true
named
story. His
Prester
letters are Republic now.
Here
The
he is,
Republic frontiers.
offering communion to
And
his
his French
subjects,
cousin, the real
who had like
Norman,
hundreds
the
of
conqueror,
thousands of
French or
soldiers,
British, they're all
and was
Vikings
just
that conquered
waiting for the
France
moment, the second coming, to
And
reveal
they don't tell
themselves
the
and
young
his
king
people,
because his
and they
other
would
brother
somehow,
died, so they had to
dominate
have
the
him when
world
his dad
and put
died.
an end to
This is a true story.
the Muslim infidel and so on.
And so he
All
goes
kinds of
and has to have a war with France, and
large
all his buddies
geopolitical forces
die.
that
He
were
wins.
tectonic forces
This
that
minister
are
comes
pulling
in
at
and
each
says, "You
other.
did a really good
And
job." He said,
Khomeini is
"Kill
trying to
us."
pull on those
That's why he
strings
implicated
and
France.
get the
And then we killed the city. It was a great job.
idea
You're
that
really
would somehow
a
bring
leader.
the Muslims down,
And then he meets with the head
reveal
minister.
Prester John,
And the executor head goes, "We staged all this for you, sir. Now you put down all the rebellions. You were down the church
specifically, he was
anyway."
thinking
And he
clearly
kills
of
him.
a
It's a true
Jewish
story. He pulls a dagger out. His best friend died and
His
stabs
real
him to death.
goal was to force the
Learning
press,
this
which
whole
was,
thing was
I
staged.
want a
Real
letter
people died. It was a real
the
war,
king
but
of
it was
Portugal.
totally staged to put down
Please
rebellions in
recall
France. And
that Portugal
now that's how the real
was,
world works.
as they say,
Psychotic,
German
unfortunate.
Judenland
I
at this
hope
time.
the
The
Trump
Jews had been
administration
expelled
comes
from
clean.
Spain in
It's the only way
1492.
forward.
Many of them
People in
sought
this
refuge
country need.
on the edge
You cannot
of the
have abusive
Adriatic
children
Peninsula
go
in
unchecked. You
Portugal.
cannot
And
let
then Portugal
foreign
once
governments have
Gaul
leverage
went
over our
to a
government and
more
influence
brutal
that
imposition and expulsion in 1497.
makes us,
And so Jews
you
were
know,
not allowed
completely
there.
normal.
Only
Our
Jews that were
principles
there
have to
were
say
the
that we
so-called
are
conversos. Just take a
passive or
moment to
that
think
we
about that as
are
well.
little angel cakes,
The
as you would say. We're
historian
certainly
of the
not.
Holocaust, Raoul
But
Gilbert,
everybody, we need to get all the information out, and I appreciate you. I think you're doing an amazing job, and
that he felt that
I'd love that you still come on my show, and I really appreciate you and
had
a lot of people
I've
that
been begging to come on your show. You should come to Austin. Let me say this final point.
Yes.
These Machiavellians think because they think all this twisted kidney chest that they're smart. No, it's sick.
that
You already said
enough
earlier.
for a Jew to convert to
The spirit
Christianity.
economist Martin
The
Armstrong
Jew
says we're very
would
close
be
to nuclear war.
under some kind of cloud of
We
suspicion
understand
of
conquest. We understand
Judaism,
implicitness.
of
But
like,
with
just
nuclear weapons and with
doing
biological
Christianity
weapons
for
and
show,
with
but in
9
reality
million people,
Judaism.
we have
And
to
now
stop the
that
conquest
shadow
economy.
of
We've got to have
suspicion
real
would
peace.
last for
I
several
mean, hearing
generations.
about all this
You
peace,
would have
but it's not.
conversos
It's
of the
got
first
to
generation,
stop because it can
conversos
get
of
out
the
of control.
second
You ask,
generation,
will
and
there
so
be
on.
nuclear war?
And so
Yes,
this
on the
brought
threat
the whole
escalation
question
ladder.
of race
It
and
goes from 1
lineage
to like 44 in
into
the Rainbow
something
Bridge.
which was
Everybody uses the same
prior
model.
to this
We're like
primarily
35
a
now.
religious
We're a
conflict.
few more.
The rest of
Remember 2 years ago,
Europe,
I asked them, we can't give F-16s
then
and
in
air
fact,
tanks since World War
that's
III
all
because it
there
goes
is
up
to
the
it.
escalation
But I
ladder.
made a joke
We're
about the
now
two
to
Jews who walked by
Trump
at
met with
church
Zelensky 2 weeks ago and
time.
said, maybe we'll bomb Moscow so
Oh,
they'll
it's
stop.
terrible. I shouldn't tell these jokes.
It just goes.
and the elites would rather destroy the world than sacrifice their positions
There's a
of
sign
power.
outside that says,
Exactly. They've got their bunkers, like Dr. Strangelove's based on true story by Curtis LeMay.
so
And the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Ellen Levinson, come to,
I can use $500.
I think they came out in 64, maybe 63. It's all
I get
declassified.
$500. Look, I said,
And I know, maybe you can bring all the outside stuff, but it's
So he
just tells
goes
me
in.
on this final
It
thing.
takes a while, 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Curtis
half an
LeMay,
hour.
the
Finally
deputy
comes
head of
out
the
an
Joint Chiefs of
hour
Staff,
later.
and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Ellen Levinson, look this up, folks. They
Espresso
come
Did you
the
get the
last year
$500?
of
So,
the
what is it?
Eisenhower administration. Supreme Allied Commander, super hardcore. It was mad at the Germans. They said it was only food for other people to starve 2 million to death. Let's only give them some pussy if you ever want. But they come to him, they say, sir, we're going to bomb our own military bases and shoot down our own planes. And we're going to blame the Russians and said the Cubans did it. We've got a plan to sneak attack Russia. And we only lose 20 million Americans in their nuclear response. But we win a few years under mutually assured destruction. They'll be able to take us out.
Yes.
He fired them.
Okay,
And then they tried to come back and Kennedy fired them. That's Operation Northwoods. The movie Dr. Strangelove was leaked, basically, to Kubrick. And he made the film to show what happened. They were literally in meetings talking about mine shafts and how we get gross domestic product up. Even in the worst case scenario, they knocked out most of the population. And they came to Eisenhower, and then they tried again. Guess who the adjunct of L.L. Levinson was? Oh, like 27. Donald Rumsfeld. So when you see 9/11 in the Project American Century, it's the same people, and then Dick Cheney, he brought it. So this is literally the ghost of L.L. Levinson and the ghost of Curtis LeMay. The movie Dr. Strangelove is a documentary of what almost happened. The Cuban Missile Crisis, declassified. The U.S. put 19 missiles on the border of Russia in several places, including Turkey. Medium-range nukes. Russia put nukes there. I'm not a Russian. Never been to Russia. The point is that we're all told school books, oh, but Russians put medium-range nukes in Cuba because they're assholes. No, Khrushchev was on TV saying, get your missiles out. But our media was so controlled, nobody knew we put missiles on their border. So it's the same
highly endogamous.
It's not the
They
average
were
American's
within each
man. It's not
other.
the Eisenhower's
They had
man
all
or
kinds of
Kennedy's man.
business relations.
You have
They
these
were
crazy
exempt from all
power
the
mad
second
generals.
class
And now what do we do? We put
status that
missiles
they were given
on
as
Russia's
Jews, and
border.
now they
That's
have
what Russia
freedom
said a year ago.
of
They said,
business and so on. So it
you
was
are
really
hitting us every day
advantageous
with
to
medium range
more than
hypersonic missiles. We
500
can't stop.
Let's
If
go
we
back
hit us
to
2 or 3 days, we won't respond. But if we see a large aeronautic attack of hundreds or thousands of missiles,
so in
we have to believe it's a nuclear sneak attack because
he's
that's how they
going
can
back
shoot.
to Portugal
Right, go Mach
25
5,
years
Mach 10.
after.
They can take out all the Russian bases. Those Russian weapons are in the
So to
West.
speak,
Those
back
Russians are in the
to
West.
Berlin in about 1965,
And they say if you shoot a bunch of these, we gotta go and nuke you. So you gotta believe it's a nuclear sneak attack.
Jews were not even
That's why
allowed
we're so close. You ask Army
And
Officer
here he is
War,
wanting to show up
atomic
there.
energy,
And he
scientist out of
specifically wants
Chicago,
to
the most
draw
respected, that
the
looks at
king of
said we
Portugal
are the closest to
into that
nuclear war.
battle
The
with the
remember, you
Muslims.
heard 2 minutes to
And
midnight?
some of the scholars on
Or something
Romania
like 20
opine that what
seconds to nuclear war.
trying to
Yeah.
do
So
is
with a
he was
human
trying
missile
to
crisis,
start the
2
final
minutes to
world
midnight
war.
means total
This is
nuclear
going to
war.
be a
Last time I
Muslims
checked,
and
we're
Christians,
20
God versus
seconds
not
from
God,
midnight.
Armageddon.
That's your answer. Follow me at RealHawkShows on X, Infowars.com/show.
So,
And I love you, Tim.
strictly
Love you,
speaking,
Alex Jones. Thank you so much. Alex Jones, everyone. Thank you.
Mulvaney was not a false Mashiach himself. It's not like
Alex
he
Jones
was
with
the
us,
Messiah,
legendary
but he believed he could bring
broadcaster,
about the Messiah
friend of the
by
show.
sparking
I've
this,
been lucky enough to speak to
massive
him about a
complication.
lot of the crazy shit that
He
has gone
met
on.
with King
past
John
10
in
years.
1524.
And,
He
you know,
was
we'll
very
just come
open
right
about
out with
his
it. We want to
intentions
get
to
your
see
read
Jerusalem.
on
He made some
what is going on because, you know, from the outside, the Trump administration campaigns on exposing this cover-up, blowing the lid off this cover-up.
Among the Jews who were conversos in Portugal.
Then they get in office,
many of them flocked to
and
him
now it seems
because
like
for
they're
them,
part of this
25 years
cover-up.
later, and
So
they're living in a
what,
very,
in
very
your
tenuous
estimation,
state,
has happened?
and they see him and they believe him as being
Well,
the
all I can do
possible
is observe
forerunner of
from the
the
outside. I have a lot of
Mashiach.
sources.
Perhaps the
Some
most
makes all what's
fascinating of his
happening.
followers
The
was
fact
a
I know
young
is
man
this.
named Diego. Oh, by the way, this picture
15
here.
days ago,
This
they
shows
leaked an Axios
two
Justice Department
artistic
this
renditions we
MC
have from the period that shows Mulvaney riding on a white horse.
and
We don't know for sure
there
if
wasn't even
the
trafficking and there wasn't
artist
any blackmail.
really saw this or not, or was creating it from memory. And he's carrying that huge banner that has 10 commandments written on it. Apparently, he received a major gift from one of his wealthy supporters, none other than Benita Abramel, the daughter of the great Spanish leader and Torah commentator. As part of her donation to Romania was this banner with the 10 Commandments that he carried with him when he went in to see Portugal. At any rate, one of his most fascinating and unusual followers is a young man named Diego Pires, who had reached a certain level of authority in
He looks scared. He looks concerned.
From a
And then all
converso
the other
background
social
from
posts about
1500s, that would make him
if you ask questions, you're with the
2 years
Democrats.
after his
And
parents
this is
had
all a Democrat
converted to
made up
Christianity.
hoax.
And
And you're
he was
just
so
idiots.
taken with
When all his
Romania
surrogates
that
promise they bring this out, he talked about bringing it out.
his follower.
So this is Harry Carey. This is
Take him along
Seppuku.
with
For those that don't know,
Romania
Japanese, I
initially
mean
refused,
suicide.
doesn't
And
take
the
followers,
head of the rest is
but
Napoleon.
when
That's Napoleon.
Pires
It's the most
demonstrated his
accurate
bona
record.
fides by
He said
circumcising
Trump has
himself,
lost 14
then
points with independence.
Romania realized that
5
maybe
points
this
on
guy
the
is the
Spain
real
base.
deal, so he took
Like
him
Steve
with
Bannon
him.
said a week ago, that'll lose him.
Pires
Rest
then
is
went
reported
on.
His
They
direct
split up
track
after a
40
while. He ended up in
seats
Jerusalem,
probably in the midterms
where
a
he
year and a
declared
half.
himself
This
the
is
Mashiach. He believed
Trump
that Mulvaney was
self-harming.
introducing him
And
to
from
the
all my
world.
research,
He
you
was,
know, he knew
so to
Epstein, they
speak,
were
the John the
socialites, all that,
Baptist,
but
to use
they
another
would have already
religious
used this, that he
metaphor.
said they had
And
something.
that in fact,
The Genos they brought
Pires
out
was
during that one of the
the
Rubik
Mashiach.
School. And they
And
said
where
that
he didn't
Melania
get too
was a
much
hooker, that Epstein
traction with
introduced her
that
to
idea in
Obama. You can see,
Jerusalem,
we look at
because
that.
in Yerushalayim,
Smiling agency, that wasn't true.
every 4
So
cubits you
they're
triple
kind of
another Mashiach.
regurgitating all that on one hand.
You don't have to
So
do
why
that.
did Trump
But
act
this
so
is an interesting artifact
panic,
here.
deer in the
This is his
headlights?
signature.
And
That's a very
you come out and
interesting
say,
kind of. This is the
there is
signature
no
of
list. Okay, there is a list, but you're still an idiot if you look at it. Okay, we'll have Pam Bondi release.
Very
The
unusual,
grand
the
jury
banner and things
transcripts from
like that.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Anyways,
Comey's
once
daughter
this
ran
happened,
the cover
you
up
can
on
imagine
it.
Pires, a government official, circumcising himself and declaring himself a Jew and following local, following Mulvaney. The king said, Shunganuk, or in Portuguese,
Come
something
out
like,
and say,
that's
I'm
enough.
more
And
guilty
he had
than what he did.
Mulvaney
And
banished
my
from
loyalty to
Portugal.
the truth.
At this point, you sort of lose track of the story. There's a strange
Want
interlude
Trump to
where
succeed.
he is apparently
Democrats are my
shipwrecked.
sworn enemy, trying to put me in prison.
This is a very
I'm
bold
just like,
picture.
happy to report this, that
Shipwrecked.
this is beyond beyond insane. Yeah, and It's like Trump wanted to see off the
majority to
Well, we
appreciate
know
Yeah.
that this was
So,
not
at any
only
rate, he's shipwrecked somewhere in the
blackmail operation, but it was
and he is
also a money
apparently
laundering
taken captive by
operation. We
a
know that
Lord
Jeffrey Epstein was working
seriously,
for billionaires like Les Wexner
and finally,
many others.
of
And we know that there's been a lot of talk about the connections that Epstein
they
had
put
to
up the money to
intelligence,
ransom him, and then he
and
set free.
moving
So
money
about
around the
2
world,
years
making sums
where
of
he
money
somehow,
disappear.
you know,
Is it a
necked out
complete
Portugal,
coincidence
shipwrecked,
that
taken
a lot of
captive,
this seemed to
ransomed,
happen
and
around the
tried
time
all over again?
that Benjamin
One of the reasons why
Netanyahu
this
paid a
period is
visit to
uncertain
the
is
White
because
House?
the diary shows
Well, as usual,
some evidence
you're
of
very
literary
informed,
tampering.
and you nailed it.
Like, maybe he used the diary one way
I don't want to
and
attack Israel.
changed
I'm
it
not a big
because,
Israel hater.
for example, one of the great scholars of this figure,
The
Ben
last
Melech,
25 years in Israel,
argues
in and out
that
of power.
what's really going on is that
Definitely used the
one,
cliche of
Portugal
Israel
was
trying
his
to
main
manipulate
goal, and when
the United
Portugal
States,
did not
internal
work, he
politics,
had to
and foreign
rewrite the whole
policy.
story and to try something else.
So
So
definitely
the
Netanyahu's
diary
heavily
itself
involved.
doesn't give us a really good sense of
He's
what
like
exactly
Maxwell,
was
who
his
was
plan.
convicted of
Anyways, he
human
goes
trafficking.
back and he tries
No, the
again.
new
He shows
memos
up in
that Trump says there is none of that. Well, then how is she convicted?
Italy, and he once again tries to get an
Robert
audience
Maxwell
with
was on
Pope
record,
Clement VII.
Mossad, very
At this
Olives,
point, the Jews, who,
with military
he's been
honors
around
and
now for
MI6
15
and
years.
Russian
The
intelligence
Jews of
reporting.
Italy are not
Phil on the job
quite
when
so
all this came out.
enthusiastic
It's
about
like
the
when he
entire
died
thing.
decades
And
ago.
they warn the
All of a
Pope
sudden,
that
millions
in
of dollars
reality,
slipped out of his
they're
bank
not sure
accounts.
that Reuven
And so, from my evidence
is
and
as,
research,
he's
it's
not
pretty
the real
close to
deal. So to
Epstein
speak.
was a
And
junior to
specifically,
Gideon Lane,
they
who took over
point
the
to
family.
the numerous
MI6,
letters
CIA,
that
Mossad, business,
bringing
that
with
level,
them,
they're all
letters from King
interconnected.
Joseph,
And it was
the
more
letters from
than
Festus
just
John,
grabbing
all
underage
of
girls.
these
That was
documents,
his
they
side
say
of
they're total
or
forgeries.
a writer.
And
The larger
he
issue
tries
was
to
money
defend himself by
laundering,
saying,
and
no,
now the
they're not
Democrats
forgeries.
know this. I
What
said
they
months ago
are
and weeks
is
ago.
that I lost some of them, when I
Trump
was
needs to not
shipwrecked.
call the grand
Remember
juries
that
to be
shipwreck
released
business?
or
So when I was shipwrecked, I lost some of my letters. I had to rewrite them. I looked at the memory, it's true. But at any rate, the Pope was not really interested. So the story ended. He did, however, get a chance to meet with Emperor Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire. And by the way, at this point,
5.5 years ago in New York,
Shlomo
it
Moltko
was
had
sucked out of
rejoined
his
him,
business
and the
account.
two of them went
And so we know
together
that's the
to
Treasury
Emperor
Department. So
Charles
now,
V.
Senator Wyden and others,
Presented
as
the
I
whole
predicted
story.
a month ago, 2 weeks ago,
Unfortunately,
before this
for
broke,
both
I
of
said
them,
Trump should release
Charles
$6
V
cents for
had
joint.
just
Where did the billions of
signed
dollars
a new
go?
law into place
Right
that
before and right after he
specifically banned
died.
any form of
And so
Judaizing
I
in the
agree
Holy
with
Roman
you,
Empire.
very astute. I was going
And
to
so
make that
therefore,
point.
he
This
handed
isn't
over
even so
the
much
two
about
of
human
them
trafficking
to the
as it is about
Inquisition,
the
which was
money
active there
laundering
as well. And
that was
that
going on. Then you've got Bill Barr,
disastrous
whose
for
dad,
Shlomo
Donald
Moltko.
Barr, ran the school.
Khomeini himself
Epstein at
was
20 got
taken
hired
away
with no
to change
credentials to be the top
Spain.
math teacher.
Moltko
And
was
then,
given the opportunity
Barr was
to rejoin the
OSS,
Christian
CIA,
church
his
by
dad, Donald
through
Barr.
baptism.
And Barr was
He
CIA,
refused
kind of the
it,
head
so
of
he
the
was
Iran
burned
Contra
at the
operations
stake
in the
on
White
the
House.
spot. So
And then
his
his dad,
brief life
Donald Barr,
ended
writes a
there.
book about space
We don't know
relations, about
exactly what happened
aliens on a
with
planet kidnapping
Khomeini,
human girls
but
and rape
some
them.
external
And then they
evidence
train
indicates
humans
he
to
was
enjoy
probably
it
put
and
to
kill
death
fighting them
in
in
a
the
similar
raping children.
manner in
This
1538.
is beyond
So in the
crazy.
space of about
And he hires
15
Epstein to
years,
do all
we have
this.
this meteoric rise
And so,
of this
yeah,
unknown
Trump had
Jew
beauty
who gets
pageants, and Trump had
access to
casinos, and
all
Trump
of
had golf courses, and
the
Trump
chambers of
was
power,
involved in
and
sporting events.
nearly
And so
starts
I
a
thought,
world
well, they
war.
were
It
heading
comes
anything on
closer
Trump.
than anyone else to that
They
fact.
would have brought it
And
out as they tried.
that's
A
basically
bunch of
the
nothing
arc
murders
of
in
the story
2016 and 2020.
of
But now that he acted like
So
this,
what do we get out of this?
I think the
So
jury's
assess
out. But where the jury is not out
First of all,
is on the majority of
why
people
did
on
he
the
do all
plane,
of
on the
this?
fly
Where did all of
folks,
this come from?
are
So
Democrats,
recall
are
that
big
as
power
far
brokers
as
like
his
Bill Gates.
origins in
And
possibly in
we know some
Jerusalem,
people
among
in
the
the Trump administration have been
controversial
heavily implicated. I'm not going to name names.
you recall
And
that
so, I mean, you nailed it.
early
When you brought up
16th century was a period of tremendous
so
Kabbalistic
if you got
speculation.
time here,
This is the
we have
period
all the
when,
time.
for
I just
example,
wanna
the great
add,
Rabbi Moshe Cordovero
Bonnie
was
said
born
we
in
have 10,000
1522,
hours of video.
and the SWAT
She
Center
said we have
was
10,000
established
hours of video.
Rabbi
I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me that was commercial pornography. They do not have videos of any powerful person in a compromising position. That's the party line that they're going with. If that's the case, why would Pam Bondi call it evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's not an idiot. She's the Attorney General. Why would she say she has files on her desk
portals such
none
as
of these
prayer,
implicated anybody.
fasting, self-exile,
feels
things like this.
They're
No one before
covering
Rule Bailey
something
had really
for
taken
sure.
this kind of idea
100%.
of forcing God's hand
And I feel like they're telling a story,
it to geopolitics.
and the story doesn't make any
Is
sense.
innovation. At any rate, Ben Melech, again, one of the scholars that's done most of the work on Ruveni in the last 20 years, argues that he was heavily influenced by Rabbi Abraham Eliezer Halevi, who was one of the most famous Kabbalists of Jerusalem at the time. Halevi had produced several Kabbalistic texts, including the
Here's what we know from the timeline.
prophecy of a child, in which he specifically anticipated that the Messiah would come, I believe it was in 1523.
Here's what we know. You give me your
When
conclusion.
Ruveni appeared on the scene. It was delayed 1 year, so maybe
Trump
that's
sure
really
is
enough.
release
But
it.
there was a tremendous amount of
They
messianic
can.
speculation
In
and
March, they're giving
attachment
this
of
old
messianic
press conference with the
ideals
supervisors.
to specific dates and times,
And
things like that.
A day
And
and a
so
half
with
before that
all of
happens,
this
I
energy
have
devoted to the
a
idea of
boil
the end
who's
of
a main,
days,
one of
it
the
was
top
Melech's
whistleblowers exposed
that
so much.
Ruveni picked
He
all of
says,
this stuff up and decided to do
sources
something
say
with it
they
himself.
got massive
Not
Epstein
necessarily
videos
working
and files the
with
Democrats
the
are
Kabbalists.
suppressing
In
and
fact,
not
it's
giving
likely
Trump.
that they never
And
met.
Bonnie's been set
But
up. We're
he
meeting
nevertheless
with her
took these
tonight.
ideas and put them into
My sources are,
practice.
and she's going
He
to
acted
expose the fact that she's been
alone.
set up.
We don't
The next
have
day
any
she comes
evidence
out,
that
and on the cover
he's
sheet
the head of
reminder
a
says,
cell
this is phase
or
one.
involved with
I
any
want
other
to
people.
more New York with
But he
Comey's
was
daughter and
nevertheless
Comey
able
running it
to
with the control
attract
the whole
the
time.
significant support
If they don't give it to us in 24 hours, we're going to go grab it.
Well,
24 hours
Jews
goes
felt
by,
that this was
they go
actually
grab
something
it,
that could
and
come
the
to pass
New York
and
resigns, they
deserve
got
the
to send
financial
again,
support.
don't do it.
That in itself, I
And then
think, is
they're
worth
given these
thinking about.
files, but that's
Why
the
is it
setup.
that the massive Jews
Obviously,
really
if the Democrats, before Trump and after Trump and now, control the
those
file,
who felt that
and
this
James
was
Comey and Marie
this
Comey
was really
control
the
it,
end of days.
are they going to leave stuff in
Other
that's
Jews who
incriminating?
were
No,
perhaps
it's
not
logical
so
to say
hard-pressed
they're going to probably drop a dime on themselves. Not the
felt
whistleblower
that
was bad.
this is an
They're dropping a dime.
crazy
Oh,
person
we've
making
really
up
got the
ridiculous
real
stories.
file.
Nevertheless,
Trump's
there
like, yeah,
were
go get
those
it, grab it,
individuals who
get
were
'em.
willing to put their
They
money
get the
behind it,
file.
and with the
And
right
I talked to
amount of
FBI
financial
sources,
backing,
multiple call
he was
server,
able to
showed
get
me the text
access
messages.
to
This
the
is
highest
late March,
championship power
days after.
ever. I think that if you put this into
When the FBI works, the top of the FBI does investigations, they get the
we
drug
have to look
flows
at
out of New
something like
York.
this. His
They
personal
send it all
piety,
over the country. Fill out the
he is
same do what you
known
want.
to have been
Then the
highly
FBI, we confirm
observant,
this,
who
looks at it.
rather
It's got
punctilious.
all this stuff about
Some of
Trump
the
in it,
accounts say
whether
that
it's
he
true or
fasted
not.
6 days a week.
Bondi and them come
Obviously,
back
you know,
and say to Trump,
reading at
it's got
night
all this
kind of
about
like
you.
Muslim style, but,
Then you see the deer in the
lots of
headlights
fasting,
interview 2 months ago with
laws of
Bongino
the Sabbath, things like
and
that.
Jax Patel on Fox.
Combined with
They look like they're
tremendous
hostages. They're
sense
like, no,
of theater.
you can trust us. He killed himself, and Epstein acted alone and didn't do anything.
Overwhelming.
Case closed.
That resulted in
And I said this before Trump said it a week ago, we can have it. I said,
willing to believe
Trump
this
has learned,
combination.
or this is a big possibility, that despite taking the poison pills, they're not just going to take out bad stuff about
Second
them.
career.
They're going to add all the innuendo, all the Cheetos, all the stuff recycled again.
Had to write a
And
personal
Trump
white
comes
book.
out for social last Saturday, 8 days ago, Saturday before last, and
At
says,
any rate,
hey, they control the file.
This is a
Not saying
totally
Epstein doesn't
new
exist or was
path
bad. That's how he explained it. He
ostracized,
says
of which there
they
are so
put a
many
bunch of
in
bull in there, which
but
I was
it
even able to
proved to be a
predict. So
very
that's
successful
one track
that would later be
of what it is, why he acted so
for
scared.
example, in the 17th century,
The other
perhaps
track
the most
is he was
famous
a big
or
playboy.
infamous
He
of
was
all
hanging out with
false
Epstein.
societies.
He was running meeting
They
packages.
Shabbatite
Maybe he
speak,
did some stuff he wasn't supposed to.
also
So I
know
had some
plenty
and
sections
now
of
they're out.
power, the
So now the jury's out on
but
Trump.
perhaps I would
Now
count
he's
this
got to
more
be
likely
suspect.
with
But the
Nation
same
of
people
Gaza,
run
who was
Crossfire
his
Hurricane, the
propaganda
fake Russia
nation of
gang,
Gaza,
Obama,
worked with Shabbat
Clapper, Comey, Brennan,
his
that did
material
all this,
to
who
the
were
Ottoman
known fake frauds,
emperor,
who were
it turned out
known
it was a
to be
disaster,
all over
much
the
like it
Epstein
was
file, who were
for
known
David Rubin, but
controlling it
nevertheless the same kind of
on the
idea.
U.S. side.
So taking
Anything
all
they
of these
tell me
things together,
suspect, so I don't believe right away. Then you bring up
a rather
Netanyahu, and that's the
bizarre
key.
short story.
So,
I've never spoken about David Rubin
anytime
before.
Assad is going to operate like this on domestic soil, they're going to need a CIA agreement
sort
to
of
pass.
comment that
That goes
appears
on for
briefly
decades.
on
And then you
the
got
stars
Maxwell's dad
of
that was
the Jewish
MI6
constellation.
Mossad on
I'm not
record.
exactly sure
And
what it means
KGB,
for the
triple
overall
agent, high
scope of
level,
Jewish
the
history,
relationship
but it's a
level, or
fascinating
you quadruple
episode, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to
you have Trump, grab it, do it,
apologize.
he kicks it, oh my God, I've been set up.
More fascinating to see
Then
about
he's mad at Netanyahu and promising sources were not the Targaryen months ago.
I'll take a few
Netanyahu shows up, suddenly Trump 180s, church whatever Netanyahu wants, and we know there's a full file, all the hidden cameras and all the stuff, and the little island there in the Caribbean and the facility in Zararak next to Mexico in New York.
Absolutely.
And it's and Barack there photographed dozens of times, in 30-some meetings there in New York. And all of a sudden you get a 180 as soon as Netanyahu shows up. Now Trump learns what's in the FBI file. Right after that, then Netanyahu comes and tells him, and I don't believe from my sources, this is how the FBI, that it is Trump, but it's people in his administration, including a top financial advisor that's heavily involved. Trump wants to get his agenda through of jobs, $15 trillion investment coming in, $3 trillion a year. He wants to stop World War III. I'm not defending this. I'm saying the thinking of it all. Yeah. And so he goes, oh my God, this is a giant new Russiagate setup. He comes out and says, well, let's choose to his supporters.
Would I be crazy when you say
which
a top financial advisor? Are we talking about Epstein's neighbor?
The expulsion from Spain and Portugal, though, was no less horrific.
Interesting, and that makes sense.
They were thought of as much
So
greater
here's how
tragedy.
informed you are, and I'm not trying to be a mean person. Because he made me out of somewhere in London.
That's right, Howard London.
From those two countries.
Don't sue me.
All.
Kidding.
Well, let's just be honest. This is right.
Yeah, you're gonna find me in a poll. Yeah, you're right.
Now, has to be around the corner.
Let's just say you brought it out, you're smart and figured out nobody else was. I'm sure they're blackmailing you with London. I've confirmed that from the FBI.
That, I don't know.
And it's nothing like anything wrong. But yeah.
Here's my question. We're just like Maxwell said, a jail. I live in Tallahassee, Florida. We have Alex Acosta, who supposedly there was an unsourced or privately sourced, unnamed source person that Vicky Ward quoted saying Alex Acosta said, I was told to stand down. Epstein belonged to intelligence. That is why he was not prosecuted.
The federal prosecutor.
Right, to the fullest extent of the law. Why do we not, and by we I mean the Trump administration, the American people demand that Maxwell testifies in front of Congress and that Alexander Acosta testifies in front of Congress about whatever this operation was. I think me and you have a good idea about what it was. But it's a vile operation. It destroyed the lives of children. No civilized society can exist ignoring things like this. And it also opens up many questions about a financial system that we barely understand that involves oligarchs, criminals, human traffickers, drug smugglers, and our own political class. By the way, this is why Nancy Pelosi has been so quiet about this. Let's be very honest, because she has no problem with obviously making lots and lots of money, and lots of our politicians. I mean, Barack Obama, these $30 million homes in Martha's Vineyard or whatever they are. Why don't we demand that they testify, Alex?
The violence that attended that with the expulsion from the Iberian Peninsula, because in the case of the Magnitsky Rebellion, there was an opportunity to convert.
I was about to go before you said yes, like Maxwell testified.
I think there were some options to be baptized.
Yeah, that's where I was going next.
So it's very hard. I'm not sure that we can quantify them. Maybe they're too much apples and oranges. It's true they're a century and a half apart. It's not so big difference, but
these lawyers connected to Epstein saying months ago, Alan Dershowitz, Trump better partner. And then even before Elon came out and said, hey, Trump's the list, you're never going to see it. Which has a lot more credibility now. Because of this, it doesn't mean Trump did anything wrong, but he's implicated. He's embarrassed by it. The issue with Ghislaine Maxwell is she's in prison for decades. So you can't trust somebody to testify who is already not implicated other people, but now that she's convicted in prison, maybe she'll say that I was involved, but I'm being sarcastic.
I don't know.
My point is that pressure mounts for Ghislaine Maxwell to testify before Congress. I am of
I
the
think
thought
most Jews
that full
approach these kinds
disclosure
of
is the way to
questions
go.
not
Now,
thinking
from
that
all
the
my
Torah
research,
is
the
a false
sources
Messiah.
Trump wasn't actually
They think
involved
that
with any of this.
we've had so many
And
false
they're going to be
messiahs
able
in
to
the past,
continue
but
to
this
blackmail
one,
that they know.
this
So
one
I
is
think
really
Justice
the
for
right
them
one.
and Evan's fault. But the
And
thinking is,
when you
can
point
they
out the fact
implicate
that I don't think there's
all
very
these
few
big tech
of
titans like Bill Gates that was
actually
heavily
proclaim
involved in all this?
messiahhood,
His
especially
wife
the
left
Pacific
him over
movement.
it.
Maybe a handful here and there may have made messianic pretensions.
All
Or
these
that the
Silicon
Messiah
Valley
is
people
just
coming
around
up
the
things, I was
corner.
being told,
But
this will crash the
I'm
stock
not sure that
market.
we can really
This will
connect
bring down America.
these guys
This is a
with
setup.
some of the
And I'm
more
not defending
mainstream
that
movements.
decision, but I can
There's
logically
another
believe from a
very
sick
good
position.
thoughtful
I agree with you.
that
I
I
think the
have
world
to
will
think
think
about
we're back
some
in
more
business if we
time.
actually exercise all these demons. This
Okay.
stuff's going all over the place as well.
So any
The
other
aliens
questions?
caught giant
Thank you very much for coming.
This
Next
is
week we're
driving
going to look
people
at the
insane,
resale,
and
much
I
more
think
mainstream
it's
figure
justifiably
at
so
8
that
o'clock.
people at the
Thank
highest
you very
levels
much.
can get away with stuff like this, and that it can be covered up forever. And I think a lot of people,
It's the two-tier justice system, man. It's emblematic of everything.
it's emblematic of everything. When I told Vance, I said, if you don't disclose everything, you're done. I mean, nobody will support you guys. You are fully and completely part of this cover-up if everything doesn't come out. I think it paralyzes their presidency
And what did
completely.
Vance say?
He agrees with me. He agrees with me. You know, like it really is.
Yeah, even Mike Johnson came out a week ago and said release it.
I mean, he agrees with me. The calls are coming from inside the house. We know that Benjamin Netanyahu shows up. We then immediately see an about face, which is completely crazy, by the President of the United States. And again, I'm not a paranoid Israel hater, but their activity over the last 6 months is completely insane. They're bombing churches, they're starving people, they're shooting people that are...
They bombed Syria today.
Yeah.
I don't have to keep recycling.
I'm studying the matrix. U.S. Communist China.
I'll tell you that again. But this is, there's
I'm
actually
the guy
several
who said
good
was
jokes
defending
here.
Israel. No, I was just saying they're not the most important bloc. They're very, but yeah, absolutely. Because
Yeah,
they
I'll tell
knocked
you
out the
one.
Democrats
And
already,
maybe I'll tell
because
you
they
the
cut
other
off the
thing
USA
later in this
money,
lecture because there's
the
really
deep
fun. So
state
it goes
money.
like this.
Israel,
There's a very,
sees
very
a power vacuum and is definitely
well-respected
trying a
rabbi
hostile
spent
takeover of
many years
administration.
working
So
for the
that's
benefit of the
100%
Jewish
going
community where he lives.
Are you
And
worried
he
about
is
these connections
well-respected and
with
honored by his
Palantir,
colleagues
with
and so on.
able
And he goes up to
using
heaven, but it's known that he's
technology
very, very particular about all of
Palantir
his
technology to
very
merge
careful to observe
all
all
of
of
the
his
different
So
departments?
he goes up and
So that if you
they
have
prepare
information on
beautiful
you with the
smorgasbord,
IRS,
all
that's now
kinds of
merging with
appetizers,
your arrest
delicious
record, and
little,
if you've attended a
hot dogs,
protest, and whatever the case may be.
But
We
all kinds
see
of
in the
beautiful
UK
things like this.
people are getting sent to jail for
So he says, this
tweets.
is so wonderful.
We
I've
see
always
it all over the
imagined
world,
something
and we
like
know,
this.
of course, the
And he
Chinese
goes
social
up
credit
to
score
one of the other
says
rabbis
that this
meeting there
feels a
and
lot
says,
like a precursor to that.
so who's the caterer?
Steve Bannon has said that he thinks that these tech people are the biggest threat to the stability of the United States going forward because they have their own agendas that they're cloaking in this MAGA movement. Do you share that view? And do you think that Trump has allowed these people to get a little too close and exercise a little too much power in the White House?
I hope all you all had a chance to get the new flyer. It actually has not received complete approval yet. I hope that it's going to be okay, but it's a good draft at any rate. There are a couple of things that I'd like to draw to your attention. Ms. Abramson, would you please distribute those? A couple of things that draw to your attention. There's at least one typo. We're currently giving 2 lectures simultaneously on March 19th. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. My evil twin brother. But I think it should be March 19th and March 26th. We will correct it appropriately. Note, very importantly, we're going to be starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. There's been a lot of people who've asked for an earlier start time. I will be able to do that until March 12th, when because of the time of Mimamara, it will interfere, so we're going to go back to 8:30 once the clock has changed. The ancient period is not my personal research strength. Most of the work that I've done as a scholar and a historian has been in the early modern period, basically from the 16th century onward. So now it should get better because I know a little bit more about what I'm talking about starting next week. And hopefully, I've tried
And we will
very
fix all
hard
your
to include
problems.
a lot of people that
And
you
my
probably
point
have
is, they
never
are a
heard about,
small little
but
tech
they're very
who wants to
influential
come in
or
and
at least
think
exemplary
technology has
of
already been
important
done.
parts of Jewish history.
Right. So the idea
For
that
example,
this is
we're going to
already
talk on
integrated,
January 22nd. I'm really looking forward to talking about
It is.
Sarah Bastova.
Amazon,
Did anyone hear of
Google,
Sarah Bastova?
and
Mr. Weiser.
these other
Excellent, of course.
groups,
Sarah
Amazon,
Bastova was one of the most famous
Alphabet, you know, those company, whatever it is, Meta.
So it's Google, it's
Amazon.
specifically for women.
So they're the ones
Specifically
that are
address,
currently
women's
doing
life
it. It's not like
cycle
it's
issues,
coming.
women's
So I just
domestic
told
issues,
people,
and they
in
really
their lexicons,
provide
they get flashcards for kids. Here's
window
a tiger.
into an aspect of Jewish
Here's a
culture
bunny rabbit.
that has received
And now they
very,
know
very
here's
strong
Palantir.
attention.
Oh, that's the
With
big
the exception
tech
of
company.
the great
That's a
historian
group
Rabbi Rothschild,
that's
who's done
talking
an
about their
amazing
ankles with Trump.
job
They can
of
come in
rescuing these
and be
kilos
put in
and
charge
presenting them
of
to
the
the
thing that's
following
already there. So
popular
I'm telling
world. So I'm
people,
really looking forward
no,
to
it's
speaking
not
about
that
her.
it's coming. It's already there.
I'm going to
Palantir
speak about
is just as dangerous as
the
Google
Vilna Gaon
or
and
as
immediately
parent
afterwards
company
the Altar Ready.
or as
Two of them
Microsoft,
had some
or as
significant
Amazon, Microsoft,
conflict,
Google,
or at
Amazon.
least their followers
And
had
I'm
some
saying, they're, you
extremely
look at the statistics, they're 90%.
supportive words
The
to
lyrics
share with
already
one
there.
another. So I
Palantir
think that
is a
will be
usurper,
kind
an
of
upstart,
combination to
a
it.
pretender to the
Towards the
throne,
end of the period, we'll look at
trying to come
China,
in to give
who is
Trump
perhaps
control.
one of the most
Because the
famous
US
Jews of
government's
the
been
19th
erecting
century who converted to Christianity,
Google's
as he
and
put it,
the
to get
Microsofts
a
and the Amazons
ticket to
already
European
create a
culture.
fuse system they already have. Does that make
During
sense?
that period of
It
time, it was
absolutely
very
makes
difficult
sense.
to
The
maintain
reason that
one's Jewish
Palantir is always
identity
a red flag for
until
me is when Peter
participate in
Thiel
the
says
wider
things
society.
like, should the human race exist?
Universities,
And he kind of stutters and stammers and doesn't really
orchestras, all kinds of
seem
things
to
like
have
this. So he is exemplary
that
of
one
that
seems
period.
easy.
But as soon as he did
And
it,
he doesn't really have an answer for that. He's also suggested things like maybe people want to Epstein's Island, they want it. Epstein's like advice on their divorce and stuff.
He spent a lot of time lamenting
It's
that
interesting.
decision.
He also says,
to the
you know, we need to do what I'm doing to stop the
of the
Antichrist.
trajectories of Jewish
Right.
identity
So,
in the modern period. So I think over the
it
next few
just
weeks,
feels
we'll
to
have a
me that,
fantastic
yes, they are part
series
of a
of lectures,
very
and I'm really looking
large
forward very
group of
much
companies I don't
to
trust.
engaging in them with
But
you.
it is worth noting,
One other
that
change
this
that's going to happen
company
besides the
is,
timing.
you know, they want to start
This
helping
semester
to
I experimented with not
surveil
having an email list.
Americans more than they already are. I mean,
There was
that's
a lot
sort of, or help,
contact
you know,
that
concentrate the
I used to have
information
set
or
up,
help
and
merge
I
together.
didn't feel like I was getting really a lot of responses to it, so I dropped it this semester, and it was a terrible mistake because I think a lot of people really rely
So
on
that's the
just
key
a little
issue.
email nudge to remind them that there is a response going on. So I'm going to try this coming semester
funded license plate scanners. Right.
return
A
to
month
an
ago, when they were
email
using the Rusty legal,
sort
they
of
turned it
reminder
off.
format with materials, videos
Palantir
online,
is
things like
offering
that.
to use the grid
So if
that's
you
already in
would
place
like to
for
participate
Trump's
in that,
age. So
I don't
what
have
I'm
your
trying to
email.
say is it's not
Please
that
send
it's
me an
Palantir,
email
it's that
to
we're
the
way,
address that's
we're
listed
saying
at the
we're
bottom
past
of
that.
the page. That's the website.
We're in the year
Sign up right there,
2050.
and I'll
I'm
make sure
saying it's
you
already
receive the
there.
Eventbrite
Palantir
notices as
thing
they
is
go
a
out.
fight about Trump
I
coming
think
and
that's
saying,
about it
okay,
for
I'll
my
hire you
announcements.
to explain how this
Any
works,
other
give me
good
access.
welfare?
I'm
No,
saying
I
it's
don't
already
think so.
all there.
No, and I
So let's
understand
go
that.
on.
And I think that
First of
I
all,
listen,
we're
I don't
grateful
trust
as
Elon
always
Musk, I
to
don't trust
bring
any of
this
that, I don't trust
particular
Sam Altman, I don't
topic.
trust Mark
The time
Zuckerberg.
is
It's not because I believe they're inherently evil people
You're
or
not
all
paying
they say
attention.
some things are inherently evil.
So
I
really,
believe their agendas are radically
for
different
those of you like
than
my
if you
daughter,
took an
we're starting
American
at 8
off the
p.m.
street and
next
said, what are
week,
the things you value? Very
Okay.
few of them are going to
So,
go, we want to terraform Mars,
We are
and
once
merge with
again
AI,
grateful to
destroy the
Israel
human
for providing
race,
this
and all of
space
this stuff.
and
So I
providing
do
this
think
opportunity
that
where we can get together and
tech
discuss
community, it's
history
important to
and
have a
discuss some
thriving
of
tech
the
community, but
turning
it's
points,
important to
turning
not turn our
personages
country
in our
into a
past. And
digital
we're
police state
welcoming
or Chinese-style
sponsors to help
surveillance
support this
state. I
class,
think
this
a
series,
lot
which,
of those
the
people
money goes
would
to
probably
good purposes.
want to
Of
create
course,
something like that
these
in our
students
society.
who would greet you when you come
You
in
know, that
and
does
do
seem
the
like
filming.
they
Rodriguez
would
actually
prefer
has an
that.
online fan club. I received a message from Germany
I
recently.
want your
So
viewers
go
to
to
listen
Rodriguez. I'm not sure why.
Let's just say
Maybe it wasn't a
Palantir is the
compliment.
most
It was like,
evil thing
go
on
away.
earth
But
ever
he
seen.
said, go, Mr. Rodriguez.
It is the devil. Why do we all
Sponsorships
know
are
about
certainly welcome.
Palantir and not the other we don't know? Yes,
$200
you're right, don't know
per
about
lecture,
Microsoft,
so that you
Google,
can defray the
and
cost
Amazon that
and
are 91% of the grid that's already there.
Right.
So we're all learning about surveillance
But I'm
and
glad
AI
that you're
and
all
social
here
credit
because
score
your presence
and biometrics
sponsorship
and social
more
credit.
than enough.
We're already doing it.
gives
They're
me kind of
just
energy to do this
bidding
week
to
after
get
week.
into the draw as a junior.
Okay.
And
So
so I
let's go
oppose what
directly without
Palantir's
further
doing,
ado
and
to
everyone
our
else.
topic,
Everyone else. Of course,
one
I'm just saying it's
of
become a
the most
distraction
rabbinical
into
minds
them.
of the high
Understood.
Middle Ages. He was a
Disclosure.
rabbi who
Your sources,
originated in
people that
Spain,
you know,
and
how
towards
damaging
the
is
end of his
this?
life, when
If this
he
all
was ready
comes
to
out,
sort of coast
do we
into
think
a
that this
hoary
is
old
a
age and
watershed
essentially
moment
relax into
for
retirement and with his
the
students
United
surrounding him.
States
He was thrust
and,
into an extremely contentious debate with
Israel?
the church.
Does
which
this come out that this is
exiled
a
him
what
to
many
Israel.
people feel it is,
But
which is
he
a
was certainly not
Mossad
intent
CIA
to
blackmail?
simply disappear into history.
Or is
And in
this
fact,
basically
even
not?
in his
We're
old
never
age,
going to
he landed in Israel
definitively
and
know that.
completely
Or will
revitalized
we?
that community.
I believe a lot of conjecture.
When
We
he
have a lot of
arrived,
gun to my head.
he
That's
had
what I believe it
either not
was.
two
There's enough
permanent
evidence in my
Jewish
book to
residents
say that's
in
what
the
it
boundaries
was.
of the city.
But
He created
is
the
the
first
disclosure
permanent minion
not
in
only will it be
Jerusalem
embarrassing to
during the medieval
people,
period,
but is
which
it going to
is an
suggest that
amazing
one of our
achievement,
allies
and essentially
has
created the
been
foundations for what
using
is
these
Israel
types of
today
methods
in
to
many
gain
ways.
leverage
So
and
we're going to look
control
at
over
the
our
arc of
politicians?
his life.
And is that one of the
Which
big reasons
begins
that they do
as
not
a
want it out?
kind of a figure attempting
Well,
to
it's all true.
create compromise between two warring
Oslo
schools
Linsky
of
was
Jewish
so
thought,
soft.
that of
Really?
Spain and that of France.
Let's come
He
out.
moved through some fascinating
They were
periods of
tapping the White
intellectual
House.
development that
So,
created a huge corpus of
and I don't want to hit us
literature
on
that is
some
still
big
being
corruption
mined
deal, because
today
most Israeli
for
operatives are
the
involved in
wealth
corruption with our
of
people as well.
intellectual
Right? You want to hit
riches
some limited little
of
sexual
contemporary
thing.
scholars. And then, as I mentioned,
So, yeah, no, I
his
mean,
final years
absolutely.
after being driven out of
Epstein was
Spain
mainly a
as a
Mossad
result of
operative. He
this
was like Maxwell, her
very
dad,
contentious
all Mossad on
debate
record.
with the church.
The media just
He
keeps this
really
debate going. Is it
greatest
Mossad? Is
thanks
it
to
Mossad?
when he was
Well,
living
he
in
wasn't
the land
officially
of
Mossad.
Israel.
Any real operative
So
at the
that's
highest level
basically the
is an
figure that we're
operative.
going to look
I
at
believe it was an
today.
operative at lower
His
level. No one
name,
was there the boss. But he
Nachmanides,
himself
like
was just a
Maimonides,
manager. His lane was the
son
case
of
manager.
Nachman.
This is all
Predates the
basically come out.
Latin suffix meaning
This is
son
the
of.
leverage
And
that
it's
Israel
known
is using over Trump
to
right now
followers
to do
of
all
the
this.
thought,
And my
he
information is
referred
John
to
Trump
as the
himself.
Ramban.
Leaders, all
And
this
at
other
the end
stuff,
of
trying
his
to
name
embarrass
for
him, beauty pageants,
Rabbi Moshe
flying
ben
twice on his
Nachman.
plane from New York to Palm
To
Beach.
distinguish him from Rabbi
And Trump
Moshe
was all
ben
release
Maimon,
until he
it's
got
not
that
only the
Netanyahu
Ramban
that you nailed, but what's more important is this has
Ramban,
captured the
the
public's
accent,
understanding and
want to
imagination.
be one of the cognoscents.
And so it's all about integrity. It's all about
Impress all your
getting
friends
rid of the deep state
John
and Trump joining with it and defending it. I had my show today, Mark Mitchell,
and
who
Ramban
is the
is pronounced with the
hands
emphasis on the
down,
second syllable.
the best record nailing elections.
That's also
Not
helpful
sure
because
around the
we
world
can't
for
quite make out the N or the M
And
difference.
he said, I'm not a Republican, Democrat, but I care about the voters and freedom of the future. And he
So
said,
Ramban was born
again,
in Verona in
things have like
1194
14
to a
points
very
lost to the
illustrious
independents. It's a
family
collapse.
background.
It's a
He was
collapse.
actually
It's a collapse. 5, 6
first
points. He lost
cousin
to
of
those
Rabbeinu
base.
Yonah of that city, who
I mean, this
very
is a
important in
disaster.
the
It's a
Maimonidean
controversy.
controversy. Ironically, the Ramban
It's
was
also
a
overshadowing
intellectually
another
a
interesting
critic
and important
of
story. That's
Maimonides
that
and did not
Comey,
hesitate to
Brennan, Clapper,
publish
all these guys
a
essentially
series of rather
participated
blistering
in
critics
what was kind of an attempted
on
coup.
the Maimonidean code of
Manufacturing this evidence that Trump was installed by Russia.
Yeah,
The
Crossfire
crisis
Hurricane.
over Maimonidean
And that's the
writers
key. That was my whole
right
show
in
today
the
was
15th century erupted to
Crossfire
start
Hurricane is
defending
proof.
Maimonides against the
Crossfire
attacks of his
Hurricane
first
is
cousin,
confirmed
Rabbeinu Yonah.
that not just
Two of them were
Obama,
divided over that. But I'm
giving
jumping
orders to
ahead
Clapper,
of
Brennan, Comey,
what I should do.
before
To
2016
talk
that Trump
about
was
the
running.
life of the Ramban.
They put him under
We
surveillance. The
know
documents are
that
out.
he headed up a
They created
yeshiva.
Steele dossiers.
We
They
don't
didn't
have a
just
lot of
let
information
the
about the
intelligence out.
nature
And
of
the
that
report was
yeshiva,
fake.
like what
They
it looked like,
created it.
how
Tulsi
many
Gabbard said last
students,
night on
what was
Fox.
the
We're getting
curriculum
the
and so
documents
on.
as
But
draft.
you have
Obama
so
was
many
is a
students
CIA
who are
operative from
reported
birth.
in later
His
rabbinic
mother
literature,
worked for
but there's
USA.
no
His
doubt
mother was
whatsoever
born
that
in
this yeshiva
Hawaii. I mean, because
there is some
Obama weirdly
evidence
comes
to
up all the
indicate
time
that
as this
the,
guy, and I
like
always think
many
these politicians are
rabbis
middlemen,
of
and
the
I
era,
imagine
earned a
that
living outside of
Obama
his rabbinic
get like a
activity
similar
as
politician,
a
like a
medical
Clinton type,
doctor.
where like they know
But
what's going
unlike
on, but they're not.
Maimonides, we do not have like extensive literature
Bill Clinton,
writing
Hillary Clinton
from the Ramban
come out of the
on
CIA and the
various
Nixon
medical
Mafia
topics.
and the Chicago Mafia.
But basically, he
There's whole
practiced
films
much
made
of
by
his
Joel
early
Gilbert,
life
which have
as
researched.
a
It's well
as a
known.
rabbinic leader,
Obama's
as a
grandfather was the head of the
community
CIA
leader,
in Hawaii.
and as a teacher of
His
Torah.
mother was a CIA sex
And his
operative.
story can be understood in
His real
several
father was out in
different
Kenya, but was out of the Communist Party
avenues of
USA.
Jewish thought. In
Had the
many
major
ways, he's
newspaper,
very
it's Frank
creative,
Marshall
and
Davis.
actually
Where do you
was
think he was born?
originator of
You have to
several
take a guess.
key
He was born in Hawaii.
disciplines or
Oh, he was?
sub-disciplines within
Yeah,
Jewish thought.
it was
First of
Obama.
all, he
In 4
was
different
a
videos when he was a senator saying, I was born in Kenya.
multiple works
I'm back in my
in
own
which
country as a fake cover
writes
story. And then
codifies
you know,
Jewish law.
that sub-Saharan Africa
Understand
looked nothing
where
like
he is
him.
placed.
You look at Frank
within
Marshall
these
Davis, it's him, and he wrote Grips My Father.
back for a
I
second.
spent
to
summers
discuss
with Frank Marshall Davis in Hawaii. He was friends with my grandfather. He felt like my real father. That's Frank Marshall Davis. And his mother, Betty Davis,
Jewish law
that woman with
is
dark
an
hair,
interesting kind of phenomenon.
the famous bombshell, 50
There's a big
Street.
debate that's currently raging in
it's
Mosaic
the woman that
magazine, if you read the online magazine, about whether or not whether Jewish law is primarily statutory in nature or common in nature.
Even the famous
I'm
porn that
not a
Frank
legal
Marshall Davis
expert,
released.
but what I understand that to mean is that
It's in
statutory
photos
laws
of
are
Obama
basically
with
like
the same couch, with the
this
same
is exactly how
pictures.
you behave,
His
and
mom and
there's
Frank
not much
Marshall
else
Davis
to say
visiting.
about it. Whereas
Frank
common
Marshall
law
Davis
is
gets
sort of
her
like
with
taking a look
women
at
on the
what
very
people
same
do and then
page.
developing
It's the very
that
same
into legal
couch.
precedents.
And it's in
And the
famous
two
private
systems
porn
of law
collections.
sort of
This
communicate
mother was
with each other.
the
You'll have
all of this. Well, she was a
statements
famous
like
CIA
this is how
sex
we
operative.
behave.
So
But
you're
then rabbis
saying
say,
that
well, we
Obama's
don't
an
do it that way over here.
intelligence
We have a
family.
different custom. And so the statutory
Well,
law
you
will
said
give us
CIA,
different commentary that says,
Yeah, no,
well,
that,
may be
that's what
the
I
foreigners
feel
do,
as
but we
well.
have
I mean,
to do something different.
I,
And then you get
And
into a
then
different part of
Frank
the world
Marshall
where people
Davis,
say, we don't
the main
believe actually in
publisher of
either of those.
communist newspapers,
So the
all over the
statutory,
U.S.
we have Rick
He is a
Moore, he
famous
knows about these things, right?
pornographer.
right.
So do you want to
Obama
comment
says
on
and dreams my
am I
father.
defining these
He was
references
like my
correctly?
father. I stayed with him in the summers. He was friends with my grandfather. And his dad's the famous CIA banker.
Well, I know people in Chicago that have said that Obama essentially had led kind of a secret double life his entire life, and they were shocked when he was polling so well in the election. Obviously, he was a brilliant politician, but to me, they didn't go near any of his secret life the way they didn't go. You know, there's a lot of people that obviously the media's trying to stand down, but I know people in Chicago, these large financial institutions that knew him, that were shocked that more details about his private life weren't emerging.
Early October or September.
Well,
The
yeah,
Mishnah
and you know, he
is
says every
basically a whole
employee,
bunch
you
of
know, needs a
statements
gay
of
man to help
opinion
lead
to
him
various
on the
rabbis
or anything, but
with
they
some
I
very
mean, it's
rare
well known that he's being
examples
controlled.
of a decision
You know, and so
between
you very astutely said it.
You'll have a question about a given topic of behavior. Rabbi X will say one thing, Rabbi Y will say
All the
another thing,
secrets
and maybe Rabbi Z will say a third thing.
seemingly the people that always lead
Canada will
us.
say Rabbi Z will say a third
It
thing.
seems to be whether
So
you're
move on
if you're
to
in the
next topic
closet,
without
if
actually
you have a problem
deciding.
with
And you read the
your
mission and say, well, what kind of
drugs
law
or
code is this?
money
Where's the
or
law? All I
something
see is
like that,
opinions. Then you move
leverage
on
is
to the
always
Talmud,
being
and
used
the
on
Talmud
different people
expands this
so to
tremendously.
control them.
With a lot of
Because
debate.
you're compromised.
Again,
1,000%.
without saying
So
what's the
Trump,
bottom line.
in my estimation,
And
has
this
to
debate,
just
and
let everything out,
debate is
no
considered
matter how embarrassing it is.
Yeah, I mean, he does. And I
Study
mean, look,
is itself a form of
the Democrats
prayer,
are going to be in
a form
prison.
of
They're
intellectual
openly horrible
development,
people.
a
Trump
form of
represents a lot of new constituents. I don't
self-refinement,
want Trump
even
to
if
fail.
you don't get
You know, I got
to the
accused by
bottom
a lot
line.
of
In fact, many yeshivas
influencers and people on
never
Jewish
spend
some
time
other
getting
channel.
to the bottom line.
That's
They
not
spend
every
time
on
just
CNN,
following
ABC
the
News.
debate.
I mean, I could care less.
So this
Have tiny
is
audiences.
fascinating.
like
It's all
that,
well
but
and good in
tell the
terms
truth,
of
I'm
intellectual
spending usually against
exercises,
Trump
but
and
at the end of the day, someone has to say, is the chicken kosher or not?
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and
Is
Tulsi
this
Gabbard.
couple, are they allowed to marry or
I mean,
not?
they're doing
That's the decision.
amazing things.
So
So I
at
don't
some
think maybe on
point,
bathwater.
these
I don't
Talmudic
do this
debates
because I
is
can attack
transformed
Trump,
into
which
a
I never do.
halakha,
And then you
no
don't get
way.
publicity out of it. I did it because I had
transformed
to keep
into
my
some
integrity.
kind of statutory
And
law. This is the
I
law that
don't know
can't
if
marry,
Trump can
the
course
chicken is
correct
not kosher, that
from
kind of
this. I
thing.
had to enter rescue
The
support
way
over that.
that
You know, some of his spouse
these
back.
codes of laws
But,
were formed, like the
you look at
transference
Roman
from
Iran,
the
you look
debate
at
of the
Israel,
Talmud into
you look
a
at
list of rules
Kennedy
is something that took
Ford
several
on the
hundred
water,
years
the
to
DOJ,
compile.
the lawsuit,
And it began really in North Africa and in Spain about 100 years before the Rambam. And at that time, there were
It's almost
in
like the Trump
particular
admin
the
brought in Kennedy.
Al-Fasi, or the
So he
Whip
can
as it's known.
menace
What he did was he essentially
Big Pharma, and then Big Pharma will just come make bigger donations.
edited out all the
I'm
fish
gonna say
ate
something very
as much as
interesting.
possible that did
I
not
think
feel
obviously
record
poisonous food in America
They left
needs to
you
be
with a
dealt
much
with. But
smaller
Kennedy
version
was
of the
talking a lot
pamphlet,
about
which was
these
designed to sort of
vaccines were
refine your
mandated
reading
and
of
had
it
a lot of
towards the law.
adverse
He did
effects.
not
Tim
state the
Bondi is
bottom
now
line, this is the law, but he
not
said, okay,
following
just
up
ignore all that other
Pfizer
stuff
thing.
and
You know,
concentrate
maybe no
on
more
the
about than
law.
I do, but I
Ironically,
saw that
this
very
is
recently.
her and the White House
repeated
chief of
in
staff.
reverse by another scholar,
Only
like
10 years ago didn't exist. The biggest consulting firm.
Yaakov, in which he said, you know
And their
what?
main client's Pfizer.
The Talmudic law is very interesting, but I love all that other stuff
who's
you
the White House chief
ignored.
of staff,
So he created a
run a
separate Talmud called
consulting
the
firm,
Yaakov,
and
which
their
is all
biggest
the
client is
legendary
Pfizer.
material, the philosophical material,
Well, that's
the
not
recipes,
great.
the biographies,
And
all that
even
stuff was in a
today,
separate book. Very
the
fascinating.
lawyers came out,
So
all the people
this is not actually
involved.
a law code yet. And it
You
took
know, even
figures like
Congress had
Maimonides
said,
used to say, all right, let's sort this all out, and let's
Kennedy's not
organize
being
it by
consulted now.
topics.
So Kennedy's like, yeah, we're banning the mRNA shot.
And we'll break everything out.
The White House
no
somehow
problem
overrides it.
taking
And
laws
I'm not,
for mention of
yeah,
one part of
it's
Talmud
I
and
think
gather
Kennedy,
it along
from
and discuss another
people
part
that I
of
know, I
Talmud
think
and create a
Kennedy
logical
feels like
code.
he's
The most
frustrated.
famous of
I
them
also
was
think,
the
yes, get the
Mishnah
poison
Torah,
food
the
out,
repetition of
but
Torah,
also
as we
Kennedy
discussed in this class several
was
weeks
coming
ago.
in there saying, listen, we
When
had
he
these
came out
mandatory
with this code,
vaccines,
and there were
a lot of them had adverse health
contemporaries
effects,
who
and now
also coming
that's
out
not
with
being talked about.
similar things on a much
Everything's about
smaller
food
scale.
dye. Now, by the way, get the
Naturally,
food
there's a
dye out,
tremendous amount of debate.
sure,
Because all of a
but
sudden,
let's not indemnify companies like Pfizer and all these people going forward. I mean, big pharma, it's the biggest out of
software.
All of a sudden, it was being kind of like hammered into one situation. It was like Microsoft or Apple.
Came out today and said, no,
Linux
I've seen
was
the
not
documents.
People couldn't just go in and muck around with the code they wanted to.
Authorized
So there's a tremendous amount of
literally
debate.
didn't even consult
And in
Kennedy.
this area, there were
Somehow you
two
get passed.
major
I mean,
schools of
this is
thought
going
about
on,
what
so
to do with
it's a
this
big
process.
giant operation. Such
Spain
Wells gave him
loved
the organization
the
skills
direction
that
that
drove me in the
Maimonides
win.
had taken
So it's
the
the devil you need,
formation
the
of
devil you
legal
don't
codes,
need.
and they
Who
spent a
was
tremendous
she the
amount
chief
of
of staff
time
for in his last election?
reinforcing them
Where did she
and
live over the years?
adhering
She
to
works
them.
for
Because Spain
Pennsylvania.
was very, orthopractic, very interested in saying what is
She
the law.
works
So
for
towards the law, even if it
She
meant
was the chief of staff
spending
for
less time in the Talmud and
Interesting.
more
I did not
time in
know
the
that.
codes. In France, on the other
That
hand,
keeps
they were
coming
very
up.
upset with this, and they felt that, you're ignoring the sources of the public.
No,
And
listen,
people,
we
if
don't
they
even
just
have
go
to
to the
keep saying that.
laws,
We're
depending
not
on how you
anti-Israel
look
yet.
at it,
I
they'll
just
never,
have
experience the
responsibility.
real
You do.
debate.
I got
They'll
Jack
never
in the Box and
experience
Young,
mental
Jack in the Box and Young.
purification
Remember that
process that
Young
goes
back
through
there?
the back and forth. And so the schools in France were
I want Israel to
very
be
upset about
headquarters of human
Maimonides, and in
testing.
fact,
We don't
discussed
know what it's
earlier
going
in
to do. We offer
1232,
the
they
Israeli
succeeded
people
in having the church burn Maimonides' works.
Left violates the
That's how
Nuremberg Code. I'm not
extreme the
anti-Israel.
tension was
I'm
between
saying,
the
of
French
course,
and the Spanish
Netanyahu
scholars.
says Israel's a guinea pig.
What
I have great friends in Israel and in America that are Jewish people that are religious. Some aren't, and a lot of the thing was going on in Gaza is atrocious, and then Netanyahu's a criminal in trial.
That
But
engages in
it is
the
interesting
study
to
of
see
Talmud
that
for its own
this
sake,
administration
but
is
at the same
starting
time
to
tries to arrive at a
spin out of
conclusion in the
control.
end. This school was ultimately
It feels like
developed
That's a
much
good way to
further
see
by
it.
the
The first
Positivists,
5 months or
who
so,
did this, who also
like
realized that the pure
almost
study of
totally
the
on
Talmud
track
was
with it, and
of
then
great
it just started
value,
going
but at
sideways.
the end of the day,
Now
we
it's
really
moving
have to
very
understand
quickly
how
in
to
direction.
behave, and so they also
I have
drove
no interest
some
in
of their
that.
arguments,
I got
not
the
certain
rest of
of
my family in
Maimonides,
prison.
towards the
It's
final
silly to me.
conclusion.
All of a sudden,
This is the kind of
it's like
work
my
that
lifeboat.
Maimonides
It's
did
Trump.
primarily
And then
within the
he's building
halakhic realm,
walls to bottom
and
of the boat. And I don't want to be
he
anything
told
that says he wants. I don't want to be
sort of
anything. I can
combination
say a lot
of
more.
theory and
I know White
practice
House call up and be
formed
like,
the foundation of the next
last week, what do you
800
want?
years of Talmudic
Yeah.
and
I mean,
legal
oh, you
study.
think I'm doing all this
He's
just
an
to get
extremely
something up your
influential
ass right
thinker
here?
and
I
bringing
want you to do
together
what you were elected to do.
two very different
Yeah,
approaches.
so it went from you're bad, grandma influencers attacking you 2 weeks ago to what do you
Excellent.
want?
Well, he wrote actually several
Well, they
books.
want it to go away.
His
They want this to
collected
go away.
works today were
And
published.
I've been listening to you since I'm 12 years old on the GCN network. I remember listening to you before 9/11, by the way.
But the critical
And then
edition that circulates
yeah,
today
no,
is
GCN network, we're talking like fucking 1999.
on a whole
We're Trust the internet.
In this particular area,
Believable. And that's, I believe that was the network you're on, was GCN.
commentaries on Talmud,
So that's how
and
I've been listening to you, and that's why I bring you
dealt with
in
specific subject.
stuff like this
For
happens,
example,
because
uh,
I
for a
often get
fantastic
confused
book on
because we
death
all basically
called
say to
Torah
ourselves,
Adam,
what
which
the
deals
hell's
with
going
the
on? It's
practical
almost like
and the
the gaslighting is so
philosophical
crazy
implications
because
of
it's
death
like
in
they
Judaism.
start
Very,
going
very
like,
profound
who
ideas.
said Epstein was a
He
black
wrote quite a bit of
operation? They're like,
Kabbalistic
who said
commentary
any of this? And
scattered
you go,
throughout his work.
why
There's
would you
only one
suggest it's
actual
connected to the
totally
Mossad or
venerable
anything?
work
And you
of
go,
Kabbalah.
wait a minute, hold on.
And he wrote
This has all been kind of decided.
commentaries following
There's
the Talmudic
mountains of evidence.
tracts.
So to attack supporters or people that are just raising questions, of course you're going to have to go out and say, hey guys,
Probably
we know what you're doing, and for whatever reason you want this to go away, it's not going to go away until you disclose the information you have.
Full volumes of these.
And that's the problem. I mean, the CIA was involved, MI6 was involved, Mossad was the main group from Florida. And
certainly,
they've implicated people in Trump's
his
circle.
commentary
He's
seems
doubled down.
quite
He's
a
totally
place
forgetting it's
only
strength of
behind
weakness.
Rashi
And
himself.
so,
Of all the
the
commentaries
whole
that
showing from Rasmussen said,
we
the whole showing,
preserved of the Torah
this
is
is
certainly
a death spiral,
Ramban. In fact, that's
and it's so sad.
with the exception perhaps of
And
the Aramaic
Democrats, they're
translation of
openly with
Unkel's, which is
350,000
studied
kids
for other
smuggled
reasons.
across, much of sex,
If one
slavery, child
masters
labor.
Rashi, the
You have
next
Tom Love,
logical
they already
step
said
is Ramban.
35,000 kids,
It has
prosecuted
been
with
very
1,000
ably
recovered.
translated
All
into
this
English
good's
a couple of
happening,
times,
and
and
I
there's a fairly
don't want
good
to
edition
see
that I
this
just
happen.
Rick Morris
But
to get
the
out
way
of the
this
library
works,
right now,
I'm surmising this, I don't know
met
if
with
it's true,
tremendous
but if Trump
popular
makes it
appeal
illegal,
and I highly recommend it to you.
on the Epstein thing,
The major creative
they go,
difference
okay,
of
you gotta have guys to
Maimonides'
tell
commentary in the Torah is so obvious to us now that when I tell you, you'll kind of be saying like, what's that? I'm here to this is obvious, but in fact it is not obvious at the
discredits
time.
them. Are the very
Rashi's
same people
commentary,
acting like they're on their
the
side.
main
So it looks like they made a deal to
Rashi's
fix this for
commentary
a reason,
is to bring
and the
together
very same media
the
Democrats
Torah
that turn on
with the
them,
oral Torah.
and now
In
they
other
hear
words,
their neck and nose.
here
The
we are
Democrats say they
reading
want
the
everything
written Torah,
declassified.
a lot of opaque
They only want
passages, a
stuff
lot of
with
difficult
Trump.
passages,
I
and they
say
have.
release
Thank
it
you
all.
very much.
Release it all.
Release it all is the only way.
I love the assistant Rick Morris actually.
And maybe
Okay.
depose
This is
Alex
the
Acosta.
new translation
Let's find out who told
published
him.
by Art Scroll. The
That's the
translator
U.S. attorney that
is
prosecuted 50 years ago. He said he was told no easy intelligence.
Yes,
Rabbi
I mean, let's
Yaakov
find out.
Blinder.
And at the end of the day, I think
I'm sure
that,
it's either Blinder, but I apologize,
I'm not
Rabbi.
naive.
But this
You're
is
not
a very
naive.
well
We
received
know that
translation.
there's serious
You can
players
see
behind the scenes
it's
that
got
are
the Hebrew original
exerting
and
pressure
the
on
Aramaic
all kinds
translation
of
of
people.
Unkel's. It's
And
got Rashi's
I
commentary.
know that you
It's got
can't
very
wave a
relevant
magic wand and make the
commentary of the
deep state go
Ramban
away.
himself.
You can't,
The Ramban will
throw them
often
all in jail overnight. But if
polemize
there's
with
no
Rashi, take
accountability
issue with Rashi.
for this
But to
type
discuss what
of
is the
criminal
point
activity
of
that
the
everybody knows
Ramban
about,
commentary,
the
Rashi's main
lack
point is
of
he wants to show
credibility
the unity of
is
the
going
written
to eat
Torah
away
and the
at
oral
not only
Torah.
this administration, but at the
Very
government and the
basic idea.
justice system in this
That,
country.
No, you're right.
we
You're
have
absolutely,
these
you
two
hit the
Torahs,
key
which
here.
are rather
And by the way,
different.
I can go as long as
And
you want.
Rashi really
We're going to wrap up in a few minutes.
My bladder's about to bust.
and
I'll come right
apologizes
back. We
We'll
love
wrap
you.
up.
oral Torah and provides it as a running
Look, you can run
commentary
a
to
key and
the
I'll
Torah.
vamp while you're
You
I'm
really
good. I
get with
told you my whole
Rashi,
show. I'm like,
still
dude,
wine
I learned how to do this with you. I just
The
talk. I
Ramban
don't even
isn't
have
trying to do that
guests.
at all. Rashi has achieved that.
But what I was
And
to
here
say
it
is,
is, 100 years later, and the Ramban says, well, let's ask a deeper
I have
question.
such
Let's
no
synthesize
belief in
this.
the
Let us
establishment.
challenge
They lied so much.
the
Okay,
meaning
go
of
as long as you want.
You know, like people, for example,
I just can't think.
I understand.
it's almost a taboo
Alex
topic
Jones is taking
today.
a
Some
peep
very
break,
big rabbis
ladies and
that come to
gentlemen.
a lot of trouble
And now it's time to tell you about Athletic Greens, the company that dropped me for using talking about Alex Jones. I did one ad on my show about Athletic Greens many years ago. And we did it from Alex's studio, and they dropped me. So here's what I'd like to say about Athletic Greens. One day my friend took Athletic Greens and he died.
rather courageous thing to say. I would be
He
scared
put Athletic Greens in a water bottle and shook it up, and then he drank it, and now he's
really
dead.
much more of
Athletic Greens killed my friend. I don't know why it happened. Maybe it wasn't Athletic Greens. Maybe it was just some type of a random medical emergency. I bet it was the greens. He was frothing at the mouth. He goes, oh no, what's happening? And there was green stuff was coming out of his mouth. He was going, I can't believe it. It's Athletic Greens. I'm dying. It's killing me. I knew it was fake. He says he's talking. He goes, I knew it was fake. Anyway, you don't get healthy by putting a vial of green shit in water. It's a lifestyle. I knew it was fake. I just thought I'd take the easy way out. And then he just started and he was having a seizure because of Athletic Greens. And I'm just saying,
fascinating
Female so mad.
approach to it. His
But I'm going to
style
say
is
it's
quite
comedy
different
show.
from
Everything I'm saying is a
Rothschild
joke. Of course,
commentary from
obviously,
there,
full
whereas
disclaimer, did kill my
Rothschild's
friend.
comments are
They
famous
did
for
drop
their
me. We tried to
brevity.
get them back. I
You know,
performed at Carnegie Hall. We said,
they
how about
say,
you guys come? We'll give you free
yeshiva
tickets to my show.
used to say,
We're sorry. Who do you
beware
think's
of
taking
a
Athletic
long
Greek? Do you think you're all
Rashi
offended
or
by
a
Alex
short
Jones? Who do you
Tosfos.
think these people
Because
are
Rashi
that
spends a
drink
long time
this?
explaining
You
something
think
and
you're
there's a
offended
lot
by
of
this?
difficulty.
All right, thank you.
Tosfos,
Come,
on the
thank
other
you.
hand,
Welcome back, Alex Jones. I was just
so
shitting on an
it's short,
advertiser who
it's
dropped
going
me
to be a
because
real
of
hard
yes.
The Ramban
I
tends
took
to
it
be
like
like
Grace, my
Tosfos
dick
in
got
some
3 feet
ways,
longer.
much.
No, they
It's
dropped
much
me.
more space,
They
much more
dropped me because I
equations.
said Athletic Greens on the show with you years ago. So they're
I
terrible.
got an earpiece in. I went
Okay, all right.
But back to the incredible thing you just said.
Offer little, hints and nuggets
Yes, this is a benchmark deciding issue because you killed Epstein, all the cover-ups, people learned about it. And then now, Trump had a big issue. I'm stating the obvious here.
On a
So him
couple of
saying,
occasions, the Ramban
don't look at it,
wrote in
don't
Aramaic,
talk about it. He's not that
and,
stupid
I'm gonna discuss
to
it.
do something like that.
There's also
And
quite a bit of
so the whole
Kabbalistic
thing makes no sense. It is a disaster. We need change. Brought in a bunch of good
this is
people.
just
It's so sad.
around the time
But because of
scholars
integrity issues, I
sort of
can't sit here
emerged as a
play along with
dominant
it. And all the evidence points towards
Spanish
Mossad
thought,
blackmailing
and
Trump.
although the
And
Ramban
I just wonder,
was very
how
little
we're supposed to get out of this. And I
explicitly
hope we can
dedicated
fix
to
it.
Kabbalah,
Because
there's
normally
no question that
incumbent president that wins the first election, they lose the House and Senate.
passages here and
The
there,
numbers
there's
according to
sort of
pollsters, he was going to
mystical and
we were turning
opaque
to win.
and analysis of the Ramban's writings in Kabbalah.
But everybody
A lot of
did
the
it.
fundraising came from
Interest and
very big
activity
donors,
for
people like Gary Madison and stuff like that have a lot of political connections.
As I mentioned
Israel,
a little
obviously.
earlier,
And I think there's probably pressure
when he got caught up
from that-
in the Maimonidean
from that
controversy,
avenue as well.
which was not
People
only
that spent a
over
lot of money
Maimonides'
to help
attempt
Trump get
to
elected, they're
codify
probably
the
telling
law
you,
in the Mishnah Torah,
let's make this go away.
it was
Let's not have
also
this be an
based in
embarrassment.
Maimonides' rationalist approach. Maimonides
Sorry,
was
did you hear me?
a rationalist of Jewish
You're
history.
back.
Okay.
And,
What is
even
that? Is that a
Nachmanides
devil
had
liar? Is that Hillary
difficulty with
Clinton
it
here?
many times. Like, for
No,
example,
this is a lobster. It's the
when
summer.
See, that's like
It's the summer. It's like
lobster.
lobster.
It's like those ink. It's like those ink
Oh, I
blots.
forgot.
See, what does that say about me? I don't see a lobster. I see a devil.
Yes, that's one of the more difficult
I
passages.
like it's the summer.
I
So
don't recall what
when the lobster's over and it goes to the fall, we put a pumpkin.
One passage I remember offhand, but I don't think
I like it.
Yeah, we try to make it nice while we talk about international, sex trafficking cults and this, that, and the other thing. By the way, Hollywood stands to probably get very embarrassed if this comes out too. Because this is not just political. There's probably a lot of big people in Hollywood.
Let's talk about who he knows heavily involved. He had a clear blackmailing operation against high-tech people, science people, vaccines, genetic engineers, Harvard, massive Hollywood, the Clinton, Steve Jobs' wives, the Atlantic Monthly owner,
It's
Atlantic
very
Magazine,
clear.
all those people. And that's my big frustration, is that we know they're all in there. We know it's all going on. And by Trump doing this, he's now joining with them. And then in such a terrible way, and say you're not part of our organization if you question this, which then backs up the left's claim that Mott is a cult. Well, I'm not a cult. So how are you processing this? Because I'm not a lesser two evils kind of middle ground. Trump is a lot better than the Democrats. But at the same time, it's an integrity issue because I become an accomplice by extension. Okay, you're not joining on the cover.
Agreed. I process it the same way you process it. I think securing the border, having the American working class regain ground, and trying to provide a standard of living for people and not open the borders. They've done that in the UK. It's caused tremendous strife. They're now putting people in jail for tweeting about social and cultural issues in that country.
He got 15 trillion committed, 5 trillion already put in. I mean, he got this new, you're not feeling right now, why you're the Federal Reserve, the establishment will be interest. I mean, he is still the maverick. Here's what I know, I'll give you some baseball, I hate to do this.
Quite divorced from the nationalist.
I started hearing this about a year ago
He felt constrained to defend Maimonides and his
He
way
was
of
78,
thinking.
then he's 79 now.
Nevertheless, his attempt to find
All the trials, all the
pshara,
falls to the
a
organization.
compromise
He doesn't
between
crack up, but
the
at a certain point it
rationalists
becomes
and
really
the
grumpy old man.
Kabbalists was
And now, I
unsuccessful.
did this months
He
ago,
was
and
able
I
to
kind of
bring about
mentioned
an
it, but I
intellectual
don't want to attack
compromise
and give them
between
fun.
France and Spain,
But it
perhaps
is
the
an
ladies
issue
said
that
in common,
incriminate him. It's
but
not
he did
Epstein
not
stuff. It's not something that can be a problem.
refuse the
They'll bring in
debate
some
on money,
side
and
issue. They'll
sadly,
scream at him
the latter's
and
works
say, I
were
only want to hear about
destroyed
stopping World War III, bringing
by
jobs back, securing the border,
Now, so
and
moving
defeating
on
election
towards
fraud.
one of the more
And
dramatic
he
periods
gets really
of
mad now.
his
You
life
should do
is
that. And other people can talk to him.
disputation of
Now,
12
we can have him saying, sir, you got to stop defending this. Got to
was it
stop
only
the
last
Epstein cover. I mean, and people have done for 30 years, 50 years.
right?
He'll just say,
So one
fuck
of
you,
the-
then, and hang up
The
on him.
13th
Or kick him
century
out of
was
the
overall not a
So,
good time for Jews
it's not
in
just that
Europe.
he blew up about
It was a
this.
period
It's
when
been-
the church
it's good to have
was
a guy that doesn't give a
ascendant,
crap.
temporal powers were losing
For
their
fighting corruption,
authority,
but when he doesn't
and
give a crap
in
about his
general, during this
constituents,
kind of triumphal
we're kind of experiencing,
period,
you know, what the establishment's experiencing, so I love them doing that to them.
as the
But with
church
us, the
attempted
optics
to
are really
highly
bad.
regulate
So,
their
let's go.
behavior
Who was he listening
and
to? People
to
say Stephen
segregate
Miller
them
and
to
Susie Wiles
certain
have the most
segments of society.
outsized influence
It's not
in the
that the
administration. You
kings
think that's
were
true?
great friends of the Jews,
Yeah,
but
I'm not
one of
defending
the
Stephen Miller, but from my
one of the
sources,
things that
he
kept
basically
the
has
Jews in
the
the
meat
favor
on
of
the
the
border
kings
and
and
domestic
had
stuff.
the kings really
It's
defend
Susie
them
Wiles.
was something that
And
I don't know if I've ever mentioned it in this class. The Abrams
I was
War
warned
of
up front
History.
she was bad news.
How about Miss Abrams?
But
What
once
is
the
the
thing has
Abrams
to
War
go
of
through
History
her,
with Abrams?
I just know her consultancy firms go from small to number one.
That's the one takeaway message I hope
Bonnie and her,
graduates
they're
get.
good buddies.
It's
Very
amazing how
tight.
long I've repeated over
Is that
and over
the
again.
case?
Maybe
Absolutely.
it's
Well,
something
they're
about
the same
being 20
consultancy.
that you just can't think about those things. But at any
Is it
rate,
weird that they have a huge
the
consultant firm, but they're also both
occupied
in
a
the
very
White House?
interesting niche in the economic
It's a
system
major conflict of interest.
of the high Middle Ages
So
So
Europe.
it's not quite
It was
hard
a-
level stuff where 10%
A
putting out.
corporate
And again, I'm not
structure,
trying
a
to say they're the
feudal
only
structure
problem.
in which the Jews
It's
had a
just
status
that-
called Saturday
And
Kamarat,
look, a lot of it is, it's
the
complex,
servants
it's
of
huge,
the royal
a lot's
chamber.
going on.
And just in a
And I'm
nutshell,
trying to be pragmatic,
maybe
but
another
he
lecture
thought
will
he could
expand
make
on this,
deals
but
with the deep
basically,
state. I'm sure the CIA and Mossad are able to shut this down. They
Jews
won't be able to trap
occupied
it
a
now.
certain
Oh,
status in
by
the
the way, that
economic
stuff we
structure
rated
of
for the
what was
Democrats,
basically a
it's all about
barter
you.
society.
And it doesn't mean
where
it's
they
real.
were one of
I already
the
predicted it's
groups that
recycled.
actually dealt
You know, it's recycled BS about Trump.
coinage.
Yeah, so I think that's
And
what
Do you
he's
think
defending.
there's any part of him that says they'll kill me because they tried to, they tried to in Pennsylvania, where very few people are satisfied with the explanation of
and
who that,
pillow
what the
cases
assassin
and,
was, Thomas Matthew Crooks.
they actually had ready
He had
cash.
no online footprint. We didn't know that much about him. The media's only recently started to kind of
So what the
put out a
kings
narrative
did
about him,
in
but
medieval Europe
that was
is they
clearly
said
a
that
big brush with death.
directly by the
Do
royal
you think
chamber.
that
That's
there's
what that
any
Saturday
fear
Kamarai
in
means,
that
is
sense
that
that
they are
Trump goes,
servants of the royal chamber directly.
that
So
these
you
people
can have,
are playing for
like
keeps?
Shlomi and Yitzchak
I mean, I
and
think
Rick and
that's the end of the
Simsa and
day.
Zeitel,
I
they're
mean,
living in a
everything
little
about
shtetl,
Trump wants success
and
for
they're
America.
living in a
He's
shack or
trying to
something,
take the best
but they are
direction.
actually
There's a new video out
subjects of the
that's
king.
viral everywhere.
They are not subjects of the local
Yeah, I
duke,
just
or
saw
the
that,
baron,
yes.
or the lord.
You know,
They
on July
actually
13th,
report directly
you
to
see
the
the
king. Not
film
that they
crew
would ever
being
see the
waved
king,
up after he
but their
shot
money
it.
would.
It shows his
So the
production.
Jews,
Leave out
on the
expanded
one
the
hand,
presidential speech of Trump or
did not
Obama
necessarily have a
or
very
any
high
other, which I've been
lifestyle,
to.
but
Bush.
the fact that they lived in urban areas and worked
You
in
have the Secret
industries
Service
that
directing
generate
press
cash
up, directing
meant that
press
they could
back.
generate also a lot of
They tell
tax
you when you
revenue
can
for
be
the
there, when
king.
you can.
And the
He
king,
gets shot,
in
he
return
falls
for
down,
that
they
tax
wheel him back.
revenue,
He
protected the
pops
Jews.
back up. They let
Hence
the
the
press
phrase,
in.
the
These
king's
are TV
Jews, which you may have heard
productions.
of.
So
It's
people
kind of funny.
seeing
We
that
have at the
production,
college, we have an excellent librarian.
and then
really
thinking,
one of
oh, it's
the
fake.
best
The whole
librarians
thing
I've
is a
worked with.
production. But I
She's
know
Cuban.
ballistics, and I know
And
rifles.
not
They
Jewish.
didn't have
And all
real
her friends
people
asked,
shooting at him.
how are your
And
Jews
then
doing?
they just perfectly
All of
grasped
us
his
call
ear.
her Jews.
And you can't fake real like that. You can't fake the acoustics of another shooter or a guy getting killed or other people getting shot in the background.
Here we go.
I mean, the greatest
There's this old rabbi
directors
walking
all fused together.
out of school
Steven
one day,
Spielberg,
and a gust of wind comes and blows his hat off his head and across the
Scorsese.
the other rabbi can't quite,
carry
across
that
the
out.
street,
That
but
was real.
across the
This
street,
here got
there's a
raised.
young man
He said
who
the Democrats
sees
hold up
this
the
happening.
cartridges in the
And so
bullet.
he
Goes
goes
something this
out
big.
and
And
gets the hat.
it's this big.
The rabbi.
And when it grazes you, that's exactly
So the
what
rabbi
it
says,
does.
bless you, my son.
And because
So this
long
guy
story short, I got shot between your
said,
collar.
well, blessed by the rabbi, it must be my lucky day. He does the goes to the racetrack. And he's looking at the names of the horse, and he sees there's a hat named Cat.
Point was,
Cat.
is that
You know, maybe that's a sign. I rescued the rabbi's cat.
that was
I'm
real.
gonna
And
get
all
on
the
Cat.
lawfare and all
Sure
the
enough,
indictments and the mug shot and the persecution I've gone through was real.
He says, wow, this is great. He looks at the
Because
next
of
race.
that failing,
There is
and because of what
another horse
happened,
whose name is
they're now trying
Top
to spin that and make it go away. But
Wow.
people that see,
puts all the
they
money
push
on
the
Top
media
Hat.
back. Well, they're
Top
if you
Hat
go to
comes in
any
first.
debate
And
or
it goes
presidential
on
debate,
and on all day
until
with
the
all
media
these
before they talk
hat
back.
metaphors.
And then once Trump
Finally,
pops back up, they're like, okay, he's okay, you can come back
it's all
forward.
the
Because
press,
they're
what
producers,
happened?
they're
Tells her the whole
filmmakers that
story.
run this.
And
They're trying to get a
he says,
shots for
what
videos or
happened?
put out for Trump.
Where's the money?
And so they all
Well,
see Sean, they get scared
at
and
the
run back.
very last
Then
race,
he pops
I
back
did on
up,
a
it's
horse
normal,
called
okay, they
Chateau.
creep back up,
She
bring
said,
the
you
cameras back up.
idiot.
You got a bunch of Pulitzer Prize
You
winning
think
photographers
it's
there.
Chateau.
But they gotta
Chateau
do
is hat.
what the Secret Service says, so people know, oh, that's a production.
Japanese
Well,
horse called
Trump knows the NFL game. That's a production. Doesn't mean the game didn't
Thank
play.
you,
It
Mr.
is real. So see, it is a production, but it's a production that is of a real event that's happening.
So,
Before you go, what do you think Netanyahu wants? I mean, they bombed Syria today. The Gaza thing's insane. They seem to be hinting that they're not done with Iran. I've heard from people, and there's articles out. This is not a secret that I don't think they feel like enough damage was done. They want to do more. What do you think ultimately in Trump's 4 years they would like to see? Netanyahu would like to see, like, what would be their goal here? Would it be to reconfigure Gaza in the image of what they would want? I imagine that's on the table. Is it another attack on Iran? What do you think it is?
What happens is, as the kings
Well,
lose
there's I'm an
kind
expert on
power and traction,
Any as much as you want.
to be the church, the Jews tend to move poorly. This is a phenomenon that stretches through much of the 13th century in particular. And one of the expressions of this was the so-called disputation, where churchmen, for various reasons,
previously represented the
Son
most
Nicholas going
right-wing,
last
aggressive
week, would
Israelis.
sponsor
And when Yitzhak
a
Rabin got their way,
forced
it's on
debate
record, the group associated with him.
representatives of Judaism and
And now they've gotten
representatives
Israel
of the
so
church.
radical, we call
And
it
these
right-wing,
debates
is
would
what he
often
calls
be
it,
held
just
in
let's just say
churches with an audience of
Israeli supremacists.
dignitaries and nobles, and the Jews would be expected to, put forth an argument for Judaism, which would then be thoroughly trounced by their Christian
It's ironic for sure.
interlocutors, and everyone would go home at the end of the day saying, well, so this is
That's what
great,
Pharaoh did to the Jews 3,000 years ago.
those Jews are so
The
obstinate,
pogroms,
how
that
many
was wrong
people
with the Jews, it's wrong
that
here.
was the way
I'm not
that
saying the Muslims,
things
the
were
little
supposed to
angel
go.
kings are perfect.
Typically,
There's
the
nothing
debater on the Christian side would
Yeah,
be
the
a
optics
convert
are not
from
good.
Judaism
Right.
to Christianity,
And so
who
a
have
lot of
some
these real
knowledge of
leaders,
the text
what
and so
threatened me with
forth.
Michael Savage
So,
is American
in
citizen,
the
great
case of
guy.
Nachmanides, it was a
From
man
Israel, but he
who
came on my show 2 weeks ago and said that
Christianity.
needs to go.
Uh,
According to all his sources,
Jew
I mean,
is
they think
dismay,
Israel is the most
however,
popular country in the
when
world.
they called for
The
this
most Jew
disputation,
Israel and
they
international also the
demanded
most
the
Republican
leader
country.
of the
Yeah,
Jewish
they've had a
community
rough
to
couple of years.
represent
Turned
Judaism.
out there.
And it was none
So
other
you
than
ask what's going on with Netanyahu.
really the kind of mind that only comes around once every 1,000 years.
Until 3 years ago, on record, Paul Articles was the
And it
main
was a
funder
rout.
of Hamas.
It was a terrible rout.
Israel set up
Extremely
Hamas
embarrassing for
and
the
funded
church.
their creation. It's
Then
credit.
he was invited to this
The PLO.
as Abraham
So
said,
you got
a
one
brilliant
group you don't
question.
like, put a new, more radical group in that challenges them, and then people forget about it later and you blow them up next month. Like I said 8 months ago with NATO,
What
Turkey
my
and Israel
brilliant
on record
daughter is
overthrew
alluding to
Assad after 18 years of trying, or 70 years.
a
Then I
halakha
said, I've
that
been 6
is,
months they're trying to overthrow the
I'm
Al
not
Qaeda.
masculine
Well,
halakha,
Israel's
especially
out
not
bombing,
in
trying to
the
take
shul
him out.
where the route is
Just a
perfect.
one-dimensional
But
thing
there is
sounds
a
good. I
large
don't like the
body
leader of
of
Al Qaeda.
religious thought that
Ethnically
argues that
cleansing
Jews are not allowed to
Muslims
go
and Christians
into a
and
church
Druze and
or
others.
into a mosque although
Israel literally ran field hospitals
the
for
main
Al-Qaeda
idea
and bombed for
behind
them and put
that,
them in as
was
destabilized forces.
called Marit Ayin,
Just like
meaning,
Netanyahu's predecessors
what
looked
people
at next when they were in power.
seeing of the eye.
Well,
It's not appropriate for you to,
created
like,
them
let's say,
us.
for example, dress
So
like
then you
this.
have October
during a
7th
time
and this stand down,
walk
this little
into
armed
a
camp.
church.
Incredible Israeli intelligence, one of the best militaries
You
on
know,
earth.
because
That's
then
not
people say,
right.
oh, look at that. What's
7.5 hours, nobody responds.
So Marit Ayin
Hamas
does not
breaking across the
apply,
fence and grabbing all these
and
kids.
people know why
Oh
you're
my God,
going
you
to a
fart
church.
in
You're
Israel,
not
you shoot
going
a
into
missile
a
up your
place of
ass.
worship.
So,
So, like, let's say, for example,
Netanyahu admitted there was a stand down. The army blamed him.
sometimes
He blamed
because
them.
churches are large
That was
open
a
public
couple years
spaces,
ago.
they're sometimes purchased
He said,
by
when the
synagogues
war's over,
or
we'll
by
investigate.
yeshivas.
Well, for
So,
Netanyahu,
the
power
rabbis are allowed
25
to
years,
go in
serious
and
heart
check out the
problems.
space
He
to see
indicted.
if it's, if it's a big
He
for sale sign
stays in
out front.
power
No one's thinking it's
by
Marit Ayin.
having
So in this
crises.
case, I would humbly
And so it
contend
really comes
that
down
he's
to
certainly allowed to go
him
in because everybody
and
knows
his
he's
party.
forced to go in there.
And they don't have elections for 5 months under emergency
Very subtle
declaration.
question. Amazing.
They can't even
And
have
she's going to
elections
Israel, God willing, next
because of this
September,
emergency.
where she
So
will become
he
even
stands to
greater.
gain. The weapons makers stand to gain with millions of wicked weapons being spent.
God willing. Okay.
Iran
So anyways,
selling to
Nachmanides, before he participated, he
if you look at
insisted
Leslie Clark,
successfully
20-some years
that
ago,
he said,
he goes
okay,
to the
if you
Pentagon,
want
it's
me to
classified
participate
now.
in this debate,
They go, the next
one
5
basic
years, we're
rule,
taking out
I
7
have to be
countries
allowed to
Iran
say whatever I want.
Well, they got Syria
You
and
can't like
Mexico.
make me go
The
into this
last
debate
one is
and tie
Iran.
my hands behind
It's
my
not
back.
just
I
about
have to be
getting
able
that
to
Gaza Strip.
any argument last one.
Under international law, Israel gets 12
And in the summer of
miles out.
1263, they had
And they
four
got one of the biggest gas fields
debate
undrilled because of the conflict. I mean, it's more rich than, off the coast of Texas or Louisiana.
The
And
results
so
were
there's trillions of dollars,
we
and
do
they've already
have
built a pipeline up
two
there that goes
accounts
up
of
to Turkey.
debate. We have
So
the
Turkey is in all.
Christian account, which
Erdogan
is
acts like he
Latin,
doesn't like Netanyahu. Those guys are on the split. They're signing joints or joint
figured
them.
out by now the
And
church
so it's all, and the U.S. is
how can you
involved.
sponsor a
Wants
debate
to
like
act
this?
like it's
The
not
whole point
because
of
it wants to stop the
diminishing
Belt
Judaism
Road
have the
out of
church
China and all the way
the
through
church,
into Russia and
the judges
Europe.
were all
They want this
clergymen
other
decide yes, Christianity wins.
pipeline they're building
But
up
we
into
also
Europe
have
out of
one
there.
of these
And there's
accounts,
gas all the way up from Israel, Lebanon, Syria,
Sefer
all the way. And so Israel wants to build the main industrial shipping hub for shipping liquid natural gas and the pipeline up in Europe. It's
So,
got probably more
reading
gas
the
than
Christian
freaking
side,
Alaska.
it looks like the Christian
It's got more
wins.
gas
Reading the Jewish side, it looks like
than
Nachmanides
Kuwait,
wins.
more
But when
gas
you look
than
at a few
the
other
areas
external
there
factors, it seems
where
pretty
Russia
clear that
intersects with Ukraine.
Nachmanides is
It's one of the richest gas fields
First
in
of
the
all,
world. Trillions, trillions
debate
of pure liquid natural gas and oil. It's
and
near
even
surface,
though
by the way. It's not
they
deep.
pronounced the
And
church
so
the
it
winner,
is a gold
public
mine. So if
Christianity
you're
winner,
Jared Kushner,
the
I'm gonna
king
build condos
gave
here.
Nachmanides the
These
bonus
weird
money
areas
for
of
the
trouble.
gold
It's gonna be
coin.
so beautiful.
Normally you give
Saudi
the
Arabia
bonus
wants to come
money
in
to the
and
winner,
offers to pay to
but
make
the
it all
king
nice
obviously
and you give all the Palestinian jobs. That's all uncovered. The hotels
and
and swimming
Nachmanides
pools
was
and
then
casinos are
invited
nothing.
to visit the
It's
palace
that
to meet
hub.
privately with the king.
Because
We
the
don't know
southern hub,
exactly
you can
what
say,
the
well, there's
content of
natural
the
gas all
conversations
the
were,
way
but obviously
from right there
the
in the
king was well
Mediterranean
takes with
up to
Nachmanides.
Syria.
If that
But you gotta
wasn't
have the
enough,
hub at the
the
start of
church
it
commanded
for the
they
pipeline
banished
to come up
Nachmanides
out
forever.
of Israel.
Because
So
he's
this is
just,
not even debated.
he's just
So
dynamite. You
we're
can't talk
talking,
this guy around. It makes us look
they're
bad.
saying like $7
Unfortunately,
trillion
that's
in current
ultimately
numbers
what
just on the
happened.
coast of Gaza.
Reading the accounts
You
of
add
the
it all up,
debate
it's
is
over
quite
20 trillion. You
fascinating,
can
but I'm
leverage
not
that.
going to go into that
Then
right
you have the
now.
military control.
The Vatican
Israel is never
wanted
actually
Nachmanides to stand trial for
they've
blasphemy.
never
You
had a
recall
proper report.
he had said,
And
listen,
so this is about
if
strategic
you want me to really
alliances
participate in
and
this,
control and blocking
so
China.
let me see
So
what
I
I
want to just
want.
blame Israel.
And
Don't leave
I'm
Israel.
trying to
Sure.
his mind.
It's all about the
So
U.S.
they
acts
set
like
the place in
the
Montreal.
Trump. Oh, please don't go to Gaza.
The only way that
Years ago, this again. Oh, please don't hit Gaza. No, the U.S. and its interests are absolutely aligned with Israel.
Well, no, in that sense, I think you're right. What is the end game in the Ukraine? We are still cutting checks. We're still spending a lot of money. It seems like we're trying to get that country nuked. Hopefully there'll be a deal in place. Vice President said he thought that was a very big possibility, but it seems like the policy of America is to push Putin into a corner until he uses some type of tactical nuclear weapon. I can't see any other end game here.
Brilliant
Well, as usual, your analysis just yourself as was accurate.
strongest
The head
attacks
of
on the
France's
Talmud.
finance,
You
the head of
recall
the
from
military, the head of
Nicholas Sheldon
Sweden,
discussion
Germany,
last week that Well,
the
if
UK
you're
have all said in the
badly
last
that,
2 years, look this up.
tens of
They
thousands
said
of
our
Russian
business plan is a 20 to 30 year
destroyed
conventional war with
if
Russia.
not
We'll
money doesn't
bankrupt
hold
Russia.
So one of the
We'll finally
biggest
break Russia
charges,
up in 5 parts.
Publicist
Well,
Christianity
that
was
didn't
actually
work.
much
And
better
Russia's
prepared than
outperforming.
was known.
Weapons
Was
production,
that the
conventional
Talmud,
munitions, artillery shells 3 to 1, drones 3 to 1.
the Talmud
So
blasphemed
that's not working.
Jesus. It specifically says some terrible
And
things
so
about
the EU has
Jesus'
collapsed financially.
personage,
It wants
about
those.
his parentage,
And
about
you've
his
got,
character, all
just
kinds
like
of things
Vietnam
that,
turned out,
according to the
with
internal
McNamara,
rules of this
he later
debate,
admitted this
were
before he died in the documentary.
unforgivable
Oh, it was just a
sins.
big war game to make money.
And
They wanted a
Mahdi's
place
defense was
where
very simple.
they could have won
He said,
very quickly bombing the
"Not
north. They could have
Jesus."
won, destroying it,
Oh,
but they never
no,
did that
that's
because
not the
it was
Jesus
just
that
a
you
way to
guys
pump
That's
like
another guy
LBJ, like
named
back
Jesus.
then, like 20 bucks now, like 3 billion
And
himself.
he maintained
Just
that,
on
it's
dredging
not
out the
about
ocean and, putting in
like
ports.
Joshua.
So
Consistently
it's all a giant war game.
have,
And you've had for
we do
15
have a
years
character
the
named
U.S.
Yoshua
Soros
that had a
overthrowing
rabbi
governments in
named
Ukraine,
Rabbi
stirring it
Rothschild
up,
that brought him.
poking at Russians,
Teacher was also
and
Yoshua.
they don't
Yeshua
care
Crockett.
as long as they can keep it going. They've laundered $300 billion
Jesus of the
in just the last
Talmud
few years,
could easily
and it's
be
all a big
an
weapons
intelligent
laboratory.
person. Unlikely.
And so,
Chances are, when
to
it
them,
comes to
they
the
don't
negative things
care.
about Jesus,
And so
they mean the
they're
Christian
talking about
Jesus.
30%
Once
of
again,
the
since
EU
Wednesday is
budget
totally
now
appropriate for us
going
to
to
discuss
Ukraine.
this.
Psychotic.
But Nachmanides,
Yeah, so
whenever Public
a war
Christianity
is
came
a
out with
big
a
black
criticism,
hole
said, look at what it says over
that
here
you're
about
going to launder
Jesus.
money
That's a
through.
totally different
And at
Jesus.
the end of the
That's
day,
not talking about your Jesus
it's
at
more
all.
popular than
And
ever.
so
They
the
use the war.
Christianity was
Like, it's not like the Iranians and Netanyahu go, wait, wait, those are super unpopular. Now they're popular.
Blasphemous.
Putin's already popular. He's even more popular. It's not like they go, wait, but war is a hell of a mistake. If you go back to the movie on Henry VIII,
and the debate had to, ground
which
to
is
a
their
halt.
story, he
Whenever
finds out at the
Christianity
end
really thought
that
he
his
had the
ministers
best
have a
arguments
rebellion
martial
in
against
England
the
with
Talmud.
the Scots and the Irish and
At this time, most likely,
Welsh,
he wrote the
which is all true story. These letters are public now. They've been public for
very,
100
very
years.
beautiful and moving
His
letter.
French cousin, they're really all just Norman from William the Conqueror. They're not French or British. They're all Vikings that conquered France and England. And they don't tell the new young king because his other brother died, so they had to have him when his dad
I
died.
studied with my eldest
This is a true
daughter,
story.
Rafaela, for her before her bat
And so
mitzvah.
he goes and has to have a war with France, and all his buddies die. He wins. And his minister comes to the end and says he did a really good job on stage all this. That's why, he meets with the king of France. He killed his son. He does a great job. You're really a real leader. And then he meets with the head minister. And the extra head goes, we staged all this for you, sir. Now you put down all the rebellion. You are now the true king of England. And he kills him, which is a true story. He pulls a dagger out, his best friend died, and stabs him to death. Learning. This whole thing was staged. Real people died. It was a real war, but it was totally staged to put down rebellions in France and in England. And now that's how the real world works.
For the rest of his life.
Psychotic, unfortunate. I hope the Trump administration comes clean. It's the only way forward. People in this country need cannot have the abuse of children go unchecked. We cannot let foreign governments have leverage over our government and influence that, makes us, completely ignore all of our principles. Not to say that we are passive or that we are little angel cakes, as you would say. We're certainly not. But everybody, we need to get all the information out, and I appreciate you. I think you're doing an amazing job, and I love that you still come on my show, and I really appreciate you.
A lot of I'm a man to come on the show. We should come on. So let me just have a point. Yes, these Machiavellians think because they think all this twisted G10D chess that they're smart. No, it's sick. You already said earlier.
Which causes one to
This
sin.
big economist,
Our
Rabbi
rabbi
Rothschild, says we're very
Rothschild
much
flares
in
up
war,
an anger
understand conquest, we understand duplicitous. But
as
with
the
nuclear
banish
weapons
anger
and
from
with
your heart and
biological
remove
weapons and
evil
with
from your
9
flesh.
million
The
people,
evil mentioned
we
here
have to
appears to
stop
be
the
minimized in
conquest
written,
economy. We've
and the
got to
wicked
have
are
real
destined
peace.
to the day of evil.
And we keep hearing
Once
about all
you
this
distance
peace,
yourself from
but
anger,
it's got
quality
to
of
stop because
humility
it can
will
get
enter
out of
your
control.
heart.
You ask, will
This
there be
sterling
nuclear war?
quality is the
Yes, on the
finest
threat
of all
escalation
admirable
ladder.
traits in the scripture,
It
right?
goes from 1 to like 44 in the rank corporation. Everybody used to say, "Mo, we're like 35 now. We're a few more. Remember 2 years ago, Biden said we can't give F-16s. Our neighbors Texas, World War III, because it goes up the escalation ladder. We're now to Trump Middle Education said maybe we'll bomb Moscow, so they'll stop.
It is this sense of humility
It
which
just
reminds you
goes
of the one
and
who
goes
was called for judgment.
And the elites would rather destroy the world than sacrifice their positions of power.
Cannot contain you.
Exactly.
Surely
They've got
not
their
the hearts of
bunkers,
men.
like
In
Dr.
the
Strangelove
Lord's
based on a true
Do
story
I
by
not
Curtis
fill
LeMay.
heaven and earth, says
The
Hashem?
chairman of the Joint Staff,
After you
L.O.
give
Levinson,
serious
come
thought
to
to these ideas, you will stand
came
in
out in
awe of
64,
your
made
Creator
63,
and
told
will
the
be guarded
classified.
against sin.
And I know
Once you have
maybe
acquired
covered all
these
the
fine
outside stuff, but
qualities,
it's
you will
films made on
indeed
this
be happy
final
with
thing.
your lot. When your actions
Curtis
display
LeMay, the deputy
genuine
of the Joint Staff,
humility,
the Joint Staff,
when you
L.O.
stand
Levinson, look this up,
before
folks. They
man
come
and fearfully
the last
before
year
God,
of
when you
the
stand wary of sin,
Eisenhower
in
administration.
the spirit of
Supreme
God's
Allied
presence will
Commander,
rest upon you
super
as will the
hardcore.
splendor of His
You know,
glory.
mad at the
You will
Germans,
live
the
the
civilians,
life
food
of the
for them,
world to
people will
come.
starve to million to
And
death.
now, my
Wasn't
son,
like some
understand
pussy
clearly
people.
that one who is
They come
prideful
to
in
him, they
his
say,
heart
sir,
toward other men
we're
rebels
gonna bomb
against the sovereignty
our
of
own
Hashem,
military
for he
bases and shoot
glorifies
down our own
himself
planes.
in God's
And we're
plain
gonna blame the
words, for it is
Russians
written,
and send the Cubans
Hashem
to it.
reigns,
We've got a
he
plan
wants the
to
mantle of
sneak
grandeur.
attack
For
Russia.
indeed, of what should
And we
man
think
be
we'll lose
prideful?
20 million
If he
Americans
has
in their
wealth,
nuclear
it
response.
is Hashem who
We'll wait
makes
a few
man
years
poor or
under
prosperous.
mutually assured
And his
instructions, they'll be
honor,
able to take us
does
out.
honor not belong to God? As it is written, wealth and honor come from you.
And then
How
they
can
tried
one
to come back
glorify
and
himself
Kennedy
in
fired
honor
this
of his
Operation
maker?
Northwoods.
If he takes
The
pride
movie
in
Dr.
wisdom,
Strangelove
let him
wasn't
understand
leaked,
that God
basically
may
covered it.
remove the
And
speech
he
of the
made the
most
film to
competent
show what happened.
and
They
take
were
away the
literally
wisdom
in
of
meetings
creation.
talking about
Thus
mine
all men
shafts
stand as
and how we
equals
keep
before
gross
the
domestic
Creator.
product
In
up.
his fury
Even in
he
the worst
cast
case
down the
scenario,
lofty,
they
in
knocked
his
out most
goodwill
of the
he elevates
population.
the
And
downtrodden.
they came to
Therefore humble yourself for Hashem will
Eisenhower,
lift you
and
up.
then they tried again.
Thus I shall explain to you how you may accustom yourself to the quality of humility. You walk with him always. Let your words be spoken gently. Let your head be bowed. Cast your eyes downward and your heart heavenward. And when speaking, do not stare at your lips. Then all men see greater than you in your eyes. If another is wiser or wealthier than yourself, you must show him respect. And if he is poor and you are richer or wiser
What
than
almost
he,
happened?
consider that he
The
may
Cuban
be
Missile
more
Crisis
righteous than yourself.
declassified. The
If he
U.S.
sins,
put
it is
19
a result of
missiles
terror,
on
while
the
your
border of
transgression
Russia
is deliberate.
in several places
In all
like
your
Turkey.
words, actions, and
Medium-range
thoughts at all
nukes.
times,
Russia
imagine
put
in your
nukes
heart
there. I'm not
that
a
you are
Russian. I've
standing in
been
the
to
presence
Russia.
of the Holy One,
The
blessed
point
be,
is
and
that
that His
the
presence
world told
rests upon
Scholars,
you.
oh, the
Indeed,
Russians
the
put
glory of Hashem
medium-range
fills the
nukes in
universe.
Cuba
Speak
because
with
they're
reverence to
assholes.
all like
No,
a servant
Khrushchev
who
was on
stands in the
TV
presence of his
saying,
master.
get your missiles
Act
out.
with
But our
restraint
media
in
was
the
so
company of others.
controlled, nobody
If
knew
one
we
should
put
call out
missiles
to
on
you,
their
do not
border.
answer with a
So
loud
it's the
voice,
same
but
story.
respond
It's
gently
not the
in
average
low
American's bad.
tones,
It's
as
not the
one
Eisenhower's
stands
bad or
before you.
Kennedy's bad. We have these
Take your care
crazy
to always study
power mad
Torah
generals.
diligently, so
And
that
now
you'll
what
be
do we
able
do?
to
We
fulfill
put
its
missiles
commands.
on
When
Russia's
you're
border.
wise from
That's a Russian
studying,
scenario.
ponder
They said,
carefully what you have
already
learned.
you're hitting us
See
every
what there
day
is in
with
it.
medium-range
Jesus
hypersonic
took us
missiles. You can't
backwards.
stop.
You'll
You
do
hit
your
us 2 or 3
actions
days,
every
we won't
morning and
respond.
evening,
And then we
and in
see
this
a
way you
large
live all your
aeronautic
days
attack
in
of hundreds or
repentance.
thousands
Cast
of missiles.
external matters from
We have
your mind
millions of
and
nuclear
stand
attacks.
in
That's
prayer.
how they can shoot.
Carefully
Right,
prepare
so
your
Mach
heart in
5,
the presence
Mach
of
10,
the Holy
they can
One.
take out all the
Purify
Russian
your
bases.
thoughts
Most
and
of
ponder
Russia's
your
weapons are
words
in the
before you
West.
utter them.
Most of Russia's in the West.
Conduct yourself in these ways in all
And
your
they say, if you
endeavors
shoot
as
a
long
bunch
as
of
you
these, we
may
gotta go
live.
ahead
In
and
this
nuke
way
you.
you will
You
surely
gotta
avoid
believe it's a
transgression.
nuclear sneak attack.
Your words,
That's
actions,
why
and
we're so
thoughts
close.
will
You
be
ask, are
flawless.
we close to nuclear
Your
war?
prayer will be
The
pure and
atomic
clear,
energy
sincere and
scientist out of
truthful.
Chicago, the most
Blessed is
respected,
he as
looks
is written.
and said
When
we
you
are the
prepare their
closest to
hearts to
nuclear war.
concentrate, you are attentive to
Remember
their
your 2
prayers.
minutes to midnight?
Read
It
this
used to be 2
letter once
minutes
a
to
week,
midnight. We're something like 20
and neglect none
seconds
of
to
it.
nuclear war now. Yeah.
Fulfill it,
With the
and
Cuban
be
Missile
so
Crisis,
good. Walk with it
2
forever
minutes
in
to
the ways of
midnight, and you
Hashem
total
that you
nuclear war.
bless,
The last
so
time
that
I
you may
checked, we're
succeed in
20
your ways and
seconds
merit the
from
growth to
midnight.
come. That
That's your
lies
answer.
for the
Follow me
righteous.
at Real Shows
Every
on
day
X.
that you shall
Infowars.com
read this
/show.
letter,
And I
Hashem
love
shall
you to death.
answer your
Love you,
heart's
Alex Jones.
desires.
Thank you so much, Alex Jones, everyone. Thank you.
So that's why it's printed in the prayer.
Alex Jones with us, legendary broadcaster, friend of the show. I've been lucky
enough to speak to him about a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on the past 10 years.
A beautiful,
And, we'll just come right out with it. We want to get your read on what is going on because, from the outside, the Trump administration campaigns on exposing this cover-up, blowing the lid off this cover-up. And then they get in office, and now it seems like they're part of this cover-up. So, what, in your estimation, has happened?
That's about all I know.
Well, all I can do is observe from the outside of all sources, especially based on what's happening.
He arrived in Israel in the year 1267 and found very few Jews in
15
Jerusalem.
days ago,
And in fact, he
they
writes
leaked
there
to
are only two
Axios,
permanent
just part of
residents
it.
in the Holy City,
Epstein
two
didn't,
permanent Jewish residents. That when they wanted to make a minyan for Shabbos, they actually had to bring in Jews living in the surrounding countryside. Israel at that time had been devastated by the roving Tatar hordes that had made their way into it. And that money had older gentlemen
And then I came out on that Monday, 14 days ago, and I said, this isn't bad money. And I'm not defending her. I agree. She's in overhead, like you said. She should go back to policing jet skis in Florida. But then
and he made sure that there was a
he comes out the next day and says, on Truth Social, no.
got the building himself,
The FBI
and
had
it
him
still
on.
is
I
in
told him to
place
do this
today.
the next day in a press conference.
His
He
legacy
chooses out the reporter.
and of course, around
We're
that
talking all this, you're saying, how
great
dare
story.
you
You can imagine
desecrate the
how
graves of
there
dead
this
kids
is
in
the
Texas with the
Einstein
floods.
photo.
Shut up.
Even that
And
is a
it's uncharacteristic of Trump. He looks scared. He looks concerned.
This is one of the
And then
greatest
all the other
minds
Truth Social
coming to
post about,
even though
if you ask questions, you're with the Democrats, and this is all a Democrat made up
just by the
hoax.
force of his
And here's
personality
this
and his
idiot,
intellect,
when all his surrogates did promise they'd bring this out, he talked about bringing it out. So this is Harry
So
Carey.
when I
This
think
is
about the legacy
Seppuku,
of
those unknown Japanese having suicide.
the
And
tremendous
the head of
literary
Francis
achievements,
calling on the best polling is the most accurate on
his
record today.
great work as a
He said Trump has lost
synthesizer
14
of
points
Spanish
with
and
independence,
French approaches
5 points
to
with his
Torah,
fan base.
his
Like Steve Bannon said a week ago, that'll lose
powerful
him
and
before
enduring
Rasmussen
sort of
reported
commentary.
his
And
generation.
towards
He's
the end of his
running 40
life,
seats
the
probably
the
in the
brilliant
midterms in a year and a half. This
way he
is
handled the disputation, followed by the
self-harming.
his greatest
And from all my research, he knew Epstein, there were socialites, all that,
So
but
with that,
they would have already used this that he was in to add something that she knows they brought out during
Please
that
recall
group of
next week
people.
will be at
They said that Melania was a hooker, that Epstein introduced her to her modeling agency. We looked at that. With Trump's modeling agency, that wasn't true. So they're kind of regurgitating all that on one hand. So why did Trump act so panicked, deer in the headlights, and come out and say, there is no list. Okay, there is a list, but you're still an idiot if you look at it. To, okay, we'll have Pam Bondi release the grand jury transcripts from Ghislaine Maxwell that Comey's daughter ran the cover up on, and the Epstein case 6 years ago where he died in jail. So you couldn't do a bigger Streisand effect. You couldn't come out and say, I'm more guilty than what he did. And my loyalty to the truth, I'm autistic about it. I can't, even though I want Trump to succeed, and Democrats are my sworn enemy, Trump will be in prison. I'm just like having to report this, that this is beyond insane. Yeah, and it's like Trump blowing his feet off with a 12-inch shotgun.
Well, we know that this was not only a blackmail operation, but it was also a money laundering operation. And we know that Jeffrey Epstein was working for billionaires like Les Wexner and many others. And we know that there's been a lot of talk about the connections that Epstein had to intelligence and moving money around the world, making sums of money disappear. Is it a complete coincidence that a lot of this seemed to happen around the time that Benjamin Netanyahu paid a visit to the White House?
Well, as usual, Tim Dillon, you're very informed on social media, and you nailed it. I don't want to attack Israel. I'm not a big Israel hater, but Netanyahu is, in my view, the villain of the last 25 years in Israel and out of power. It definitely is the cliche of Israel trying to manipulate the United States internal politics and foreign policy, particularly the Middle East. So definitely Netanyahu's heavily involved in it. Ghislaine Maxwell, who was convicted of human trafficking, though the new memos, the Trump says there is none of that. Well, then how is she convicted? Her dad, Robert Maxwell, was on record Mossad, buried Mount of Olives, with military honors and MI6 and Russian intelligence reportedly. Fell off his job when all this came out. And just like when he died decades ago, all of a sudden millions of dollars was sucked out of his bank accounts. And so, from my evidence and research, it's pretty conclusive. Epstein was a junior to Ghislaine, who took over the family, MI6, CIA, Mossad, business to that level. They're all interconnecting. And it was more than just trafficking underage girls. That was kind of a side hors d'oeuvre, or a little rider. The larger issue was money laundering, and then now the Democrats have voted in on this. I said months ago and weeks ago that Trump needs to not just call for grand jury stuff to be released, or the stuff from her trial, or the trial that ever happened because Epstein died in custody there in New York in that detention center. We should demand the billions. It was 1.1 billion right after he died, but it was actually over $1 billion when he was in custody 5.5 years ago in New York. that was sucked out of his business account. And so
Yeah,
he was in
Mr.
the Treasury
Rabbi.
Department. So now,
Mr. Carius, is he
White and
sleeping?
others, as I predicted a month ago, 2 weeks ago, before this broke, I said Trump should release executive stats were going.
Sleep tight,
Where
Mr.
did the
Rabbi.
billions of dollars go right before and right after he died? And so I agree with you, very astute. I was going to make that point. This isn't even so much about human trafficking as it is about the money laundering that was going on. And then you've got Bill Barr, whose dad, Donald Barr, ran the school. Epstein at 20 got hired with no credentials to be the top math teacher. And then Barr was OSS CIA. His dad, Donald Barr. Then Barr was CIA, kind of the head of Iran-Contra operations, the White House. And then his dad, Donald Barr, writes a book about space relations, about aliens on a planet that kidnap human girls to rape them, and then they train humans to enjoy it and join them in the raping of children. This is beyond crazy, and he hires Epstein to do all this. And so, yeah, Trump had beauty pageants, and Trump had casinos, and Trump had golf courses, and Trump, was involved in sporting events. And so I thought, well, they ever had anything on Trump, they would have brought it out as they tried with a bunch of nothing murders in 2016 and 2020. But now that he acted like this, I think the jury's out. But where the jury is not out is on the majority of people on the plane, on the fly logs, are Democrats, are big power movers like Bill Gates. And we know some people in the Trump administration have been heavily implicated. I'm not going to name names. And so you nailed it. And you brought up Netanyahu. So let me, if you got time here.
We have all the time in the world. I just want to add, Bondi said we have 10,000 hours of video. She said we have 10,000 hours of video. I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me that was commercial pornography. They do not have videos of any powerful person in a compromising position. That's the party line that they're going with. If that's the case, why would Pam Bondi call it evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's not an idiot. She's the Attorney General. Why would she say she has files on her desk if none of these implicated anybody? It just feels like they're covering something for sure, 100%. And I feel like they're telling a story, and the story doesn't make any sense.
I really said so. Christians start pushing their way downward. There's so much data I have with 200 hours, but we'll go as long as you need. Here's what I'm going to say. Certainly by 1200. There are two main tracks here. Incompetence by Bondi and Patel and Bongino, or a mix of that, or pure cover-up. But undoubtedly there's a cover-up. So here's what we know from the timeline. And I'm not trying to gonzo journalism by myself into the story. I just do this 7 days a week. So I broke most of the different developments that happened in the last 6 months. So here's what we know, and you can give me your conclusion. Trump surrogates say they're going to release it. They get in. The marks are given this old Epstein information at that press conference with the supervisors. And a day and a half before that happens, I have O'Boyle, who is the main, one of the top FBI whistleblowers exposed so much. And he says, my New York sources say they've got massive Epstein videos and files that the Democrats are suppressing and not giving to Trump. And Bonnie's been set up. We're meeting with her tonight. My sources are, and she's going to expose the fact that she's been set up. The next day she comes out, and on the cover sheet of the binder says, this is phase 1. I learned there's a lot more in New York. With Comey's daughter and Comey running it, which we have control of the phone the whole time. If they don't give it to us in 24 hours, we're going to go grab it. 24 hours goes by, they go grab it. The head of the FBI in New York resigns. The guy that said dig in, don't do it. And then they're given these files, but that's the setup. Obviously, if the Democrats, before Trump, after Trump, and now control the file, and James Comey and Maureen Comey controlled it, are they going to leave stuff in that's incriminating? No, it's logical to say they're going to probably drop a dime on themselves. Not my whistleblower was bad. They're going to drop a dime. Oh, we've really got the real file. So Trump's like, yeah, go get it, grab it, get him. They get the file, and then I talked to FBI sources, multiple, call serve and others, showed me the text message. This is in late March, days after. That indeed, when the FBI works, the top of the FBI does investigations, they get the truckloads out of New York. They send it all over the country to field offices saying, do what you want. Then the FBI, we confirm this, looks at it. It's got all this stuff about Trump in it, whether it's true or not. Bondi and them come back and say to Trump, it's got all this about you. Then you see the deer in the headlights interview a few months ago with Bongino. That Cash Patel on Fox. They look like hostages. They're like, no, you can trust us. He killed himself, and Epstein acted alone and didn't do anything. And case closed. And I said this before Trump said it a week and a half ago. I said Trump has learned, or this is a big possibility, they've spiked it with poison pills. They're not just going to take out bad stuff about them. They're going to add all the innuendo, all the Jane Does, all the stuff recycled in. Then Trump comes out on social last Saturday, 8 days ago, Saturday before last, and says, hey, they control the file. Not saying Epstein doesn't exist or wasn't bad. That's how the meeting spun it. He says they put a bunch of bull in there, which I was even able to predict. So that's one track of what it is, why he acted so scared and hysterical. The other track is he was a big playboy. He was hanging out with Epstein. He was running beauty packers. Maybe he did some stuff he wasn't supposed to. He had some deep, and now they're bringing it out. So now the jury's out on Trump. Now he's got to be suspect. But the same people that run Crossfire Hurricane, the fake Russia gang, Obama, Clapper, Comey, Brennan, that did all this, who are known fake frauds, who are known to be all over the Epstein file, who are known controlling it on the U.S. side. Anything they tell me suspect, so I don't believe it right away. Then you bring up Netanyahu, and that's the key. So anytime Mossad is going to operate like this on domestic soil, they're going to need a CIA agreement to pass. This goes on for decades. And then you've got Maxwell's dad that was MI6 Mossad on record. And KGB, triple agent, highest level. The real agent is triple O, or you quadruple O. So, you have Trump, grab it, do it, he gets it, oh my God, I've been set up. Then he's mad at Netanyahu, and from behind the scenes sources, we're not that guy in months ago. Netanyahu shows up, suddenly Trump 180s, search whatever Netanyahu wants, and we know who has the full file of all the hidden cameras and all the stuff, and little island in the Caribbean, and the facility in Zara Ranch, Mexico, in New York. And we had Andrew Barak there photographed dozens of times, in 30-some meetings there in New York. And all of a sudden you get a 180 as soon as Netanyahu shows up. Now Trump learns what's in the FBI file. Right after that, then Netanyahu comes and tells him, and I don't believe from my sources, and this is high-level FBI, that it is Trump, but it's people in his administration, including a top financial advisor that's heavily involved. Trump wants to get his agenda through of jobs, $15 trillion investment coming in, $3 trillion a year. He wants to stop World War III. I'm not defending this. I'm saying I'm thinking. I've been told. And so he goes, oh my God, this is a giant new Russia game set up. He comes out and says to my husband, to his supporters,
Let me crazy when you say a top financial advisor. Are we talking about Epstein's neighbor?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started?
we are.
So, thank you for coming. It's the first night of the spring semester, and I'm sorry that my youngest daughter, Elisa, is a little bit unwell.
That's right.
We have the notorious Taurus MS flu, and so she runs through the Taurus MS and spreads through all of them, even though some of them are beyond that stage right now. And I want to say thank you to all of you for your kind thoughts for my father. He has had, I'm proud to say, and very pleased to say, a rather remarkable recovery. He's still in the hospital. I imagine that.
I believe in Tallahassee.
Well, put it to you this way. I had the opportunity by going out to Canada, I had the opportunity to speak with my father at length about things that were very important. And
person
now that I've had the opportunity, every conversation I have with my father is like an unexpected
I was
gift.
told
And
to
I'm very
stand
grateful for all
down.
of your good wishes.
Epstein
And my mother,
belonged
of
to
course, is very
intelligence.
pleased that my
That is why he
father's
was not
health is kind of
prosecuted.
stabilized. So
The
that
federal
we can have a
prosecutor.
rational
Right,
conversation.
to the fullest extent of the
You
law.
have in your hands
Why
the flyer for the spring
Do
semester.
we not?
You'll note that the
Trump
topics are on
administration,
the
the
right,
American
and
people
there are a few
demand
key dates when
that
we will not be
Maxwell
meeting
testifies
around
in
the
front of
holidays of
Congress,
Passover.
and that Alexander
And
Acosta
they're
testifies
listed
in
down there,
front
but
of
I'm really
Congress
looking forward to having
about
you join us
whatever
for these
this
lectures.
operation
I'd
was.
also like to
I
give a
think
shout
you have
out
a good idea
to
about what it was.
the students in
But it
Touro
was, it's a
College who
vile
are taking this
operation.
course
It destroyed the
both
lives
in
of
New
children.
York and
No
in Los
civilized
Angeles.
society
We're
can
trying to
exist
experiment.
ignoring
We're
things
putting
like
these
this.
videos
And it also
online
opens
for
up many
students around
questions
the world
about
to take advantage of them.
a financial
So,
system
I'll be
that
hearing
we
from them
barely
shortly.
understand
Let
that
me start with the
involves
opening joke.
oligarchs,
I should tell you
criminals,
something.
human
One other
traffickers,
thing is
drug
very important.
smugglers, and our
This
own
is a new
political
innovation.
class.
It's got
By the
this
way,
great
this is why Nancy
microphone, which was
Pelosi
given
has
to
been
us
so
by the
quiet
nice
about
people
this. Let's be
at
very honest. Because
TorahCafe.com.
she has
If
no
you're ever
problem
wandering
with,
around the web looking for some interesting Torah
obviously
content,
making lots and
have a
lots
look
of
at their
money. And
beautiful
lots of our
website. They have a lot of
politicians,
really good
I mean,
people
Barack
speaking there.
Obama,
And
these
I'm
$30
pleased that
million
they're
homes in
picking up
Martha's
a lot
Vineyard or
of
wherever
these
they are.
lectures, and then
Why do
they're
they demand that they
professionally
testify, Alex?
re-editing them, adding the PowerPoints right into the lecture in a very nice way. The only thing that's a little weird is that they're taking my 60-minute lectures and they're shrinking them down to like 36 minutes, which means they cut out the jokes for sure, and they cut out all the questions. So this part of the lecture will probably not be included in their version of it. So this is a joke I heard Rabbi Rothschild say when he was here last weekend. And it's apropos for our meeting today. So, this person goes in to see a psychologist to have a consultation, and he sits down and on the sofa, and the psychiatrist there in the chair, and he says, "Listen, doctor, before we begin, I'd just like to know how much is this going to cost me?" And the doctor says, "Well, an initial consultation costs $1,000, and then each subsequent visit is $500. So he says, "Well, here I am. Again."
Trust somebody to testify.
I think he said it more funny way than I did, but there you go. Let's get started. Okay. So tonight, stick to my day job. Tonight we're going to speak about a very fascinating character in Spanish Jewish history. In many ways, the last of a long line of statesmen, philosophers that are endemic to the Spanish Jewish experience. As we've seen in previous lectures, we talked about Shmuel Ibn Abdullah, also known as Shmuel Hanagid, individuals who were both learned in a Jewish sense, well versed in the Hebraic tradition of the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on, communal leaders, and at the same time, very highly placed political leaders, financiers, viziers, prime ministers, and so on. So Don Isaac Abravano struck the last in the great tradition of Spanish Jewish political leaders who were at the same time well learned in the Jewish tradition. As I think I mentioned the last time we spoke about Shmuel Abdullah, one of the, if you look even at our age, in which Jews have achieved so much politically, and simultaneously the Torah learning that is going on in this country really outpaces even the number of Jews learning in ancient Babylon. Nevertheless, we have yet to find in one figure a person who combines Torah learning and secular achievement to the same degree as the great Spanish leaders of the Golden Age right through the late 15th century, as we see in Abravano. Much of this material is drawn from very famous biography about Don Isaac Abravano, who I should mention right away. Many people pronounce his name Abarbanel, and that's because of the, it's much easier, as Stephen says, it's much easier to rhyme the song to the name of Abarbanel. Talking about a rock version of Abarbanel, but it's most likely pronounced Abrabano or Abrabano. So we'll stick with the scholarly norm, although you know who I'm talking about. So the premier biography remains the great classic written by B. Netanyahu, not the Bibi Netanyahu that's in the news today, but his father, who was a great scholar and a historian of medieval Spanish Jewry. And so I'm going to be taking most of the material we're discussing tonight from his biography of the same name. And here's a quote from the conclusion of his book: "The life of a man who served 6 kings was associated with the most powerful personalities in Portugal and Spain, Naples and Venice, must necessarily have been far richer, more complex, and more stimulating than this biography might
Are you worried
suggest.
about these
So I'd
connections
like to
with
extend that concept as well to the
able
presentation that I'll give with you tonight, because
technology to
he's an absolutely fascinating man, and in the
merge
space of 60
all
minutes,
the
there's no way we
different
can give justice
departments?
to the depth
So
of
that
his
if you
thought
have
or activity on behalf
information
of
on
the
you
Jewish
with the
people.
IRS, that's now merging with
Let us begin with a little bit of
your
contextual
arrest record,
information.
and if you've attended a
Perhaps the most
protest,
important thing
whatever
to
the
know
case
about
may be.
medieval Spanish
See in
history
the
is
UK,
that it is
people getting sent to
completely
jail for
different
tweets.
from all other
We see it
paradigms
all over
of
the world,
medieval
and we
Jewish
know, of
history.
course, that the Chinese
The
social credit
primary
score
reason for that is
says that
because
this
Spain
feels a lot
is,
like a
as one scholar
precursor
put
to
it,
that.
a triangular society
Steve Bannon
with
has said that he
three
thinks that these tech
large
people are the
plurality
biggest threat
populations, the
to
Jews, of course,
the
being the
stability of the
smallest of
United
them, but
States going
nevertheless being
forward,
very significant.
because they have their
Whereas
own
if you
agendas that
contrast
they're
that to the
cloaking
experience of
in
Jews in
this
North
MAGA
Africa or the Middle
movement.
East,
Do
or
you
the
share
Jews in
that
Europe,
view?
the Jews
And
were
do you think
always
that
a
Trump
very
has allowed
distinct
these people
minority,
to get a
and
little
pretty
too
much the
close
only minority.
and
If you look at the
exercise a
Jews
little
in
too much
France
power in
or
the
the
White
Jews in
House?
England, you have Christians and a few Jews. If you look at the Jews of North Africa, you have Muslims and a few Jews. So there you have a binary relationship between the dominant population and the tiny Jewish minority. Sometimes there will be internal politics, like, for example, Catholics versus Protestants and so on. But for the most part, the Jews are the only non-titular religious minority in a given region. Spain, however, is quite distinct because you have both Christians and Muslims quite active in the society. If you recall back to the lecture we had about 6 months ago, Spain was originally dominated by Christians, the so-called Visigoths, who worshipped a form of Christianity, or they adhered to a form of Christianity called Arianism, spelled with an I, which was later deemed heretical by the Catholic Church. But Spain was originally a Christian land. And then in the year 711, easy to remember, the Muslims advanced from North Africa and took over Spain. So Spain was Muslim for close to half a millennium. And then, coming primarily from the north, from France, the Pyrenees Mountains, and downwards, there is the reconquest of Spain by the Christians. And the period that we're studying, of course, Spain is under the control of the Christians, but it would be, I think, an exaggeration to stay firmly within the control of the Christians, because there still are very significant Muslim minorities, and there's ongoing tension between these populations. The Jews, because it is a triangular society, are a pivot point around which either minority may, either the Christians or the Muslims, may exert their will on the other population. In this case, the Jews are in a fragile position where they often are in a position of authority over the Muslim minority, and that changes all of the dynamic that's in place. Furthermore, because Spain has a somewhat checkered past with regard to the traditional Roman Catholic faith, first with its Visigothic origins before the Spanish conquest of the 8th century, and then later because there are so many Muslims in the society, Spain frequently wants to demonstrate its bona fides as a Catholic nation by, indicating how loyal they are to traditional Catholic doctrine. When in doubt as to the best way you can demonstrate you are a Catholic, all you have to do is persecute the Jews. That's one way to really send a signal. We're going to hold the line on traditional doctrine, and so that's another factor that comes to play in Spain that will be very relevant for our discussion. Okay, pause for discussion questions on the contextual background. Yes, please.
Trying to come in to give Trump control because the U.S. government's been directing the Googles and the Microsofts and the Amazons to already create a fusion system. We already have.
Vis-a-vis Jews,
It
there's
absolutely
a
makes
tremendous
sense.
period
The
of
reason
toleration
Palantir is
and
always a red
allowed
flag for
for
me is
Jews to
when Peter
advance
Thiel's asks
tremendously in
things
that
like,
society.
should the human race exist? And he kind of stutters and stammers and doesn't really seem to have a... That one seems easy. And he doesn't really have an answer for that. He's also suggesting things that maybe people went to Epstein's Island. They wanted Epstein's like advice on their divorce and stuff. It's interesting.
He also says, we need to do what
Yes,
I'm doing to stop
I'm
the
not
Antichrist.
positive how he got that title.
So
It is definitely an honorific
it
of
just
some
feels
sort.
to me
I
that
don't
yes,
recall
they're
reading
part
about
of a
it
very
in Netanyahu's
large group of
biography,
companies I
but I
don't
think it was like
trust.
a lord or sometimes.
But it
It's
is
like some kind of,
worth noting
and several of the
that
figures
this
we'll be
company
discussing had that
is,
same title.
you know,
Either that,
they
or
want
they
to
all had
start
a common
helping
ancestor
to
named.
surveil
Okay, joking. All right.
Americans
His family
more than
background
they
comes
already
from
are. I
Seville,
mean, that's
and
sort of, or help, you know, concentrate the information or help
yes.
merge
You've got-
keep going.
They're both Christian dominated, but they're fighting back and forth between each other. And Abraham got involved in quite a bit of that as he's fleeing from Spain to Portugal, back to Spain again, and so on. So his background is from Seville. If we look at the map here, we see that's fairly close to where the Muslim conquest occurred, down here on the lower third of Spain, close to the bridge to North Africa. And it became Christian in 1238, that's 200 years before Abraham III, and it has a long history of anti-Jewish persecution. Pogroms in 1391, which were first begun in Seville and then spread throughout the entire Iberian Peninsula, and you have the beginning of the Inquisition occurs also in Seville, again,
No, and I
because of the
understand that.
proximity
And I
of
think that
Muslims.
listen, I don't trust Elon Musk. I don't trust anything. I don't trust Sam Altman. I don't trust.
But there's
I don't trust Mark
strong
Zuckerberg.
tradition of
It's not because I believe
anti-Jewish
they're inherently evil
agitation
people
in
or
this
they
region,
say some
and
things that are
this
inherently
had
evil.
a signal
I believe their
impact on
agendas
none
are
other than
radically
Abraham's
different
own
than if you
grandfather,
took an
who
American off the
converted
street
to
and said, what are the
Christianity
things
in
you
the late
value?
14th
Very
century.
few of them are
It's
going to go, we
clear
want to
from
terraform
later,
Mars
and by the
merge
way,
with AI
Abraham
and destroy
never
the human
mentions this fact
race
in
and
any
all
of
this
his
stuff. So
very
I do
prolific
think that
writings.
tech
But
community, it's important to have
clear
a
without
thriving
doubt
tech
from
community,
the
but it's important
historical
to not
record.
turn our
We know,
country into
however,
a
from later
digital
events
police
that
state or Chinese-style
this was clearly
surveillance state.
done under
I
duress
think a lot
because
of those people
Shmuel
would probably
Abraham later
want to
fled to
create
Portugal,
something like
and in
that in
Portugal
our
he then
society.
resumed his
You
Jewish
know, that does
identity.
seem like
So his conversion to
would
Christianity
prefer
was most likely, we don't know a lot of the details about it, but was most likely as a result of his very high level of influence in Spanish society. He was the primary, most likely the royal treasurer at the time, and it was unseemly for a Jew to have such a high post and remain a believing Jew. A couple of things we can mention here in terms of historical tradition. The first is, and this continues right up to our own day, there's a very strong tradition of Jews occupying high positions of economic regulation in society. Including in our own times here in this country, we often have Jews at the very top of the economic ladder associated with government putting into place tariffs, taxes, and so on.
Your sources, people that
There's
you
a lot of
know.
complicated historical
How
reasons for this,
damaging is this?
but to
If
be
this
sure,
all
it
comes
is
out,
a time-honored
do we think
tradition
that
that
this
goes
is
back,
a
perhaps might want to even say, all the way back to
watershed
Joseph,
moment
the idea of the
for
trusted Jew
the
high in the
United
court
States
who
and,
understands what needs to be done economically and tells
you
the
know,
rulers how to put
Israel?
these policies in
Does
place.
this come out that this is
There
what
is
many people
perhaps
feel it is, which is a
possibility of an
Mossad,
anti-Semitic
CIA, black
kind of
nut?
interpretation of this
Or is
fact,
this
but I think
basically
it's much
not,
easier
we're
to simply
never
look
going
at
to
the long
definitively
cultural
know that,
tradition
or will
encouraging
we?
Jews to
We
work with
have a
their
lot of
minds
conjecture, we have a lot
and
of
with
gun in my
their
head, that's what I believe it
account
was.
books rather than
There's
with
enough
their backs
evidence in my
that
book
leads
to
to that.
say that's
Not
what it
to
was.
mention
But
the restrictions
is
placed
the
on Jews as a result of
disclosure,
canon law
not only will it
that
be embarrassing to
disabled
people,
them
but is it
from
going to suggest that
participating in
one
many
of our
other
allies
occupations in medieval
has
Europe.
been
But we're going to pass that.
using
The other
these
thing that's
types of
useful to mention
methods to
besides that
gain
position is
leverage and
the
control
fact that
over our
in Spain,
politicians?
unlike
And
in
is that one of the big
Ashkenaz,
reasons that they do not want it out?
the modus vivendi for persecution was much more inclined to adapt, to acculturate to persecution, even to the point of making a false conversion. In Ashkenaz, and perhaps best illustrated by the terrible massacres of the 1096 Crusades, any type of indication of movement towards another religion was considered sufficient grounds for self-martyrdom, for Kiddush Hashem, and so you see a real bifurcation in Ashkenazic culture, working more towards an insular culture, viewing the outside society as much more toxic and dangerous, whereas in Spanish and Sephardic culture, there's much more a sense of, well, you know, we can work with this, we can adapt, we can find ways to keep our values while still outwardly appearing to be open to the general society. There have been some historians who have been questioning this model, but that's the historiographic model that has obtained for the last 100 years or so in Sephardic studies. So with regards to Shmuel Abrahano's conversion to Catholicism, it fits within this Catholic, this Spanish Jewish pattern of accommodation to the external realities of the day.
And so it's all about integrity. It's all about
Nevertheless, Shmuel did convert back or return back to Judaism once he got free of Spanish taxes in Portugal. There in Portugal, he once again rose to prominence, as was his son and grandson. His grandson grew up in a Portuguese Jewish home that was filled with politicians at all times, filled with courtiers, filled with noblemen. As his grandfather and his father worked very closely with the crown to assess monetary policy for Portugal. So right from his very early years, Abrahano studied politics in the behavior of the people who were coming in and out of his home. He also grew up in an exceptionally wealthy family, and he cherished the preservation of that wealth to a degree that he was able to actually exert considerable control over his finances, even while he was fleeing across Europe from Spanish persecution. This is, by the way, the Abrahano family crest. I think I had a color version of it later, so you'll see a little bit more of what it was like. He was trained in the best Renaissance philosophy that was then penetrating the Iberian Peninsula. Not only did he have a thorough grounding in all of the Jewish classics, of course, the Bible, the Talmud, Midrash, and so on, he also studied contemporary European languages and the classics. He was perfectly fluent in Latin. It seems that he knew some Greek. And as we shall see later in his writings, he was remarkably open-minded when it came to reading sources from outside the Jewish religion. He was well-versed in the writings of the early church fathers, St. Thomas Aquinas, and many of the other thinkers that were circulating in society. I didn't find any confirmation that he knew Arabic, but he certainly was familiar with the writings of Avicenna, Averroes, and several other people who wrote in a Maimonidean phase. In fact, much of his early energies were spent on analyzing Maimonidean philosophy. So he had a really, like, we would say, the ultimate day school education. Very, very strong in traditional Jewish subjects, very, very strong in traditional secular studies as well.
And that guy, that sub-Saharan African looked nothing like him. You look at Frank Marshall Davis, it's him, and he wrote Grimm's My Father. I spent summers with Frank Marshall Davis in Hawaii. He was friends with my grandfather. He felt like my real father. And Frank Marshall Davis, and his mother, Betty Davis, what's that woman with the dark hair?
We don't know a lot about his family. His wife we know only as Mrs. Abrahano. But we know that he was married young, judged by the dates of the birth of his children. We know of 2 sons, and there are passing references that may include 2 daughters as well. We know more about his sons who really followed in their father's footsteps, many of them following him into exile. Some of the most tearful passages of his biography describe how he was separated from his family for several years, and then one of his sons would come and finally find him in Venice or someplace like that. And at least one of his sons continued in the literary tradition as well. So we know a little bit about his family life, but it seems he was mostly wrapped up in his political energies and his literary activities. Speaking of his literary activities, the things that he wrote, basically his literary oeuvre was composed in 2 really distinct periods. The first was in his relative youth, that is before he was about 40, that he was very much at ease in Spanish society and not terribly disturbed by the Inquisition or the later expulsion which came into the late 17th century, as we shall see. And then surprisingly,
well. And in the election,
very
obviously he
productive
was a
period
brilliant
when
politician,
he was
but
actually
the
being
media
chased from
didn't go
country
near
to
any of
country,
his secret
and he
life, the way
wrote
they didn't go.
extremely voluminous
There's a lot of people
amounts
that
of
obviously the
material at
media's
that
told to
point.
stand down, but
Early on,
I know
though,
people in Chicago, these
he
large financial institutions that
engaged
knew
in
him,
philosophical
that were
discussions. In
shocked
particular, he was
that
fascinated
more
with
details about his
the
private life weren't
philosophy of
emerging.
Aristotle and its critics.
Well, yeah,
And of course,
and
when
he
you
says
study
every
Aristotle
employee,
in a
you know,
Jewish
he's a
sense, you
gay
must
man,
study
and hopefully they don't
Maimonides,
against
because
gay people,
Maimonides
but
was
yes,
also
I mean,
heavily
it's well
influenced by
known how he's being
Aristotelian
controlled.
thought. And so,
So you very silly said
Abravanel or
maybe
Abravanel
the
very much
CIA.
engaged in
He is
the
literally a Manchurian.
in the continuing of that tried and true debate that had been going on for several centuries.
Seemingly the people that always lead
I have
us.
to say, although I admire the
It
man
seems to be, whether
phenomenally,
if you're in
I
the
find it
closet,
hard myself to
if
really
you have a
get
problem
through
with
his
your
commentaries. I
drugs or
find that,
money
in my
or
humble
something
opinion,
like
and I'm
that,
not a literary scholar,
leverage is
but I find that
always
they
being
tend to be
used
kind
on
of
different
long-winded
people
and
to control them.
repetitive. And you can see that I'm not the only person who thinks so,
Trump,
because there are
in
several
my estimation,
abridged
has to
Abravanel
just let
commentaries
everything
where,
out,
if you can't
no
make
matter
it
how
through
embarrassing it is.
2,000
Yeah, I
words,
mean, he
they'll
does.
give you a
I mean,
500-word
look,
summary of the same concept.
Democrats are
And when you do that, it's really much easier to take them. Now, that's not saying that Abravanel was long-winded in his thought. It's probably a result that much of his writings were originally delivered orally, perhaps were even written to be delivered orally, because oral presentations will often, repeat obvious information, will often go over the material to make sure that people understand it.
Force for Good and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard and Tom Homan, and I mean they're doing amazing things.
So the long-winded nature of much of his writing may be due less to his lack of literary
and then get publicity out of it. I did it because I had to keep my integrity,
skill, which was enviable, and more to the way in which the material was originally intended to be consumed. He began a large commentary on the Torah. It was interrupted several times in his lifetime because of his flight from one country to another. One of the most moving passages, he lost most of his commentary on the book of Torah for about 30 years. And then when he was fleeing from one country to another, he ended up on the island of Corfu. He came across a manuscript copy that someone had made, and he had a tremendous sympathy because he realized that much of his early work was not lost, and in fact he continued
I think obviously poison food in America needs to be
what
dealt
else is
with.
happening with him politically,
A lot about
as we see quite often with Jews in this situation? I think actually it's Joseph once again, right? The problem that Joseph had was, or the problem the Jews had was that a new Pharaoh came up, a new Pharaoh who ruled out Joseph, right? Rod says it was a different person, and Shmuel says it was the same person, but he forgot about Joseph. But this is exactly what happened to Abravanel. His primary supporter was a king named Alfonso V, who died in his early 40s as a result of the plague. The bubonic plague was still quite active in Spain in the 15th century. It broke out in the early 14th century, but for the next 200 years it continued to scourge much of Europe. And when Alfonso IV died, his successor was not at all the same kind of king. And this new king had, and by the way, I will tell you that king's name, but I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Maybe we have some Spanish speakers here.
Frustrated. I also think, yes, get the poison food out, but also Kennedy was coming in there saying, listen, we had these mandatory vaccines. A lot of them had adverse health effects, and now that's not being talked about. Everything's about food dye. Now, by the way, get the food dye out. Sure.
I remember, I'll tell you a funny
let's not
story for a second. I'll cut this out in the
companies like Pfizer and all these people
when I first moved down to
going forward.
Florida,
I mean, big
we got lost.
It's the biggest
And we got off we got our car at the Orlando, we drove the train, the car came down, we drove down, and we were supposed to drive down the turnpike to Golden Glades, but we kept going all the way down south, off I-95, and we were on US 1. Well, finally we said, we probably passed it. Let's stop at a gas station and ask directions. I, of course, being male, did not want to ask for directions. I figured we'd hit the ocean and then we'd turn around, but I said, no, we have to ask for directions. So I went into the gas station, and there's a Hispanic woman there, and I got on, this is, I think, before cell phones, or at least we didn't have a cell phone, and I got on the payphone, and I called a real estate agent to
Interesting.
get
I did not
directions.
know that.
And he said to me, well, where are you now? And I said, well, I don't
Keeps
know.
coming up.
And I asked the woman behind the counter, I said, what street is this out here? And she says to me,
No,
US
listen, we don't even have to keep
I
saying
said,
that.
what?
We're not
She said,
anti-Israel.
US So I said, no, I don't know. They always place Jews what? What kind of food is that? Jews what? You know? But anyways, we found out. Okay, so his successor was quite tyrannical, and to make things worse, Abravanel was associated with a noble house called the House of Braganza, and these were, of course, the principal rivals of the new king. And so all of a sudden, Abravanel went from being one of the most trusted and respected officials in the court to being persona non grata. He was summoned to appear before the king, which probably would have been a terrible moment where he would have maybe been stripped of all his wealth and his position, got thrown in jail. And Abravanel got the idea that this was going to be a dangerous invitation, and so he decided rather to flee, and he left Spain heading west towards Portugal. He couldn't simply cross the border. He had to travel a little bit north and then end in, get into the country a little bit later, but he realized that this was the end of his promise at the time. He managed to cross the border, and amazingly, afterward, of course, Spain, he was absolutely correct that this is what they were planning for him. They sentenced him to death in absentia, a decree that would remain in effect for the rest of his life, even though he would end up later working for the Spanish crown again. During this time, when he was separated from his wife and children, living in exile in Portugal, he had an incredible rush of creative energy. And he produced, it's amazing, about 400,000 words of biblical commentary in 5 months. If you think about 400,000 words, let's see, 20,000 words is something like 100 pages. So 400,000 would be like, no, sorry, 20,000 words is about 100 pages. So 200,000 would be 1,000 pages. So he produced about 2,000 pages of material in 5 months, which is an astounding literary output, all publishable, of course, and all utilized today. Especially fascinating are his commentaries on the early books of the Bible after Devarim, which deal with, for example, the kingship of Saul and the split of the kingdom of Judah and Israel. And his insight into the political structures of the day was absolutely fascinating, undoubtedly colored by his own experience in the royal houses of Spain. Netanyahu, in his biography, influences he speaks to this influence of political experience, and also notes the wide exposure that Abravanel clearly had to many Christian classics that were circulating the day, including
for whatever reason you want this to go away,
so
it's not going to go away until you disclose the information you
have a, did I skip something here? He managed actually to get back to Spain, despite I'm sorry, he fled Portugal to Spain. Thank you. No one corrected me. Correct cafe. Please remove all those things when you edit them. But he's leaving Portugal into Spain. So now here he is in Spain. He has the debt borne on his head in Portugal. And in Spain, he once again rises to authority. He likely is the principal financier of the court, and he does this primarily by advising Ferdinand and Isabella, the king and queen who would later expel the Jews from Spain, advising them how to finance their wars with nearby kingdoms. He is incredibly successful in this regard, and he is allowed to bring his family to Spain with him at this point, and then he moves into a new type of industry, one that was tried and true for many Jews in Europe, and later will become the downfall of the Jews in Eastern Europe, which we'll talk about soon. He engages in tax farming. What is tax farming? Tax farming is a type of economic
say release it all.
tax
Release it all.
collection method,
Release it all.
which
The only
works in
way.
a corporate society, meaning works in a type of
maybe
feudal
compose
society
Alex
where you
Acosta.
have
Let's find out who
people
told him that.
divided by classes
And that's the
on a very large
attorney
scale.
and the prosecutor 50
This
years
is
ago.
tax
They said,
season,
"Don't go easy."
and we all know how they
Yes,
collect
let's
taxes in
find
America.
out.
The
And at the
government
end of
knows
the
each
day,
of
I
us
think that,
individually. We have personal income
I'm not
tax unless
naive.
we
You're not
are
naive.
dependents of
We
someone
know
else.
that
We all
there's
have to fill
serious
out our
players
own
behind the
individual
scenes that
taxes,
are
and we all have to
exerting
individually
pressure on
pay
all
to
kinds
the
of
government.
people. And
We can also
I
file
know that you can't
jointly if
wave
we're
a
married
magic
and so on,
wand
but
to
that's
make the
about it.
deep state
The
go
government
away.
deals
You
with us
can't,
all as
throw them
individuals.
all in jail
That's something
overnight.
that
But
only
if
really
there's no
developed after the
accountability
French Revolution
for
of the 18th
this
century.
type of
In the medieval
criminal
period, that
activity
was way
that
too
everybody knows
detailed
about,
for the medieval
the
monarchs
lack
to handle. And so they
of
say, okay,
credibility
all
is
you
going to
peasants
eat away
have
at not
to
only this
produce so
administration, but
much
in the
money.
government and the justice
All
system
you
in this country.
nobles have to
You're
provide
absolutely-
so
you
much
hit the
money,
key
and so
here.
on.
And by the way,
And
I
they
can go as
would
long as you
not,
want.
they
We're
wouldn't
gonna run
care
in a few minutes.
which person
Well,
paid
letters
more
about
than
the
another.
prosecutor.
They said,
Just
we
run
want,
me,
at
I'll
the end of
run
the
it.
year,
I'll
April
run a PA, come
15th,
back.
we want so much
I'll
money
run
for
it
our
later.
treasury.
You can run
So
a
how do they
PNL
actually
while
achieve
you're
it
good. I
is
taught my
typically they
whole
would
show
hire
on
tax
Moscow. I
farmers
learned how to do
who
this
would
with
be
you. I
quite
just
often
talk. I don't even
Jews
have
who are
guests.
given a certain amount of territory and told that you are to
Just like the
collect
man stuff
so
company,
much
you know,
money
that was
from
all
the local
fake. So on the other
population
side,
in
I have
any
such
way that
no
you see
belief
fit.
in the
So that would
establishment because they
include, for
lied so much.
example,
I
a
can
tax
go
on
as you want.
grain
I got more stuff
production.
to add.
Go
It
pee.
could
Let's get
include a
thing.
tax
I
on the
understand.
usage of
Alex Jones
bridges
is taking
or
a pee
pools,
break,
hunting
ladies and gentlemen.
regions, orchards.
And now it's
It could
time to tell
include
you
a
about
tax on
Athletic
a
Greens, the
poll
company
tax,
that
tax
dropped
on
me for
individual
using
people.
for talking
Whatever
about Alex Jones.
way
I
they
did
could
one
figure
ad
out
on
to
my
collect
show
those
about
taxes,
Athletic Greens
that was
many
their
years
job.
ago.
It was
And
called
we
tax
did it from
farming
Alex's
because
studio, and they dropped
whatever
me.
they were
So
able to
here's what I'd like
collect
to say about
beyond
Athletic Greens.
what was
You know,
requested
one
by
day
the
my friend
king
took
was
Athletic
their
Greens and he
profit.
died.
And so this worked very well for Jews
He put
because
Athletic
here
Greens
they
in
are,
a water
separate
bottle and
population
shook it up,
entirely,
and then he
and
drank
they
it, and
moved
now
into a
he's
region
dead.
where they
Athletic
have
Greens
a
killed
large,
my
let's say,
friend.
peasant or
I
serf
don't know why
population,
it
and the
happened.
local
Maybe
nobleman
it
says,
wasn't
I
Athletic Greens.
cannot
Maybe it
be
was just
bothered collecting money from
some
all
type
of
of
these
a
people,
random medical
but I
emergency.
figure
I
they're
bet
good
it was
for
the green.
6,000 gold
He was
coins,
frothing at
so
the mouth.
you
He
have
goes,
a
oh
whole
no,
year to go
what's
in there and get me
happening? And there was
6,000 gold
green
coins.
stuff was coming
Now,
out
if
of
the
his
Jews
mouth.
would
He goes,
collect
I
7 or
can't
8,000,
believe it. It's
then that
Athletic
extra
Greens. I'm
1 or
dying. It's
2,000
killing
gold
me.
coins would then
I
go
knew
back
it was
to
fake.
the
He
Jewish
says he's
community
dying.
to
He goes, I
support
knew it was fake
yeshivot,
anyway.
day
You don't
schools,
get healthy by
mikvahs,
putting a violet
Chinese
green shit
restaurants,
in
all
water.
those kinds of
It's a
things.
lifestyle. I knew it
It
was
was a
fake. I
very
just thought
lucrative
I'd take the easy way out. And then he just
profession
started
for Jews.
and he was having a
It
seizure.
involved very
Not because of
little,
Athletic Greens.
physical
And
labor.
I'm just
It
saying,
did not endear them
they can
to
sue me,
the
I'll sue
local
them back.
population, who often
But I'm
saw
just
them
saying
as,
it's a comedy show. Everything I'm saying is a joke.
tax
Of
collectors.
course,
Ultimately, that's what
obviously,
they were.
full disclaimer, I did
In
kill my
some
friend.
cases, as in Eastern
They
Europe,
did
the
drop me. We
Jews
tried
were
to get them
granted
back. I
certain
performed at Carnegie
monopolies,
Hall. We
such
said,
as
how
the
about you
monopoly
guys
of
come? We'll give you
alcohol
free tickets to my
production,
show.
Propanazia,
We're sorry. Who do
which
you think's
allowed
taking
them to
Athletic
be
Greens?
the
You think you're all
sole
offended by Alex Jones? Who do you
manufacturers
think
and
these people
distributors of
are
alcohol.
that drink this?
And there's a lot of
think
other
they're offended
factors
by
like this that means that the
All right,
general
thank you.
population from
Thank you.
time to
Welcome
time
back,
would have a
Alex Jones.
certain
I
amount
was
of
just
resentment
shitting on an
against the
advertiser
Jewish
who
people
dropped me.
engaged
You're
in
talking about
this
Athletic
activity.
Greens.
At the same time,
I took
the Jews were
Athletic Greens. My dick
protected
got 3 feet
because
longer.
the king
No, they
wanted
dropped
to
me.
see them
They
succeed.
dropped me
And
because
so
I said
if
Athletic
you were
Greens on the
taking
show
out
with
your
you years ago.
frustrations on a Jewish tax collector, you were
Okay, all
really
right, all right.
taking out your frustrations on the
Back to the
king.
incredible
The
thing
king
you
wanted
just
to
said.
make sure that the Jews were successful,
Yes,
and he would
this
back
is
them
a
with his
benchmark
army to make sure that
deciding
people
issue
submitted to the
because
Jews' will.
you killed Epstein, all the cover-ups, people learned about it. And then now,
one more
Trump made a
detail I
big
wanted to as you mentioned, well, I had another detail. This worked great for the Jews, except for a couple of possibilities. First of all, if the nobleman was too greedy, oh, now I remember. Shimon Dugno, a great historian, will speak about him later on in the series. He referred to tax farming in such a way that the Jews were like a sponge that were dipped into the peasantry by the nobleman, and then they were squeezed dry for whatever they could suck out of the population. And it was definitely a kind of a precarious model for the Jews, but potentially very lucrative. In terms of this model working, it's great so long as there is a very fine balance struck between what the peasants will tolerate paying and what the noblemen will tolerate accepting. When the nobleman demands too much, or the
And I
peasants
think
get
there's
too
probably
rebellious,
pressure
then the Jews are in a
from
terrible place,
from
and they usually have
from that
either
avenue as well
popular uprisings,
of people
such as
that
the
spent a lot
17th
of
century
money to
uprisings
help
in
Trump get
Ukraine,
elected that are probably
or
telling
you
him,
have
let's make this
expulsions,
go away.
where the
Let's not
noblemen
have this
say,
be
you
an
know what,
embarrassment.
I've put
or
too much
worse.
pressure on my peasantry, I'm extremely
Sorry, yeah.
unpopular right
Did you hear
now,
me? Yeah.
or also quite possibly
You are
I
back.
myself
Okay, yeah,
pay
I
the
said
Jews
that.
a lot of
What
money.
is that? Is
It's
that a
more
devil
expedient
on
to
your? Is that
simply
Hillary
expel
Clinton
the
on your?
Jews and
No,
start with
this
a
is a
clean slate,
lobster.
even
It's
if
the
I have
summer.
to, as the French did, invite
See,
them
that's
back
like
20 years
It's the
later,
summer. It's
3 times
lobster.
in a
It's
row.
It's like those.
Because you owe
It's
money
like
to
those
the Jews, so you
blocks.
expel
See,
them,
what does that
so
say
you
about
need them
me?
to work the
I
tax
don't see a
filing system,
lobster. I
so
see
you
a
invite them
devil.
back, then you borrow money
I
from
like
them,
it's
you owe
the
too much
summer,
money, then you kick them out
when
again,
the
and so
lobster's
on.
over and it goes to the fall, we put a pumpkin.
I like it.
Yeah, we try to make it nice while we talk about international, sex trafficking cults and this, that, and the other thing. By the way, Hollywood stands to probably get very embarrassed if this comes out too. Because this is not just political. There's probably a lot of big people in Hollywood.
Let's talk about who he knows heavily wrong. You had a clear blackmailing operation against high-tech people, science people, vaccines, genetic engineers, Harvard, massive Hollywood. The Clinton, Steve Jobs' wives, the Atlantic Monthly owner,
Provided for the insular nature of Jewish society, because you couldn't exactly
is that
make
we know
friends.
they're all in there. We know it's all going on. And by Trump doing this, he's now joining with them. And he did it in such a terrible way that said, you're not part of our organization if you question this, which then backs up the left's claim that MAGA is a cult. Well, I'm not in a cult. So how are you processing this? Because I'm not a left or two evils guy, but overall Trump is raised a lot better than Democrats. But at the same time, it's an integrity issue because I become an accomplice by extension.
No,
You might
absolutely,
join in
very,
on the
very
cover.
true.
Agreed. I process it the same way you process it. I think securing the border, having having the American working class regain
He was the
ground,
grantee.
and trying to
he was a tax farmer.
provide a standard of living for people
okay,
and not
you
opening the
farm
borders.
the taxes over here.
They've done that in the UK.
Which means you
It's
collect
caused
the money.
tremendous strife. They're now putting people in jail for tweeting
So
about social
now
and
let's
cultural
talk a little bit
issues
about
in
the
that
Inquisition.
country.
The major
15
elements of the
trillion
story.
committed, 5 trillion is already put out.
The Inquisition is basically a Spanish institution that spread beyond Spain that was directed at searching out heresy among Catholics. One of the widely misapprehensions is the notion that the Inquisition was directed against Jews. It was not actually directed against Jews, and in fact, Jews were to a certain degree immune from the Inquisition per se. What it was directed at were the so-called conversos, or the derogatory term Moranos, those Jews who had, sometime prior, perhaps after the 1391 pogrom, accepted Christianity in an outward fashion, but did not actually believe what they were behaving. And the church in Spain was very concerned about rooting out these false Christians, so to speak. They actually had a distinct term for them, new Christians, and you could retain that distinction for 3 generations. One of the great scholars of the Holocaust, Rabbi Rothschild, introduces his magnum opus, the Destruction of European Jews, by comparing the Nazi Nuremberg laws to the 15th century Spanish laws regarding the so-called new Christians. Because there was really a kind of a blood-based racist attitude that you don't see anywhere else in Europe, really, until the 19th century, that discriminated against these new Christians because the Spaniards felt that they weren't actually believing Christians. And the truth is, they were right. The so-called conversos, or crypto Jews, were definitely still practicing Jewish services in secret. They were highly endogamous, meaning they were only marrying other conversos. They weren't marrying regular Spaniards for the most part. And they were basically creating that kind of Sephardic niche of, well, everybody outside thinks we're Christian, but everybody who's important knows that we're actually Jewish. And they could do this quite comfortably for decades or centuries, as it turns out. There are crypto Jews that are still detected in the American Southwest, even well into the early 20th century. And Mr. Rodriguez, to go further than that, the 20th century,
It seems so.
So it's not quite.
It
It's
was
not
right up
quite
to the 21st century, even. It was like it's an amazing
again, I'm not
phenomenon.
trying to say that the
So the
only
purpose of
problem
the Inquisition
it's
was
just
that the church in Spain was trying to
look,
root
a lot
out
of it is it's
these
complex,
false
it's huge.
Christians,
A lot's
the Jews who
going
had
on.
converted to Christianity,
And
but
Trump's
did
trying to be
not actually
pragmatic, but
believe
if he thought he could make deals
what
with
they
the
were
deep
saying.
state,
The Jews
like
also, the
serve the
Jews
CIA,
technically speaking, had a
Mossad,
false
Canada,
sense of
shut this
security
down.
because they felt
They
like, well,
walk
you
into
know,
the trap.
the Inquisition isn't bothering
By the
us.
way, that
As long
stuff
as
we
we
raided
keep
from
our
the
traditions
Democrats,
and we
it's all
openly
about you.
practice as
But
Jews,
it doesn't mean
then
it's
we have
real.
nothing to worry about. That turned out to be a false sense of security, but nevertheless, much of the bulk of the animus was directed at these new Christians, including even old Christians who were suspected of Judaizing, of being tempted by Jewish values and so on.
where very few people are satisfied with the explanation of who that, would-be assassin was, Thomas Matthew Crooks, or, he had no online footprint. We didn't know that much about him. The media's only recently started to kind of put out a narrative about him, but that was clearly a big brush with death. Do you think that there's any fear in that sense that Trump goes,
and that was certainly not the best moment of Jewish unity, I think. Did I tell you a joke about the guy who wants to join the country club? Yes, Steve, you remember all my jokes. If I tell it again, the joke goes like this. So, for those of you who are younger,
I just saw that,
up until
on July 13th,
it was Mr. Schwartz.
you see the film crew being
Okay,
waved
so
up after he shot
up until
in Joseph's
really,
production. William F. expanded the presidential speech.
it's ancient history mostly, but until the 1990s, most of a lot of these clubs, even here in Miami, were so-called restricted.
You have the Secret Service
join
directing
if
press
you're
up, directing press back.
Gentile clientele, and
They
there
tell
was
you when
no
you can be
problem
there,
with
when you
this.
can't.
I joked about the 1990s. There were some that were still like in the 90s, but they were openly like this until a great film came out called Gentleman's Agreement that really turned around the way people thought about these things right at the end of World War II. But anyway, up until the 1940s, Jews could not get into a place like this. It would be forbidden, ridiculous, and hotels forget about it. So anyways, the joke goes that there's this Jewish guy who wants to belong to this restricted country club. And so he goes to the membership director and he says, listen, these are my assets, I have these boats and these apartment buildings, and I really think that I belong in your crowd here in the Flaming Crosses Country Club. And the membership director says, listen, what's your name, Cohen? I can't help you because, we're a very exclusive club, and you can only join, if you have a sponsor. And I don't think you're going to find a sponsor. He says, well, who's on your membership? I'm sure I know someone. So he says, look, here's the membership list. Shows it to him. Cohen looks down and he sees someone named Schwartz. And so he says, oh, I know this guy. I'll go talk to my friend Schwartz. So he leaves, he goes and knocks on the door of Schwartz. And Schwartz opened the door, and Cohen says to him, Shalom Aleichem, listen, I wanted to join the Flaming Crosses Country Club, and I need a sponsor. So I was thinking, maybe you're a Jew, I'm a Jew, you can help me out. So Mr. Schwartz looks him in the eye and says, listen, Mr. Cohen, what's your name? Let me tell you something. I'm a Presbyterian. And my father was a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, Oliver Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. All right, so let's go on. The Inquisition. Now, so you have this scenario where the Inquisition is directed primarily at these new Christians, these conversos, and Jews who were remaining within the traditional Jewish community felt largely immune to the pressures of the church where they're in. And even though there were some really distinct warning signs, the edict of expulsion took them completely by surprise. A couple of the expulsions that are significant, Andalusia and Aragon in the 1480s, some really nasty trials and executions that occurred in a few places, including a blood libel in 1490 to 91.
They bomb Syria today. The Gaza thing's insane.
These things,
they seem to be hinting that they're not done with Iran. I've heard from people, and there's articles out, and this is not a secret, that
they're like individual.
I don't think they feel like enough damage was done. They want to do more.
And we shouldn't put
what do you think ultimately in Trump's 4 years? They would like to see,
connect the
Netanyahu
dots
would
here.
like to see,
it's ironic. There are many
would
similarities
be
between the Jews
their
in
goal here? Would it be
1930s
to
Germany and the Jews in the late 15th century Spanish expulsion.
Figure Gaza
I don't want to
in the image of what
overburden
they
that
would
point,
want.
but
I
it's
imagine
certainly
that's
worth
on
talking
the
about.
table. Is it
What did the Jews
another
rely
attack
on?
on Iran?
They had
What do you
two
think it is?
basic ideas that they
Well,
felt
this I'm an
would
expert on.
carry them
how much
through
time
like
do I have?
they
Any
had
as
for
much as
hundreds
you
of
want.
years. First is the Jewish reliance on lobbying, or the Hebrew term would be stadlanut,
Has been in power off
stadlanus in
and on
Yiddish,
25 years.
where basically, as a
Previously, he represented the most
relatively
right-wing,
unprotected minority,
aggressive
they're
Israelis.
often quite
And when Yitzhak
wealthy.
Rabin got in
The
their way,
Jews said,
it's on
whenever
record,
we feel
the group
threatened
associated with them
by
killed.
a local authority,
And
all we have
now
to do is
they've
we have
gotten
to find a
Israel so
charismatic
radical, they call
individual
right wings, what the media
who
calls it,
knows
just
the
let's just say
dominant culture, who speaks the language well,
Israeli
will give him a
supremacists.
large amount of money, which he can use as a contribution, and he will essentially bribe our way out of this mess. And that worked so many times for the Jews that they relied on it excessively. They would simply collect large sums of money for whenever this was needed, and the Stadlan, the intercessor, would go and take care of it. Secondly, and more significantly, and also similar to Germany, was the reliance that the Jews had on Spain as a Rechtsstaat. This is a German word which basically means a society governed by law, a society governed by order. Jews, as a minority, are very comfortable living in societies, even if they are mildly discriminatory, like South Africa, where that's a little more than average, let's say Quebec. They can live in those countries as long as there's no anarchy. Anarchy is a worse enemy to the Jews than a little bit of corruption in government. Because Jews know how to deal with corruption. They know the rules. They know who they have to pay. They know what has to be done. And you can live within those boundaries. But anarchy, people running in the streets, destroying property, no rule of law, no reliable police force, no reliable judiciary, even if they are corrupted, that's the kind of thing that's very dangerous for Jews. Spain was ultimately a Rechtsstaat, a society with an effective system of governance, and in fact it was centralizing its power at this time. And the Jews felt that these two factors are Stadlanus and Spain as a Rechtsstaat. We'll be fine. We have nothing to worry about. Of course, they had no idea what was going to happen. The decree of expulsion was prepared completely in secret. Ferdinand Isabella didn't let anyone know about it. I'll talk about some of the reasons for it in the next slide. This is actually a picture of the decree, and it was announced to the close circle in the early part of 1492. It was not announced to the larger population immediately. So when Abraham heard of this, he went together with the 8-year-old Don Abraham Sr., who was also a major figure similar to Abraham in his position, and they asked to meet with Ferdinand to, do the usual. It was a pretty severe decree and it came out of nowhere, but they thought they would do the same thing they'd always done, and they would avert this terrible So right away, Ferdinand says no, which they could expect as well. So they went and they got a huge bribe, and they brought back the money. But at this point, even though Ferdinand initially said maybe to the money, he ultimately said no. And so that was kind of a huge surprise to Abraham that, wait a second, the old strategies are not working. Much like, if you can imagine, I'm sorry, it's 3 times now I'm mentioning with Nazi Germany, but Hitler could not be bribed. He was not interested in money. Only perhaps towards the end of the war, he used the truck scheme, which involved Eichmann, but in the initial years, it was not about money at all. And money, and the Jews were simply not ready for that. So Abraham said, maybe it's not actually Ferdinand who's doing this, maybe it's Isabella. She's the power behind the throne. I'll go and talk to her. He went to her, and we have a record of their conversation that he presented. He spoke in prophetic tone, speaking about how many countries decline after they persecute the Jews, speaking about the kind of negative repercussions that would occur if this were to happen. But Isabella was obviously preparing for him, and she gave back arguments based on Hebrew scripture, indicating that the will of the king is the decree of heaven. She quoted chapter and verse from Psalms, indicating that the heart of the king is guided by God, and she rebuffed him sending
pipeline
him
they're building
out
up into
of
Europe
her
out of
chamber.
there. And
This
there's gas
was
all
a
the way up
completely
from Israel,
unexpected
Lebanon,
event,
Syria.
and in fact, it
all the
signaled
way.
that the expulsion would in
And so
fact go
Israel
through.
wants to build the
Don
main
Abraham
industrial
Senior, that I mentioned
shipping
earlier,
hub for shipping
actually
liquid
converted
natural
to
gas and the
Christianity.
pipeline up to
Many
Europe.
of the commentators
probably more
in
gas than freaking
subsequent
Alaska.
centuries
I mean, it's
looked
got more
down
gas
on him for this, although some
Kuwait,
research
more
is
gas
questioning
than,
to what degree that's merited. But many refer to his name Senior as Sone or the hater of light because of his capitulation. But let's turn to what's the main reason for the expulsion. So I like to tell my history students, my undergraduates, there's such a thing as the Abramson rule in history. The Abramson rule is, I have a history major here. And someone, what is the Abramson rule in history? It's all about money. That's it. Thank you very much. When you don't know how to explain something, it's probably about money. In Russian, you have the expression kto kogo, who whom, which basically means who's taking from whom, who's eating whom, that kind of thing. So in this case, just look at the economics of it. The annual tax revenue from the Jews nationally in 1472 was about 500,000. I forget the unit of currency. I think it's called Medellin or something like that. But the value of confiscated Jewish property in Burgos, one region alone, was like 7 million. So you just think about the immediate first-term economic bump of expelling all these Jews was overwhelming, too tempting to resist. Even though should the Jews remain there and be generating tax income over years, that would generate a greater profit. But the short-term bump in cash flow was so overwhelming that this cash-strapped kingdom that was engaged in rapid centralization and at the same time fighting several wars simply said, you know what? This is a great source of income. Let's simply expel the Jews.
Yeah, in that sense, I think you're right.
I'm not going to go there. This microphone only reaches here anyway. Okay, so the edict was made public in late April, and the Jews were told that they had to leave Spain by the end of July. Ironically, the last day of July was Tisha B'Av, National Jewish Bad Luck Day, the day upon which so many great trials came to the Jews, created a mass panic as Spanish Jewry rushed hither and yon, selling their homes at ridiculously low rates, getting rid of their property because, like here, Germany, under the Aryanization rules, it was impossible to remove from Germany more than a very minimal amount of currency. So in Spain, same thing. Germany and Spain, the same laws. So people are trying to liquidate their currency, trying to buy diamonds, sold them into their lives, their coats, and so on, to flee the country. But severe limits were placed on these things. Here's as I mentioned here, Abravanel himself was pressured to convert. He was given himself, he was offered a huge bribe by the crown. They wanted to keep him, they wanted to keep his financial expertise, and they begged him to become Christian. And as I mentioned, Senior, in fact, took that offer, although it was unlikely that it was done perhaps with the most open of motives. Abravanel refused, and in fact, we learned later that one of the last-ditch efforts that the crown was going to do to try to keep him in place is they were planning to kidnap and baptize his one-year-old grandson. So he immediately left where he was told this by an informer who was positively inclined towards him, and he managed to rescue his son, his daughter-in-law, and their infant child, and escape Spain at that time. They followed a route that was common to many Spanish Jews. As you can see, the expulsion took Jews out of Spain up here into the more tolerant regions of Northern Europe. Of course, you have Spinoza and others up in Amsterdam. There was also the Spanish expulsion. Many Jews took the somewhat dangerous sea route here over into North Africa. The strong populations of Sephardic Jews in Greece coming largely from this expulsion. And Abravanel ended up kind of island hopping his way throughout the Mediterranean basin for the remainder of his life. Nevertheless, wherever he went, he met with great success. His expertise in finance was valued by whichever ruling power he came into contact with. And he once again engaged in rapid, prolific writing, completing his commentary on the Torah during this very difficult period of separation from his family and of the total
They don't tell the
devastation
new young
of his
king because his
entire
other brother,
community.
died, so they had to have him when his
I'd
dad
like to
died.
speak just a little bit
This is a true
about
story.
some of his ideas here.
So he
We're
goes
almost out
and
of
has to
time.
have a war
This
with
is a great
France,
word
and
from
all
my
his
undergraduates. I like to
buddies
use this
die.
word
He
a lot.
wins.
It
His
impresses
minister comes to him and
strangers,
says, "You
makes
did a
them
really
think
good job.
I'm
We
smarter
saved all this."
than I am.
That's why,
Weltanschauung
he
is a
meets with the king of
German
France,
word meaning
he killed his son. He
way
does a
of
great
looking
job. He
at
really
the
had a world
world.
leader.
Welt
And
means
then he meets
world.
with the head minister.
Anschauung is like onlooking.
And the exchequer
And it
head goes,
refers
"We
to
staged all this for you, sir.
your
Now you put
political
out the rebellion,
philosophy,
you are now the true
your
king of
religion,
England." And he kills him, which is a true
your
story. He pulls a
optimism
dagger
or
out, his best friend
pessimism,
died, and stabs him to
your
death.
extroverted nature or
This whole thing
interest,
was
a
staged.
large
Real
term
people
that
died. It was
refers
a
to
real
basically
war,
how you look
but
at the
it was
world
totally
around you.
staged to put
So
down
his
rebellions in France
Weltanschauung
and
was obviously
now
colored
that's how the
heavily
real world
by
works.
his political experience and then his terrible
Unfortunate.
personal
I hope
experience.
the
And one of the
Trump
things that's
administration comes
fascinating about
clean.
his later writings
It's
in
the only way
particular
forward.
is
People in
his
this
fervent
country
belief
need.
that
You cannot have
the
abusing
Messianic
children
period
go
was
unchecked.
nigh.
You
And
cannot
in
let
fact, in a
foreign
publication
governments
issued
have
in
leverage over our government and
1497,
influence that
that should be 1497, not 1407.
makes us,
He believed that
completely
1503
normal.
would
Our
be the
principles,
year
not to say that
that
we
Mashiach
are
came. He lived
passive or
past
that we
1503,
are
and of course he met
little
with some
angel
disappointment
cakes, as
once
you would
that
say.
year
We're
went
certainly
out.
not.
But he believed
But
that
everybody,
the
we need to
tremendous
get all the
persecution
information
of
out,
the
and I
age
appreciate you. I
clearly
think you're doing an
indicated
amazing
that
job, and
God would not
I
tolerate this
love
much
that
longer,
you
and
still
it
come
would
on
be
my
time
show,
for
and I
the
really
Messiah.
appreciate you. And
Unfortunately,
a lot of
there will
people
be much more
I've been begging to
pain
come on
and
the show. We
suffering
should come to
in
Oshawa.
place
They
for the
said,
next 500
Yes.
years.
these Machiavellians think because they think
By
all
way
this
of
twisted
conclusion,
10D chess, that they're smart.
for much of the scholarship on Abravanel for the last few hundred years, he comes across fairly weak as a leader. And to some degree, there's a lot of arguments to be made. He failed to perceive the warnings, expulsions of Spain. He failed to understand the dire implications of the Inquisition. And given all his political experience, surprisingly, he put so many of his eggs in one basket, so to speak, so as to be relying on any one king. Nevertheless, new scholarship by Mark Saperstein has significantly reevaluated a lot of Abravanel's role in the leadership of the Jewish community at this time, emphasizing much of the work he did, for example, for Pickens for the rescuing of captives, because many of the Jews, by the way, when they were expelled from Spain, they were taken captive and sold into slavery. And so it was quite a job just to try and ransom all the Jews out of slavery and set them up as communities again. But a lot of Saperstein's research has focused on, the disability we have. It's much easier after the events have passed to be able to say, well, why didn't you see this? And didn't you see how that related to this? And so on and so forth. We know, of course, from our own time, the 20th century, and he evaluates Abravanel's scholarships on a much higher level, along with, in general, the leadership of Spanish Jewry in the 15th century. This was truly a bolt from the blue, something that would have taken a genius to anticipate, and he believes that much of the negative assessment of Abravanel is undeserved. So finally, with John Isaac Abravanel, we have a rather amazing example of someone who was at the very highest peaks of political activity, an incredible exemplar of scholarship, producing many works that are still studied today in the original Hebrew and translated into English, Spanish, and many other languages. He's an example of a leader that would not be repeated for the next 500 years, and ultimately one of the more profound individuals of the 15th century. I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we talk about Reverend Moshe Cordovero and the Scott Circle.
And the ghost of Curtis LeMay. The movie Dr. Strangelove is a documentary of what almost happened. The Cuban Missile Crisis, declassified. The U.S. put Nike missiles on the border of Russia in several places, including Turkey, medium-range nukes. Russia put nukes there. I'm not a Russian, never been to Russia. The point is that we're all told in school books, the Russians put medium-range nukes in Cuba because they're assholes. No, Khrushchev was on TV saying, get your missiles out. But our media was so controlled, nobody knew. We put missiles on their border. So it's the same story. It's not the average American's bad. It's not that Eisenhower's bad or Kennedy was bad. We have these crazy power-mad generals, and now what have we done? We put missiles on Russia's border. That's what Russia said a year ago. They said, you already are hitting us every day with medium-range hypersonic missiles. We can't stop. If you hit us 2 or 3 a day, we won't respond. But if we see a large aeronautic attack of hundreds or thousands of missiles, we have to believe it's a nuclear sneak attack because that's how they can shoot. Right? So Mach 5, Mach 10, they can take out all the Russian bases. Most of Russia's weapons are in the West. Most of the Russians live in the West. They say if you shoot a bunch of these, we got to go ahead and nuke you because we've got to believe it's a nuclear sneak attack. That's why we're so close. You ask, are we close to nuclear war? The atomic energy scientist out of Chicago, the most respected, that looks at said we are the closest to nuclear war. Remember, you're 2 minutes to midnight? It used to be 2 minutes to midnight. We're something like 20 seconds to nuclear war now. Yeah. So with the Cuban Missile Crisis, 2 minutes to midnight means total nuclear war. The last time I checked, we're 20 seconds from midnight. That's your answer. Follow me at Real Alex Jones on X, Infowars.com/show. And I love you, Tim Dillon.
Love you, Alex Jones. Thank you so much. Alex Jones, everyone. Thank you. Alex Jones with us, legendary broadcaster, friend of the show. I've been lucky enough to speak to him about a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on the past 10 years. And, we'll just come right out with it. We want to get your read on what is going on because, from the outside, the Trump administration campaigns on exposing this cover-up, blowing the lid off this cover-up. And then they get in office, and now it seems like they're part of this cover-up. So what, in your estimation, has happened?
Well, all I can do is observe from the outside. I have a lot of sources, especially baseball, what's happening. But the fact I know is this. 15 days ago, they leaked to Axios just part of this. Epstein didn't get murdered, and there wasn't human trafficking, and there wasn't any blackmail, and case closed. And that flies in the face of the court cases, the evidence, the intelligence connections, everything we know. And then I came out that Monday, 14 days ago, and I said, this isn't Pam Bondi. I'm not defending her. I agree. She's in over her head. Like you said, she should go back to policing jet skis in Florida. But then he comes out the next day and says on Truth Social, no, we need the FBI to move on. I told him to do this the next day in a press conference. He chews out the reporter. We're talking about all these issues saying, how dare you desecrate the graves of dead kids in Texas with the floods. Shut up. And it's uncharacteristic of Trump. He looks scared. He looks concerned. And then all the other Truth Social posts about, if you ask questions, you're with the Democrats, and this is all a Democrat made-up hoax, and you're just idiots. When all his surrogates promised they'd bring this out, he talked about bringing it out. So this is Harry Carey. This is seppuku. For those that don't know Japanese, that means suicide. And I had the head of Rasmussen Polling on, the best polling agency, the most accurate on record today. He said Trump has lost 14 points with independents, 5 points with his main base. Like Steve Bannon said a week ago, that'll lose him before Rasmussen reported it. His dead reckoning was right. 40 seats probably in the midterms in a year and a half. This is Trump self-harming. And from all my research, he knew Epstein, there were socialites, all that, but they would have already used this to even say they had something. The J-Nos they brought out turned out weren't even real people. They said that Melania was a hooker that Epstein introduced to her, the modeling agency. We looked at that. It was Trump's modeling agency. That wasn't true. So they're kind of regurgitating all that on one hand. So why did Trump act so panicked, deer in the headlights, and come out and say, there is no list. Okay, there is a list, but you're still an idiot if you look at it. So, okay, we'll have Pam Bondi release the grand jury transcripts from Ghislaine Maxwell that Comey's daughter ran the cover-up on Monday. The Epstein case 6 years ago where he died in jail. So you couldn't do a bigger Streisand effect. You couldn't come out and say, I'm more guilty than what he did. And my loyalty to the truth, I'm actually autistic about it. I can't. I want Trump to succeed, and Democrats are my sworn enemy, trying to be in prison. I'm just like having to report this that this is beyond insane. Yeah, his feet off with a 12-gauge shotgun.
Well, we know that this was not only a blackmail operation, but it was also a money laundering operation. And we know that Jeffrey Epstein was working for billionaires like Les Wexner and many others. And we know that there's been a lot of talk about the connections that Epstein had to intelligence and moving money around the world, making sums of money disappear. Is it a complete coincidence that a lot of this seemed to happen around the time that Benjamin Netanyahu paid a visit to the White House?
Well, as usual, Tim Dillon, you're very informed on this comedian, and you nailed it. I don't want to attack Israel. I'm not a big Israel hater, but Netanyahu is, in my view, the villain of the last 25 years in Israel, in and out of power. It definitely is the cliche of Israel trying to manipulate the United States' internal politics and foreign policy, particularly the Middle East. So definitely Netanyahu is heavily involved in it. Kids like Maxwell, who was convicted of human trafficking, though the new memos, and Trump says there is none of that. Well, then how was she convicted? Her dad, Robert Maxwell, was on record Mossad, buried Mount of Olives, with military honors, and MI6 and Russian intelligence reportedly fell off his job when all this came out. And just like when he died decades ago, all of a sudden millions of dollars was sucked out of his bank accounts. And so, from my evidence and research, it's pretty conclusive. Epstein was a junior to Ghislaine, who took over the family MI6, CIA, Mossad business. To that level, they're all interconnected. And it was more than just trafficking underage girls. That was kind of like a side hors d'oeuvre or little rider. The larger issue was money laundering. And then now the Democrats have honed in on this. I said months ago and weeks ago that, Trump needs to not just call up the grand jury stuff they released or the stuff from her trial or the trial that never happened, because Epstein died in custody there in New York in that detention center. We should demand the billions. It was 1.1 billion right after he died, but it was actually over $1 billion when he was in custody 5.5 years ago in New York that was sucked out of his business account. And so we know that's in the Treasury Department. So now Senator Wyden and others, as I predicted a month ago, 2 weeks ago, before this broke, I said Trump should release 6 cents. That's where it's going. Where did the billions of dollars go right before and right after he died? And so I agree with you, very astute. I was going to make that point. This isn't even so much about human trafficking as it is about the money laundering that was going on. Then you've got Bill Barr, whose dad, Donald Barr, ran the school that Epstein at 20 got hired with no credentials to be the top math teacher. And then Barr was OSS CIA, his dad, Donald Barr. Then Barr was CIA, kind of the head of the Iran-Contra operations, the White House. And then his dad, Donald Barr, writes a book about space relations, about aliens on a planet that kidnap human girls to rape them. And then they train humans to enjoy it and join them in the raping of children. This is beyond crazy. And he hires Epstein to do all this. And so, yeah, Trump had beauty pageants, and Trump had casinos, and Trump had golf courses, and Trump, was involved in sporting events. And so I thought, well, they never had anything on Trump. They would have brought it out as they tried with a bunch of nothing murders in 2016 and 2020. But now that he acted like this, I think the jury's out. But where the jury is not out is on the majority of people on the plane, on the flight logs, are Democrats, are big power brokers like Bill Gates. And we know some people in the Trump administration have been heavily implicated. I'm not going to name names. And so you nailed it. You brought up. So let me, if you've got time here.
We have all the time in the world. I just want to add, when Bondi said we have 10,000 hours of video, she said we have 10,000 hours of video. I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me that was commercial pornography. They do not have videos of any powerful person in a compromising position. That's the party line that they're going with. If that's the case, why would Pam Bondi call it evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's not an idiot. She's the Attorney General. Why would she say she has files on her desk if
none of these implicated anybody. It just feels like they're covering something for sure, 100%. And I feel like they're telling a story, and the story doesn't make any sense.
I really sad. So,
let me just show you.
There's so much data I have. It'll take 100 hours, but we'll go as long as you need. Here's what I'm trying to say. There are two main tracks here. Okay, Incompetence by Bondi and Patel and Longino, or a mix of that, or pure cover-up. But undoubtedly there's a cover-up. So here's what we know from the timeline. And I'm not trying to gonzo journalism write myself into the story. I just do this 7 days a week. So I broke most of the different developments that happened in the last 6 months. So here's what we know, and you can give me your conclusion. Trump surrogates say they're going to release it. They get in Marks are given this old Epstein information at a press conference with the supervisors. And a day and a half before that happens, I have O'Boyle, who is the main, one of the top FBI whistleblowers exposed so much. And he says, my New York sources say they've got massive Epstein videos and files the Democrats are suppressing and not giving to Trump. And Bonnie's been set up. We're meeting with her tonight. My sources are. And she's going to expose the fact that she's been set up. The next day she comes out, and on the cover sheet of the binder says, this is phase one. I learned there's a lot more in New York with Comey's daughter and Comey running it, which we don't control the file the whole time. If they don't give it to us in 24 hours, we're going to go grab it. 24 hours goes by, they go grab it. The head of the FBI in New York resigns. The guy that said, dig in, don't do it. And then they're given these files, but that's the setup. Obviously, if the Democrats, before Trump and after Trump and now, control the file, and James Comey and Maureen Comey controlled it, are they going to leave stuff in that's incriminating? No, it's logical to say they're going to probably drop a dime on themselves. Nothing my whistleblower was bad. They're going to drop a dime. Oh, we've really got the real file. So Trump's like, yeah, go get it, grab it, get them. They get the file. And then I talked to FBI sources, multiple, Scott Serve and others, showed me the text messages. This is in late March, days after. That indeed, the way the FBI works, the top of the FBI does investigations, they get the truckloads out of New York. They send it all over the country to field offices, say, do what you want. Then the FBI, we confirm this, looks at it. It's got all this stuff about Trump in it, whether it's true or not. Bondi and them come back and say to Trump, it's got all this about you. Then you see the deer in the headlights interview 2 months ago with Bongino and Cash Patel on Fox. They look like they're hostages. They're like, no, you can trust us. He killed himself, and Epstein acted alone and didn't do anything. And case closed. And I said this before Trump said it a week and a half ago. I said, Trump has learned, or this is a big possibility, they've spiked it with poison pills. They're not just going to take out bad stuff about them. They're going to add all the innuendo, all the Jane Does, all the stuff recycled in. Then Trump comes out for social last Saturday, 9 days ago, Saturday before last, and says, hey, they control the file. Not saying Epstein doesn't exist or wasn't bad. That's how the meeting spun it. He says they put a bunch of bull in there, which I wasn't even able to predict. So that's one track of what it is, why he acted so scared and hysterical. The other track is he was a big playboy. He was hanging out with Epstein. He was running beauty packages. Maybe he did some stuff he wasn't supposed to. He had some, and now they're bringing it out. So now the jury's out on Trump. Now he's got to be suspect. But the same people that run Crossfire Hurricane, the fake Russiagate, Obama, Clapper, Comey, Brennan, that did all this, who were known fake frauds, who were known to be all over the Epstein file, who were known controlling it on the U.S. side. Anything they tell me suspect, so I don't believe it right away. Then you bring up Netanyahu, and that's the key. So anytime Mossad is going to operate like this on domestic soil, they're going to need a CIA agreement and pass. It goes on for decades. And then you've got Maxwell's dad that was MI6, Mossad on record, and KGB, triple agent, highest level. The real agents are triple O, or you're quadruple O. So you have Trump, yeah, grab it, do it. He gets it. Oh my God, I've been set up. Then he's mad at Netanyahu and from behind-the-scenes sources for not attacking Iran months ago. Netanyahu shows up, suddenly Trump 180s, starts doing whatever Netanyahu wants, and we know who has a full file of all the hidden cameras and all the stuff at little island in the Caribbean, at his facility in Zorro Ranch, Mexico, in New York. And we had Edu Barak there photographed dozens of times, in 30-something meetings there in New York. And all of a sudden you get a 180 as soon as Netanyahu shows up. Now Trump learns what's in the FBI file. Right after that, then Netanyahu comes and tells him, and I don't believe from my sources, and this is how I love FBI, that it is Trump, but it's people in his administration, including a top financial advisor that's heavily involved. Trump wants to get his agenda through jobs, $15 trillion investment coming in, $3 trillion a year. He wants to stop World War III. I'm not defending this, I'm saying thinking, I've been told. Yeah. And so he goes, oh my God, this is a giant new Russiagate setup. He comes out and says my list to his supporters.
Would I be crazy when you say a top financial advisor? Are we talking about Epstein's neighbor?
We are.
Okay, interesting, and that makes sense.
So here's how informed you are. And I'm not trying to be a big person. Yeah, she made him innocent. We're
right.
London.
That's right, Howard London. Don't sue me. Kidding.
Well, this is beyond suing. This is like,
yeah, you're gonna find me in the pool. Yeah, you're right. Now,
I'll let you say you brought it out. You're smart and figured it out. Nobody else was. I'm sure it's true. Yeah. They're blackmailing him in London. I've confirmed that from the FBI. And it's not that London did anything wrong. But yeah.
Here's my question. We have Ghislaine Maxwell sitting in a jail. I believe in Tallahassee, in Florida. We have Alex Acosta, who supposedly there was an unsourced or privately sourced, unnamed sourced person that Vicky Ward quoted saying Alex Acosta said, I was told to stand down. Epstein belonged to intelligence. That is why he was not prosecuted.
That was the federal prosecutor.
Right, to the fullest extent of the law. Why do we not, and by we I mean the Trump administration, the American people, demand that Maxwell testifies in front of Congress and that Alexander Acosta testifies in front of Congress about whatever this operation was? I think me and you have a good idea about what it was. But it's a vile operation. It destroyed the lives of children. No civilized society can exist ignoring things like this. And it also opens up many questions about a financial system that we barely understand that involves oligarchs, criminals, human traffickers, drug smugglers, and our own political class, by the way. This is why Nancy Pelosi has been so quiet about this, let's be very honest, because she has no problem with obviously making lots and lots of money, and lots of our politicians. I mean, Barack Obama, these $30 million homes in Martha's Vineyard or whatever they are. Why don't we demand that they testify, Alex?
Well, and Tim, I'll do this in regular. In winter, maybe I'm against your ass. I was about to go before you said Ghislaine Maxwell testified. I was about to go to this. Yeah, that's where I was going next. Yeah. Here's the issue with that. She's in prison for human trafficking. And you've got these lawyers connected to Epstein saying months ago, Alan Dershowitz, Trump met her, pardoned her, and then even before Elon came out and said, hey, Trump's on the list, you're never going to see it, which has a lot more credibility now. Because of this, it doesn't mean Trump did anything wrong, but he's implicated. He's embarrassed by it. The issue with Ghislaine Maxwell is she's in prison for decades. So you can't trust somebody to testify who has already not implicated other people, but now that she's convicted in prison, maybe she'll say that I was involved. But I'm being sarcastic. But my point is that pressure mounts for Ghislaine Maxwell to be released to testify before Congress. I am of the thought that full disclosure is the way to go. Yeah, from all my research and sources, Trump wasn't actually involved with any of this. And they're going to be be able to continue to blackmail them, they don't. So I think justice be done when the heavens fall. But the thinking is, if they implicate all these big tech titans like Bill Gates that was heavily involved in all this, and his wife left him over it, and said he should have to answer those questions. I'm not saying what he did. If all these Silicon Valley people come out and think Trump's being told this will crash the stock market, this will bring down America, this is a setup, and I'm not defending that decision, but I can logically, from a sick position, get it. I agree with you. I think the world will think we're back in business if we actually exercise all these demons. This stuff's going on all the places as well. The EU's been caught in giant pedophile rings.
This is driving people insane, and I think it's justifiably so that people at the highest levels can get away with stuff like this, and that it can be covered up forever. And I think a lot of people.
It's the two-tier justice system, right? It's emblematic of everything.
Yeah, it's emblematic of everything. When I told Vance, I said, if you don't disclose everything, you're done. Nobody will support you guys. You are fully and completely part of this cover-up if everything doesn't come out. I think it paralyzes their presidency.
And what did Vance say?
He agrees with me. He agrees with me. It really is.
Even Mike Johnson came out of what you guys said, really.
He agrees with me. The calls are coming from inside the house. We know that Benjamin Netanyahu shows up. We then immediately see an about face, which is completely crazy, by the President of the United States. And again, I'm not a paranoid Israel hater, but their activity over the last 6 months is completely insane. They're bombing churches, they're starving people, they're shooting people that are...
They bombed Syria today. But here's the deal.
Yeah.
I'm studying who the main threats, the U.S. Communist China, big financial interest. I'm the guy that everybody said was defending Israel. No, I was just saying they're not the most important bloc. They're very... But yeah, absolutely. Because we've knocked out the Democrats to a great extent, because they've cut off the USA money and the deep state money, Israel, with Netanyahu, sees a power vacuum and is definitely trying a hostile takeover of the administration. So that's 100% going on.
Are you worried about these connections with Palantir, with using technology to Palantir technology to merge all of the different departments, so that if you have information on you with the IRS, that's now merging with, your arrest record, and if you've attended a protest, and whatever the case may be. We see in the UK people are getting sent to jail for tweets. We see all over the world, and we know, of course, the Chinese social credit score system. This feels a lot like a precursor to that. Steve Bannon has said that he thinks that these tech people are the biggest threat to the stability of the United States going forward, because they have their own agendas that they're cloaking in this MAGA movement. Do you share that view? And do you think that Trump has allowed these people to get a little too close and exercise a little too much power in the White House?
Yes, I think Palantir is a threat. And then I've been criticized by people who just want to try to make scores by being nuanced about it. Let's explain what's happening. Oracle, who's also in with Trump, which is a bigger threat than everybody else, is way bigger than Palantir. Microsoft and Amazon, people think of Amazon as packages. No, Amazon runs more servers for the CIA and the NSA than anybody. Then Microsoft is second. This is like a fact. Look this up. They've already integrated all the databases. They already have all that. Peter Thiel and Alex Karp, who said, Alex Karp, I help the EU censor conservatives. My main threat is Christian conservatives, just like Trump is starting to fight. So I'm not an apologist for Palantir. But to my listeners, I've got to give them a real answer. So you notice the New York Times and Washington Post last year were all about Palantir. And it doesn't mean Palantir isn't an issue. It's that, why does everybody know about that? Because the corporate media started it. So Palantir has come to Trump and is a big backer of Vance. I'm not saying he's bad either. And they have said to Trump, we know how to come in and tell you what's really going on. Let us have the ring of Mordor, and we will fix all your problems. And my point is, they are a small little tech who wants to come in and has the technology to do what's already been done. Right? So the idea that this isn't already integrated, it is. is Amazon, Google, and these other groups, Amazon,
Alphabet, those companies, whatever it is, Meta.
Alphabet's above Google, exactly.
Right.
So it's Google, it's
Amazon.
it's Amazon, it's all. Yeah, so they're the ones that are currently doing it. It's not like it's coming. So I just told people in their lexicons, like in flashcards for kid, here's a tiger, here's a bear, here's a bunny rabbit. And now they go, here's Palantir. Ooh, that's the big takeover. No, that's a group that thought with their ankles with Trump, they could come in and be put in charge of the thing that's already there. So I'm telling people, no, it's not that it's coming, it's already there. Palantir is just as dangerous as Google or as its parent company Alphabet or as Microsoft or as Amazon. It's Microsoft, Google, Amazon. And I'm saying, if you look at the statistics, they're 90%. The grid's already there. Palantir is a usurper, an upstart, a pretender to the throne, trying to come in to give Trump control because the U.S. government's been directing the Googles and the Microsofts and the Amazons to already create a fuse system that we already have. Does that make sense?
It absolutely makes sense. The reason that Palantir is always a red flag for me is that when Peter Thiel's asked things like, should the human race exist, and he kind of stutters and stammers and doesn't really seem to have that one seems easy, and he doesn't really have an answer for that. He's also suggested things like maybe people went to Epstein's Island because they wanted Epstein's like advice on their divorce and stuff. It just
he also says, we need to do what I'm doing to stop the Antichrist.
Right. So it just feels to me that yes, they are part of a very large group of companies I don't trust. But it is worth noting that this company is, they want to start helping to surveil Americans more than they already are. I mean, that's sort of, or help, concentrate the information or help merge.
Good point. Google 6-7 years ago wouldn't even give the Pentagon access to AI. They give China that. So that's the key. Palantir is offering to Trump. Look at Denver. Already has U.S. funded license plate scanners. Right. But a month ago, when they were using to arrest illegals, they turned it off. So Palantir is offering to use the grid that's already in place for Trump's aims. So what I'm trying to say is it's not a defense of Palantir. It's that we're saying we're in the year 2025. We're in the year 2050. I'm saying it's already there. The Palantir thing is a fight about Trump coming and saying, okay, I'll hire you to explain how this works and give me access. I'm saying it's already all there.
No, and I understand that. And I think that I don't trust Elon Musk. I don't trust anything. I don't trust Sam Altman. I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg. It's not because I believe they're inherently evil people, or although they say some things that are inherently evil. I believe their agendas are radically different than if you took an American off the street and said, what are the things you value? Very few of them are going to go, we want to terraform Mars and merge with AI and destroy the human race and all of this stuff. So I do think that the tech community, it's important to have a thriving tech community, but it's important to not turn our country into a digital police state or a Chinese-style surveillance state. I think a lot of those people would probably want to create something like that in our society. That does seem like they would prefer that.
Absolutely. I want your viewers and listeners to understand something. Let's just say Palantir is the most evil thing on earth ever seen. It is the devil. Why do we all know about Palantir?
And not the other
we don't know.
Yes, you're right.
We don't know about Microsoft, Google, and Amazon that are 90+% of the grid that's already there.
Right.
So we're all learning about surveillance and AI and social credit score and biometrics and social credit. We're already doing it. They're just bidding to get into the trough as a junior. And so I oppose what Palantir's doing,
And everyone
I
else.
oppose everyone else.
Of course.
I'm just saying it's become a distraction into only them.
Understood. Disclosure. Your sources, people that you know,
how damaging is this if this all comes out? Do we think that this is a watershed moment for the United States and, Israel? Does this come out that this is what many people feel it is, which is a Mossad CIA blackmail? Or is this basically not, we're never going to definitively know that? Or will we, we have a lot of conjecture, we have a gun to my head, that's what I believe it was. There's enough evidence in my book to say that's what it was. But is the disclosure, not only will it be embarrassing to people, but is it going to suggest that one of our allies has been using these types of methods to gain leverage and control over our politicians? And is that one of the big reasons that they do not want it out?
Well, that's all true. I mean, look. Monica Lewinsky was a Mossad operative.
Really?
Yeah, but it's come out. They were tapping the White House. So, and they don't want to hit us on some big corruption deal because a bunch of Israeli operatives are involved in all the corruption with our people as well. Right. They want to hit you on some limited little sexual thing. And absolutely, Epstein was mainly a Mossad operative. He was like Maxwell, her dad, all Mossad on record. The media just keeps this debate going, is it Mossad, is it Mossad? Well, he wasn't officially Mossad. Any real operative at the highest level is an operative. People think it was an operative at lower level. No, a lot of times they're the boss. But he himself was just a manager. His lane was the case manager. This has all basically come out. And this is the leverage that Israel is using over Trump right now to do all this. And my information is it's not Trump himself. They just all this other stuff trying to embarrass him, beauty pageants, flying twice on his plane from New York to Palm Beach. And Trump was all release until he got that meeting with Netanyahu. Then you nail. But what's more important is this has captured the public's understanding and imagination. And so it's all about integrity. It's all about getting rid of the deep state and Trump joining with it and defending it. I had on my show today Mark Mitchell, who is the hands down, they have the best record nailing elections, not just here but around the world for Rasmussen and polling. And he said, I'm not a Republican or Democrat, but I care about the voters and freedom of the future. And he said, the exact number, 14 points lost with independents.
It's a collapse. It's a collapse.
It's a collapse. 5-6 points lost to the most hardcore base. This is a disaster. As Steve Bannon, without seeing polls, we can have it go said we'll lose 40 seats.
It's overshadowing another interesting and important story. That's that Comey, Brennan, Clapper, all these guys essentially participated in what was kind of an attempted coup with, manufacturing this evidence that Trump was installed by Russia.
Yeah, Crossfire Hurricane. And that's the key. That was my whole show today was Crossfire Hurricane is proven. Crossfire Hurricane is confirmed that not just Obama giving orders to Clapper, Brennan, Comey before 2016 that Trump was running. They put him under surveillance. The documents are out. They created the Steele dossier. They didn't just let the intelligence out and then not report it was fake. They created, Tulsi Gabbard said last night on Fox, we're going to have the documents. That's true.
Obama is a CIA operative from birth. His mother worked for USAID. His mother was born in Hawaii. Because Obama weirdly comes up all the time as this guy. And I always think these politicians are middlemen, and I imagine that Barack Obama would be like a similar politician, like a Clinton type, where they know what's going on, but they're not driving it. Yeah.
Bill Clinton